Young Chuliu, having lost his job due to a deceitful encounter, returned home and unexpectedly stumbled upon a golden compass by the seaside. He began to lead a leisurely and blissful life, searching for schools of fish, salvaging treasures from sunken ships, and developing the island. Chapter 1. Qingdao Fishing Village. In July, the scorching sun mercilessly baked the earth. Summer had just begun, and Qingdao was already sweltering. Young Chuliu, wearing a black cap and carrying a somewhat faded backpack, strolled along the roadside, dragging a suitcase behind him. The sea waves battered the rocky shore in rhythmic succession, splashing several meters high and creating a refreshing mist that alleviated the surrounding heat. Dozens of boats, varying in size and shape, bobbed on the murky waters, most of them small skiffs or metal boats. Standing at the dock, Young Chuliu took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, which carried a hint of fishiness. At the ferry terminal, a handful of people stood on the damp wooden platform, all gazing in the same direction, waiting for the ferry to the opposite island, the only crossing available. After about half an hour, a dark spot suddenly appeared on the horizon. Despite the distance, the familiar sound of a diesel engine, accompanied by puffs of black smoke, alerted Young Chuliu that the boat was approaching. As expected, minutes later, an elderly man, wearing a straw hat, stood at the bow of the boat, skillfully shutting off the chugging diesel engine and maneuvering the vessel. Alongside the dock, passengers from Daong Village, Lejiakan, those wishing to board, please purchase tickets, the old man announced as he secured the boat with a rope. Old Young, why are you so late today? Did you climb over someone's wall last night again? Ha! That seems likely, came the chorus of teasing voices from the crowd, laughter bubbling forth as they ribbed the old man. Once the ropes were secured, Old Young pointed his smoking pipe at them, warning, "You rascals, if you keep chattering, I'll make you swim over." His reprimand silenced the group, their smiles fading in respect. Old Young was from Daong Village years ago. He lost his wife to illness, and his son perished at sea during a fishing expedition, leaving him a lonely elder. The village had appointed him to this ferry service after careful consideration of his circumstances. By familial convention, Young Chuliu should refer to Old Young as uncle. After the jovial crowd boarded the boat, Young Chuliu, suitcase in hand, prepared to follow suit. Noticing his luggage, Old Young waved him over, saying, "Young man, with that much baggage, it'll cost you an extra 10 kwai. The total is 30. Young Chuliu realized that Old Young did not recognize him, which was understandable given that he had changed during his 3-year absence. "Wait, I haven't boarded yet," he called out just as a middle-aged woman hurriedly approached, laden with a basket of vegetables and climbing aboard. Liu Zai, as Young Chuliu prepared to pay, the woman suddenly called out his name. Yes, he instinctively turned to look. "Liu Zai, is that really you?" The woman stepped closer, her face lighting up with a smile as she scrutinized him. Young Chuliu was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the plump woman before him as his second aunt, Lu Qin, known in the village for her matchmaking services, and affectionately referred to as Lu Demiran. "Auntie," he greeted her with a cheerful smile. Lu Qin's grin widened, her already small eyes squinting into mere slits. "My goodness, after years apart, you've grown tall and handsome, almost rivaling my son Dahai. Little Liu Zai, I didn't recognize you at first. Forget the extra 10 kwai. Old Young finally recognized him and added, "Lu Demiran, save a chatter for the boat, people are waiting." Got it, Lu Demiran murmured, pulling Young Chuliu aboard. Young Chuliu handed Old Young a cigarette, which made him beam with delight, revealing his yellowed teeth. Though Young Chuliu had never smoked, he had bought a pack specially for this return. Once on the boat, as he settled into a seat, Lu Qin began to inquire, "Liu Zai, you've struck it rich out there, haven't you?" "Not at all," he replied modestly. "This boy, why won't you tell your second aunt the truth?" Young Chuliu felt a twinge of embarrassment and deflected the conversation, unwilling to admit he had returned after losing his job. "So what brings you back?" "Taking a break." "Why didn't you bring your partner?" "Your second aunt is waiting for some sweets," she teased. As the boat journeyed on, Lu Qin continued to chatter, and Young Chuliu could only stammer vague responses. Thankfully, the boat finally docked, and Young Chuliu grabbed his belongings, quickly announcing, "Uncle, Annie, I'm heading home now," before hurrying away. As he walked, he encountered several elderly villagers basking in the sun at their doorsteps. They squinted at him, failing to recognize him, which brought a sense of relief to Young Chuliu as he safely reached his home. He fumbled with his keys, struggling with the rusty lock for a while before finally managing to open it. With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a cloud of dust that made Young Chuliu instinctively step back, covering his mouth and nose. Once the dust settled, he stepped inside. To his dismay, dust covered every surface, and some areas even bore mold stains, as if mushrooms might sprout at any moment. After setting down his backpack, Chuliu set to work, filling a bucket with water and sprinkling on the floor before vigorously sweeping everything: tables, chairs, the bed, and the stove. He retrieved blankets from the wardrobe and laid them out in the yard to air, scrubbing the pots and pans until they gleamed. After using 3 buckets of water, he finally managed to clean the house, exhausted by the time darkness fell. Stretching his weary body, he flipped the electrical switch. Fortunately, there was still enough power left to avoid a night in darkness. Using the freshly cleaned induction cooker, Chuliu prepared 2 packets of instant noodles, making do with a simple meal for the evening. Before dawn the next day, he rose early. The blanket had not dried well and was still slightly damp, making for an uncomfortable night's sleep. After washing up, he observed the rising sun and took the blanket outside once more dry. After consuming another packet of instant noodles, he grabbed a bucket and his old beachcombing tools and set off toward the shore. Upon arrival, he noticed several beams of flashlight illuminating the beach, indicating that some villagers were also out foraging. In their reliance on the land and sea, villagers had historically gathered seafood to sell. However, in recent years, the resources along the coast had dwindled, leaving them with little profit, causing the able-bodied youth to seek work elsewhere. These seasoned foragers made it difficult to find anything worthwhile, so Chuliu chose to venture toward a less populated area. Once the distant lights faded from view, he rolled up his pant legs, pushed up his sleeves, and waded into the water in sandals. Ah, that's cold. Having not foraged for quite some time, his vision was somewhat impaired, and after half an hour of searching, he managed to collect a few small shells, clams, and sea urchins. Indeed, the resources on the island had diminished significantly over the past 2 years previously. Crabs weighing half a kilogram or more could be found with ease, even by children. As the sun peaked over the eastern horizon, illuminating the sky, Chuliu prepared to return, having filled his bucket with what little he had gathered. He needed to go shopping today, as there was nothing to eat at home, and he planned to buy some fishing gear to try his hand at angling. Just as he turned to leave, a glimmer of gold caught his eye. Chapter 2. The Golden Compass. Chuliu did not pay much attention at first, merely assuming it to be a golden bottle cap, and casually nudged it with his toe. What is this? That nudge dislodged the object, revealing it to have a certain weight, akin to that of a pocket watch. Most significantly, its radiant golden hue and texture sent Chuliu's heart racing. Could he truly be this fortunate? Gold. He hurriedly picked it up, swished it in the seawater a couple of times to cleanse the mud, and began to feel it with his hands. Just as Chuliu was about to bite it, he noticed a seam in the middle of this object. Could it indeed be a pocket watch? Gently prying it open, he was immediately astounded by what lay inside. A compass? In the center was a small transparent disc, with a needle gently oscillating within. Surrounding it was a circle formed by the 8 trigrams, and further encircling it were the 8 characters representing the cardinal directions: Xian, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Can, Li, Jin, and Dui. Then came the 12 zodiac signs: Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu Su, and Hai. Beyond that, Chuliu could not comprehend. However, he could discern that it was indeed a compass. Leaving the seawater behind, Chuliu plopped down on the beach and began to fiddle with the compass, realizing he had no idea how to use it. Time to search online for guidance. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and searched for how to use a compass. After a period of exploration, he exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it works." Enlightened, Chuliu followed the instructions on his phone. He opened the compass, loosened the adjustment screw, allowing the magnetic needle to spin freely. Then, he held the compass level at his chest, aligning it with the ocean, and adjusted the position of the mirror until the compass was fully reflected within it. Once the short-sighting device and the mirror's center were aligned, something extraordinary occurred. The magnetic needle, which had been spinning erratically, suddenly pointed towards the Ken direction, swaying slightly. Curious about his first experience using a compass, Chuliu stood up and followed the direction indicated by the needle. Gradually, the needle's oscillation diminished. Suddenly, a red dot appeared in the mirror. Chuliu was taken aback. Is this a radar or a compass? How can it possess such advanced technology? He had not noticed any batteries or electronics. Despite the confusion, Chuliu did not halt his steps. The red dot grew increasingly distinct, moving closer to the center of the mirror. When the red dot completely overlapped with the center, the needle ceased its movement, and Chuliu discovered a large stone half submerged in water before him. Was the compass indicating the stone, or was there treasure hidden beneath it? Filled with curiosity and a hint of anticipation, he promptly lifted the stone. To his amazement, it proved useful. Beneath the clear water, a large blue crab came into view. brandishing its claws menacingly towards him. Yang Chuliu was elated, quickly stowing the compass into his pocket, focusing intently on the blue crab at his feet. Having hurried out that morning, he only had a plastic bucket and a small pair of tongs. The blue crab appeared to weigh at least 7 or 8 tails. Such a large wild crab could be quite ferocious. A careless pinch could result in a chunk of flesh being torn away. After a few moments of mutual staring, Yang Chuliu firmly gripped the iron tongs and swiftly struck. With a soft splash, the tongs plunged into the water with lightning speed. Over 20 years of quick reflexes were not for naught. As soon as the tongs submerged, Yang Chuliu squeezed them shut, holding on tightly. After a brief stalemate, the blue crab gradually settled down. Except for its shell, nearly half its body was pressed into the mud. Once Yang Chuliu noticed the crab's stillness, he reached into the water with his other hand and scooped it into the plastic bucket. Crabs are quite delicate. If they were missing limbs, their value would diminish. After a careful inspection, he was relieved to find it intact, with all its limbs and a lively spirit. For safety's sake, Yang Chuliu casually pulled a strand of seaweed from the water to cover the crab. Finding such a sizable specimen in shallow waters was purely a stroke of luck. With his haul, Yang Chuliu's spirits lifted considerably. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he took out the compass again, examining it from various angles. After playing with it for a while, he noticed no unusual movements. Odd, could it have been mere coincidence? Furrowing his brow, Yang Chuliu muttered to himself as he strolled along the beach. Just then, the compass needle, which had been still, began to wobble again. Intrigued, Yang Chuliu paused to ascertain the direction. This time, the compass pointed towards the Qian position, although the mirror did not reveal the earlier red dot. Following the needle's direction, he walked forward, the icy seawater sending shivers up his calves. After about 7 or 8 meters, the previously empty mirror suddenly turned red, as if scorched by intense heat. What was happening? Just as Yang Chuliu pondered this, a wave surged over the horizon, followed by splashes revealing fish darting about. The wind howled and the waves roared, prompting him to step back hurriedly. In his haste, he stumbled and fell into the water. Ugh! The briny seawater filled his mouth, causing his stomach to churn, nearly forcing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Looking back at the sandy shallows, he noticed a multitude of small pufferfish thrashing about, desperately attempting to escape back to the sea. Yang Chuliu rose, brushing the sand off his backside. These small pufferfish were no larger than ping-pong balls, clearly of no utilitarian value. Commonly found in the shallow waters or on the beach, locals referred to them as xiaobayu. Fishermen often caught them in large quantities, and some bored individuals even used them for shoe cleaning. Observing the lively pufferfish, Yang Chuliu shook his head in resignation, having expected to encounter a school of larger fish. He picked up the compass once more. The previously spinning needle had come to a halt, and the red in the mirror had vanished. Glancing at the compass in his hand, after 2 trials, he was certain that this compass was extraordinary. He had truly stumbled upon treasure. Understanding the principle of having precious stones brings misfortune, Yang Chuliu realized he must keep this matter discreet. Noticing that the day was growing late, with the sun now high in the sky, he carefully tucked the compass into his pocket and grabbed the plastic bucket, preparing to head home. Today's bounty was quite satisfactory. A single large blue crab was worth half a day's wage, and he needed to reach the dock before the fishmongers departed, lest he have to wait another day. Chapter 3. The Early Market. Yang Chuliu arrived at the dock, where a bustling crowd had gathered, with numerous individuals coming to sell their goods, each carrying various containers that seemed to hold decent catches. Hey, isn't that Liuzi? I heard from my mom last night that you were back. I didn't expect it to be true. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Chuliu turned to find none other than Lu Demiran's son, Dahai, greeting him. Dahai had been a childhood friend, albeit their relationship was not particularly cordial. Taking advantage of his few years of seniority, Dahai had bullied Yang Chuliu on numerous occasions. He recalled Dahai's once long, flamboyant hair, dark and plump. To his surprise, after years apart, he now sported a bald head, a sight he had never encountered before. Back then, regardless of whether it was at home or school, whenever asked to cut his hair, he would fiercely resist. Yang Chuliu let out a quiet hum, both boys sizing each other up, as Dahai's gaze shifted to the bucket in Yang Chuliu's hand, a subtle smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Liuzi, you just got back, and you're already busy. Let me see what treasure you found. Yang Dahai, without any reservation, reached out his hand. Yang Chuliu quickly pushed it away. Although Yang Dahai wore a smile, his words carried a teasing undertone, reminiscent of their childhood antics. After his hand was rebuffed, Yang Dahai shook it off, displaying no signs of anger, continuing to laugh heartily. At that moment, others nearby turned their attention toward Yang Chuliu. Liuzai, when did you return? Why did you come back without a word? Did you forget to greet your brother? Goodness, Liuzai must have struck it rich out there. As they spotted Yang Chuliu, they greeted him in a cacophony of voices. feeling slightly embarrassed by their enthusiastic inquiries. Young Chuliu took out cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them one by one. Most of these people were from the same village, many of whom were relatives, making silence awkward and prone to gossip. While Yang Chuliu was busy handing out cigarettes, Yang Dahai seized the opportunity to snatch the plastic bucket, confident that it held nothing of value. Among the younger generation in Daong village, he had never been outdone in sea foraging, particularly by Yang Chuliu, whose luck with finds had always been dismal, often resulting in worthless trinkets that amused Yang Dahai. Once he commandeered the bucket, Yang Dahai wasted no time and thrust his hand inside to see what treasures lay within. Hey! Yang Chuliu reacted just in time to intervene, but it was already too late. Crabs, much like lobsters, tend to grip tightly and can cause serious injury, including broken fingers. Before he could finish his warning, a whale erupted from the dock, making it sound as if someone had met their demise. Ouch! Oh my goodness! That hurts. Caught off guard, Yang Dahai felt the sharp pinch of a blue crab clamping down on his thumb, turning his face a shade of deep crimson as he jumped about, flailing his hand, which only made the grip tighter. Yang Chuliu observed the predicament, noting that it was his right hand being clamped, and wondered if this mishap would affect his future romantic endeavors. Yang Chuliu, I will not let this go. Hurry and free me. Yang Dahai's desperate cries echoed, completely forgetting that he had been the one to snatch the bucket. Yang Chuliu, seeing the blood oozing from his hand, rolled his eyes and replied, Dahai, be careful. If that crab is missing a limb, you shall compensate for it. I'll compensate your elder. Yang Dahai's face shifted from red to purple, unsure whether it was from pain or anger. The onlookers noted the increasing flow of blood and grew concerned that he might truly injure himself, risking the loss of a hand at such a young age, which would make finding a wife exceedingly difficult. Dahai, quickly, place your hand in the basin. Suddenly, old Yang shouted from the crowd, his years of fishing experience lending him a calmness in this chaotic moment. Yes, hurry. Yang Dahai was pulled towards the iron basin, carefully placing his hand inside, and soon enough, his fingers began to swell. Be gentle. Ouch, this is unbearable. At that moment, Yang Dahai resembled someone heartbroken, tears streaming down his face, a stark contrast to the time he had lost a relative without shedding a single tear. After some commotion, the blue crab was finally removed. But by then, Yang Dahai's hand had swollen to the size of a steamed bun. Yang Chuliu merely glanced at the scene before using tongs to place the crab back into the bucket. Turning to the fishmonger, he inquired, Boss, what is the price for this size of blue crab? Seeing the commotion had calmed, the fishmonger assessed the crab and replied, For this size, I usually pay 150 per pound. Yang Chuliu nodded slightly. Although the price was lower than what he could fetch at the market, it was reasonable nonetheless. Very well, I caught one today, please weigh it. Sure, bring it over. The fishmonger input the price on the electronic scale. Yang Chuliu placed the crab on it, and the weight registered at 0.68 pounds, aligning with his prediction. The boss calculated the price, and it totaled 102 yuan. Upon hearing the price, the onlookers cast envious glances. Stumbling upon such a find in shallow waters was akin to discovering a nugget of gold. The fishmonger, being straightforward, did not haggle over the price, unlike some who would have quibbled over a mere 2 yuan. With money in hand, Yang Chuliu felt elated. Earning from sea foraging was far more gratifying than toiling in a kitchen all day, where he would be exhausted and still have to please his boss. As he prepared to head home, he noticed Yang Dahai glaring at him, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Yang Chuliu, the crab is sold and the money is taken. We need to discuss compensation. Dahai, do you still want to keep your hand? Let us get on the boat. Before Yang Dahai could retort, old Yang urged from the bow of the boat, displaying a look of disappointment. Coming. Yang Chuliu, you better wait for me. I will settle this with you later. Yang Dahai, still clutching his injured hand, hopped onto the boat, not forgetting to leave behind a threatening remark. Yang Chuliu, snorting through his nose, picked up the bucket and turned to head home, choosing not to engage in his antics. Upon returning home, he noticed it was nearly 10 o'clock, and he needed to prepare lunch soon, but aside from a few bags of instant noodles, there were no vegetables in sight. He decided to stop by the convenience store for supplies, planning to go shopping later in the afternoon. The vegetable garden outside had long been neglected and needed tending as well. Chapter 4. Procuring supplies under the blazing sun, Yang Chuliu arrived at the convenience store, where he found the owner busy inside, clearly thriving in business. Though small, this store was the only one on the island, catering to daily necessities, with larger items sourced from outside. As he entered, the owner greeted him with a warm smile. Liu Zai, welcome. Hello, Huazue Shu. Please weigh out 2 yuan of tofu and cut me a pound of pork belly, but it should be lean. Sure thing. You've returned from the city. Look at your aunt. She is always fixated on bean sprouts. What is wrong with bean sprouts? I enjoy them. Is that a problem? Before Huazue could finish, a nearby woman interjected, prompting him to offer a sheepish grin. The villagers often joked with one another and no one took offense. After purchasing the necessary ingredients, Yang Chuliu also grabbed a bottle of beer, totaling 20 yuan. Living costs back home were relatively low. In a city like Modu, 20 yuan wouldn't even cover a fast food meal, let alone beer and meat. Upon arriving home, Yang Chuliu habitually tossed the beer into the water tank. This method would chill it adequately by the time his meal was ready, proving just as effective as a refrigerator. While the living conditions on the island were somewhat lacking, the cool summer breeze made staying in the stone house comfortable, eliminating the need to turn on a fan, though the mosquitoes at night were bothersome. After storing the beer, he turned to cooking, a skill he excelled at, able to manage even when alone. The household utilized traditional clay pots and stoves. Unlike places where a gas canister costs over 100, a few twigs sufficed to fuel the fire. With the fire lit, Yang Chuliu busied himself, maneuvering between pots and pans. While the clay stove was economical, it was somewhat inconvenient for solo cooking. Once the pot was preheated, he added the chopped pork belly, and the savory aroma wafted through the air. After a while, he set aside half of the sautéed meat for his meal, mindful that he had returned with only 6,000 yuan and needed to budget wisely. After satisfying his hunger, Yang Chuliu returned to his room, taking up a pen and notebook to outline his shopping list for the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon the page before him was densely filled with notes, primarily detailing fishing gear and various household necessities. He initially intended to gather his funds to purchase a boat, but his financial resources fell short. Previously, there had been an old dinghy at home, but it was sold off at a low price before he started working. Boats, much like vehicles, require maintenance after a period of use. If left submerged in seawater for years without care, not even iron or gold can withstand the ravages of corrosion. Upon returning this time, he had no immediate plans to venture out, and if he spent his available money on a boat, he would be left with nothing but the bitter winds of the northwest. His primary task now was to gather seafood, and once he had sufficient savings, he would contemplate the purchase of a boat. After careful consideration, he took out his phone and noted the time, 11:30. At this hour, Laoyang should certainly be at the ferry dock. Yang Chuliu grabbed the prepared cargo list, locked the door, and hurriedly made his way to the dock. Liuzai, why are you in such a hurry? An elder from the village greeted him as he exited. I'm rushing to catch a boat to buy supplies, he replied. Take your time. Before long, Yang Chuliu arrived at the dock. Sure enough, Laoyang was sitting at the bow of the boat, holding a somewhat yellowed lunchbox, with a bottle of mineral water beside him, likely filled with liquor. Uncle Bai, are you eating? Yang Chuliu called out as he approached. Upon seeing him, Laoyang set down his chopsticks and said, What's the matter? Nothing major. I just returned home and need to procure some essentials. Could you assist me in bringing them back? Oh, come aboard. We'll set off right away. No rush. Please finish your meal. I can help. As Yang Chuliu spoke, he nimbly stepped onto the boat and offered Laoyang a cigarette. Laoyang accepted it without a word. His ferry was powered by an old diesel engine, which posed no challenge, as everyone on the island, even the children, could operate it. Yang Chuliu approached the bow, located the throttle for the diesel engine, and firmly pulled the iron ring upwards. The engine roared to life, emitting a plume of black smoke from the exhaust. Yang Chuliu inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Oh, this is the aroma, he mused. Liuzai, what are you dawdling about? Do you know how to operate it? Yes, we're off now. Regaining his focus, Yang Chuliu declared, Hold on tight, let us go. The boat slowly departed from the dock, cutting through the waves towards the opposite pier. During the journey, Laoyang mentioned the sea, noting that the young man's finger was not severely injured, only stitched up with 2 stitches, and there were no broken bones. Yang Chuliu did not concern himself with this matter. He felt that regardless of the situation, it was a consequence of one's own actions. After approximately half an hour, they reached the pier. Yang Chuliu informed Laoyang of the estimated time and hurried towards the roadside platform. From there, he would need to transfer to a bus to reach the town, which always required a lengthy detour, especially during holidays when it was even more challenging. In the future, if possible, he was determined to contribute to the development of his hometown. Reflecting on this, Yang Chuliu felt a pang of sadness. His parents had ventured out to procure timber for the island's construction and tragically perished at sea. Many years had passed, and although the island remained dilapidated and unchanged, very few residents had moved away. After all, a golden nest or a silver nest could not compare to one's own humble abode. After a winding journey of nearly an hour and a half, he finally arrived in the town. This town, known as Guanbaozhan, was renowned for its proximity to the sea and had become a popular tourist destination in recent years. Although it was nominally a town, its thriving tourism industry made it no less bustling than a county seat. Upon disembarking, Yang Chuliu found himself momentarily dazed. The changes in the town over the years were nothing short of remarkable, with familiar shops now sporting new facades. After surveying his surroundings and reacquainting himself, he sought out a fishing tackle store. The town boasted numerous fishing tackle shops, each filled with an impressive array of goods. His primary goal this time was to purchase crab traps, fishing nets, and rods. Relying solely on foraging along the beach at dawn would not suffice, as luck could not be counted on every day. After a few minutes of wandering, he found several fishing tackle shops adjacent to the agricultural market. Young man, we're having a promotion today. Spend over 200 and receive a free fishing rod. Would you like to take a look? As Yang Chuliu approached one of the shops, a middle-aged man enthusiastically caught his attention. Spend over 200 and receive a fishing rod. Yes, you won't find this deal anywhere else. Follow me. Before Yang Chuliu could respond, he was pulled inside by the middle-aged man. Once inside, he was greeted by shelves brimming with fishing gear, which dazzled the eyes. Chapter 5. Setting the crab traps. The shop owner, standing by the counter, smiled and said, "Young man, I can tell from your accent that you're a local. Let me know if you need anything. I guarantee fair prices." Yang Chuliu smiled faintly but remained silent, instead focusing on browsing. Business people often had a way of sweet-talking to entice customers, and he was wary of their words. After inspecting the store, he inquired about prices. After a round of questioning, he had a general idea of the costs, but having not been involved in this for years, he recalled the adage about comparing prices before purchasing. It was prudent to explore a few more shops. After visiting 3 shops, he found the prices to be relatively consistent, though the quality of items varied. Most of the flashy products were aimed at tourists, while only a small selection catered to fishermen. The nuances of the trade were intricate, and he was grateful to Lao Yang for sharing insights. Otherwise, he might have been deceived. Having gathered sufficient information on prices and products, Yang Chuliu ultimately purchased 20 crab traps, 2 sea rods, a gill net, and some bait such as sandworms. The total cost came to 1,050 yuan, a considerable expenditure. After securing his fishing gear, Yang Chuliu took another stroll around the agricultural market to buy some necessities for home. It was not every day that he had the opportunity to venture out. An hour later, he stood before a pile of various items. Given the quantity, it was unrealistic to carry everything to the pier by hand. He regretted not bringing a cloth bag. Just then, a series of urgent honks interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a tricycle stop in front of him. "Young man, need a ride?" asked a helmeted man who leaned out of the window. "Yes, how much to Qingdao Pier?" "With all this stuff, it'll be 50 yuan. 50? Yang Chulu's voice rose in disbelief, and he waved his hand. "Never mind, you can go." The tricycle driver, sensing his reluctance, remarked, "Young man, how much can you offer?" Seeing an opportunity, Yang Chuliu raised 3 fingers and said, 30. "If that works, let us go." 30 is too low. Can you add a bit more? "That's all I can offer. It's up to you." "All right, I'll consider it a favor. Just remember to support my business in the future." The driver wore a look that suggested he felt he was losing out, but in reality, he would earn 25 yuan. Yang Chuliu, seeing the driver's consent, said no more and began loading his items onto the tricycle. After about 10 minutes of effort, they managed to fit everything onto the vehicle, securing it with ropes before setting off. Upon arriving at the pier, Lao Yang was leaning against the boat, dozing off. His face flushed, indicating he had consumed quite a bit of liquor. Yang Chuliu chose not to disturb him, carefully transferring his items onto the boat. Just as he stepped onto the deck, Lao Yang stirred awake. "Liuzai, you're back." "Yes, it seems there aren't many people crossing today." "Ah, with this heat. It won't be until evening. Besides, it's not the weekend, and the children are in class, so there aren't many people." "Is the school on the island still operating?" "Yes, indeed. I heard a university student is coming from the city next week to volunteer." The children are thrilled. "That's wonderful news." "Absolutely." As they chatted, they continued moving the items onto the boat. By the time Yang Chuliu returned home, it was already evening. After putting his belongings away, he wasted no time and hurried to set down the crab traps before darkness fell, lest he be forced to wait another day. Without hesitation, he loaded the newly purchased crab traps and chicken bones onto his tricycle and pushed it towards the seaside. Just minutes after leaving his home, as he passed by the residence of Lu de Marin, he spotted Dahai lounging in a chair, casually tapping his leg and humming a tune. Yang Chuliu had no intention of greeting him and continued walking briskly. "Yang Chuliu, stop right there," Dahai exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright in his chair and calling out loudly. Yang Chuliu ignored him, maintaining his pace without a pause. He had no time to waste. "Oh, pretending to be deaf, are we? Just you wait," Dahai muttered before turning and rushing indoors, not attempting to stop him. As Yang Chuliu walked a distance and noticed Dahai hadn't followed, he thought it quite strange. In the past, Dahai would have confronted him right away. Meanwhile, Dahai hurried into the house and encountered Lu de Marin. Noticing her son's frantic demeanor, she furrowed her brow and scolded, "Son, it's almost time for dinner. Where are you off to now?" "I'm just going for a stroll by the sea," Dahai replied while changing his boots. "You just had your stitches taken out. You can't get them wet. Have you forgotten? Mom, I'll just be a moment. Don't worry about me. Hey. Luda Marin was about to say more, but Dahai had already dashed away, leaving her fuming with her hands on her hips, rolling her eyes. At the same time, Yang Chulu arrived at the beach but did not rush to set down the crab traps. Although Qingdao was surrounded by the sea on all sides, one could not simply place traps wherever they pleased. With strong winds and high waves at night, it was crucial to choose the right spot. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch fish or shrimp, and even the traps could be lost. Yang Chulu circled the shoreline, observing that the tide had not yet risen, allowing him to assess the terrain clearly. He aimed to place the crab traps in the depressions to optimize his catch. Once he had determined a suitable location, he stuffed the prepared chicken bones into the crab traps. Noticing that no one was around, he took out the compass. After discovering the compass's fishing function the previous day, he had been unable to sleep all night, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to showcase its capabilities. Following the operational steps from yesterday, he opened the compass and stood still, carefully observing its movements. Minutes passed, but the compass needle remained motionless, as if glued in place. Yang Chulu furrowed his brow. Could it be that the spot he chose was inadequate, devoid of any life? Reluctant to accept defeat, he picked up the crab trap and ventured further into deeper waters, yet the compass still showed no signs of life. After making several rounds, he received no response. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with vibrant hues of crimson, Yang Chulu realized time was slipping away. He decided to put away the compass and set down the crab traps in the chosen location, marking their spots. After placing all 20 traps, the tide began to rise, and Yang Chulu wiped the sweat from his forehead, tidied up his tools, and returned home, planning to come back early the next day to collect his catch. As dusk descended, a shadow suddenly appeared on the beach. A figure crouched low, clutching a small knife and stealthily glancing around. Yang Chulu, aren't you the one who loves to show off? You've returned and forgotten your surname. The figure found the position where Yang Chulu had previously set down the crab traps and began to slash at the area with the knife. After completing this act, the figure quietly returned home, leaving no trace. Chapter 6. A fruitless endeavor. At 4 a.m. the next day, Yang Chulu was jolted awake by a shrill alarm. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he peered out the window into the darkness. With a yawn, he stretched lazily in bed, lingering for a couple of minutes before dressing and getting up. Today marked his first venture to collect the nets since his return, and he was unsure what awaited him. He quickly washed his face, brushed his teeth, and hurried out without even having breakfast. At 4 a.m, the village was already bustling with activity, as many were heading to the sea or preparing for their fishing endeavors. Yang Chulu pushed his tricycle onto the beach. But after a night of rising tides, the crab traps he had set the previous evening were no longer visible, save for the floating foam buoys on the water's surface. Grabbing a plastic bucket and donning a headlamp, he waded through the water towards the traps. As waves rolled in, Yang Chulu eagerly lifted the first crab trap, his heart racing at the prospect of a bountiful catch. However, as he pulled the trap from the water, he was met with a gaping hole, revealing nothing but a few sea snails inside. How could this be? Yang Chulu stood there, dumbfounded. These traps were newly purchased, and this was their first use. He had even checked for quality issues, so this outcome was unexpected. The first crab trap was damaged, and he quickly moved to the second one, hoping it was just a coincidence, perhaps damaged by some larger creature. Yet, after lifting 5 traps, each one was similarly ruined. A surge of frustration welled up within Yang Chulu. Even the dimmest of minds would recognize this was no mere coincidence. The damage to each trap was uniform, suggesting it could not have been caused by crabs. Eliminating that possibility, he could be certain it was a deliberate act. Having been away for 3 years, today marked his 3rd day back, and he couldn't recall having offended anyone. His relations with the villagers had been amicable, with no deep-seated grudges. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Dahai. It had to be him. Yesterday, he had suffered in silence over the crab incident, and he had never gotten along with Dahai since childhood. Yang Chulu's expression darkened with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. Just then, Dahai appeared on the beach, swaying with a plastic bucket in hand, a smirk creeping onto his face as he spotted Yang Chulu standing in the water. Liuzi collecting traps? How was the haul? Lost in his thoughts, Yang Chulu turned at the sound of Dahai's voice, noticing him waving with a broad smile. Just when I was wondering how to find you. You show up right here. Yang Chulu marched over, brandishing the ruined crab trap. Dahai, did you do this? Dahai feigned surprise at the sight of the damaged traps, his expression shifting to one of mock indignation. Liuzi, what do you mean by that? Am I the kind of person who would waste time on your broken traps? I'll ask you again, did you destroy these traps? Yang Chulu's voice turned icy, his gaze piercing. Dahai felt a flicker of unease under his scrutiny. Yang Chulu, usually quiet, seemed uncharacteristically intense today. He couldn't let him uncover the truth. Memories of being bullied as a child by young Chuliu, who had once thrown stones at him, flooded his mind and filled him with dread. Clearing his throat, Dahai raised his head defiantly. Young Chuliu, don't slander me. I'm not that bored. Who would want your broken traps? Let us hope it's not you, young Chuliu replied, his gaze unwavering. Although Dahai spoke loudly, his eyes darted away, revealing his guilt. Yang Chuliu knew that whether or not Dahai was directly involved, he was certainly connected to the incident. Lacking substantial evidence to prove Dahai's guilt, he decided to continue collecting the traps, hoping to salvage what he could. Seeing that Yang Chuliu had dropped the matter, Dahai smugly offered, Liuzi, do you need my help? Ha! As Dahai's laughter echoed further away, Yang Chuliu, exasperated, slapped the water's surface in frustration. Upon retrieving all the traps, only 16 remained intact, the others having been ruined, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. A quick inspection revealed that while the frames of the traps were still intact, the nets were too severely damaged to be reusable. Replacing them would cost as much as buying new ones. With no catch and dwindling funds, the risk of purchasing new traps was too great. He could only rely on his fishing rod and hope to recoup some of his losses. However, today's matter cannot simply be dismissed, since the adversary has acted once. They may very well do so again. Yang Chuliu transported the crab traps back home, using his vehicle, repacking them into snakeskin bags to conceal their newness. While the dawn was still timidly revealing itself, he pushed the cart towards the village with 2 packs of cigarettes in hand. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Chuliu arrived at Old Yang's doorstep. Through a crack in the door, he noticed a light flickering in the courtyard and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Cousin, it's me, Liuzi. Coming. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, Old Yang appeared wearing a vest and opened the door, saying, Liuzi, why are you out so early before dawn? Hearing this, Yang Chuliu glanced around and whispered, Cousin, I wish to discuss a matter with you. May I come in? What is so secretive? Come inside. Once in the house, Yang Chuliu wasted no time and directly handed the 2 packs of cigarettes to Old Yang, stating, Cousin, I have 2 bags on my cart that I would like to place on your boat. Bags. Old Yang was momentarily bewildered. Yang Chuliu then recounted the events of that morning. After listening, Old Yang, in a fit of anger, said, Who would do such a despicable thing? I will take care of it, but you can take the cigarettes back. Ah, this is my token of respect for you. Thank you, cousin. Once arrangements were made, he loaded the prepared crab traps onto the boat. As the day began to brighten, Yang Chuliu, having achieved nothing after a busy morning, lost his appetite for breakfast and decided to take his fishing rod to the seaside in search of fortune. At this hour, the beach was relatively deserted. Those who rose early to gather seafood had mostly gone to sell their goods, and the fishermen had yet to return. Yang Chuliu reached the rocky area by the sea, found a relatively flat stone to set down his fishing gear, and proceeded to prepare the bait. Once everything was ready, he stood up, flicked his arm, and cast the fishing line with a swift motion, launching the bait into the air, tracing a graceful arc splash. A small splash erupted as the bait fell into the water. Yang Chuliu watched the bait sink and smiled contentedly. The cast had reached over 30 meters, and despite not having fished for a while, his skill had not waned. After setting up the 2 rods, he took out his prized golden compass, loosened the locking screw, and began his search. Ah, luck seems to be on my side. Just as Yang Chuliu positioned the compass, the needle began to quiver, albeit slightly. Any reaction was a positive omen. He turned in place and ultimately confirmed that the compass pointed directly to the location of the bait, a fortunate coincidence. As he reveled in his good fortune, one of his fishing rods began to stir, the tip bent slightly, and the slack line tightened. I have a catch. Drawing from experience, Yang Chuliu observed this, but refrained from hastily reeling in the line, waiting patiently. After the tip danced repeatedly, he swiftly lifted the rod. Whoosh! The tip of the rod vibrated wildly, and Yang Chuliu's face lit up with excitement, for it seemed he had hooked something substantial. He gripped the fishing rod firmly, spreading his legs at a 45-degree angle, and slightly bent his waist backward. The fish in the water sensed the tension and struggled vigorously. Sensing the resistance, Yang Chuliu adjusted the drag tighter, keeping the line taut and the rod bent further. He vigorously cranked the reel, momentarily stabilizing the rod against the fish's pull. As the fish's energy waned, he resumed the vigorous reeling. With time, he had reeled in a considerable length of line, reducing the distance to about 10 meters. Taking a breath, he began another round of this tug of war. With a splash, a fish leaped from the water, flailing in the sunlight, making it difficult to see clearly. The fish landed on the beach, and Yang Chuliu eagerly approached to inspect it. The fish was a reddish-brown hue, with a wide mouth and a long row of spines along its head. Although not particularly large, weighing about half a kilogram, it resembled a grouper. Having grown up by the sea, Yang Chuliu was familiar with this species, known locally as the little grouper. This fish thrives near rocks. requiring a rocky bottom regardless of the water's depth. Typically, they feed on small shrimp and other marine microorganisms. The flesh of the little grouper is tender and exquisite. Ideal for soups or steaming. Being a wild catch, it commands a fair price in the market. During peak season, it can fetch around 50 yuan per kilogram, with prices rising slightly in the off-season to 70 or 80 or even 100. Yang Chuliu, in high spirits upon catching the fish, carefully placed it into a bucket and continued fishing. Shortly after making his first catch, the second rod also showed signs of life. However, this time his luck ran out as he discovered it had snagged on the bottom. Reluctantly, he cut the line. After a morning of effort, Yang Chuliu had successfully caught 4 little groupers and 2 black sea bream weighing over a kilogram each. Realizing it was getting late, he packed up his gear and headed home to prepare a meal. The midday sun was scorching, and even with a hat, his face felt the sting of the heat. Upon returning home, he placed the fish into a large plastic basin with an oxygen pump, waiting for the fishmonger to arrive the next morning to sell them. His lunch was simple, consisting of the remaining stir-fried meat from the previous day and a radish stew. After the meal, he noticed the household water supply was nearly depleted, so he filled several buckets, and after replenishing the water tank, he left 2 buckets outside to warm in the sun for his evening bath. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the time, which read 12:30, and returned to the main room to lie down on the cool mat for a nap. That evening, he planned to keep watch, anticipating that he would likely not sleep well during the first half of the night. Meanwhile, Dahai, feeling bored after lunch, decided to venture off the island to visit an internet CAF, tired of being cooped up all day. Whistling as he approached the dock, he found Old Yang happily sipping on some liquor, alternating between peanuts and his drink, enjoying a leisurely life. Upon seeing Dahai approach, Old Yang pretended not to notice and continued to savor his wine. Dahai reached the boat, cheerfully greeting, "Old Yang, aren't you afraid of falling into the water with all that drinking?" Hearing this, Old Yang set down his cup, his expression darkening, and retorted, "You little rascal. You wouldn't dare speak to me like that if your father were here." "Hey, just joking, just joking." As Dahai spoke, he hopped onto the boat and noticed 2 bags in the cabin, curiously reaching out to poke them. "What are you doing? Don't touch that," Old Yang shouted, startling Dahai. "Uncle Yang, what's in those mysterious bags?" "Crab traps. Liuzi came by this morning and said the traps we bought yesterday weren't enough, so I had to buy 20 more. Don't mess them up. I have to account for them." "You bought new ones?" "Of course." "All right, that's wonderful." Dahai stared at the bags, muttering to himself while his eyes darted around, evidently lost in thought. Noticing Dahai's silence, Old Yang chose not to engage further. Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu awoke from his nap at 2:30 in the afternoon, stretched, donned his hat, and prepared to step outside. Arriving at the dock, he found the wooden platform empty, with no sign of Old Yang's boat, suggesting it was still across the way. The sun beat down directly, causing his neck to ache from the heat. So he sought refuge in a shaded spot by the roadside to rest. Just as he settled in, 2 individuals approached, clad in Zhongshan suits, their shiny hair reflecting the light. He recognized them as the village chief, Yang Chuanda, accompanied by accountant Zhang Yonghan. As they strolled closer and noticed the absence of the boat, they too settled beneath the shade of the trees. Yang Chuanda, upon seeing Yang Chuliu, called out, "Liu Zai, why are you silent when you see someone? Have you been doing well out there?" Yang Chuliu replied with a slight grin, "Uncle Yang, I wasn't paying attention. Is there something you need?" "Yes, I'm heading to the town with your Uncle Zhang to take care of some matters, but Old Yang is late as usual." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the tardy Old Yang finally arrived. Once everyone had disembarked, Yang Chuliu helped to unload the crab traps from the boat. Coincidentally, Dahai returned on the same boat, feigning an eagerness to assist, though he claimed his injured hand made it inconvenient. Yang Chuliu paid little heed to this and, after loading the traps onto the vehicle, set off for home, planning to deploy them after sunset. As Dahai watched him walk away, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. In the evening, as was his routine, Yang Chuliu pushed a tricycle loaded with crab traps to the beach, releasing them at the predetermined spots. After placing the traps, he also set out some iron clamps used for catching rats in the village. To avoid raising suspicion, he meticulously checked everything to ensure the act was convincing. Having completed these tasks, Yang Chuliu tidied up his tools and returned home. The sky had not yet darkened completely, and even if someone intended to cause trouble, they would likely refrain given the presence of numerous people on the beach. Chapter 8. Catching Thieves Back at Home. Yang Chuliu took advantage of the lingering daylight to soak a steamed bun in hot water for a quick meal before quietly stepping out with a powerful flashlight. That night, the island was shrouded in darkness, save for the faint moonlight. The beach was alive with waves incessantly crashing against the shore, sparkling like a sea of stars. Yang Chuliu, wrapped in a coat, crouched by the rocks, an area he had scouted during the day where he could clearly observe the crab traps. An hour passed, and apart from a few scattered beachcombers, the area was eerily deserted. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Yet not a soul had approached the traps. Could it be that no one would come tonight? Although puzzled, he steeled himself to remain vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. After waiting for nearly 2 more hours, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon his eyelids. Despite it being summer, the temperature on the island varied significantly between day and night, and the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes was irksome. As the clock struck midnight, there was still no sign of anyone, and Chuliu surmised that perhaps it was time to head back. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps, the sound of shoes scraping against the sand. Someone was approaching. Crouching down cautiously, he surveyed the surroundings. His senses heightened and fatigue forgotten. Through the moonlight, he discerned a figure on the beach, and he was certain it was not a beachcomber, for the individual bore no tools. At this late hour, a solitary figure lurking in the shadows was unlikely to be collecting shells, nor could they be out for a stroll. To confirm his suspicion, Chuliu held his breath, focusing intently on the figure clad in black. Meanwhile, the individual stealthily circled the beach twice, ensuring the vicinity was clear before stepping into the water and heading towards the crab traps. Observing the figure's silhouette, Chuliu noted it bore a resemblance to Dahai, though the darkness made it difficult to ascertain. He decided to wait a moment longer. As long as the figure approached, there was no need to rush, especially since iron clamps lay beside the traps, ensuring that one would inevitably be triggered. The figure reached the traps, glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then bent down to lift a trap while retrieving a small knife to cut it open. With a splash, as the trap was pulled from the water and the figure prepared to act, they discovered a gaping hole in the front of the trap. What? It's broken? One trap was defective, and upon inspecting another, the same issue was found. It seems I am not the only one to have offended someone. Has someone already gotten to them? Muttering to himself, the figure continued to search for more traps, hoping to find one that was untouched. Suddenly, a soft crunch echoed in the night, followed by a piercing scream. Chuliu suppressed his laughter upon seeing the iron clamp had done its job, and instead of rushing out, he turned on his flashlight and waved it around. The figure in the water, startled by the light, panicked and yanked off the clamp. Limping away in haste, Chuliu, seeing the figure flee, stood up from behind the rocks and shouted, "Who goes there? Stop!" The figure, not daring to look back, ran forward. Chuliu had already recognized that the fleeing individual was Dahai. However, he had no intention of pursuing him seriously, merely aiming to frighten him. They lived in the same village, and considering his mother Ludimiran had often taken care of Dahai since childhood, there was no need to escalate matters. Having learned a lesson from this encounter, Dahai, injured by the clamp, would be unable to walk for some time. Understanding the situation, Chuliu turned to pick up a wooden stick from the roadside, preparing to retrieve the crab traps and iron clamps to prevent any accidental harm to others. After an hour of diligent work, he finally collected everything, glancing at the time to find it was already 2 in the morning, and the beach was starting to fill with early morning beachcombers. He returned home with the crab traps, not even bothering to change out of his clothes before collapsing onto his bed. While Chuliu slept soundly, Dahai was not so fortunate. He trudged home, drenched in sweat and pallid from exhaustion. Upon entering his room, he quietly closed the door and collapsed onto the edge of his bed, careful not to make a sound. If his family discovered what had transpired, he would surely face a harsh reprimand. After sitting down, he endured the pain as he removed his boot, which had been mangled by the iron clamp, now soaked with blood and seawater. His foot felt as though salt had been rubbed into the wounds, and the saying that 10 fingers are connected to the heart rang true as he experienced a pain that was both profound and indescribable. Gritting his teeth, Dahai finally managed to remove the shoe, revealing that his white sock had turned crimson. Chuliu, I won't forget this. He winced, tears brimming in his eyes. The shoes were one thing, but the sock clung tightly to his wounds, causing excruciating discomfort as he pulled it off. After much effort, he removed the sock, his forehead now glistening with sweat, revealing several varying degrees of wounds on his foot that were indeed alarming. Stifling his pain, he retrieved the anti-inflammatory medication and disinfectant he had obtained from the hospital the previous day, knowing he must keep this incident under wraps. Thus, Dahai quietly tended to his wounds, ensuring they would not become infected. The next morning, Chuliu rose early, freshened up, and set off towards the beach with his fishing rod in hand. After catching a few fish the day before, he hoped to strike luck again before the fish vendors arrived. The morning beach was bustling once more, with people coming and going, buckets in hand, searching the sands. Liuzai, you're up early. Yes, uncle, heading out to sea? Indeed, if we don't earn, we'll be left to starve at home. As he walked, Chuliu greeted familiar faces. After strolling along the beach for a while, he chose a less crowded spot, pulling out a compass from his pocket to check for any activity nearby. Since acquiring the compass, He had discovered that while it had the ability to locate fish, it also had its limitations. The shallow waters yielded poor resources, prompting him to venture out to sea instead. Following the compass's guidance, he quickly located a promising fishing spot, where the reflection of the sun revealed 2 or 3 small red dots. Utilizing his previous experiences, he positioned his fishing rods according to the compass's direction, estimating the distance before baiting the hooks and setting the rods. Just as he finished setting up, 2 individuals appeared, also carrying fishing gear. Chapter 9. The First Bucket of Gold. Young Chuliu stowed away the compass, neglecting the 2 newcomers. Once he had set up his fishing rod, one of them approached and inquired, "Brother, how's the fishing here?" "It hasn't started yet, so I can't say," replied Yang Chuliu, who noticed that the 2 men appeared unfamiliar, though they spoke with a local accent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the duo took their fishing gear and wandered off in search of a good spot. He recalled that in previous years, the island often attracted visitors from afar who came to fish, but as resources dwindled, interest faded. While waiting for a bite, Yang Chuliu found himself feeling rather bored, though he found the sight of the 2 men enjoying their lure fishing entertaining, albeit too expensive for his taste. Suddenly, one of his fishing rods jerked. Was it a catch? Yang Chuliu snapped back to attention, excitement coursing through him as he quickly lifted the rod. To his pleasant surprise, the compass proved reliable. He hadn't experienced a single mishap since acquiring it. However, as he raised the rod, it became apparent that he had hooked something sizable. Bending the tip into a bow, using a 24-meter sea rod, he realized he couldn't pull up anything excessively large. He resolved to invest in a better rod after selling the catch. One shouldn't be lured by trivial savings. Holding his breath, he used one hand to lift the rod while the other turned the reel. However, after just 2 rotations, he sensed something amiss. The fishing line was far too taut. He had employed a number 2 main line with a hook line of 15, but the strain was nearing its limits. Continuing to pull with such force would surely result in a snapped line. Recognizing the importance of caution, he eased the tension slightly, allowing the line to relax. As soon as he loosened the drag, the tight line became less strained, allowing for a gradual release, unlike moments before when it felt ready to snap. Just as Yang Chuliu began to relax, the tip of the rod suddenly snapped back. When he reeled in, he found nothing. The fish had escaped. Although disappointment washed over him, he swiftly re-rigged the line and repositioned the rod. No sooner had he set it down than another rod began to vibrate. Truly, as the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. This time, the fish didn't resist as fiercely. The first catch of the day was a black bream, weighing about a pound. While not particularly valuable, it was better than nothing. Just as he placed the first fish into the bucket, his newly positioned rod stirred once again, a testament to the relentless pace of the day. Yang Chuliu's earlier gloom dissipated, and a broad grin spread across his face as he continued to reel in one fish after another. Meanwhile, the 2 lure fishermen beside him observed their own empty lines, their arms weary from casting yet yielding no results. Their spirits dampened. They wondered if they had been misled about the fishing conditions. One remarked, "Do you think we were duped? Our gear is far superior." The other replied, "Let us skip the lures next time. The fish here prefer live bait. Let us go take a look at what he has catching." Engrossed in his fishing, Yang Chuliu was oblivious to the 2 newcomers beside him. It felt as if every fish in the vicinity had congregated in his area. Had they disturbed a fish haven? After over half an hour of labor, he had reeled in 7 or 8 black breams. Though they held little value, their numbers were impressive. The relentless tugging had drained his strength, leaving his arms sore and heavy. Finally, after landing the last fish, Yang Chuliu exhaled deeply. Fishing truly demanded physical endurance, particularly strength in the arms. Fortunately, his years of cooking had kept him in shape, and his lifelong fishing experience had prepared him well for such exertion. As the waters calmed, he seized the opportunity to rest. "Brother, you're on a roll. Impressive skills." The 2 fishermen approached, their eyes filled with envy. Grinning as if they had hooked a fish themselves, Yang Chuliu smiled in response, attributing his success to luck. Just as they engaged in conversation, one of his rods began to quiver once more. "Brother, it's moving. You've got a bite," one of them exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the rod. Yang Chuliu immediately refocused, grabbing the rod firmly and observing the tip closely, resisting the urge to yank it up too soon. The fish had just bitten. He needed to allow it to take the bait securely before reeling in. After a few tense seconds, with the tip dancing frantically, he finally pulled sharply. This fish was putting up a significant struggle, suggesting it was no small catch. However, having learned from his previous experience, he had switched to a thicker line, alleviating his concerns about snapping it. Seeing him struggle with a fish, the 2 men couldn't contain their excitement and cast their lines to join in, albeit from a distance to avoid tangling with Yang Chuliu's area. Noticing that they wouldn't interfere, he continued to focus on his catch, which attracted a gathering of onlookers. Standing upon a rocky outcrop, Yang Chuliu assumed a half-squat position, his body leaning slightly backward as he exerted force on the rod, which bent ominously. The quality of the rod was commendable, boasting flexibility and strength. The proprietor had assured him it could handle fish weighing 30 to 50 kilograms. An assurance he hoped was not mere boasting. As time passed, curiosity grew among the crowd regarding the nature of his catch. Yang Chuliu, red-faced and straining, felt the tension in his arms and legs, the exertion pushing him to his limits. The fish was close now, with less than 10 meters of line remaining, and he could see a shadow moving beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and called out, "Could someone help me with the landing net?" "I'll do it." One of the lure fishermen responded, abandoning his rod to grab the net, his eyes glued to the water, equally as excited as Yang Chuliu. As Yang Chuliu focused on reeling in the fish, he sensed they were close to the finish line. After a few more tense moments, the surface erupted with a splash as a dark shape leaped from the water. The crowd gasped, and someone quickly identified it. "It's a mackerel, and it's a good size," they exclaimed. "What a pity. If it were a big yellow croaker, we'd be in for quite the fortune." Such a sizable mackerel was a rare sight near the shore, estimated to weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Yang Chuliu held his breath, relying on sheer determination. After much effort, he finally reeled the line back in. "Quick, the net," he shouted, and the fisherman swiftly lowered the net into the water. With a splash, the mackerel thrashed within the net, but it was futile. Yang Chuliu wiped the sweat from his brow, relinquished the rod, and together they hoisted the fish onto the sand. The mackerel flopped onto its side, protesting its capture. Yang Chuliu gazed at the fish with a satisfied smile. The fish before him was not an ordinary Spanish mackerel, but rather a blue-spotted mackerel, which commanded a price significantly higher than its common counterpart. The blue-spotted mackerel possesses a spindle-shaped body and belongs to the category of fierce, warm-water fish. It tends to form small schools and migrates over long distances. In the water, they exhibit remarkable speed while pursuing smaller fish near the surface, typically caught using trolling boats, though they are seldom seen in coastal waters. With this fish, combined with his previous catch, Yang Chuliu was certain his earnings for the day would surpass his usual salary. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late and began to pack his things, preparing to head to the dock to exchange his fish for money. He had been so engrossed in fishing that he had not had time for breakfast and was already feeling quite hungry after all the exertion. He knew he could not continue fishing without sufficient energy. Having finished packing, he thanked the person who assisted him with the landing net, for in the world of fishing, camaraderie prevails. Just as Yang Chuliu departed, 2 anglers, eager to try their luck, took up his former position. Unaware that the fishing spot had been effectively depleted after the earlier commotion, which had likely frightened away any remaining fish. Upon returning home with his catch, he combined yesterday's haul with today's in a bucket, ready to head to the dock. As he stepped outside and passed by Ludimiran's house, he noticed Dahai being awkwardly assisted out of the house by the elderly couple. "Oh, my child, when will you ever ease our worries? You spend all day fooling around," Ludimiran muttered as she walked. Yang Chuliu, seeing this, deliberately paused and, with a smile, greeted Dahai. "What are you up to so early in the morning?" Upon seeing Yang Chuliu, Dahai's already impatient demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. Realizing that his current state was a result of his own mischief, "Yang Chuliu, why do you need to meddle in my affairs? Just hurry along and mind your business," he snapped. Ludimiran, upon hearing her son's irritable retort, slapped his shoulder and reprimanded. "What has gotten into you this early? How can you speak to Liuzi like that?" After delivering her admonishment, she explained, "He was up to no good last night and got himself hurt." Dahai felt unjustly accused at this explanation, thinking that if it weren't for Yang Chuliu, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Yang Chuliu quickly seized the moment to feign concern, saying, "Oh dear. How careless. Ludama, please don't fret. It can't be easy on anyone's heart to see this. You should take him to the hospital. Do you need any help?" Ludimiran, torn between anger and concern at Yang Chuliu's apparent compassion, scolded Dahai again, lamenting that well-behaved children are always someone else's. Dahai, unable to voice his frustrations, remained silent until his uncle could no longer bear the scene and intervened, noticing the large fish Yang Chuliu was carrying. "Liuzi, where did you get such a haul?" he inquired. Yang Chuliu raised the blue-spotted mackerel slightly and replied with a smile. "Oh, I caught these this morning from the rocky area. I'm just about to sell them." "Ah, then you should hurry along. You're really making something of yourself," his uncle encouraged. "Yes, indeed. Uncle, aunt, you both take care. And Dahai, do remember to look after your health," Yang Chuliu added, giving particular emphasis to the phrase "look after." Dahai, already feeling the heat of indignation, turned a shade of deep crimson upon seeing the fish in Yang Chuliu's hand and attempted to lift his foot, only to be met with pain that made him break into a cold sweat. "Ow! Someone help me. It hurts like hell," he exclaimed. "Serves you right." You spend all day not learning anything worthwhile. Yang Chuliu chuckled as he made his way to the dock, fish in tow. Upon arriving at the dock, the fishmonger was already there, as usual, surrounded by a few individuals who were picking through the day's catch. Yang Chuliu approached and observed that most of the buckets contained various eels and a fair number of swimming crabs. The proprietor, busy with his tasks, called out upon noticing the fish in Yang Chuliu's hands. "Little Yang, looks like luck is on your side today. Bring the fish over so I can take a look." As he spoke, the attention of the others turned toward Yang Chuliu. He set down the bucket and handed over the blue-spotted mackerel. The fishmonger inspected it, squeezing its body and examining its eyes. The fish was already deceased, as such species do not survive long once out of water. Quite fresh indeed, he remarked, placing the fish down and brushing off his hands. Yang Chuliu replied, "Of course, it was just caught. What price are you offering?" "Well, little Yang, I can give you 16 per pound, since we know each other well." 16? Yang Chuliu muttered, recalling that ordinary mackerels typically sold for 8 or 9 at the market. And considering the size of this one, it seemed undervalued. Having been preoccupied with selling the fish, he had not checked current prices. Seeing his hesitation, the fishmonger, assuming he was dissatisfied with the offer, quickly amended, "Little Yang, a client of mine at a restaurant asked for some of these. I want to make a profit off you. So how about 18 per pound? No one in the market can beat that." "All right, let us weigh them," Yang Chuliu agreed. "Great." After they settled on the price, the fishmonger placed the fish on the scale, which registered a weight of 118 pounds. He then weighed the smaller fish in the bucket, bringing the total to 104 pounds. After verifying the weights, the fishmonger calculated the total. The blue-spotted mackerel came to 2,124, while the rest totaled 2,485, making an overall sum of 4,609 yuan. The fishmonger rounded the amount to 461 yuan, giving Yang Chuliu an extra dime in the process. After receiving the money, Yang Chuliu exchanged pleasantries with acquaintances nearby and headed home with his bucket. On the way, he calculated that although he had seen some earnings over the past few days, he was still at a loss overall, with his crab traps yielding a significant deficit. Chapter 11. Renting a boat for deep-sea fishing. This situation could not persist. He needed to devise a plan to venture out to sea. Now that he possessed a compass, while it did not guarantee profits, it should help mitigate losses. Upon returning home, Yang Chuliu placed the money from the fish sale into his wardrobe and prepared to make a meal. Alone, he could make do with little, and upon entering the kitchen, he found only noodles and pickled vegetables. He cooked a pot of plain noodles and enjoyed 2 bowls with the pickles. Feeling full and satisfied, Yang Chuliu decided that since the sun was not particularly harsh today, he would venture to the opposite dock. There, boats were available for rent. With his current funds, he certainly could not afford to buy a boat, and relying solely on foraging the shore would yield minimal returns. Arriving at the ferry terminal, he fortuitously caught sight of old Yang preparing to set sail. Yang Chuliu paid his fare and boarded the boat, quickly arriving at the other side. Gazing at the array of vessels of varying sizes, he felt a surge of ambition, longing for the day when he would own a boat of his own. After disembarking, he noticed a signpost by the roadside, advertising numerous boats for rent and sale. After surveying his options, Yang Chuliu concluded that renting a boat directly from an individual would be more economical, as fishing companies typically offered larger, more powerful vessels at a higher price. He scanned the dock and found a rental advertisement, dialing the number listed. After 2 rings, a woman answered. "Hello," she greeted. "Hi, is your boat available for rent?" Yang Chuliu inquired. "Yes, it is." After hanging up, the boat owner instructed him to come and inspect the boat within half an hour. Yang Chuliu boarded to assess the condition of the iron boat, which seemed acceptable, though it showed signs of rust from prolonged disuse. This type of boat was only suitable for nearshore excursions and required a return on the same day. Aside from a diesel engine, it lacked any refrigeration facilities. Yang Chuliu checked for leaks and found it satisfactory. He had few demands. After a brief wait, a white sedan pulled up at the roadside, and a woman wearing sunglasses stepped out and approached the boat. "Hello, you must be the one renting the boat, little Yang?" she asked, removing her sunglasses as she reached the vessel. Yang Chuliu was just about to urge forward when he noticed someone speaking to him. After turning to scrutinize the newcomer, he nodded and acknowledged, "Yes, that is me. Are you the boat owner?" "Indeed. How do you find the vessel?" "It's satisfactory." "Good. Then we'll adhere to our agreement of 50 yuan per day, with a deposit of 1,000. A minimum rental of 10 days is acceptable, correct?" "No issues. I'll rent it for 10 days. Yang Chuliu was not one to procrastinate. After the woman wrote a receipt, he promptly transferred the payment. For such a boat, 50 yuan a day was quite reasonable. With a stroke of luck, catching a single fish could cover the cost. Once the boat was secured, the woman thoughtfully provided him with 2 kilograms of diesel. As the tank was empty, he could hardly push it along. With the boat arrangements settled, the next step was equipping himself. He had fishing rods at home, but needed to purchase 2 gill nets, along with some crab traps and eel pots. He was familiar with the mangrove area, where the crab and lobster resources were plentiful. These creatures fetched high prices, sometimes exceeding 100 yuan per kilogram, prompting many fishermen to try their luck. With ample time on his hands, Chuliu took a vehicle to the town to procure the necessary items, and then stopped by a gas station for a barrel of diesel. Diesel was considerably cheaper than gasoline, priced at a little over 5 yuan per liter, totaling more than 100 yuan for the barrel. By the time he had gathered all his supplies, it was already noon, and the streets were eerily deserted. Even the roads had only a few vehicles passing by. Chuliu stood by a flower bed, awaiting a ride. Although the day was overcast, the oppressive heat made it hard to breathe, with even the leaves overhead remaining still. Suddenly, a red 3-wheeled vehicle pulled up in front of him, and it just so happened to be the same driver as before. "Where to, brother? Hop in, and we'll be off." "Oh, it's you." The driver recognized him immediately, without waiting for him to speak. "To the dock, please. I need to move some things." Chuliu felt a sense of serendipity at their quick reunion. As he had previously traveled in this vehicle, the fare was already understood, adhering to their usual arrangement. The journey to the dock was a leisurely one, and Chuliu unloaded the items from the vehicle onto the boat, saving some money on the fare. There was a village regulation that prohibited all boats from being used commercially, except for Old Yang, but personal use was perfectly fine. After securing his belongings, he attempted to lift the engine lying in the cabin, only to discover that the fuel tank was empty. What to do now? Chuliu scratched his head, but soon noticed a mineral water bottle in the cabin. He picked up the bottle and cut it in half with a knife, inserting the open end into the fuel inlet, thus creating a makeshift funnel. In his childhood, he often played with this trick, having used it on nearly every tractor in the village, blissfully unaware that it merely diluted the fuel. With the tool ready, Chuliu poured the 2 kilograms of diesel provided by the boat owner into the tank. While it was insufficient for a long journey, it would suffice for his return to the island. The engine roared to life, and with one hand gripping the steering lever, Chuliu set forth towards the small island, his face beaming with joy. "Onward, forward," he sang, inhaling the scent of the diesel smoke, thoroughly enjoying the day. After about half an hour, he anchored the boat near the island and secured the chain, preparing to return home to fetch the 3-wheeled vehicle for loading the items. "Li Zi, where did you get a boat?" Uncle Biao inquired. "Oh, I just rented it." "Ah, you've become quite capable. Come visit me when you have time." "Sure thing." Uncle Biao, whose full name was Yang Dapio, was a well-known, good-natured fellow in the village, often carefree and jovial. Upon returning home, Chuliu quickly hopped onto his vehicle, heading back to the dock, mindful that losing a whole boat of supplies would be disastrous. This was all he had left. Although he had earned several hundred yuan today, expenses for supplies and boat rental had depleted his funds. After transporting the items back, it was already 2 in the afternoon. With plans to set sail the next morning, Chuliu did not allow himself to dawdle, preparing everything he would need. Unlike the other seasoned fishermen on the island, he had become somewhat out of practice on the sea over the years, though he could manage the occasional tidal foray. After organizing his gear, he had almost everything ready, making him feel well prepared. The following day arrived, and Chuliu woke at 4 in the morning, having barely slept through the night. After washing up and donning his headlamp, he pushed the 3-wheeled vehicle outside. Arriving at the dock, he noticed several boats had already set sail, their lights flickering like stars on the water. Chapter 12. Departure to the Mangroves. Chuliu eagerly loaded his supplies onto the boat and parked the vehicle securely by the stone steps, locking it. The only advantage of the island was its relative safety compared to the outside world, where batteries often went missing or tires were stolen. On Sheen Island, there were seldom outsiders, so theft was rare. Some families even left their doors unlocked at night, though those with wives were less inclined to do so. Once the vehicle was secured, Chuliu started the diesel engine and navigated in the dark towards the mangroves. The mangroves were about an hour's journey from Sheen Island. Not particularly far, but the boat's sluggishness hampered its speed. As more vessels appeared on the water, heading in various directions, Chuliu felt a mix of excitement and apprehension at being the sole captain of the boat to such distant waters. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, nearly an hour had gone by, with a cluster of trees emerging in the distance. Finally, he had arrived. Chuliu gazed at the mangroves, feeling an urgency akin to seeing stacks of 100 yuan bills beckoning him. Yet, despite his eagerness, he cautiously reduced the boat's speed, as the water levels near the mangroves varied greatly, making it easy to run aground. He carefully anchored the boat at the outer edge of the mangroves and noticed several fishing boats already busy in the vicinity, some even within the trees. Being a newcomer, Chuliu resolved to proceed with caution. Damaging someone else's boat would be a minor inconvenience, but a shipwreck could lead to dire consequences. Once the boat was stable, he retrieved the compass from his pocket this time securing it with a cord around his neck to prevent it from falling. Following his previous steps, he loosened the brake screw, laid it flat in his palm, and oriented it towards the front. As soon as he positioned the compass, the central needle began to rotate slightly, yet it failed to settle on a fixed direction. Not feeling rushed, Chuliu attentively observed the compass, watching the reflection in the mirror. After a while, the needle finally ceased its movements, but unlike before, there were no red dots appearing in the reflection. Furrowing his brow, Chuliu wondered if the fish had moved away or if they were beyond the detection range. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. Similar occurrences had happened along the shore. Since there seemed to be no fish in this area, he slowly maneuvered the boat around the perimeter of the mangroves, monitoring the compass's response. After circling for several minutes, the boat reached a relatively open area, and suddenly, the previously motionless reflection displayed 2 or 3 red dots. Chuliu promptly halted the boat to confirm his position. The direction indicated by the compass needle pointed to the right front, but numerous trees obstructed the view, making entry difficult. Should he venture in or not? Chuliu found himself deep in thought. Entering might pose risks, and grounding could lead to trouble. However, hesitating would leave him unsatisfied. Just as he pondered this, more red dots appeared in the reflection. Fortune does not favor the timid, and he decided to take the plunge, resolving to exercise caution. After careful contemplation, he cautiously navigated the boat into the mangroves. The sky was considerably brighter than before, and visibility was quite good. A few minutes later, the boat came to a precise halt at the location indicated by the compass, where numerous red dots were already visible on the reflective surface. More than double the quantity from earlier. Chuliu's heart raced with excitement as he shone his headlamp onto the water's surface, but found nothing unusual. The mangroves had little fish, primarily shrimp and crabs, along with a variety of shellfish. It was likely that the compass had led him to another den of shrimp or crabs, though certainty eluded him. Fishing rods and gill nets were not viable options here. The only tools available were crab traps and eel traps. Chuliu untied the rope securing the crab traps and placed some prepared bait inside, using chicken carcasses once more, which were inexpensive yet effective. He had brought a total of 20 crab traps and 10 eel traps, and after baiting them, he sequentially cast them into the water. Once the crab traps were set and confirmed to be in order, with all the foam buoys floating on the surface, he set the boat back into motion. Although the traps were ready, he would have to wait until evening to retrieve them, so he seized the opportunity to find a place to set the gill net. Chuliu took the compass once again and sought a suitable location. To keep an eye on the crab traps, he dared not venture too far, as numerous boats floated on the sea, and he would be at a loss if another were to seize his catch. A gill net did not require much fuss. After navigating out of the mangroves, he simply cast it along the boat's side. After nearly an hour and a half of toil, both the crab traps and gill net were set. Chuliu glanced at the time. It was already 7:30, with the sun high above. He could not afford to merely wait, so he decided to try the newly purchased treble hooks. He retrieved the sea rod, and once again the compass proved useful. After considerable effort, he found an appropriate fishing spot, baited it with sandworms, and cast it into the depths. With the fishing rod set up, Chuliu finally freed his hands to retrieve some food from a plastic bag, as he had been busy since morning and was quite hungry. Enjoying a bun stuffed with spicy strips while sipping mineral water and marveling at the breathtaking seascape was truly delightful. As time passed, the number of boats around the mangroves diminished significantly, yet the rod before Chuliu remained still, which was rather perplexing. The compass's reflective mirror clearly indicated red dots, yet there was no sign of fish biting the hook, which defied logic. After consuming 4 buns, he tore apart the remaining spicy strips and tossed them into the water. In an effort to save money prior to his outing, he had not prepared any ground bait, and the lack of bites could very well be attributed to this oversight. As soon as the spicy strips hit the water, several surface fish leapt up, drawn by the scent, scrambling for the bait. Chuliu found these fish rather bothersome. Yet he could do little but let them be. Before long, the rod before him exhibited a disturbance. Had it not been for the safety line, it would have nearly been yanked from his grasp. Once the first fish was hooked, Chuliu positioned himself in the center of the boat, cautious not to make any sudden movements. This vessel was not akin to the larger deep-sea fishing boats, where even the slightest motion could cause significant swaying. For safety's sake, Chuliu opted to drag rather than jerk the rod. After a brief struggle, the fish surfaced, revealing a 2-tailed yellow croaker. Luck was on his side. Although the yellow croaker was modest in size, it commanded a respectable price, ensuring that today's fuel costs would be covered. Easing Chuliu's anxious heart, he carefully unhooked the yellow croaker and placed it into a bucket, using an oxygen pump to provide aeration, for if it died, it would lose its value. Lacking an ice compartment on the boat, the sweltering heat of 40 degrees would surely spoil any catch by evening. After tending to the yellow croaker, Chuliu swiftly cast his bait again. The space on the boat was quite limited, otherwise he would have set up several more rods to increase his chances of success. Just a few minutes passed when the rod tip suddenly bent sharply, and the safety line tightened. Another catch. Chuliu was elated. With the previous experience fresh in his mind, he handled this situation with greater finesse. Gripping the reel handle firmly, the fishing line tensed as the struggle intensified, causing the boat to rock. This fish was evidently larger, exhibiting far greater resistance than the last. Chuliu remained vigilant, adopting a stable stance, pulling upwards with both arms, then swiftly rotating the reel. After 2 rotations of the reel, he deftly eased the tension to prevent damage to the rod and line, making the battle somewhat more manageable. The back-and-forth struggle persisted for a while, and he gradually retrieved the line. Nearly half of the 50 meters now coiled back. His breath became uneven. Taking a deep breath, Chuliu resumed his efforts, striving to haul in the remaining 10 meters of line in one go. It was a test of speed. One hand lifted the rod while the other turned the reel, his waist twisting rhythmically. Almost there, he chanted silently as he pulled. Suddenly, a splash erupted, and the taut fishing line slackened unexpectedly, causing Chuliu to stumble backward, the boat rocking perilously. Regaining his balance, he hastily grabbed the landing net and plunged it into the water. The large fish thrashed about wildly at the surface, and without a moment's hesitation, Chuliu scooped it up with the net. Once aboard, the fish flailed desperately, creating a cacophony of splashes. Upon inspecting the catch, Chuliu noted its spindle-shaped, laterally flattened body with a blunt, rounded head. Its dorsal and lateral coloring was a reddish hue, reminiscent at first glance of the yellow croaker. The fish displayed a vibrant array of colors, a dark upper body, slightly reddish sides, a white belly, and a black tail fin. This specimen appeared to weigh at least 8 gin, its striking form undeniably eye-catching. Chuliu pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If he was not mistaken, it must be the American redfish. He recalled encountering it in restaurants before, yet those were farm-raised, incomparable to wild specimens, both in quality and price. Squatting down for a closer examination, he confirmed it was indeed the American redfish, though his family referred to it as honguyu. The honguyu belonged to the Cyanidae family, though he was not well versed in specifics. However, it was not a protected species, and its market value was quite favorable. Farmed honguyu could fetch around 15 to 16 yuan per gin, while wild varieties could command double that price. In today's market, anything labeled as wild was essentially priceless. Chuliu was taken aback by the bountiful catch so soon after setting out to sea. This redfish was worth as much as a day's wage. He placed the honguyu into the bucket, but only its head fit, as it was far too large. This would not suffice. With the sun growing ever more intense, the weather forecast predicted a high of 40 degrees. If left exposed all day, the fish would surely dry out by the time he returned in the evening. After considerable deliberation, he decided to fill one compartment of the boat with water, placing the honguyu inside and connecting an oxygen pump, finally covering it with a wooden board. After addressing the fish, Chuliu felt the heat on his back intensifying, as though he were being scorched by flames. During the effort of reeling in the catch, he had felt some shortness of breath, not due to fatigue, but rather the oppressive heat. The story begins with the mention of the red drum fish, a species known for its schooling behavior. The appearance of the first fish suggests that there may be a second and a third. Chuliu glanced at the reflection on his compass. The red dots on it had not diminished in number nor changed significantly in position. With this in mind, he decided to continue fishing. With a swift motion, the fishing line shot forth, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing gracefully in the water. Observing that the bait had settled perfectly, a satisfied smile graced Chuliu's face. Within mere minutes, he felt a tug on the rod, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, as soon as he released the safety latch, the fishing line darted away like a kite set free, spinning the reel rapidly. This time, Chuliu refrained from rushing. He allowed the line to unspool for several meters before finally gripping the reel as the speed diminished. After a spirited contest, a red drum fish floated to the surface, belly up, feigning death. Although it was smaller than the previous catch, weighing just over a pound, it was still a welcome addition. Swiftly, he netted the fish and tossed it into the boat's hold. After a busy morning, his hold contained a dozen red drum fish of various sizes, splashing water about. As noon approached, the surrounding boats had nearly vanished, most fishermen having returned home. Only he remained, seemingly oblivious to the scorching sun. The temperature rose steadily, and the ultraviolet rays intensified. Noticing that the hold was nearly full, Chuliu navigated the boat into the mangroves to seek shade. He had come well prepared, with ample water and provisions, intending to forego returning for lunch. Once under the trees, he removed his sun hat, realizing that prolonged wear would lead to heat rash. Unbeknownst to him, His clothes had become completely drenched in sweat, and water began to drip from the cuffs of his pants. After adjusting his attire, he settled down and took out a self-heating hot pot, which had proven to be immensely convenient, allowing him to enjoy a warm meal. As he waited for the hot pot to cook, he retrieved his phone, eager to indulge in a fishing-themed novel titled Huangjin Haidao, which he had recently become enamored with. Before long, steam began to rise from the hot pot, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that made young Chuliu's mouth water. Chapter 14. Conflict. As he lifted the lid, the bubbling broth revealed a layer of red oil, a feast for the senses. He wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and savoring the meal, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. While the hot pot was indeed flavorful, the portion was rather small. Without accompanying buns, he would have left unsatisfied. After filling his belly, young Chuliu habitually cleaned up the remnants of his meal, aware that he would be unable to fish for the next 2 hours due to the sweltering heat. The metal boat had grown scorching under the sun, and despite being fully equipped, prolonged exposure could easily lead to dehydration. Taking refuge in the shade, young Chuliu recognized that, while he could not fish, he could retrieve the gill net he had previously set. Time was on his side. With determination, he guided the boat to the edge of the mangroves and began pulling up one end of the net. As he hoisted the net, splashes erupted beside the boat, indicating that fortune favored him. Fish were indeed caught. He pulled up sharply, revealing 3 black sea bream entangled in the net. The one had perished likely due to prolonged exposure. Utilizing a 100-meter net, he managed to retrieve a third of it at once. Besides the initial 3 fish, he encountered only some seaweed and ocean debris. His earlier excitement had been premature. It seemed he would leave empty-handed. After approximately half an hour, he had pulled in the entire net, yielding a total of 10 fish, 3 of which were dead. Yang Chuliu detached the fish from the net and placed them into the boat's hold, overwhelmed by the tangled mess of the net. Nevertheless, he knew he must not shirk his responsibilities. After nearly an hour of labor, he finally sorted the net. Now, it was a little past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By timing, there was still an opportunity for another haul before returning to the island. This time, Yang Chuliu opted for a different location to set the net. In just a few minutes, he had positioned the net, and the temperature felt slightly more bearable, with the sound of diesel engines echoing across the surface of the water. He prepared the 3 deceased black bream as bait, extracting their innards while reserving the remaining flesh for a delightful evening meal. Once the bait was ready, he took out the compass to begin positioning for his next fishing endeavor. The metal boat navigated slowly around the grove, while the compass continuously searched for direction. In no time, the compass needle began to stir again, though this time it pointed toward a somewhat troublesome area. According to the compass's indication, there were indeed other fishermen at work nearby. Although they maintained a safe distance, proper etiquette dictated caution. As Yang Chuliu prepared to redirect the boat, intending to explore other areas, he noticed the fisherman on the opposing vessel. Mistaking his intentions, a middle-aged man began to shout angrily, cursing at him without a second thought. "Hey, the boat over there, you better scram if you know what's good for you." Yang Chuliu had already planned to leave, but no one enjoys being unjustly berated. Despite the safety distance between the 2 boats, he felt compelled to respond. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, he reconsidered. Engaging in conflict would serve no one well, especially when the purpose of his outing was to earn a living. Clear in his thoughts, Yang Chuliu chose to ignore them, turning the boat to depart. "Chicken!" shouted a young man from the other boat, throwing in a final insult and provocatively raising his middle finger. Although Yang Chuliu could not clearly hear the words exchanged from a distance, the gesture was unmistakable. Inwardly, he felt a surge of indignation. While he typically avoided trouble, he was not one to shy away from it either. The continuous provocations from the opposing fishermen demonstrated their lack of respect. Such dynamics were common at sea, where the more accommodating one was, the more others perceived them as easy prey, particularly among tuna fishermen, where disputes were a regular occurrence. With this in mind, Yang Chuliu decided to disregard the notion of distance and halted the boat, retrieving his fishing rod from the hold. They may not know where the fish were located, but he certainly did. The opposing fishing vessel relied on nets, which were less versatile compared to his rod. As he set up his fishing rod, he could hear the insults being hurled from the other boat. A father and son duo sat at the edge of their vessel, each with a cigarette in hand, embodying a brash demeanor. The young man took a drag, flicked off the ash, and scoffed. "Old man, look at that guy over there. Is he a few screws loose? Fishing on that rusty tin can, thinking he's on a luxury yacht out here." The middle-aged man, sporting a bushy beard, chuckled and replied, "Today's youth are all talk and no skill. As long as it doesn't affect us, let them be. That fishing rod won't catch a thing. That's not entirely fair." "Old man," retorted the young man, "I've been up before dawn, working harder than a dog just to make ends meet." The father's reprimand left the young man silent, his head drooping. He had previously sought to impress his girlfriend by pretending to be affluent. which led him to acquire several credit cards. Initially, he found the thrill of spending quite exhilarating, but when it came time for repayment, he found himself in a dire situation, ultimately resorting to borrowing from shady lenders. Meanwhile, the father and son, having just cast their fishing nets and with little to do, watched with keen interest as Yang Chuliu fished, hoping to witness his misfortune. After setting up his fishing rod, Yang Chuliu noticed the occupants of the opposing boat were still, and refrained from idle chatter. The two boats remained in a stalemate for quite some time until the young man on the opposite boat, losing patience under the sun, muttered, "Old man, do you really think that kid sitting there all day can catch any fish?" The middle-aged man shook his head in disdain, retorting, "Nonsense. If he catches something, I'll take his surname. By the way, do you even know what his surname is?" Just then, with a dull thud, the young man was struck on the head. "You talk too much. If I change my surname, would you think I'd be adopted? Look, it seems he has got a bite." While the two were exchanging barbs, Yang Chuliu's fishing rod suddenly bent into a crescent shape. Standing in the cabin, he gripped the rod tightly, finally feeling a tug after such a long wait. He made a mental note not to skimp on bait next time he went out to sea. The rod bent increasingly, and he realized he had to act swiftly. The struggle indicated that the fish was sizable. Chapter 15, A Battle of Wits and Strength. The standoff between man and fish lasted several minutes, with the line gradually being reeled in, just a few meters remaining. Since this was his first catch of the day, and he felt energetic after a long wait, he gritted his teeth and exerted himself to pull in the line entirely. With a splash, a glistening white fish broke the water's surface. Quick as lightning, Yang Chuliu flung the fish into the boat's cabin. Upon entering, it turned out to be a sizable red drum, weighing at least 5 pounds. The fish thrashed violently in the cabin, likely agitated by the heat of the metal boat under the sun. Yang Chuliu carefully unhooked the fish and placed it into the aerated compartment. By now, the first compartment already housed a dozen red drums, causing the bow of the boat to dip significantly, which was untenable. For safety, he decided to fill the second compartment with water to maintain balance. Once the water was added, there was hardly any space left to stand, forcing him to remove his shoes. The boat had 3 compartments in total, one for fish and another for the diesel engine. After adjusting the boat, he cast out another line with bait. On the other side, the father and son sat in silence. Having witnessed Yang Chuliu's success, their earlier bravado dissipated, though their expressions soured. The middle-aged man silently retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, his eyes squinting as if lost in thought. The young man, noticing his father's action, smoothly reached over to grab a cigarette for himself and joked, "Old man, looks like you misjudged that kid. He really has struck lucky. One fish, please. When I was fishing for marlin, you were still in diapers." "Wait, you fished for marlin? I find that hard to believe. Didn't T-Mom say you once fell into the sea after a fish pulled you in? You little rascal. Do you want me to toss you into the water to feed the fish?" All right, no need to get worked up." The young man quickly recognized his father's change in demeanor and yielded. During their exchange, Yang Chuliu hooked another fish. The instability of the water in the cabin required him to reel in more slowly than before. Time passed, and the cabin began to fill with fish, swimming around his feet, providing an unexpected foot massage. At this moment, the fish seemed to be biting readily. As soon as he dropped the bait, it took less than 5 minutes for another catch. While Yang Chuliu reveled in his bounty, the father and son opposite were increasingly frustrated, having initially thought him a novice. 11, 12, the young man counted, disbelief in his eyes. They had encountered a formidable opponent. If this continues, he'll clear out all the fish around here. We can't let that kid get away with it. The middle-aged man, agitated, scratched his head, realizing that their expectation to laugh at Yang Chuliu had backfired terribly. They had to devise a plan, but since their boat had not reached a safe distance, any aggressive move could lead to further conflict. Observing the situation, the middle-aged man, who appeared rough yet perceptive, decided to employ a different tactic. After contemplating, he extinguished his cigarette and turned to his son. "Go fetch the lure rod from the cabin." The young man, immersed in his thoughts, snapped back, "Dad, shouldn't we focus on how to drive the other boat away? Why do you want that? Just get it. You really don't think ahead." "Fine, whatever you say," the young man muttered as he turned to retrieve the rod, which was covered in dust, indicating it had not been used in a while. The middle-aged man took the rod and instructed, "Just move the boat forward a bit, but don't get it caught in our net." "Oh, I'd say let us just charge at him. I bet he'll flinch." "Charge? Are you out of your mind? We live in a society governed by law. If you think the food at home is bad, do you really want to try the communal pot? All right, go ahead, do as you please." The young man, taken aback by the reprimand, complied. Once the boat was set in motion, it advanced several meters before stopping. This distance ensured that their hooks wouldn't snag the net. The middle-aged man, seeing the boat was stationary, attached a fake minnow lure and aimed carefully before casting it out. With a whoosh, The line arced gracefully through the air before landing precisely in front of Yang Chuliu's fishing spot. His cast was at least 60 to 70 meters long, showcasing a remarkable degree of skill. Yang Chuliu, engrossed in reeling in his fish, initially paid no mind until he noticed the minnow dancing on the water's surface, which alerted him to the situation. He glanced up to see the middle-aged man pointing at the water, seemingly attempting to provoke him. With the two lures placed so closely, it was evidently a deliberate challenge. Should the fish struggle too much, the lines could easily tangle, leading to an inevitable disaster. Yang Chuliu's expression shifted as he regarded the fake bait. Although the other party had refrained from shouting and cursing as before, such underhanded tactics were anything but benign. Anger aside, he focused on reeling in his catch, glancing at the compass mirror, where a few scattered red dots remained. After the earlier commotion, most of the fish had already been caught, but since his opponent wished to meddle, he felt compelled to respond. Yang Chuliu unhooked the fish, pretended to attach bait, and cast his line again. The middle-aged man, noticing Yang Chuliu's lack of reaction, felt his anger rise and exclaimed, "You little brat. If I don't show you what, you want to know how many eyes the king of horses has. Son, scatter the leftover fish and shrimp from our boat, then set up the rod." "Got it." The young man nodded eagerly, already keen to act. The father and son worked in concert. One scattered bait, while the other cast the rod to seize a favorable position. The middle-aged man, cunning and sly, used the lure's maneuverability to intentionally disrupt Yang Chuliu. Though both parties harbored resentment towards one another, they refrained from damaging each other's equipment. After all, if the lines tangled, cutting them would be a hassle, and fishing lines were not inexpensive. Yang Chuliu's objective was to make them believe that there were still fish in the fishing spot, compelling them to invest their resources. With his purpose accomplished, there was little sense in lingering any longer, especially as the day was drawing to a close. It was time to retrieve the crab traps and gill nets. Chapter 16. Returning to the island. After coming to this realization, Yang Chuliu decisively stowed away his fishing rod and turned the boat in a new direction. Upon witnessing his departure, the father and son across the way erupted in laughter. The young man pointed at him and exclaimed, "Look at him, just a coward. He should have come over sooner. He missed out on at least a dozen fish." The middle-aged man, though a bit regretful, soon concluded that the entire fishing spot was now theirs, and catching fish was merely a matter of time. Once they confirmed Yang Chuliu's exit, they wasted no time in setting up their rods to fish, eager to recover the cost of the bait they had just thrown into the water. After Yang Chuliu left, he navigated directly to the crab traps. Donning non-slip gloves, he pulled up the first foam buoy along the edge of the boat. With a splash, the crab trap, secured by a nylon rope, surfaced, droplets obscuring the mesh and hiding its contents. Shaking the trap vigorously, he heard a faint rustling from within. Once the water had drained away, he found a blue crab, its formidable claws poised in a defensive stance. Inside the trap, alongside the solitary crab, was a small fish, unfortunately already severed into two pieces, destined for a meal. Observing the crab, Yang Chuliu felt somewhat overwhelmed. His boat was already filled to capacity, and there was no room for more. Crabs are notoriously aggressive, and placing them together with fish would undoubtedly lead to chaos. He decided to first retrieve the crab traps, and if necessary, he could place them all in a single trap. With a firm grip on the nylon rope, he soon hoisted up 4 or 5 traps. Though the yield was disappointing, of the 5 traps, only 2 crabs were caught, and neither was particularly large. Instead, there were 2 sea snakes. Earlier, his compass had indicated a bountiful catch in this area, so the meager haul was unexpected. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to continue retrieving the remaining traps. When he lifted the 8th trap, however, the rope suddenly became unyielding, as if caught on something below. What could it be? Yang Chuliu peered down, but the murky water obscured his view. He tested the line with his hand, but the trap remained stubbornly still. This situation was likely due to entanglement with roots or seaweed. He would have to carefully try pulling from different angles without haste. Gripping the rope, he rotated it in a full circle, and after several attempts, he heard a satisfying crack as the trap shifted. Seeing this, Yang Chuliu quickly pulled the trap up, and as it emerged from the water, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted, revealing a considerable weight. After shaking off the excess water, he was taken aback when he looked down. The trap was filled with a mass of dark shapes, continuously bubbling as they struggled to escape. Believing he was imagining things, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, the trap was densely populated with crabs of various sizes, along with lobsters. He could hardly believe his luck. There were at least a dozen crabs, surpassing the total from all previous traps combined. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yang Chuliu opened the trap's entrance and quickly counted. There were precisely 11 crabs and 2 lobsters. In over 20 years, this was the first time he had caught such a quantity at once. It was utterly remarkable. Confirming the count, he decided to place the earlier catches together for convenience. After securing the crabs, he continued to haul up the remaining traps, including those for eels. The subsequent traps were not as bountiful as the first, but they yielded a few crabs each. The eel traps, however, were quite disappointing, likely due to improper placement or simply being fewer in number, from 5 traps. He managed to catch only 8 eels, none of significant size. After retrieving all 20 traps, he found himself with over 30 crabs and lobsters combined, marking a substantial profit for this outing. Once the crab and eel traps were neatly stacked, only the gill net remained, and he could then return to the island. The boat was now overflowing, leaving little room to stand, and the deck was slick with water. Young Chuliu made his way to the bow and started the diesel engine, steering towards the location of the gill net. After a flurry of activity, his clothes were drenched, and he realized that over an hour had slipped by unnoticed. The sun was beginning to set. Thankfully, the days were still long, but had it been winter, darkness would have already enveloped the sky. Navigating cautiously through the mangroves, he arrived at the gill net and began pulling it up. With a splash, as he raised the net a few meters, a fish began to thrash and struggle. This time, the net had not captured any large fish, primarily consisting of needlefish, with a few decent pufferfish among them. After considerable effort, he finally managed to pull the entire gill net aboard, his back protesting from the strain. Young Chuliu, one hand on his waist, gasped for breath. Feeling as though his throat might ignite, he bent down to retrieve a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it, finally feeling a bit better. After a hearty belch, he surveyed the chaotic gill net and resolved to remove the larger fish first, planning to sort the net upon returning. The boat was already cramped, and the gill net was prone to tangling with everything else. After detaching the larger fish, he decided to leave the needlefish in the net, as they were not particularly valuable. Having completed these tasks and ensuring nothing was left behind, he set sail back to the island. After a day spent drifting at sea, he was finally ready to return home. Before departing, the boat passed the previous fishing spot, where the father and son still lingered, seemingly without success after their long wait. As young Chuliu left, their gazes followed him. The young man, seeing the piled catch on the boat, expressed his frustration. "Old man, do you think we were played for fools by that guy? We haven't seen a single fish all afternoon." The middle-aged man, though reluctant to admit it, knew this to be true. With the two watching him, young Chuliu gradually made his way toward the small island. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the small boat safely docked beside the wooden pier, surrounded by 4 or 5 other boats belonging to villagers. After securing his boat, young Chuliu let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Just as he finished this thought, he heard someone greeting him from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Dmir and her family approaching. "Oh, Nyang, Bo," she called out. Lu Dmir stepped closer, observing him in his dirty state, and remarked, "Li Zi, what on earth have you been doing? You look like you've just escaped from a den of bandits." At this, Dhi chuckled and chimed in. What else could he be doing? He was probably just digging crab holes again by the shore. Chapter 17, A Bountiful Return. Young Chuliu did not contest this and replied with a smile. "Well, I did indeed go crab catching. I knew it. That's all he is good for." Dhi, pleased to have guessed correctly, wore a look of disdain, his nose wrinkled as if he had undergone a botched cosmetic procedure. "Dhi, what are you saying?" Bo interjected, unable to tolerate the remark, glaring at him. Lu Dmir, casually glancing at the heap of goods piled on the boat, noticed that the water had not yet dried, and her keen eyes caught sight of the dark mass in the crab trap, as well as the fish in the cabin. "Oh my, whose boat is this? Goodness, what a haul!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands in astonishment. Dhi and his father were startled by her exclamation and turned to look into the cabin, equally surprised. It was well known that iron boats could only venture close to shore, and catching such a large quantity of fish in a single day was no mere stroke of luck. Ba furrowed his brow as he gazed at the unfamiliar boat and remarked, "This vessel seems unfamiliar. It does not belong to our village, does it?" Nyang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, there are only a few boats in our village, and I could recognize them even with my eyes closed. Could it be that the people from Lujia have docked their boat here again? Should we inform the village chief?" Young Chuliu, overhearing their conversation, sensed impending trouble. With only 2 villages on the island, minor conflicts often arose, leading to strained relations. If this matter were to reach the village chief, it might cause quite a stir. Yang Chuliu quickly interjected, Nyang, Ba, this boat is mine. I just returned from the sea." "You rented it?" They both exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, I just rented it yesterday." He then hopped onto the boat and began to sort through the catch. Seeing him hard at work, the couple realized he was indeed telling the truth. They exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Yang Chuliu. Dhi, upon hearing it was Yang Chuliu's boat, couldn't help but twitch his lips, his eyes coveting the fish catch. However, He remained skeptical that a novice could catch so many fish in a single day. After regaining his composure, he teased, "Yang Chuliu, when did you start fishing?" Yang Chuliu chuckled while picking up the fish and offered no further explanation. At that moment, Luda Mei Ren's gaze fell upon the Cwing, which was filled with needlefish, enough to feed them for 2 meals. She shot Dahai a glare and praised, "Lu Zi is truly capable. He has been sensible since childhood. If only our Dahai were half as easygoing." Yang Chuliu, unable to respond, simply smiled. "By the way, Lu Zi, the sky is getting dark, and you still have quite a bit to tidy up. Let me help you with the net. You're not exactly gentle." Luda Mei Ren rolled up her sleeves, disregarding Dahai's presence. Yang Chuliu, recognizing her intentions, stood up to intervene, saying, "Yang, there's no need for you to fuss. I have it under control. However, there are still many needlefish in the net. If you don't mind the trouble, I can bag the net for you, and you can take the fish home to eat. Tomorrow, I'll come to retrieve the net." Yang beamed at his consideration, thinking how thoughtful today's youth were, but she replied, "Oh, that would be too much trouble. I'll take the fish home and clean them for you. There's no need. Just stand there and don't get dirty. I'll pack it up for you," Yang Chuliu insisted, finding a snakeskin bag to stuff the inside. "Here you go." Luda Mei Ren accepted the bag, saying, "Lu Zi, I feel so embarrassed. I'll wash and return the net to you tomorrow." "All right, thank you." Yang, such sweet words. "I'll find you a nice girl when I come across one." No, that is not necessary." Yang Chuliu quickly shook his head, horrified at the thought. Dahai, seeing his mother so pleased, could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Are we leaving or not? Who cares about 2 old fish?" Upon hearing Dahai, Luda Mei Ren's expression darkened in an instant. She had been smiling just moments before. She grabbed his ear and scolded, "Have you grown some audacity? You must learn respect." "Ouch, let go. I apologize." Dahai pleaded, wincing in pain. Luda Mei Ren, with a huff, turned and left, clutching the bag. Ba, witnessing the scene, prepared to follow them, but Dahai quickly grabbed the elder's arm, grimacing, "Dad, support me a bit." "My foot. You still remember your foot? I think this is quite good. It keeps you from causing trouble." As Luda Mei Ren's family departed, Yang Chuliu stood watching their retreating figures, feeling somewhat lost. He sighed softly and returned to his work. After toiling alone until dusk, he finally processed the fish, shrimp, and crabs, loading the crab traps onto the tricycle. With everything organized, Yang Chuliu placed the diesel engine into the boat's cabin and covered it with a wooden plank. After ensuring everything was secure, he pushed the tricycle home. By the time he returned, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Yang Chuliu poured the fish into a large plastic bucket and replenished the oxygen using an oxygen pump. The crabs and lobsters were already bound and could be placed directly into a basin. After arranging the fish and crabs, he set the traps on the tricycle, planning to air them out tomorrow to remove any fishy odor. Otherwise, their effectiveness would diminish for the next use. Feeling weary from a day's labor, he decided to take a refreshing shower. Yang Chuliu changed into a pair of shorts and donned flip-flops, washing himself in the yard without entering the house. In summer, children in the village typically bathed outside since there was no one around. Conditions on the island were limited. Unlike cities where every household had a bathroom with a water heater, here there was no running water at all. After his shower, Yang Chuliu felt invigorated and far less fatigued. He soaked his soiled clothes in a basin and prepared to cook, having subsisted on cold steamed buns throughout the day. Tonight, he would enjoy a grand meal, having saved 3 black sea bream. Entering the kitchen, he turned on the light and cleaned the fish. If they had not perished, he wouldn't have dared to eat them. 1 fish was more than enough for a single meal, so he selected the largest and salted the remaining 2 for preservation, knowing they would last for a couple of days. Tomorrow, he would sell the fish and purchase a refrigerator. The island's high temperatures persisted for at least 4 to 5 months, and without a means to store food, it would spoil quickly. After salting the 2 fish, Yang Chuliu contemplated how to prepare the one for dinner, braised or steamed. Chapter 18, Braised Black Sea Bream. He had previously made sashimi and salt-grilled black sea bream at the restaurant, but those methods, while seemingly sophisticated, were not particularly delicious. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided on braising, as it was both simple and satisfying, especially with fish soup soaking into rice, at least 2.5 bowls. Yang Chuliu skillfully scored the back of the black sea bream to enhance its flavor and ensure it cooked evenly. Once prepared, he dusted the fish with flour from a bowl, a common home-style technique not frequently seen in restaurants. Although the final presentation might not be exquisite, the taste was guaranteed to be delightful. After coating the fish in flour, he heated oil in a pan and fried the fish until both sides turned golden brown. Once fried, he added ginger, garlic, and scallions to saute until fragrant, followed by 2 ladles of water, seasoning it directly for stewing. Squatting beside the pot, Yang Chuliu continuously fed firewood into the flames, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His earlier shower seemed in vain. After about half an hour, the water in the pot had evaporated and the sauce thickened, filling the room with an enticing aroma. "Oh, my aching back," he groaned as he stood, tapping his numb legs. Finally, it was time to eat. As the saying goes, one must toil to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Lifting the pot lid, a wave of savory fragrance enveloped him. Yang Chuliu gazed at the beautifully colored fish, its sauce thick and inviting, and could not help but swallow hard. Before serving, he sprinkled some cilantro on top, achieving perfection. However, cilantro's strong flavor often divided opinions. Those who enjoyed it found no fault, while those who loathed it could hardly bear even a single leaf. With the dish complete, Yang Chuliu eagerly filled a bowl with steamed rice and sampled a piece of fish. Not bad. One of the greatest advantages of sea fish was the minimal presence of bones. Unlike freshwater fish, which often contain numerous small bones, particularly in species like crucian carp. He recalled a previous instance at the restaurant where he had dined on braised crucian carp. It was inexpensive, and each person received one, making it a convenient option. On that fateful day, a curious occurrence unfolded in the shop, where 5 individuals found themselves ensnared by the bones of the crucian carp, with one suffering severe injuries necessitating a visit to the hospital. Following this incident, the proprietor promptly blacklisted the crucian carp, initially intending to cut costs, only to end up spending several hundred more in the end. Yang Chuliu relished every morsel of fish and broth, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. Once satiated, he habitually tidied up, a practice ingrained from years spent in the kitchen, ensuring even the soy sauce and vinegar were returned to their designated spots. Despite the modest 20 square meter space of the kitchen, it was impeccably organized. After achieving cleanliness, he looked forward to a restful night, having felt utterly exhausted throughout the day. After washing up and lying on the cool mat, he gazed out at the moonlight streaming into the room, the stars twinkling brilliantly in the night sky. Upon his return, it was the first time Yang Chuliu had the leisure to admire the stars, the last occasion escaping his memory. As night deepened, he succumbed to slumber, and the island once again embraced tranquility. The following day, the village echoed with the calls of Yang Chuanda, the village head. "Attention, everyone. I am Yang Chuanda, and I have an announcement. A university student teacher will be arriving at Qingdao Primary School today. There will be a welcome gathering at the church this evening, and I request representatives from each household to attend." Early in the morning, Yang Chuliu was lost in a delightful dream, abruptly awakened by the village head's broadcast. Concurrently, the villagers expressed their grievances about the ruckus disrupting their sleep. "Yang Chuanda, I believe it would be more fitting to call you Yang Kada," they murmured in jest. "Hurry, dear wife, this time we must succeed." Awoken by the cacophony, Yang Chuliu's mood soured as he contemplated how long the teacher might stay. Each year, teachers would come to provide education, yet aside from the village principal, none lingered for long. Most merely sought to experience life briefly or to embellish their resumes. Despite its challenging conditions, the islanders valued education, believing it the sole path to a better future, unwilling to let the next generation endure the hardships they faced. Fishing was a perilous endeavor, with countless lives lost at sea each year. Thus, whenever a teacher arrived, the village would extend a warm welcome, a custom that had gradually evolved into a cherished tradition among the residents of Qingdao. After freshening up, Yang Chuliu loaded the fish and crabs from the previous night onto his cart, preparing to head to the dock for sales. As he opened the door, he encountered Lu Demirin approaching with a fishing net in hand. "Liuzi, are you heading out?" she inquired cheerfully. "Yes, off to sell fish at the dock," he replied. "My goodness, that is quite a haul. This net is from yesterday. I've arranged it for you. Just hang it up to dry later." "Thank you," Yang Chuliu responded. "You should come in for a moment." "No, I must help prepare dishes for the teacher's arrival." "You go ahead," Lu Demirin replied, swiftly making her way to the village office, adeptly managing her tasks. Yang Chuliu hung the net on the wall and pushed his tricycle toward the dock, where villagers were abuzz discussing the new teacher. Upon reaching the dock, he found the number of fish sellers to be scarce, with only a few scattered about. Spotting him, the fishmonger greeted him from afar. "Xiaoyang, you have quite the catch today." Yang Chuliu shrugged. "I don't smoke. I went out to sea yesterday and had decent luck, just lending a hand." "All right then," the fishmonger replied, swiftly helping him unload the fish while eyeing the buckets. After inspecting the haul, he remarked, "Xiaoyang, I didn't realize you were such a skilled fisherman. Bringing back this much in one trip is no small feat. Just a lucky cat finding a dead mouse. Let us discuss the price. Be straightforward, or I'll take them to sell myself. Rest assured, I am an honest man. I would never let you suffer losses," the fishmonger promised, patting his chest earnestly. However, Yang Chuliu remained skeptical, knowing well the tricks of a businessman. After some banter, the fishmonger quoted prices, agreeing on a standard rate of 140 yuan per jean for the crabs and lobsters, while the fish were priced according to their type and size. Yang Chuliu listened attentively, The rates were reasonable wholesale prices. Once the pricing was settled, the fishmonger weighed the catch and handed him the ledger. They worked diligently, tallying the totals: 16 gene of crabs and lobsters, 117 gene of black sea bream, 345 gene of red drum, and 41 gene of eel. Chapter 19. The village head's request. The fishmonger deftly punched numbers into a calculator, confirming the total twice before announcing, Xiaoyang, the total comes to 555 yuan. Please check. Yang Chuliu glanced it over and nodded in agreement. That is fine. Then I shall give you 560 yuan, making it a round sum, the fishmonger said, retrieving a thick wad of 100 yuan bills from his waist bag. After counting the money, he handed it over to Yang Chuliu, adding, in the future, if you have a larger catch, please call me in advance, and let us exchange contact details. Certainly, Yang Chuliu replied, taking the cash and exchanging contact information. Upon introduction, he learned the fishmonger's name was Yu Labao, affectionately called Lao Yu by acquaintances, a name that brought a smile. By the way, please check the money for authenticity. Once it's in your pocket, I want to acknowledge it, he cautioned with a grin. Yang Chuliu chuckled, counting the bills to confirm their legitimacy. Satisfied, he noticed 2 more fish sellers arriving, so he quickly organized his belongings and headed home. On the return journey, he calculated his earnings. Deducting expenses for fuel and boat rental, along with the cost of traps and bait, ultimately netting over 2,000 yuan. Yang Chuliu was astonished by the bounty from a single trip out to sea, as his initial goal was simply to break even. With this newfound income, acquiring a small refrigerator for his home was entirely feasible. Upon arriving home, he placed the crab traps outside to dry and washed the clothes he had worn the previous day, which had developed an unpleasant odor from prolonged soaking. Liu Zai, are you home? A voice called from the doorway, sounding distinctly like the village head. Indeed, it was Yang Chuanda, arriving in a flurry, clad in his traditional Zhongshan suit despite the sweltering heat. Uncle Yang, what brings you here? Yang Chuliu asked, wiping his hands and standing to fetch a chair. Seeing him busy, the village head quickly interjected, Liu Zai, do not trouble yourself. I have a matter to discuss with you. Please, sit and share, Yang Chuliu offered, bringing over a chair. With few visitors, he lacked tea, so he simply presented a bottle of mineral water. Here, Uncle Yang, have some water. The village head accepted the water, taking a moment to catch his breath before saying, Liu Zai, today a student teacher is arriving, and I wonder if you could assist in picking them up at the ferry across the way. Old Yang is getting on in years and needs help with the ferrying. It would be easier for you young folks to communicate. Upon hearing the request, Yang Chuliu frowned slightly, concerned that he might not have time to check the refrigerator at the town. Noticing his hesitation, the village head assumed he was reluctant and added, Liu Zai, we will reimburse you for the fuel. There are not many young people in the village, and with the sea being treacherous, I truly cannot leave. Yang Chuliu quickly clarified, Uncle Yang, it's not about the money. I simply wish to check on the refrigerator and am unsure if I'll have enough time. Oh, you'll have ample time. Teacher Xiao Tang won't arrive in town until later this afternoon, so you'll certainly cross paths. Certainly, I shall take care of it. It's a simple matter. The village chief, pleased with his prompt agreement, patted him on the shoulder and remarked, good lad. I will share the WeChat contact of Teacher Tang with you. Please add her for convenient communication. All right, he replied. As the village chief spoke, he took out his phone, dialed a number, and relayed a brief message before passing WeChat information to Yang Chuliu. Liu Zai, you can add her directly. I have already informed Teacher Tang. Understood. Upon seeing the shared contact card, Yang Chuliu opened it to find an avatar of a little girl adorned with a red scarf, whose delicate features exuded an undeniable cuteness. He pondered to himself, could this be Teacher Tang's child? Without further ado, he sent a friend request to her. The village chief, satisfied that the matter was settled, rose and produced a 50 yuan note from his pocket, placing it into Yang Chuliu's hand. Liu Zai, I appreciate your effort. Ensure it is handled well. If anything arises, call me. I'm off now. Yang Chuliu, noticing the money in his hand, hurriedly pursued the village chief, attempting to return it. Uncle Yang, it's just a small matter. Please keep it. Take it. Earning money isn't easy, and you shouldn't have to spend your own on village affairs. Oh, if you insist on this, perhaps I should find someone else. It's all for the children. The village chief, hearing this, looked at him with approval and finally accepted the money, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before departing. Standing in place, Yang Chuliu, noticing the village chief had left, intended to hang up the washed clothes when his phone suddenly chimed. He pulled out his phone to discover that the friend request he had sent was accepted, and the other party had sent a smiling emoji. Her WeChat name was quite intriguing, Jingpin Wenxia, while his was Qinjua Qingjiu, seemingly a perfect match. Since the other party had initiated the conversation, Yang Chuliu casually replied, Qinjua Qingjiu. Hello, I am Yang Chuliu, as mentioned by the village chief. Jingpin Wenxia, hello? My name is Tang Shui. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qinjua Qingjiu. May I request a photo of you for easier recognition later? Jingbin Wenxia. Sure. Ding. Just as their conversation concluded, she sent over a selfie. Yang Chuliu waited for it to load and then opened it. In the photo, she wore a white dress and sported a high ponytail, her large, double-folded eyes and fair skin radiating a vibrant smile. She appeared to be around his age. Yet the girl in the avatar seemed to be at least 7 or 8 years old. Wasn't that a tad too early for marriage? Though Yang Chuliu felt a flicker of doubt, he reasoned that it was her personal matter and there was no need for idle speculation. Now that he knew what she looked like, he refrained from further inquiries, simply confirming their connection before hastily concluding the chat. After hanging the clothes, locking the door, and grabbing the diesel, he headed towards the dock. Today, the village was particularly lively. Usually at this hour, families were either working in the fields or out at sea. Yet now, women and children were bustling about. Some carried baskets to wash vegetables, while others prepared for the evening's entertainment with drums and gongs, all wearing radiant smiles. Yang Chuliu couldn't help but grin at the vibrant scene. Home was indeed wonderful. Though it lacked towering buildings and dazzling neon lights, the warmth of human connection was irreplaceable. Liu Zai, what are you grinning about? Have you taken a liking to some young lady? Lu Demiran approached, noticing him lost in thought, nudging him playfully. Haha, I think so too. Our Liu Zai is quite handsome. Liu Zai, how about I introduce you to my niece? A chorus of teasing ensued from the women surrounding Yang Chuliu, their laughter echoing joyfully. Although he wasn't particularly shy, he felt his cheeks flush under their playful onslaught. And air, you all should stop joking and get back to work. Lu Demiran, noticing his stammering, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, saying, look at you, now you're shy. Recognizing he was outmatched, Yang Chuliu seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, prompting another round of laughter from the women. Arriving at the seaside, he located his boat, filled it with the diesel he had brought, and set off from the island. After approximately half an hour, he docked and was just preparing to disembark when Old Yang arrived. He stepped off the boat, secured the anchor chain, and called out, Old master, toss me your rope. I'll tie it. Old Yang, spotting him, nodded and threw over the bowline, exclaiming, hey, catch. With a swift motion, Yang Chuliu caught the rope, pulling it taut before addressing those aboard. All right, everyone can disembark now. Watch your step. One by one, passengers stepped onto the shore as he secured the line. Old Yang, seated at the bow, lit a cigarette and inquired, Liu Zai, are you heading off the island this early for something special? Yes, the weather is getting warmer. I'm going to the town to check on refrigerators. You young people today truly know how to enjoy life. Go on, I'll keep an eye on the boat. All right, thank you. After exchanging pleasantries with the old man, Yang Chuliu made his way to the platform. Coincidentally, as he arrived, a bus pulled in. He boarded the bus, which swayed gently as it journeyed to the town. Upon alighting, he intended to search for an appliance store when a deafening burst of music erupted from across the street. Curiously, he glanced over to see a large red archway at the entrance of a store, where a young woman energetically swayed her hips while singing lively tunes. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a promotional event, with a sizable crowd gathered below. Intrigued, Yang Chuliu approached to join the festive atmosphere. Upon reaching the store entrance, he discovered it was an electronics shop hosting a sale, with a variety of appliances displayed outside, all looking quite appealing. Welcome to Ego Furniture and Appliances. Handsome, what can I assist you with? Today, all appliances are 20% off. Just as Yang Chuliu paused, a young woman in a short skirt approached enthusiastically to promote the sale, handing him a flyer. Unable to refuse her warm invitation, he accepted the flyer and replied, I'm looking for a refrigerator. Do you have any smaller models available? The saleswoman's smile widened at his inquiry, nodding vigorously like a good luck cat. Yes, yes. Please follow me this way. Under her guidance, he entered the store and arrived at a corner where a dozen various models of refrigerators and freezers were displayed. Overwhelming to the eye. Handsome, these are our latest models for the year. They are both economical and energy efficient. Do any catch your fancy? Yang Chuliu scanned the options, observing prices of $4,999 and $3,888. The estimates were significantly higher than he anticipated. Sensing his hesitation, a nearby salesperson stepped forward, saying, Handsome, if you prefer a smaller one. We have a display model available for just $999 after the discount. Where is it? Let me take a look. Hearing the price, Yang Chuliu felt a stir of interest. 1,000 yuan was his absolute limit, and his current funds were limited. He needed to be prudent. The salesperson led him to a less conspicuous corner at the back, where a single-door refrigerator sat, covered in dust. Handsome, this is our display model. It has just been sitting for a while, but the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Yang Chuliu approached to inspect it, having worked in the kitchen for many years. He had some knowledge about refrigerators and could tell it was indeed brand new. While he was quite taken with it, he knew he had to maintain an air of indifference to negotiate effectively. He feigned interest by examining it a bit longer, then lightly traced a finger across the top, feigning disgust as he remarked, "Miss, look at this dust. At this condition, it would only fetch 300 to 500 at a second-hand market." Miss, noticing the dust on his fingers, felt a bit embarrassed and chimed in, "Yes, there is indeed a bit too much dust, but it is brand new. If you want, I can clean it for you. The 3 guarantees are absolutely no problem." Yang Chulu hesitated for a moment, then replied, "If it's fine. I'm in a bit of a hurry. How about 900 yuan? If that works for you, I'll buy it." The salesman responded, "Handsome, this really isn't profitable. That's the lowest price." Yang Chulu said, "All right, I'll check elsewhere." Just as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Seeing he was truly about to walk away, the salesman hurried after him, saying, "Handsome, don't rush off. Let me ask the boss." Yang Chulu nodded in agreement, intentionally pretending to walk away, though he was quite fond of the item. After the salesman stepped out for a few minutes and returned with a beaming smile, he announced, "Handsome, the boss agreed. Let us go settle the payment." Yang Chulu replied, "That's fine, but you must help me deliver it to Qingdao Wharf." The salesman assured him, "No problem." With the price and conditions settled, Yang Chulu handed over the payment, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything had gone. Having resolved the refrigerator matter, he realized he still had several hours before the afternoon, so he couldn't just wait idly. Exiting the electronics store, he headed towards the vegetable market, thinking that now with a refrigerator at home, he could buy more vegetables to save trips to the convenience store. As noon approached, the market was less bustling than in the morning, with more vendors than buyers. Elderly folks clustered in pairs along the stalls, chatting idly, while the vegetables in front of them had begun to wilt. It was said that in just over a week, the busy farming season would commence, and there would be even fewer people on the streets. Yang Chulu circled the market, purchasing a few pounds of meat, some starchy vegetables, and 2 large watermelons, all items that would last a while. Having gathered his goods, he realized it was mealtime and decided to find a noodle shop to grab a bowl while waiting for Tang Shui. Just as he arrived at the noodle shop, his phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling at this hour? He wondered, pulling out his phone to see an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, he answered, "Hello? Is this Yang Chulu?" The voice on the other end was crisp and pleasant. Yang Chulu, confused by the female voice, thought he didn't recognize her. "Hello. Are you there?" The caller patiently inquired when he didn't respond. "Yes, I'm here. This is Yang Chulu. May I ask who you are?" "I'm Tang Shui. I just arrived in town, right across from the Ego Home Appliance Mall." "All right, please wait there. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Yang Chulu took his items into the noodle shop and informed the owner that he would be back after picking someone up, then hurried toward the appliance mall. Chapter 21. The first meeting with Tang Shui. About 10 minutes later, Yang Chulu arrived breathless at the entrance of the appliance mall. Stopping to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he noted how the weather made one sweat profusely with just a bit of movement. After catching his breath, he entered a nearby supermarket. The cool air from the air conditioning was refreshing, providing instant relief. After enjoying the cool air for a moment, Yang Chulu grabbed 2 bottles of ice water from a nearby refrigerator and asked, "Boss, how much for these 2 bottles?" "That'll be 4 yuan in total." "All right." After paying, he eagerly opened one of the bottles and took a couple of gulps as he crossed the street. Upon reaching the other side, he noticed a young woman standing by an empty flower bed in the shade of a tree. She had a backpack on her back and a suitcase beside her. From her silhouette, she wore her hair in a high ponytail, a sun hat, and a floral dress, her figure tall and graceful. Yang Chulu took a moment to wonder if this was Tang Shui. He pulled out his phone to dial the number again, just as the young woman's phone rang. When the call connected, Yang Chulu asked, "Hello, I've arrived. Where are you?" "I'm by the flower bed at the roadside. Can you see me waving?" As she spoke, Tang Shui raised her slender, fair arm to wave. Upon seeing her gesture, Yang Chulu confirmed that she was indeed the person he was meeting. "I see you. Turn around," he said with a smile before hanging up. Hearing this, Tang Shui curiously turned around. On the empty path, a slender young man with a buzz cut approached, wearing a sunny smile. She had never seen Yang Chulu before, so she did not recognize him. As he caught her eye, Yang Chulu thought to himself that she was even more beautiful in person than in her photos, with cascading hair, an elegant dress, and a refined demeanor. He hurried over to her, but upon reaching her side and wanting to speak, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. Being a teacher, Tang Shui was quick-witted and seemed to guess something, pointing at her phone and softly asking, "Hello, are you?" "Yes, I am Yang Chulu. You must be teacher Tang Shui?" Tang Shui nodded. "Yes, I am Tang Shui, the teacher for Qingdao's educational support program." With their identities confirmed, Yang Chulu felt less reserved, confidently saying, "Welcome to Qingdao, teacher Tang Shui." "Thank you, it's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Tang Shui." "All right, here, have some water." Yang Chulu took out the bottles and carefully unscrewed the cap before handing one to her. "Thank you. I was quite thirsty." Tang Shui replied gratefully, accepting the water without further ceremony. After chatting for a bit, they learned that Tang Shui had spent over 6 hours traveling and hadn't eaten yet, so they decided to eat together. Yang Chuliu offered to carry her suitcase, and they walked and talked as they made their way to the noodle shop. Unconsciously, they arrived at the entrance. Since it was their first meeting, Yang Chuliu didn't know Tang Shui's food preferences, so he asked, Tang Shui, what do you like to eat? With a smile, she replied, I'm fine with anything. How about noodles? Perfect, I have my things stored inside. As they entered, the owner, noticing their arrival, greeted them warmly. Please, have a seat. What would you like to eat? Yang Chuliu placed the suitcase down and turned to Tang Shui, asking, what do you feel like having? Tang Shui looked up at the menu on the wall, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Seeing her troubled expression, the owner kindly suggested, You're not from around here, are you? Our shop has a signature seafood noodle dish. Would you like to try it? Seafood noodles? That sounds good. All right then. And for you, young man? I'll have the same, plus 2 portions of brown sugar ice powder. No problem, just a moment. After placing their orders, the owner went back to the kitchen. Once seated, Yang Chuliu and Tang Shui found themselves in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say next. This was his first time alone with a girl he didn't know well, leaving him uncertain about how to initiate conversation. Tang Shui, however, was curious, looking around the shop more relaxed than he was. After a few minutes, the owner brought out 2 bowls of ice powder. Looking at the dessert before her, Tang Shui took out her phone to snap a picture and then asked, Yang Chuliu, is this a local specialty? Upon hearing the topic of food, he brightened up and explained, Yes, it's a unique snack here, tangy and sweet, delightfully chewy. You should try it. It sounds delicious. But I should share it with my students first. Tang Shui smiled as she spoke, sharing the photo and then picking up a spoon to taste it. Yang Chuliu, feeling hungry as well, joined her, eagerly eating the ice powder, his first time indulging in it since returning. In my school days, every summer, I eagerly anticipated the weekends when I could indulge in a bowl of ice jelly for just 5 yuan, particularly savoring the raisins and cashews that adorned it, which were simply delightful, albeit in scant quantity. Tang Shui, having taken a couple of bites, was equally effusive in her praise, nodding vigorously in approval. After their meal, Yang Chuliu eagerly insisted on paying the bill, which was quite modest. Although Tang Shui initially resisted, she ultimately insisted on reimbursing him. In the end, Yang Chuliu concocted an excuse, claiming that the village would reimburse him, which settled the matter. Having satisfied their appetites, the two rested in the shop for a while. Seizing the moment, Yang Chuliu called for a vehicle, as they had too many items to carry to the dock. Curiously, they found themselves once again in the same rickshaw as before, having exchanged contact information during their last encounter. It proved fortuitous. After a brief wait, the rickshaw arrived at the noodle shop. The driver honked, cheerfully urging them to board. Yang Chuliu loaded their belongings and stepped out with Tang Shui. The heat outside was overwhelming, and they felt a bit disoriented stepping out of the air-conditioned space. Brother, our number came in handy, didn't it? The driver remarked with a smile upon seeing them. Quickly, come help me out. Yang Chuliu instructed while hauling their items. Sure thing, came the reply. As they loaded the rickshaw, Tang Shui pulled Yang Chuliu aside and quietly asked, Are you certain this vehicle is safe? Perhaps we should take the bus instead. Observing her worried expression, Yang Chuliu reassured her, Don't worry, it's perfectly fine. Besides, the bus might take a while, and it's not far to our destination. All right then, she conceded, though a hint of concern lingered in her heart. Before departing, Yang Chuliu called the appliance store to arrange for the refrigerator to be delivered. The rickshaw swayed and bumped along until they reached the dock. Yang Chuliu stepped out and glanced at the docking area. Old Yang was absent, yet his boat remained in its usual spot. They unloaded their luggage onto the vessel just as the delivery truck for the refrigerator arrived. While he and the delivery man hoisted the refrigerator onto the boat, Tang Shui stood by, unable to assist, so she took out her phone to capture the scenic seascape. Once everything was stowed away, Yang Chuliu lifted the diesel engine cover and discovered that old Yang had drained the fuel, storing it in a small barrel tucked away in the cabin. That old man was quite meticulous. He filled the tank and deftly tugged the pull cord. The engine roared to life, spewing a cloud of black smoke into the air, startling Tang Shui, who nearly dropped her phone into the water. Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu, oblivious, waved to her like a fool, calling out, Tang Shui, hop on board. Coming. She replied, bouncing over like a child, her excitement palpable upon seeing the ocean. Part of her desire to engage in teaching here stemmed from her deep affection for the sea and the soothing sound of the waves. As she approached the boat, swaying gently with the currents, her legs trembled slightly. Yang Chuliu, noticing her trepidation, extended his hand, saying, Come aboard, I'll steady you. Tang Shui nodded, yet her feet remained rooted. Although she had previously sailed on large cruise ships, this iron vessel was a first for her. Just upon arrival, She had already experienced two firsts, her first ride in a rickshaw and her first on an iron boat. Seeing her fear, Yang Chulu jumped from the boat onto the plank beside her and suggested she close her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand on his arm. When he sensed she was ready, he counted 1, 2, 3, jump. Encouraged by him, she closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and leaped, instinctively letting out a shout. They landed safely on the boat, with Yang Chulu standing firm, while Tang Shui, reacting to the boat swaying, instinctively clung to him tightly, her hands gripping his shirt. Yang Chulu found her reaction amusing. After all, it was merely a boat ride. Unbeknownst to him, while it seemed trivial to a native of the coast, it was quite a challenge for someone like her, who had grown up far from the sea. They remained in that embrace for a moment before Yang Chulu gently asked, Tang Shui, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied slowly, opening her eyes to find her arms wrapped around him, quickly flushing with embarrassment as she pulled away. Yang Chulu had not noticed before, but now he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance emanating from her, quite pleasant indeed. Following their earlier encounter, both fell silent. Primarily due to Tang Shui's embarrassment as she sat at the edge of the boat, her gaze cast down, lost in thought. Observing that she was settled, Yang Chulu gradually steered the boat forward, and as the engine churned, white froth erupted from the stern. Initially tense, Tang Shui soon became captivated by the surrounding scenery. The sunlit sea sparkled brilliantly, lifting her spirits and washing away her worries. She took out her phone once more to snap selfies, when suddenly, she spotted a distant dark shape resembling a small mountain. Yang Chulu, is that mountain ahead QNDO? Yang Chulu, focused on navigating the boat, could not hear her clearly over the wind and waves, and shouted back, what did you say? Tang Shui gestured with her hands as she spoke. I said, is that QNDO up ahead? Oh, yes, that is indeed QNDO. We shall arrive shortly. I'm in no rush. The scenery here is too beautiful. I envy you living in such a picturesque place, waking up to the sea and working from sunrise to sunset. Yang Chulu chuckled. It's not as poetic as you imagine. Life can be quite tough. Small boats drift away. The rivers and seas bear my remaining years, Tang Shui mused, gazing at the breathtaking view, her poetic spirit taking flight. Yang Chulu, inspired by her enthusiasm, cleared his throat and recited, the setting sun and lone duck fly together. Autumn waters blend with the endless sky. Hearing him recite poetry, Tang Shui stifled a laugh. The earlier awkwardness seemed to fade away, and they grew more comfortable with each other. After half an hour of sailing, they safely reached QNDO. Yang Chulu secured the boat and anchored it before allowing Tang Shui to disembark. After their boat ride, she appeared noticeably more at ease, now able to board and disembark without assistance. Upon her descent, Yang Chulu began unloading her belongings one by one. However, the refrigerator would require an extra pair of hands. The dock was deserted at this hour. Old Yang's boat was present, yet there was no one aboard. Today was a significant day for QNDO, and it seemed no ferries would operate in the afternoon as everyone was busy preparing for the evening's welcoming banquet. Observing Yang Chulu standing alone on the boat, Tang Shui suggested, why don't I help you carry it? I'm quite strong. Yang Chulu chuckled at her words. Never mind, I'll find someone to assist. You can hardly stand, so your strength won't be of much use. Hee hee, I suppose you're right, she replied. As they conversed, a figure approached in the distance, holding a large pinwheel. Yang Chulu recognized him immediately as Air Mingzi. Bounding over, Air Mingzi grinned widely upon seeing Tang Shui, exclaiming, wife, my wife. Startled, Tang Shui instinctively took a few steps back, eyeing him warily. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Wife, come home with me. Yang Chulu, noticing Air Mingzi attempting to grab Tang Shui's hand, swiftly stepped in front of her, glaring at him. Air Mingzi, are you feeling mischievous again? Air Mingzi's smile abruptly faded upon seeing Yang Chulu, and he stammered, Lu Yozi Shu. On such a sweltering day, why are you not resting at home, but have come out? Did I not tell you to stay away from the water's edge? Lu Yozi Shu. The village head sent me here, saying that if anyone comes, I should inform him, and there would be ice cream. Well, you should hurry back. Oh. Air Mingzi nodded obediently and turned to leave. Suddenly, Yang Chulu remembered something and called out to him, Air Mingzi, come over and help me lift something. I'll reward you with a bottle of cola afterward. Yes, I love cola, it's sweet. Chapter 23, The Subtle Thoughts of the Sea. Tang Shui listened to their conversation, feeling a bit unsettled. It is no wonder anyone would be taken aback by being called wife by a stranger. Yang Chulu reassured Air Mingzi, noticing Tang Shui's distracted expression. Did I frighten you? Tang Shui replied, it's hard not to be frightened. Who is that person? Well, you see, Air Mingzi has never been particularly bright. A few years ago, his family found him a foolish bride, but she ran away after just a few days. Now, he calls everyone wife upon seeing them. Oh, but that's truly frightening. Don't be deceived by his tall and sturdy appearance. He means no harm. But his intellect is akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Liu Zishu, the items are moved up. I want my cola. While they were talking, Mingzi, unbeknownst to them, had somehow managed to carry the refrigerator ashore, his face flushed from the effort. Yang Chuliu was not particularly surprised to see the refrigerator moved. Although Mingzi was not intellectually gifted, he possessed immense physical strength. Well done, Mingzi. Help me load it onto the vehicle, and I'll take you to the shop to buy cola. Hooray! Mingzi wants cola. With Mingzi's assistance, the refrigerator was effortlessly loaded onto the vehicle. After securing the items, the three of them made their way towards the village. Tang Shui, still not having fully recovered from the earlier shock, hesitated to approach Mingzi. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the shop, where Yang Chuliu dutifully purchased a bottle of cola for Mingzi before sending him on his way. In the entire village, the only person who could make Mingzi obedient was Yang Chuliu. Although younger, he held a higher status, and he had always been there to support him when he was bullied. After seeing Mingzi off, Yang Chuliu took out his phone and called the village head to inform him that he had arrived. Upon learning that Tang Shui was in the village head insisted on taking her directly to the village office. After hanging up, Yang Chuliu conveyed the village head's intentions to Tang Shui. Being new and unfamiliar with her surroundings, Tang Shui was unsure where the village office was. Yang Chuliu decided to return home first to drop off their belongings before taking her to the office, as they had already arrived, and it wouldn't make much difference. Tang Shui had no objections, as this would also allow her to familiarize herself with the environment. They wheeled the vehicle to the front of the house. Yang Chuliu opened the door, locked the brakes, and together with Tang Shui, they lifted the refrigerator down. The weight was manageable, although its size was considerable. After placing it down and removing the outer packaging, they plugged it in to let it cool for 12 hours. Once the refrigerator was settled, Yang Chuliu said to the observing Tang Shui, "Let's go. I'll take you to the village office." "All right," Tang Shui replied, putting away her curiosity and following Yang Chuliu out. Not far from the door, they spotted Dahai sitting on a chair, with thick gauze wrapped around his foot. At the same time, Dahai noticed the two of them, his gaze fixated on Tang Shui. Dahai felt his heart race, wondering when such a beautiful woman had come to the village without him knowing. Soon, Yang Chuliu and Tang Shui approached him. Dahai quickly raised his hand to stop Yang Chuliu. "Liuzi, who is this beautiful lady? I have never seen her before." Yang Chuliu initially intended to ignore him, but since he had asked, and they would be seeing each other regularly, he introduced, "This is the new teacher, Tang Shui, and I suggest you behave yourself." "Hello, I'm Tang Shui," she said, stopping to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Dahai. You look younger than me, so just call me Haigu." Haigu. Upon hearing Tang Shui call him by that name, Dahai was elated, feeling as if he had achieved something, grinning widely. "Tang Shui, if you need anything while in Qingdao, just tell your Haigu. I will look out for you." "Thank you. No need for thanks. How about we add each other on WeChat for easier communication?" Tang Shui, upon hearing the suggestion, did not immediately agree but cleverly avoided outright rejection, saying, "I just arrived on the island, and my phone has no signal yet. Let us talk about it later." Dahai, accepting her explanation, nodded in agreement. Yes. The signal on this broken island is terrible." Yang Chuliu noted that it was getting late and urged, "Tang Shui, let us head over. The village head will be waiting soon." "Yes, let us go," Tang Shui softly replied, politely bidding farewell to Dahai. "Haigu, goodbye." Bye. As they proceeded towards the village office, Dahai's eyes nearly popped out. Once Tang Shui turned away, her earlier smile vanished. On their way, Yang Chuliu had briefly explained the village's circumstances and notable individuals, giving her a general understanding. In their conversation, Yang Chuliu learned that her WeChat profile picture was of her as a child, leading to an amusing misunderstanding. Dahai watched the two departing figures, feeling a pang of regret. If only he hadn't injured his foot, such a fortunate opportunity would not have fallen to that Yang Chuliu. He felt he had missed out significantly. No, he couldn't let Yang Chuliu get the upper hand. After coming to a decision, Dahai stood up from his chair, leaning on his crutch as he limped back towards the house. "Mom, could you bring me the Moes from the bathroom? And also help me find the new suit I bought last year for blind dating?" His second uncle, who was mending fishing nets in the yard, scolded him. "What is wrong with you?" shouting in broad daylight. "Your mom is busy and not home." Dahai anxiously replied, "Dad, please help me find it quickly. Time is running out. Your son's lifelong happiness is in your hands. I'm busy, no time to mess with you." "Fine, if you want help. I'll look for it myself." Dahai grumbled, sulking as he walked inside. Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu led Tang Shui to the village office, greeting several people along the way. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found the village head pacing with a cup of water in hand. "Yang Shu, I've brought the person you requested." Upon hearing Yang Chuliu's voice, the village head looked up and, upon seeing Tang Shui, approached warmly. "Teacher Tang, you must be tired from your journey. Tang Shui smiled shyly. Not at all. Thank you, village head. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please come in. All right. The village head ushered them into the office, offering tea and water, which made Tang Shui feel somewhat embarrassed. After a flurry of activity, once everyone was seated, the village head began explaining the school's situation to her. Tang Shui listened attentively, taking notes in her notebook. Yang Chuliu, having nothing to contribute to the educational discussion, decided to excuse himself, saying he had a lot of chores awaiting him at home. Chapter 24. The silent, yet resolute Air Mingzi. Upon returning home, Yang Chuliu felt a slight unease and checked the refrigerator. Although it had only been plugged in for a short time, it was already cooling. Satisfied that everything was in order, he organized the items he had purchased at the market. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the sun had set, and darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Yang Chuliu collected the crab traps and fishing nets from the yard, placing them in the vehicle. As the pungent odor had lessened significantly after a day of sun exposure. Is Luzi at home? He was busy when he heard someone shouting at the door. I'm here. Yang Chuliu set down his work and hurried outside to take a look, only to find Lu Demirin wearing a floral apron, looking quite anxious. Yang, is there something wrong? Lu Demirin, upon seeing him, exclaimed, why are you still at home? Hurry and go eat, everyone else is already there. Oh, I'll finish my work first and then go. Oh dear, work can wait. Today is Teacher Tang Tang's first visit. We must not neglect our manners. You go on ahead, I'll check on others. All right, I'll go now. After ensuring everything was in order, Lu Demirin hurried off, energized by the occasion. However, it was indeed essential for her to be present for such a significant event in the village. Since others were urging him, Yang Chuliu decided not to be aloof. He washed his face and went without changing his clothes. This evening, the village was particularly lively. Every household was illuminated, the lights shining as bright as day. Children chased each other joyfully, making it seem as if it were the new year. Upon arriving at the church, he noticed several stoves set up beside the entrance, where the village's best cooks were bustling about, the aroma of their dishes wafting through the air. Although Yang Chuliu was a cook himself, he humbly acknowledged that he could not compare to these skilled women when it came to preparing large meals. Whenever a grand feast was prepared, the fragrance would permeate the entire village. Inside the church, it was already filled with people. Nearly every adult and child from the village had gathered there. Just as Yang Chuliu was about to enter, he ran into Dahai, who had also arrived. At first glance, he hardly recognized him. Dressed in a sleek black suit with a bright red tie and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, Dahai looked as if he had doused himself in half a bottle of hair gel, his hair shining even brighter than the village chief's under the lights. What was most amusing was the pair of sunglasses he wore, which looked oddly familiar, resembling the ones his father used for welding. Had it not been for the absence of a guide dog by his side, one might have mistaken him for a blind man, especially with his exaggerated appearance. Upon spotting Yang Chuliu, Dahai pretended to be aloof, flipping his hair dramatically. Luzi, at such an important occasion, how can you show up like this? What do you think of my outfit? Not wishing to dampen his spirits, Yang Chuliu simply replied with a soft I'm not criticizing you, but as a member of the Yang Zhuang, you should always be mindful of your image. Presentation is crucial. Where is Teacher Tang? I don't know. Yang Chuliu replied curtly and proceeded into the church. Seeing him walk away, Dahai pouted and limped around, searching for someone. Inside, the church had been arranged with over a dozen tables, assembled from various households, varying in height, and even the benches were mismatched. Yang Chuliu chose a spot with fewer people, as he preferred to avoid crowded gatherings due to his social anxiety. After sitting for a while, he noticed the village chief and the old principal entering with Tang Shui, followed by a number of children. Tang Shui's warm demeanor allowed her to quickly bond with the kids. Upon entering, many villagers approached to greet them, exchanging pleasantries. Tang Shui inadvertently caught sight of Yang Chuliu sitting in the corner, smiling lightly and waving at him. Out of courtesy, he smiled back. After some small talk, the village chief arranged the seating, asking, Teacher Tang, shall we sit down? The dishes are ready. Yes, shall we sit over there? Tang Shui pointed to the table where Yang Chuliu sat. All right, let us go. As the village chief and his group moved over, Dahai, seated at the adjacent table, noticed Tang Shui approaching and mistakenly assumed she was looking for him. Tang Shui, I'm over here, he called out, waving his hand. The room was quite small, and Tang Shui had already seen him but pretended not to. While Dahai waved, he accidentally spilled the soda of Air Mingzi sitting next to him. Upon noticing his drink was spilled, Air Mingzi's expression darkened. Dahai, you owe me a soda? Dahai, preoccupied with greeting Tang Shui, was too annoyed to respond. Leave me alone. I'm not going to deal with you today. You owe me a soda. Luzi uncle bought it for me. You're a bad guy. Did you not hear what I said? Losing his patience, Dahai raised his hand and slapped Air Mingzi on the forehead, momentarily stunned from the slap. Air Mingzi stood there, not immediately reacting. Seizing the opportunity, Dahai broke free and, with a smile, headed toward the opposite table. Just as he lifted his leg to walk, Mingzi, who had regained his senses, suddenly rushed at him, wrapping his arms tightly around Dahai's neck and squeezing with all his strength. "Ah, cough, cough. You idiot, let go." Dahai's face turned a deep shade of purple from the lack of air, his tongue sticking out as he desperately tried to pry Mingzi's hands off. No matter how hard he struggled, those hands clamped around his neck felt like iron. "Let go. Help. You bad guy. You owe me a soda. Lucy uncle bought it for me." Regardless of what he said, Mingzi's refrain remained the same. Chapter 25, The Welcome Dinner. The commotion attracted the attention of those nearby. The village chief hurried over to intervene, concerned that Mingzi might cause trouble. Mingzi, listen, let go. It's all right. Yes, our Mingzi is the best. Let go now. If you do, I'll buy you candy. The crowd surrounded them, trying to persuade him. Despite their efforts, Mingzi remained unyielding, repeating, "You owe me a soda. Lucy uncle bought it for me." At that moment, young Chuliu approached. Noticing Dahai's face turning pale from oxygen deprivation, his lips appearing bluish. If this continued for a few more minutes, he might very well be in dire straits. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Chuliu quickly grabbed a bottle of soda from the table and said, Mingzi, let go. And Lucy uncle will give you a new one." Seeing the soda in his hand, Mingzi's face lit up with joy. "Lucy uncle, soda." "Yes, soda. Now let go." Okay." Upon seeing the soda, Mingzi released his grip, leaving a stark bruise around Dahai's neck, red and swollen. Coughing violently, Dahai collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. The village chief, relieved that everything was all right, wiped the sweat from his brow. "All right, everyone disperse. Get someone to take Mingzi away. Don't provoke him unnecessarily." Although Mingzi had a simple mind, he was inherently honest and wouldn't typically lash out unless provoked. The villagers understood this well. The village chief had evacuated the people and reprimanded Dahai, who lay on the ground. Tang Shui, seeing that the situation had been settled, gave Yang Chuliu a thumbs up from the side. Yang Chuliu smiled shyly, scratching his head. This scene was noticed by Dahai, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Tonight was supposed to be his stage, yet an unexpected blunder had left him embarrassed. Mingzi was a reckless youth. Although he had nearly lost his life, he could not confront Dahai, fearing that he might end up as a corpse on the street one day. As everyone took their seats, Dahai awkwardly approached Yang Chuliu's table. Tang Shui sat beside Yang Chuliu, with the village chief and the old principal at the next table. Dahai contemplated asking the village chief to switch seats, but hesitated to voice it. This table was filled with the village's prominent figures, and as a junior, he felt fortunate just to squeeze in. After some thought, Dahai gently nudged Yang Chuliu and whispered, "Luzi, why don't we switch seats? I'll treat you later." Yang Chuliu regarded him expressionlessly and remained silent. Dahai assumed his offer was too low, gritting his teeth and suggesting, "How about 2 packs? Sorry, I don't smoke." "You." Dahai's face turned ashen, yet he was at a loss for words. As everyone settled down, they engaged in casual conversation about family and the children at school. Tang Shui listened attentively, occasionally offering suggestions. Currently, Qingdao Primary School had only 4 teachers, including the 70-year-old principal, meaning each teacher had to cover multiple subjects, which was quite taxing. The teachers were primarily volunteers, although the village provided some meager salary. It was hardly sufficient. Yang Chuliu's alma mater was also Qingdao Primary School, so he was genuinely interested in their discussions about the school. "Make way. The dishes are coming." They were engrossed in conversation when Luda Mei Run led the way with a metal tray laden with steaming dishes, exuding enticing aromas. "Come, help me out," Luda Mei Ren called out as she approached the table. Seeing this, Yang Chuliu quickly stood up to take the tray. Nyong, do you need an extra hand? I can help." "No need. Be careful not to burn yourself." "All right." As Yang Chuliu took the tray, Tang Shui also stood up to assist, but he stopped her. "Tang Shui, just sit down. There's plenty of food. Don't get your clothes dirty." Yes, little Tang. Just take a break," the old principal chimed in. Dahai, observing Yang Chuliu's attentiveness, muttered under his breath, "What are you showing off for? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be here." In a short while, the once empty table was filled with an abundance of dishes. Mostly seafood delicacies such as braised sea cucumbers, spicy crabs, garlic vermicelli shrimp, steamed sea bass, stir-fried clams, and pan-fried oysters. Although the presentation of these dishes was not as extravagant as in a high-end restaurant, the flavors were undoubtedly delightful. Once the dishes were served, the village chief picked up his chopsticks and called out, "Everyone, let us not just sit around. Dig in. Little Tang, give our Qingdao dishes a try. These seafood dishes were caught fresh this morning. I'm sure they will be delicious." Tang Shui couldn't help but feel her mouth water at the sight of the seafood feast. While these dishes might not be rare along the coast, they were not commonly found in the plains where she lived. Although they could be purchased at the market, they could never compare to the quality and freshness of those from the seaside. As everyone began to eat, the old principal turned to Yang Chuliu and said, "Luzi, don't just sit there. Pour some wine for your Uncle Yang and the elders." "Oh, right. Yang Chuliu promptly grabbed the wine bottle from the table and poured according to seniority. Dining in the countryside emphasized customs and traditions, and one had to adhere to the rules regarding seating and drinking. Once he filled everyone's glasses, Dahai, sitting there, pointed at the bottle in front of him. With a sharp sound, Yang Chuliu tossed the wine bottle towards him, indicating he should pour his own. Dahai pouted but said nothing. The rules at the wine table were strict, and one could easily provoke the ire of the whole table with a careless word. As the wine flowed, Tang Shui and the other two female teachers opted for beverages instead. The village chief raised his glass and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is a great day for Qingdao. As we welcome an outstanding university teacher, let us toast to little Tang." Before he finished speaking, he presented his glass to Tang Shui, saying, "Little Tang, the children will be entrusted to you from now on. Thank you for your hard work." Tang Shui, perhaps unused to such occasions, felt her fair complexion flush red. But she stood up and raised her glass, saying, "It's not hard work, not hard work." At this moment, the others in the hall also stood up, raising their glasses in unison, laughter echoing throughout the small island. After finishing a glass, everyone continued to eat and drink, chatting merrily. Once seated again, Tang Shui whispered, "Yang Chuliu, the local customs here are so simple and sincere. The villagers are so warm-hearted." Yang Chuliu smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Here's to the people of Qingdao welcoming you. Cheers." Cheers. Chapter 26. The Warm-Hearted Yang Chuliu. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours. The laborers in the village were quite tipsy, their faces flushed like monkey bottoms. Everyone rarely gathered for such joyous occasions, and even some women enjoyed a drink or two. Tang Shui found the meal exhausting. Barely a couple of minutes into eating, she was approached to toast, one after the other, for over 2 hours. Each time, she had to stand up with a smile to greet them, and after standing for 2 hours, her cheeks nearly ached from smiling. With bellies full, the evening's welcoming feast concluded successfully. At Yang Chuliu's table, apart from Tang Shui and the two female teachers, he was the only one who had tea drunk. The others were quite inebriated. Initially, Dahai pretended to be reserved, but after one drink, he became chatty and was soon subdued by a few older gentlemen. Once the banquet concluded, the village chief instructed Yang Chuliu to escort Tang Shui back, as he had drunk too much and was concerned about the girls. After a long day of running around, Tang Shui was indeed tired, so Yang Chuliu led them back to the dormitory. The remaining few at the table continued to play games, with sounds of camaraderie echoing throughout the room. Stepping out of the church, a breath of fresh air instantly invigorated them. "Tang Shui, let us go." As the group took their first steps, Lu de Mayren approached with a bowl. Having finally managed to eat after a busy day. "Luzi, where are you all going?" "Not eating anymore." "Nyong. The village chief asked me to take them to the dormitory. They are all full." "Oh, all right. Then take care on the road. It's dark." "Sure." After exchanging a few words, Yang Chuliu turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and said softly, "Tang Shui, wait a moment. I'll grab something." Go ahead." Tang Shui and the other two teachers paused to wait for him. Yang Chuliu turned back to the cooking stove and asked, "Auntie, is there any leftover food? Could you pack me a bowl?" The woman at the stove smiled upon seeing him and said, "Luzi, are you still hungry?" "Hee. There were too many people inside. I was too busy pouring wine and didn't eat much." "Oh dear, there are still some meatballs and soup. Let me pack you some." "All right. Thank you, Auntie. No need to be polite. Just set your bowl down here. We have disposable containers with lids, so it won't spill." As she spoke, the aunt filled 2 containers to the brim, quite generous. After packing his food, Yang Chuliu thanked her and returned to the dormitory with Tang Shui and the others. The dormitory for female teachers is situated at the eastern edge of the village, not too distant from Yang Chuliu's residence, a mere 7 or 8-minute walk away. Shortly, a few individuals arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. As it was her first day, Tang Shui had yet to organize many of her belongings, prompting 2 teachers to enter and assist her. She had come with only a change of clothes and bedding, while the rest of her items were sent via courier. Yang Chuliu accompanied them to the door, handing Tang Shui the packaged food. "Take this. If you feel hungry tonight, there's a microwave in the dormitory, just heat it up." Tang Shui smiled sweetly at the food being offered. "How did you know I would be hungry? You haven't sat down since we started eating. It would be strange if you weren't hungry." "Hee, thank you. I indeed didn't eat enough earlier. I felt too shy to mention it with so many people around." At this point, Tang Shui's cheeks flushed. The villagers here were exceedingly warm-hearted, and she had missed out on quite a bit of seafood. "Well, take it. If you need anything, just message me. I'll head back now. Rest early." "All right, good night." "Good night." With their farewells exchanged, Yang Chuliu returned home alone. Upon arrival, he seasoned the meat he had bought at noon with a bit of salt for marination, lest it spoil by morning. The refrigerator needed to cool overnight before he could store the items inside. After a bit of busyness organizing everything, he took a refreshing shower in the yard and changed into clean clothes. Ah, how refreshing. That night, the brightly lit island once again descended into darkness. Yang Chuliu, lying in bed, tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, perhaps due to overindulgence at dinner. Bored, he took out his phone and began browsing through social media. Within a couple of minutes, he stumbled upon a post from Tang Shui, featuring videos from the day at sea and clips from their meal. Curious, he clicked into her profile, discovering that she frequently shared updates, all centered around the children. In the photos, Tang Shui appeared joyful, her smile radiant. It was evident that she genuinely loved her profession. Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled such a distance to this remote locale without any salary. After scrolling for a bit, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. The night passed without incident. At 4 o'clock the next morning, the ringtone of his phone roused Yang Chuliu from sleep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he dressed, rose, and washed up, for he needed to check the traps today. He couldn't let the rented boat sit idle. After freshening up, he placed the vegetables he had bought yesterday in the refrigerator and filled some containers with water for the freezer, ensuring he would have ice for tomorrow's outing. With his belongings in order, Yang Chuliu donned his headlamp and made his way to the dock. Not far into his journey, he encountered his uncle, who was also wearing a headlamp and quietly emerging from his home. "Uncle, are you going to the sea?" Yang Chuliu greeted him. Upon noticing him, his uncle grinned. "Yes. I drank too much last night. I was planning to head out today, but my head aches terribly. I'll just stroll by the shore. Health is paramount. There's no rush. And you've loaded your cart and are ready to set sail. Well, I figured I might as well try my luck while I'm at it. All right, stay safe." After exchanging a few words, Yang Chuliu pushed his cart to the dock, where he immediately heard the sounds of diesel engines. As expected, all the boats had already departed except for his. He had thought he had risen early enough. Yet these seasoned fishermen had been up even earlier, demonstrating their remarkable resilience. Yang Chuliu hastily transferred his belongings onto the boat. With the experience from the previous day, the task was considerably smoother today. After about 20 minutes, he had successfully loaded everything onto the vessel and set course toward the mangroves. He would need to refuel upon returning. Yesterday's round trip, including picking someone up, had consumed nearly half a tank, which appeared substantial but was not particularly efficient. As the boat gradually pulled away from the shore, its speed picked up, and soon, more vessels appeared on the horizon, including large ships passing by. Yang Chuliu gazed at a grand vessel equipped with a cabin and crane, feeling a pang of desire. He wondered when he might possess such a boat. Such vessels typically cost tens of millions, and there were scarcely two to be found on the entire Chin Island. Chapter 27, The Secret Bait. Though his heart longed for such a ship, given his current financial circumstances, he could only admire from afar. Yang Chuliu trailed behind the larger boat, pushing the throttle to its limit but still failing to keep pace, rapidly falling 2 miles behind. He decided not to pursue. After all, the size and price of those vessels were apparent. One gets what one pays for. Although his metal boat was slower, it had its advantages, primarily its fuel efficiency. After over an hour of sailing, he finally reached the outskirts of the mangroves, having spent an entire day there previously, making the area familiar. Numerous boats surrounded the mangroves, and the flickering lights within the thickets indicated the presence of fishermen. Those daring enough to venture into the woods before dawn were mostly local fishermen, seasoned veterans. Yang Chuliu wished to join them, but recognized his limitations and opted to stay back. As usual, he retrieved the compass hanging around his neck. The compass felt warm and smooth against his chest, providing a pleasant tactile sensation. With a click, the compass mirror opened, and after loosening the brake screw, the needle began to move. Holding the control stick with one hand and the compass with the other, he slowly maneuvered the small motorboat forward. His gaze fixed on the mirror. The boat circled the mangroves, but after several minutes, the compass remained still, with only occasional slight movements of the needle. By this time, dawn had begun to break, illuminating the surroundings. Yang Chuliu turned off his headlamp and gradually steered the boat closer to the heart of the mangroves. Having experienced a bountiful catch there yesterday, he had been eagerly anticipating a return, yet the prime spots had already been claimed by others, forcing him to seek alternative locations. After circling the mangroves again, the previously dormant compass needle finally began to show some activity, transitioning from minor shifts to full rotations. Yang Chuliu stared at the compass in his palm, momentarily perplexed. While the needle was spinning vigorously, it did not clearly indicate a direction. After advancing another 6 or 7 meters, the spinning needle suddenly slowed. Could it be that he was too far away? Yang Chuliu, having gained some experience, surmised that this often indicated he had exceeded the maximum range. He halted the boat, adjusted his direction, and turned back. Indeed, as soon as the boat was repositioned, the needle began to spin rapidly once more, and small red dots appeared at the edge of the mirror, faintly visible. With patience, Chuliu followed the compass to ascertain his location, circling in place a couple of times until the needle pointed toward an area of interest. What could this signify? Although he did not fully understand the implications of the compass, the red dots on the mirror were quite telling. The dots formed a line, reminiscent of a game of Go. This was a first for him. However, the presence of red dots indicated the likelihood of a promising catch below. Without hesitation, he readjusted the boat and, following the compass's direction, proceeded slowly into the woods, consciously controlling his speed. As the boat glided toward the mangroves, covering approximately 40 to 50 meters, the red dots on the mirror indicated a promising spot not far ahead. Estimating the distance, Chuliu paused the boat and prepared to place the chicken carcasses into the crab trap. Today, the shrimp and crabs would be in for a treat. After the village dinner last night, many chickens had been slaughtered, and he had specifically requested some chicken blood. These carcasses had marinated in the blood overnight, imparting a particularly enticing aroma. 3 genes of chicken frames were carefully packed into the cage. After confirming that the foam float was in order, they were cast overboard along the side of the boat, deliberately avoiding the trees to prevent any entanglement. The wind today was moderate, not overly strong, and as long as the distance was calculated accurately, there should be no issues. 20 crab traps were arranged in 2 rows, 10 in a line, and lowered into the water, encircling a red line on the compass's reflection, forming a hamburger-like enclosure. With the crab traps deployed, eel traps were also placed nearby, as there were not too many of them. Once all the traps were set, the sky had brightened, and the sun peeked out, casting dappled light upon the leaves overhead. Chuliu navigated the boat cautiously along the route taken earlier. The cabin, once piled high with equipment, now felt empty, save for a lone gill net resting within. Gill nets were relatively easy to manage, and since the traps wouldn't drift too far, he decided to find a suitable spot nearby to drop it. Having completed these tasks, Chuliu glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. The sunlight was gradually warming the air, making him feel drowsy. Seizing the opportunity before the temperature rose too high, he retrieved the compass once more, hoping to discover a suitable fishing spot, as he had brought some fine bait today. After searching for about 300 meters, he indeed found a promising location. This was it. Chuliu anchored the boat and surveyed the surrounding emptiness. Noting that he was alone, with a clear view of the crab traps, he stowed the compass away and bent down to retrieve a black plastic bag from the cabin. However, his expression revealed his disdain. It was certainly not food. Upon pulling the bag out, he furrowed his brow, for its odor was more potent than that of the chicken frames, having turned somewhat foul overnight. Inside the bag were chicken intestines and fish entrails, leftovers from last night's gathering. Nonetheless, this refuse could be repurposed as bait, saving him a substantial amount of money. Chuliu donned a pair of thick gloves and grasped the entrails, forcefully tossing them overboard. With a splat, one particularly slimy piece struck his face, causing him to feel nauseated. Thankfully, he had not eaten breakfast. Initially hoping for convenience in his disposal, he realized this approach would not suffice. He could only hurl the entrails a mere 6 or 7 meters. Chuliu circled the boat, discarding the entire bag of entrails, the stench nearly making him retch. No sooner had the chicken intestines hit the water than small fish began leaping, eagerly vying for the bait. To prevent significant loss, he had intentionally left the pieces whole. Otherwise, they would have been consumed before they even sank. Once the boat was anchored, he took out his fishing rod and attached bait to each of the 2 lines. With the rod set up, he retrieved a prepared bun, slathering it with Laogan ma chili sauce for a quick bite. Just as he had taken a couple of bites, the rod on his right suddenly twitched, jerking in a frenzy as the slack line tightened and the reel began to unwind. This was not good. He quickly stuffed half of the bun into his mouth, sprang to his feet, and seized the fishing rod. In Chapter 28, he found himself face to face with an enormous catch. With the rod in hand, the line continued to whip out at an alarming rate. Were it not for the drag system, he would have been caught off guard. The line extended nearly 50 meters, yet the speed showed no signs of slowing. This was indeed a calamity. Chuliu, noticing the dwindling line on the reel, hastily adjusted the drag tighter. The line momentarily hesitated, while the rod creaked under the strain, bending into an arc. Chuliu was astonished. He had not anticipated such a substantial catch, and it was fortunate he had not locked the drag. He could feel the powerful struggle of the fish through the rod, and although he had mentally prepared for this, he found himself slightly flustered. As he exerted himself to lift the rod while gripping the reel to prevent further line loss, a stalemate ensued between him and the fish. Chuliu's excessive strain caused a brief moment of lightheadedness, and he nearly choked on the bun in his mouth. After several minutes of the standoff, the fish below finally relented, the taut line slackening slightly, providing him a momentary reprieve. He had survived the first round, yet the fish was not one to yield easily. Before he could catch his breath, it began thrashing once more. Determined not to be bested, young Chuliu's stubbornness flared. Having previously been hindered by the bond, he was now unencumbered. He inhaled deeply, then with renewed vigor, yanked the rod upward, swiftly cranking the reel, striving to reclaim every meter of line. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless effort, he finally began to reel the line back in. His arms and legs felt numb, trembling uncontrollably. Watching the line shorten, young Chuliu's heart raced. He was uncertain what type of fish he was dealing with. If it were a tuna or cod, it could mean a substantial payday. In his daydreaming, he had forgotten he was near shore. If there were tuna here, surely he wouldn't be the one to catch it. With only 5 or 6 meters of line remaining, the struggles of the fish beneath seemed less vigorous than before. After a half-hour of back and forth, not only was the fish weary, but so was he. Young Chuliu began to cautiously reel in, as the line grew shorter, revealing a dark shape near the boat. Although he could not discern its exact nature, as the fish neared the boat, he hesitated to reel in too aggressively. If it got too close, the fish could slip beneath the vessel. With about 2 meters to go, he engaged the reel's safety latch, freeing one hand to grab the net beside him. It was indeed a challenge for one person to manage the workload of two. Having an extra set of hands would have been a blessing. Young Chuliu readied the net, inserting the fishing rod into the boat's makeshift fishing hole, quickly plunging the net into the water. With a splash, the moment the net broke the surface, the calm waters erupted into waves, leaving young Chuliu in a quandary, his upper body drenched. The large fish thrashed about for several minutes, soaking the deck. Involuntarily, he swallowed a mouthful of seawater, the acrid taste making him retch, primarily due to the lingering odor of chicken entrails rather than the fish. He used the net to haul the large fish alongside the boat, straining with all his might to lift it. "Come on," he urged. The fish was hoisted from the water, disoriented, and unceremoniously tossed into the cabin, flopping around in confusion. Young Chuliu wiped the sweat from his brow, having been too preoccupied to examine the catch closely. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he looked down at the fish within the cabin. It was a dark brown color, with particularly elongated eyes and a somewhat flattened cylindrical body, measuring nearly a meter in length from head to tail. In the sunlight, he could see its eyes glimmering, reminiscent of those of a cat or dog. Just as young Chuliu observed, the fish suddenly flicked its tail, striking him squarely in the face. The pain elicited a yelp, and he crouched in the cabin, clutching his face. The large fish seemed to take pride in its act, flicking its long tail in the air. Young Chuliu, tears welling in his eyes from the sting, felt an irritable urge to kick it. "Don't you know not to strike a face?" he muttered. The large fish, with its small eyes fixated on him, seemed to possess a voice that could have engaged in a contest of wit, had it been capable of speech. After venting his frustrations, young Chuliu felt a sharp pain on one side of his face. He took out his phone to inspect the damage, revealing a shocking red mark on his right cheek. Fortunately, the hat he wore had provided a thin veil of protection. Otherwise, he might have faced disfigurement. He had been careless, indeed. A lesson learned through hardship. Despite being struck by the fish, he felt a thrill in his heart, for he had never before caught such a sizable creature in his lifetime. Strangely, the fish appeared oddly familiar, resembling a shark, yet not quite. He pondered momentarily, mentally cataloging the fish he recognized. This is a stroke of fortune," young Chuliu suddenly exclaimed, leaping with excitement. It was a cat shark. He chuckled to himself, unable to contain his glee. No wonder it seemed so familiar at first glance. The cat shark is a type of shark that is edible and not protected by national regulations. While not rare, cat sharks typically inhabit coastal coral reef areas and often dwell in intertidal zones, moving slowly, yet specimens of this size are quite uncommon. Young Chuliu recalled that his second uncle had once found one while beachcombing, though it was merely the length of a pair of chopsticks and could not compare to this one. Today had started auspiciously, but he needed to ensure the fish was properly secured to avoid a repeat of the earlier incident. After some time out of the water, the cat shark seemed less vigorous, likely due to the high temperature. Young Chuliu removed the towel from around his neck, bent down cautiously, and firmly pressed its head down before swiftly placing it in the bow compartment of the boat. The cat shark's slimy skin made it nearly impossible to grip without the towel. Once it was stowed away, he filled a plastic bucket with seawater and poured it in, covering it with a wooden board to prevent it from drying out in the heat, which could otherwise result in shark jerky by evening. With the fish secured, young Chuliu opted not to continue fishing immediately. He sat down on the edge of the boat to recuperate, feeling the strain of his earlier exertions. It seemed he needed to enhance his physical fitness, as he was fortunate that the catch was not a tuna. Otherwise, he would have merely been left staring, helpless. After a brief respite, he resumed setting up his fishing rod. His clothes were drenched, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Upon checking his compass, he was relieved to find it had not been damaged by water. indicating its commendable waterproof quality. Setting up the rod, he was poised to enjoy a piece of bread when he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, where's my other fishing rod? Initially, he had set up 2 rods, but now only the one he had just cast remained, while the other had vanished without a trace. This was quite the mystery. Young Chuliu gazed at the bare edge of the boat and scanned the surrounding waters, but found no sign of it. The rod must have been dislodged during the tumult of reeling in the cat shark. He had gained a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon. The fishing rod, worth over 200 yuan, dampened his spirits considerably. He stood at the bow, scanning the horizon, contemplating whether to navigate the boat in search of it. Just then, the previously set rod began to stir, the reel spinning slowly. With a fish on the line, Yang Chuliu had no choice but to focus on fishing. Planning to search for the rod later, he grasped the fishing rod. His arm strength had returned significantly, yet this catch was not substantial, bearing almost no weight. Perhaps he had been too accustomed to larger catches. He lifted the rod and turned the reel with ease, feeling no resistance. Within a minute, he had pulled up a black sea bream, weighing perhaps 3 to 4 ounces. Too small. Yang Chuliu brought the fish aboard, unhooked it, and promptly released it back into the water, as such small fish held little market value and would waste resources if consumed. After over 3 hours of fishing, he had managed to catch a dozen fish of various sizes. As noon approached, the sun grew increasingly fierce, and his clothes had soaked and dried repeatedly, becoming permeated with the odor of sweat. Realizing it was time to conclude his fishing for the day, he, like the day before, began to reel in his rods, intending to anchor the boat in the shade of a grove. Before entering the grove, he made a deliberate round to see if he could recover his lost fishing rod. But as often happens, fate was unkind. After circling the area, he found nothing, uncertain where the waves had carried it. It was not worth the effort to search extensively for a single rod. He would simply replace it later. As the boat approached the edge of the grove, he calculated that enough time had passed since laying the gill net, so he took the opportunity to retrieve it, knowing that leaving it unattended for too long could suffocate the fish. Without hesitation, Yang Chuliu docked the boat by the net and donned gloves to begin hauling it in. The foam buoys appeared rather disheveled today. If not for the wind and waves, he might have encountered a delightful surprise. After half an hour, he had pulled in the entire 100 meters of gill net. As the adage goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had only managed to catch less than 5 pounds of fish, with none exceeding 2 pounds. Alas, what a futile endeavor. Although he had not caught any notable large fish, he had secured several small octopuses, which could be used as bait later. And the remainder could serve as a meal that evening. Since the net did not yield much, it was not particularly tangled, making it relatively easy to sort. Once organized, the heat was too oppressive, and Yang Chuliu felt disinclined to change locations. He opted to return to his previous spot. He set the net down again, and the boat drifted into the grove for a brief rest. Although the grove shielded him from direct sunlight, the still air made it stifling inside, leading to a sense of discomfort. Yang Chuliu removed his hat and hung his sun protection shirt and t-shirt on a tree branch to dry. Today's lunch would not include a small hot pot, as he had been too busy the day prior to prepare a meal. Thus, he continued to nibble on bread. As afternoon arrived, Yang Chuliu took a short nap on the boat, awakening feeling as if he were falling apart. He glanced at the time and realized it was already 2 o'clock. He had unknowingly slept for over an hour. Had it not been for the commotion from the fish in the boat, he might have continued sleeping. Stretching. Yang Chuliu grabbed a water bottle to wash his face, hoping to shake off the drowsiness. After freshening up, he noted the emptiness of the sea, devoid of other boats. While 1 or 2 vessels in the grove remained stationary, likely too lethargic to move in the sweltering heat, he started the diesel engine, preparing to exit the grove in search of a suitable fishing spot. The afternoon was fleeting, allowing him only about 2 hours of fishing before he needed to collect his traps. As the boat emerged from the grove, Yang Chuliu consulted his compass for navigation. Having exhausted all the chicken entrails that morning, he would have to rely solely on fishing. After a brief search of about 10 minutes, the compass needle indicated a slight shift, and a few red dots appeared on the reflective surface. The heat was overwhelming, and Yang Chuliu could not muster the energy to continue searching, so he decided to anchor the boat and try his luck where he was. He retrieved the octopus he had caught earlier. Surprisingly, it still exhibited considerable vigor despite being confined in the boat for several hours in the heat. Selecting a larger octopus, he sliced it into smaller pieces, which he then attached to the hooks. With the bait prepared, he stood at the bow, exerting force to cast the line, sending the hooks flying into the water with a whoosh. After securing the fishing rod into the rod holder, he placed a plastic bag on the boat to sit on, settling down to wait patiently. The metal boat had become scorching under the sun, the heat radiating through his clothes. While waiting for the fish to bite, he took the opportunity to change the water in the boat's cabin. The temperature was quite high, and the fish were likely struggling, thrashing about incessantly. After waiting for more than half an hour, he noticed that several times the bait had been snatched by small fish, leaving young Chuliu feeling frustrated as he scratched his head and rubbed his chin, just as he was about to change locations. His fishing rod suddenly creaked and became lively again. Had he hooked a fish? He lifted the rod, and upon grasping it, he felt a distinct tug, definitely a larger fish. As small ones lacked such strength, young Chuliu felt invigorated. At last, his patience had paid off. After half a day under the scorching sun, he was drenched in sweat. Even his shorts soaked through. The skin on his back was nearly peeling from the sun. Gripping the rod, he pulled upwards, synchronizing his breath to establish a rhythm. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. As he tugged, he mentally repeated the cadence. After 2 minutes of stalemate, the fishing line gradually stabilized, although he had not reeled in much. At least it had not slackened. Seizing a moment when the fish was not thrashing too violently, he took a breath and began to pull with more vigor. After an unknown duration, splashes erupted on the water's surface. Young Chuliu wiped the sweat from his brow and spotted a white fish floating nearby, belly up and motionless. He quickly cranked the reel, hoping that the effort of the past half-day had not resulted in catching a dead fish. As the fish came within a meter of the boat, he used a net to scoop it up, revealing it to be a MY. With a plop, that was dropped into the cabin. It weighed at least 8 or 9 pounds. Chapter 30, Spiny Lobster. Seeing the lying still, he prodded it with his foot, wondering if it was truly dead. A casual kick revealed it was lying perfectly straight, only the opening and closing of its mouth indicating it was still alive. He grabbed a nearby towel, preparing to transfer it into the cat-shark compartment to replenish its oxygen with an aerator. Just as he was about to grasp it, the seemingly lifeless suddenly leaped up, performing an impressive jump akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Young Chuliu had no time to think. Instinctively, he spread his arms and lunged forward. With a thud, both he and the fish tumbled into the cabin, causing the boat to rock violently. Ouch, my arm. Young Chuliu felt disoriented from the fall, his elbow striking the edge of the boat and scraping off a sizable patch of skin. He regretted not checking the calendar before heading out today, feeling particularly unlucky. Stumbling to his feet, he assessed his soiled clothes. Not only were they dirty, but transparent strands of mucus were dripping down from his chest and the top of his thighs. He glanced at the, which had once again become motionless, though this time it was likely unconscious from the impact. With the fish still, Young Chuliu lifted his shirt to reveal his bleeding joints, the salty sweat aggravating the painful wounds. He took out a bottle of mineral water to cleanse the injuries, hoping to prevent any infections in the sweltering heat. After tending to his wounds, he turned his attention back to the should typically be rare during the day, as they are known to be more active at night. This was his first time catching such a large. Previously, he had only seen those weighing 1 to 2 pounds in restaurants. Locally, they are known as, while their scientific name is MY or MNY, classified under the Perciformes order in the stone bass family. Its appearance is somewhat reminiscent of a bass, but the flesh is coarser and less delectable than that of a bass. Young Chuliu recognized it immediately due to its distinctive features, the vibrant colors near its tail and fins, the black edge on the dorsal fin spines, and the vertical black stripes along the central fin rays. This species stands out among marine fish, and it is relatively common in the market. He tossed the fish into the cabin, feeling fortunate to have caught 2 sizable fish in one outing, allowing him a few days free from work. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 3:05 p.m., and the surrounding boats were increasingly bustling. However, given his arm injury, he knew he could no longer fish. Young Chuliu reeled in his line and, with ample time, began to retrieve the net and crab traps, realizing that working alone was quite inconvenient. As the boat navigated towards the gill net, he observed the foam buoys floating on the water's surface still in a line, indicating yet another empty hull. Sure enough, after a laborious effort, he brought the net aboard, discovering a catch that was nearly identical to the morning's. Hardly any fish, just some octopuses and needlefish. Young Chuliu detached the octopuses, filling nearly half a bucket with at least 10 pounds. As for the remaining needlefish, he decided to disregard them, stuffing the net into his pocket, intending to let anyone who wanted them take them, or else bury them in the sand, where they would decompose in a couple of days. With the gill net sorted, only 20 to 30 crab traps remained. Young Chuliu steered the boat into the mangroves, placing all his hopes on this final haul, fervently wishing it would not mirror the gill net's performance. He began with the eel traps, pulling up 2 in succession, both disappointingly empty save for a few shellfish. Could it be? Young Chuliu gazed at the barren traps, his enthusiasm waning significantly, lacking the initial vigor he had. Continuing to haul up the remaining eel traps, he found that while they were not as empty as the first 2, each trap held only 1 or 2 eels. Across 10 eel traps, he managed to catch a total of 12 eels, still fewer than the previous day's catch, but better than none at all. especially with 2 large catches guaranteed. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he adjusted the boat towards the crab traps and began to pull the nylon ropes. With a rustling sound, the first crab trap emerged from the water, and young Chuliu's eyes widened with excitement. His ears perked up to listen intently. A rustling noise indicated something was inside. Without needing to look, he knew the catch was plentiful. As he opened the trap, to his delight, 3 large spiny lobsters were inside, engaged in a fierce skirmish. They were completely oblivious to their entrapment, as if they were born fighters, either battling or preparing to fight. Seeing the 3 lobsters filled young Chuliu with joy, prompting him to eagerly retrieve the second trap. This type of lobster, known as JCL-11, surely would not be limited to just 2 or 3. He recalled the scene he had glimpsed in the mirror before deploying the traps, where he had seen a line of red dots, most likely the spiny lobsters. As the second crab trap surfaced, he was thrilled to discover yet another inside. In just 2 traps, he had caught 4 lobsters, with 18 traps remaining in the water. Young Chuliu, brimming with excitement, continued to haul in the traps, disregarding the pain in his arm. The saying goes, one moment you may be laughing joyously, and the next you may find yourself sorrowful. After pulling up 5 more traps, he found only 1 lobster, which was not what he had anticipated. After retrieving all the crab traps in the first row, he had a total of 6, all of decent size. With renewed determination, he moved on to pull up the second row of 10 traps, panting heavily as beads of sweat streamed down his face. Although he was tired, the rewards were gratifying: 5 spiny lobsters and 8 large blue crabs. Adding it all up, he had caught 11 lobsters and 8 blue crabs. His efforts had not been in vain. After securing the lobsters and crabs in separate containers, he tied them with nylon string to prevent any injuries. After more than 2 hours of hard work, he finally organized everything, and the sun was beginning to set, painting the evening sky in hues of crimson. Noting that it was getting late, young Chuliu decided to head back home, timing his return perfectly to reach before nightfall. As the boat sailed out of the mangroves, he pushed the throttle to full speed. The evening was lively, with boats of all sizes rushing to work, eager to claim advantageous positions. Most of these boats were crewed by 2 people, intending to fish through the night. Young Chuliu, on the other hand, was merely capitalizing on the resources left behind by others. The return journey was smooth, and before he realized it, he had arrived at the dock, where many people were gathering shells along the sandy beach. The boat safely reached the shore, and after securing it, he disembarked and tied the ropes. Liuzi, back from the sea. At that moment, Lao Yangtu also came down from the boat and greeted him with a smile. Yes, just returned. Oh, what happened to your face? Did you get into a scuffle with a little girl? Huh. Yang Chuliu initially did not comprehend, then chuckled and explained, Uncle, don't joke around. I got hit by a fish. Upon hearing this, Lao Yangtu burst into laughter, showing his large yellow teeth. However, the matter of going to sea was nothing new, and after a few reminders to stay safe, he did not say much more. Chapter 31. The fish harvest shocks the entire village. At the dock, villagers passing by were curious about the boat piled high with catches and gathered around. Liuzi, how was your haul today? Goodness. It looks like you've caught all the fish nearby. After 2 years at sea, you've learned to endure hardships. Any girl who marries you will surely live in comfort. The onlookers exchanged playful banter, while a few others, slightly envious, teased him. Young Chuliu responded with a smile, as if he hadn't heard. Among the crowd, young Dapio glanced at his plastic bucket and approached, asking, Liuzi, do you have anyone ordering octopus? Uncle Biao, no, why? It's just that Hutu has been clamoring for it these days. If you don't have any orders, could you spare me 2 pounds? My old ailment has flared up again, and I haven't been able to go out to sea. What are you saying? If it's for the child, don't even mention sparing. Yang Chuliu replied, as he found a plastic bag and scooped several handfuls from the bucket. 2 pounds, no less. Take this back for Hutu. Yang Dapio received the bag with a grin and began to pull out his wallet to pay. Seeing this, Yang Chuliu quickly interjected, Uncle Biao, what are you doing? If you're going to pay, just bring it back to me. You silly boy, these aren't just washed ashore, they're hard-won. How can I not pay? After saying this, Yang Dapio handed him a 50. Take it. Yang Chuliu pushed the money back, stating sternly, Uncle Biao, if you keep this up, I'll get angry. Be angry if you want. You still have to take the money. Yang Dapio was known in the village for being quite stubborn, never taking advantage of others. Yang Chuliu understood that refusing to accept any payment was not an option. He deftly took a 10 from Yang Dapio's wallet, waving it. This is enough. If you insist, I'll really take it back. I've troubled you enough in the past. All right, I don't know what to say to you. If you need help, let me know. No, it's just 2 fish. As he spoke, he removed the wooden board from the bow of the boat. With a splash, the cat shark inside began thrashing about, causing water to spray everywhere. The icy seawater made Yang Chuliu shiver, soaking his freshly dried, clothes once more. Making a few coins was no easy task. The crowd on the shore was startled by the commotion, many getting splashed. Liuzi, what do you have in your boat? It's quite a handful. Yes, that creature doesn't look small at all. Yang Chuliu jumped down and brought the large plastic bucket up, smiling. Oh, it's just 2 small fish. The villagers sighed in wonder, their curiosity piqued. Had the water not been so deep, they would have jumped onto the boat to investigate. He brought the bucket aboard and then used a net to scoop out the rice fish from the cabin. The rice fish, not one to be underestimated, was fierce and began to jump as soon as it was caught in the net. Yang Chuliu, quick and agile, managed to toss it into the plastic bucket. Seeing him catch such a large rice fish, the villagers' faces glowed with envy. Liuzi, you're doing great. That fish must weigh at least 10 pounds. I haven't seen one this big in over a year. While everyone was discussing, Tang Shui had approached, accompanied by colleagues. They had come for a stroll by the sea after school and, intrigued by the crowd, decided to take a look, only to find Yang Chuliu handling a large fish. Being from the plains, Tang Shui had only seen freshwater fish back home and was quite excited to see such a massive sea fish for the first time. Lu Jie, do you know what kind of fish that is? It looks quite fierce. Lu Jie shook her head with a smile. I'm not sure. But I know sea fish are generally quite expensive. Such a large one must be worth quite a bit. As they quietly conversed, Yang Chuliu again dipped the net into the cabin, but this time it was not as smooth. The cat shark was much more difficult to handle than the rice fish. After 2 attempts, it wriggled free from the net. Yang Chuliu dared not reach in with his hands. He still had a shadow of fear from earlier. After several failed attempts with the net, the villagers began to feel anxious, wondering why it was taking so long to catch a fish. Liuzi, if it's not working, let me help you. Yes, if it's really tough, just grab it with your hands. It's not that hard. Yang Chuliu smiled wryly, realizing he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He grabbed a towel, waited for the cat shark to calm down a bit, and timed his move perfectly to pin it down. This time, he had learned from experience. One hand held its head while the other grasped its tail. The cat shark thrashed and struggled, but ultimately succumbed to his grip. Seeing it still, Yang Chuliu seized the moment and exclaimed, "Come out." He pulled the 1-meter-long cat shark from the cabin, startling the onlookers, who instinctively took a step back. Tang Shui and her colleagues were so frightened they closed their eyes. Yang Chuliu's sudden shout had created quite a tense atmosphere. With a splash, he quickly tossed the cat shark into the plastic bucket. Its tail moved rapidly, and he dared not let his guard down. The crowd, witnessing the cat shark being tossed in, gathered around eagerly. A cat shark? Incredible. Goodness. Is this cat shark some kind of spirit? Liuzi, you're amazing. Where did you catch this? I need to go check it out. Yang Chuliu, not wanting to hide anything, mentioned he caught it in the mangroves. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people turned and rushed off, seemingly eager to head there that very night. Others were similarly tempted. Those with boats quickly departed, eager to seize the opportunity. Yang Chuliu, with no fishing experience, had managed to return with full loads for 2 consecutive days. It was evident the resources there were plentiful. Many among them had fished for half their lives, so they felt quite confident. The shore, once crowded, was now deserted in an instant. Only then did Yang Chuliu notice Tang Shui approaching. He had been too focused on catching fish earlier. Seeing everyone leave, Tang Shui smiled at him and shyly leaned closer to take a look. The cat shark, seemingly unwilling to be gawked at, flicked its long tail sharply. Ah! Tang Shui gasped and stepped back, her eyes wide with fear. Noticing her fright, Yang Chuliu chuckled. It's okay, it's just playing with you. Tang Shui patted her racing heart and rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, I'll believe you when I see it. Hey, Yang Chuliu, what happened to your face? And why is there blood on your arm? Yang Chuliu glanced down, realizing his earlier movements had reopened a wound. Chapter 32, The Turbulent Sea. Yang Chuliu rubbed his face and joked. Oh, I was just playing a prank on it. Who knew it would take me seriously? Lu Jie nearby chuckled. Yang Chuliu, you're quite humorous, but I see you have many wounds. With summer temperatures being so high, you mustn't be careless. Yes. Come with me. I'll help you clean and bandage that up, Tang Shui said warmly. No need. I still have work to finish. Classmate Yang Chuliu, when children fall, they know to bandage their wounds. Your mindset is quite misguided. Coincidentally, I have a matter I would like you to assist me with. Yang Chuliu observed that Tang Shui did not appear to be jesting and responded, All right, speak your mind. Perhaps it would be better to wait until you finish your tasks. Should I help you with it? No need. I have nearly completed it. I wouldn't want to soil your clothes further. In that case, once you finish, come find me in the dormitory. I have a first aid kit on my side. Tang Shui was aware that she was not adept at handling such matters. She did not wish to hinder him, so she did not press the issue. Yang Chuliu agreed, and, after they departed, hastened to finish his work. The sky was darkening, and it would be challenging to work in the dim light. He moved the plastic bucket onto the vehicle. The remaining shrimp and crabs were relatively easy, though he knew he could not fit everything in one trip. He decided to first transport the fish and shrimp back home for temporary care, then return to retrieve the traps and nets. The nets were significantly damaged this time and would certainly be unusable on the next fishing trip. He would need to find time to repair them. After 2 trips, he finally managed to transport everything from the boat. He sighed, tapping his sore back. After a full day of labor, he felt completely exhausted. After finishing his tasks, he tested the water in the iron basin with his hand. It was pleasantly warm for a shower. He searched for a clean plastic bag to wrap around his elbows, hoping to keep them dry as he had no band-aids at home. As he wrapped them, he gritted his teeth, the pain causing him to inhale sharply. Initially, he had not felt much after the impact, but now his joints were red and swollen. He had not paid much attention while working, but now, when he stopped to stretch, it hurt. Once his arms were wrapped, he took a quick shower and applied some floral spray, as mosquitoes were prevalent at night. After changing clothes, Yang Chuliu locked the door to his home, not even taking the time to eat before heading to Tang Shue's dormitory, wishing to avoid being late. Shortly after, he arrived at the dormitory entrance, but as he intended to step inside, he felt an unease that kept him rooted in place. He feared that being seen at such an hour might lead to unwanted gossip. At that moment, a figure limped down the dark path, carrying something in hand. Yang Chuliu squinted to see more clearly. It was Dahai. What was he doing out here at such a late hour? Upon reaching the entrance, Dahai was startled to see Yang Chuliu, and after realizing it was him, he furrowed his brow and said, "Liuzi, who are you trying to scare at this late hour?" "I am not trying to scare anyone. You should be cautious of your injury." Yang Chuliu began to respond, but words faltered as he reminded himself that he had come for an important matter and needed to remain composed, taking a deep breath. Noticing Dahai's silence, he chose not to engage further. "Oh, you are here. Come in." Tang Shui, who had stepped outside to fetch water, greeted Yang Chuliu with a smile. Dahai, seeing Tang Shui in her pajamas, felt his heart race, mistakenly believing she was addressing him, and eagerly stepped forward. "Stop right there." Just as he lifted his foot, he was halted by the voice of Aunt Yang, the school's janitor, who lived on campus and prepared meals for the teachers, acting as the dormitory supervisor. "Aunt Yang, do you need something?" Dahai questioned, noticing her stern demeanor as she approached him. "I don't need anything. You, however, seem to have matters to address." Dahai was notorious for his mischievousness in the village, leaving a less than favorable impression. I have matters to attend to. Not just here to feed mosquitoes." Dahai stammered under Aunt Yang's formidable presence. "You can speak about your matters outside. I trust you remember the rules here." "Why should I? Didn't you see someone called for me? Ask Liuzi if you don't believe me." Just as he was about to continue, he noticed Yang Chuliu had seemingly vanished from beside him. "Hey, where did Liuzi go?" At that moment, Yang Chuliu stood inside, waving his hand and calling, "Hey, I'm here." Dahai turned at the sound, realizing Yang Chuliu had entered without him noticing, a smug grin on his face. Frustrated, Dahai pointed, "You're playing tricks. Aunt Yang, did you see that?" He isn't following the rules. Aunt Yang rolled her eyes and waved dismissively. "Stop with the useless chatter. He has an appointment. You should go home and sleep." "But he arrived just after me." "What appointment?" "Aunt Yang, I won't hold back just because of your age. Don't push your luck with me, or I might lose my temper." "I invited him. Does that count as an appointment?" Tang Shui interjected, sensing the tension. Upon hearing his goddess speak, Dahai nodded, his demeanor softening as he smiled. "Of course, that counts. Yang Chuliu, let us go inside." "All right." Yang Chuliu and Tang Shui entered the room, while Aunt Yang stormed off to her quarters, still clutching her broom. Dahai remained outside, feeling a chill in his heart as he watched them enter. The warm wontons in his hand could not comfort his fragmented spirit. How could this happen? It was far from what he had envisioned. "Yang Chuliu, this isn't over." With a huff, he squatted down to open his lunchbox and began devouring the wontons. He had pretended to be unwell to make this visit, hoping to impress, and had finally convinced his mother to prepare some wontons, only to have them go uneaten. "Yang Chuliu, I will bite you. I will bite you. I will bite you to death." Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu entered the room behind Tang Shui, greeted by a gentle fragrance. Tang Shui promptly retrieved the first aid kit, and, noticing he was still standing, offered him a chair, saying, "Please sit and remove your shirt." "Huh, remove my shirt? I'll clean your wounds." "Oh, there's no need for such trouble. Just rolling up my sleeves will suffice." Yang Chuliu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his severely swollen arms. Had he not been enduring the pain, he would have been groaning by now. Tang Shui opened the first aid kit, which contained an array of bottles and jars. Though small, it was well equipped. Observing her familiarity as she rummaged through it, Yang Chuliu asked curiously, "Tang Shui, do you have medical knowledge?" "Well, some students can be quite mischievous, often getting into scrapes, and I help bandage them up. I only know a bit of emergency care, though." "This is it," Tang Shui announced, retrieving a small glass bottle labeled with the word amoxicillin. Chapter 33, Bandaging the Wound. After finding the medicine, Tang Shui folded a towel and placed it on the table. Yang Chuliu, please place your arm on the towel. I'll clean your wound first. All right. As Yang Chuliu placed his arm down, a sharp pain and numbness coursed through it. It felt as if he had genuinely injured his joints. Unlike the usual minor scrapes he was accustomed to, Tang Shui took out the prepared alcohol wipes and began to cleanse his wound, gently applying the cotton swab while occasionally blowing on it. Your wound is quite red and swollen. It's almost as thick as my arms. If it doesn't improve, you should visit the hospital tomorrow. It's nothing. A good night's sleep will suffice. You are quite the optimist. Just bear with it. I'm applying the medication now. MHM. Yang Chuliu watched as Tang Shui tended to his wound. Under the soft glow of the light, she appeared exceptionally gentle, her bangs partially obscuring her beautiful face, adding an air of ethereal beauty. For the first time in over 20 years, he found himself so close to a girl, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Tang Shui, however, was focused solely on applying the medication, wrapping it with gauze once completed. After properly tending to the wound, she set the medicine aside and cautioned, although the wound is bandaged, you must ensure it does not come into contact with water. Thank you. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Tang Shui stood and stepped outside. After waiting for 2 minutes, she entered with a radiant smile, holding 2 pieces of medicated plaster. Yang Chuliu, this is for you. If it hurts severely tonight, just apply it directly. Yang Chuliu received the plaster, feeling a warmth in his heart, an indescribable sensation. Thank you, but where did you get this plaster? The school doesn't have a medical room, and the village only has a small clinic, which is closed at this hour. I asked Aunt Yang for it. She's really nice and very warm-hearted. Oh, then I'll buy a box tomorrow to return it to her. Sure. Just as they finished speaking, the room fell silent, creating an oddly awkward atmosphere. Yang Chuliu, already uncomfortable, dreaded the silence. He pondered for a moment and attempted to change the subject. Are you getting accustomed to living here? Tang Shui replied cheerfully, absolutely. Just look at the splendid conditions here. Fresh air, simple folk customs, and a spacious sea view room, all to myself. I can see the ocean as soon as I open my eyes in the morning. Most importantly, I can be with the children. Hee, you're quite the objective observer. Her so-called sea view room was merely a stone house, lacking even floor tiles. Indeed, the space was large, but it felt empty, almost drafty. Hee, as long as it's livable, that's what matters. However, perhaps it's because I've never stayed by the sea before. The sound of the waves kept me up all night. At this, Tang Shui pouted, expressing her frustration about the sleepless night. Yang Chuliu could empathize. Even though he was a native of the seaside, returning after several years made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. Tang Shui, you should come by my place tomorrow. I have a special remedy for insomnia. It should work within a week. Tang Shui's curiosity was piqued. Really? What is it? You'll find out tomorrow, he teased, deliberately keeping her in suspense. By the way, you mentioned you needed to see me about something. What is it? Oh, I wanted to ask if you're going off the island tomorrow. My package has arrived, but I can't leave without a boat. Sure, I need to buy diesel anyway, so we can go together. Tang Shui glanced at his arm, concern etched on her face. With your arm like that, can you still operate the boat? No worries. You should rest early. I'll head back now. Tomorrow's the weekend, and I'll message you before I leave. Okay, bye. Goodbye. As Yang Chuliu stepped out of the house, he was startled to see a pair of eyes watching him from the opposite house. Upon closer inspection, it was Aunt Yang, nearly giving him a heart attack. He hurriedly exited without a word. Seeing him leave, Aunt Yang promptly secured the school's gate, displaying her dedication. Back home, Yang Chuliu sent a message to Tang Shui to inform her he was safe and checked the fish in the plastic barrel, confirming everything was fine. He lay down on his bed, ready to sleep after a tiring day. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yang Chuliu slept until 8:30, awakened by the crowing of a rooster on the wall. Half awake, he retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow, intending to send a message to Tang Shui to notify her. Girls take longer to get ready with makeup and such. After washing up, he noticed that the swelling in his elbow had significantly reduced after a night's rest, and it didn't seem to be a major issue. Once he finished washing up, he called Lao Yu. As soon as the call connected, Lao Yu, recognizing the situation, inquired if he was home and said he would come over shortly. He had heard about Yang Chuliu catching a big fish that morning and would have come sooner if he hadn't been busy. After agreeing on a time, Yang Chuliu decided to grab some noodles from the kitchen, having not eaten or drunk anything since last night. Having a refrigerator was quite convenient, preserving both meat and vegetables. He sliced a small piece of lean meat, shredded it, and prepared a bowl of meat noodle soup. It was a treat to have meat for breakfast. Is anyone home? Yang Chuliu was in the midst of his meal when he heard Lao Yu calling at the door. The door's unlocked. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing Lao Yu clad in leather attire. What are you cooking? It smells so good. Yang Chuliu set down his bowl and utensils, stepping out to greet him. Hey, have you eaten? Want to join me? I've already eaten. No need to be polite. Your living conditions are quite good. Hee, please have a seat. No. Where's the fish? I need to finish up and deliver it. Seeing Lao Yu's urgency, Yang Chuliu decided not to prolong the conversation and led him to see the fish. Upon reaching the wall, Lao Yu's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the fish. Wow, Yang, did you catch all these by yourself? Yes. It was a close call. You're impressive. He noticed the injuries on Yang Chuliu's body and the marks on his face, but chose not to ask. Yang Chuliu cut to the chase and asked, Lao Yu, what price can you offer for these two fish? By the way, there are also quite a few lobsters and crabs over there. Lao Yu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. For the rice fish, we usually buy at around 1 to 2 pounds for 13 yuan per pound. How does 25 yuan sound for yours? Lao Yu, let's skip the roundabout talk. You know these fish are much more valuable in the market. Give me a fair price, or I'll take them elsewhere. Lao Yu chuckled wryly. I can't help it. When have I ever deceived you? I can add 1 more yuan at most. Yang Chuliu, not swayed, held up 3 fingers. This is the price. If you agree, let's weigh them. If not, I won't lose out. Lao Yu's expression turned conflicted as he looked at Yang Chuliu's price. You really are crafty, more cunning than a monkey. I'll take a slight loss on this one, but for the cat shark, don't expect more than 150 yuan per pound. It's a tough sell despite its size. All right, deal. Once they settled on the price, Lao Yu appeared anxious as if fearing Yang Chuliu would change his mind. He quickly set up the scale. The rice fish weighed 95 pounds, the cat shark 263 pounds, the spiny lobster 12 pounds, and the other fish totaled 66 pounds. After weighing everything, Lao Yu pulled out a calculator to tally the figures while Yang Chuliu also took out his phone to calculate. Lao Yu's speed surpassed his. In half a minute, the total came to 753 yuan. Yang Chuliu's calculations matched this amount. After confirming everything was correct, Lao Yu transferred the money, having nearly depleted his cash on hand. Once the payment was made, Lao Yu joked, You've made over 10,000 in just a couple of days. That's enough for me to run for a month. You should teach me a thing or two sometime. Oh, please, spare me. You're rolling in it, and still complaining. How about we switch places? Forget I said that. Lao Yu hurriedly loaded the fish into his vehicle, and Yang Chuliu felt elated upon seeing the money credited to his account. He anticipated selling so much today. After deducting fuel and bait costs, he would still earn a stable 5,000 yuan. His earnings over 2 days matched what he would make in 2 months of work. So it seemed he would need to consider purchasing his own boat once the current lease expired. After a while, Lao Yu finished loading the fish and sped off toward the dock, reminding Yang Chuliu that all his fish would be at a friendly price from now on. Yang Chuliu merely acknowledged him. He would sell to whoever offered the best price, as he couldn't afford to turn down good money. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He opened it to find a message from Tang Shui, saying she was ready and asking when he would leave. He had been so engrossed in selling fish that he had forgotten about this matter. Checking the time, it was already 9:30, so he replied, instructing her to wait for him at the dock. Yang Chuliu had little to prepare. He grabbed 2 empty fuel barrels from home and headed toward the dock. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the weather was not particularly pleasant. It felt oppressively hot, hinting at possible rain. Remembering to be prepared, he returned to grab an umbrella before making his way to the dock. Upon arriving, he found Tang Shui sitting alone on the wooden platform, engrossed in taking selfies with her phone. Today, she donned a pristine white dress and a charming fisherman's hat, exuding an air of innocence, particularly accentuated by her long, straight, fair legs that were quite captivating. Tang Shui, you're here so early. Upon seeing him approach, Tang Shui smiled and set her phone aside, saying no. I just arrived as well. How is your arm? Oh, it's nothing, Yang Chuliu replied, lifting his arm and giving it a feeble shake. That's good. Let us go? Yang Chuliu boarded the boat and started the diesel engine for warming up, while Tang Shui cautiously climbed aboard, her awkwardness revealing her lack of familiarity with the situation. Once the boat was warmed up, they set off towards the opposite dock. Along the way, Yang Chuliu fished out a beautiful conch shell from his pocket. Tang Shui, this is for you. When you have some free time tonight, listen to it by your ear. Tang Shui's eyes lit up at the sight of the conch. Wow, what a unique conch. I found this conch a few years ago while collecting shells at the beach. It's rare to come across one like this now, so take it. She accepted the conch, placed it by her ear, and closed her eyes, truly hearing the sound of the waves. Yes, if you listen to it for a while before bed each night, you'll adapt in a week. Thank you. I'll treat you to some ice powder later. Tang Shui played with the conch in her hands, intrigued by its novelty. The two chatted joyfully, and before they knew it, they arrived at the town's ferry terminal. Yang Chuliu docked the boat, noticing that the diesel tank was nearly empty. If they lingered too long, they might not make it in time. They took a vehicle to the town, where Yang Chuliu planned to buy diesel first, as the farming season was about to begin, making the gas station busy. And delays might lead to long queues. Tang Shui, having no pressing matters, decided to accompany him, thinking she might lend a hand. The gas station was situated on the west side of the town, not far from the bus stop, merely a 10-minute walk away. As they walked, Tang Shui strolled leisurely, occasionally stepping into shops that caught her eye. Yang Chuliu dutifully followed behind, acting as a guide for any exotic seafood Tang Shui was unfamiliar with. They meandered to the gas station, where, as expected, a long line of people with large fuel containers awaited. How long will this take? Yang Chuliu felt a bit disheartened at the sight of the queue, fearing the worst. Observing the throng, Tang Shui suggested, Yang Chuliu, why don't you queue up, and I'll grab some food. All right, you go ahead. After she left, Yang Chuliu joined the line, estimating at least 30 or 40 people ahead of him. Just as he settled in, a man wearing a baseball cap and clutching a leather bag stood behind him. Brother, the man gently nudged him and offered a cigarette. Yang Chuliu turned to look, realizing he did not recognize the man, but refrained from rejecting a friendly gesture. Sorry, I don't smoke, he replied, pushing the hand away politely. Brother, keep it up. The man lit another cigarette and whispered, look at all these people. And the fuel prices are outrageous. I have some fuel available without the weight, $1 cheaper per liter. Consider it? Yang Chuliu inferred from the man's words that he was likely selling illegal fuel. However, given the strict regulations now, any discovery would result in hefty fines. Although the private fuel was cheaper, its quality was questionable, primarily sourced from small workshops. Yang Chuliu waved his hand, saying, no, thank you. The man, unsuccessful in his pitch, handed him a business card before continuing to entice the others. It seemed that many people were drawn to the cheaper option, as shortly thereafter, several individuals were swayed by his offer. Yang Chuliu initially expected a long wait, but in less than 20 minutes, the line had diminished by a third. This worked to his advantage, sparing him from the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Tang Shui returned from her stroll, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Spotting Yang Chuliu, she hurried over. Yang Chuliu here. Upon seeing the milk tea, Yang Chuliu licked his dry lips. Why didn't you take longer? We still have a while. It's too hot. You should rest over there for a bit, and I'll keep your place in line. He accepted the milk tea, but insisted, no need. It's sunny. Don't get sunburned. Find some shade to wait. Unable to argue with him, Tang Shui settled not too far away, under a nearby tree. Young men passing by couldn't help but glance at her. Chapter 35. Lost direction. Yang Chuliu waited a while longer. The fuel vendor was quite persuasive, managing to lure away several more customers. Finally, he reached the front of the line. He filled 2 barrels to the brim, glancing at the prices, which had risen significantly since his last visit, now nearly $1 more per liter in just a week. It was quite outrageous. If this continued, fuel would become unaffordable. After filling the barrels, Yang Chuliu struggled to carry them out of the gas station. Each barrel held 25 liters. Tang Shui had intended to assist, but realized she couldn't lift them at all. Managing both barrels alone was impossible, especially with Tang Shui's luggage to consider. So he had no choice but to find a vehicle. Just as he was about to make a call, Tang Shui suggested, how about we find a place to eat first? You've been in line for so long, it's a good time to rest. Yang Chuliu agreed. Noting a restaurant ahead, they laboriously carried the fuel into the restaurant, breathless from the effort. The owner approached upon seeing them enter, asking, Miss, is the food ready? Yes. Please sit, Tang Shui responded with a smile. No, wait a moment. Yang Chuliu, slightly confused by their conversation, turned to Tang Shui and asked, did you order the food? Young man, this lady has already paid. It will be ready shortly. The owner interjected before Tang Shui could speak, then turned and hurried into the kitchen. Yang Chuliu looked at Tang Shui. How much was it? I'll reimburse you. Tang Shui's smile faded, and she feigned annoyance, furrowing her brow. Don't mention money. I'll be upset if you do. How can you expect me to pay for the meal? TSK. A bit of male chauvinism, huh? No, I just think it's fair. All right, let us end this topic here. Tang Shui interrupted him, realizing he could not explain himself. Since she had invited Yang Chuliu out to help, treating him to a meal was indeed appropriate. At 1:30 in the afternoon, after their meal, Yang Chuliu and Tang Shui took a tricycle back to the ferry terminal, loading their belongings onto the boat in preparation for their return to the island. By this time, the sky had turned ominously overcast. Today's load was rather heavy, filling the boat's cabin to the brim, causing it to ride low in the water. Yang Chuliu reduced the boat's speed, otherwise, a wave could splash water into the cabin. The sky grew darker under the heavy clouds, and the sea's waves intensified. Yang Chuliu wished to increase the boat's speed, but he found himself unable to do so. The boat rocked increasingly under the onslaught of the waves, and Tang Shui crouched in the cabin, gripping the boat's edge tightly, her teeth biting her lip, her face paling. Noticing her fear, Yang Chuliu called out reassuringly, Tang Shui, don't be afraid. It's all right. She nodded vigorously, but his words offered little comfort. Suddenly, a crack of thunder resounded. The sky, once merely overcast, erupted into a storm, with flashes of lightning illuminating the darkened sky, signaling that a torrential downpour could commence at any moment. The scene before Tang Shui was one she had only ever witnessed on television, and now she found herself experiencing it firsthand. It was terrifying. Yang Chuliu muttered under his breath, lamenting how quickly the weather had changed. After a brief moment of thunder, the wind calmed slightly, but the rain began to pour down like marbles. Yang Chuliu hurriedly retrieved the umbrella he had brought from the cabin and opened it, handing it to Tang Shui. Tang Shui, take the umbrella quickly. Tang Shui was drenched by the rain, her eyes barely able to open, when she felt someone extend an umbrella towards her. Yang Chuliu, after much effort, placed the umbrella in her hands and cautioned, hold it tightly. The wind is strong. Understood, she replied, clutching the large yellow umbrella. However, facing the wind while the boat was still in motion proved to be quite a challenge. Yang Chuliu observed that while she could manage for a few minutes, enduring for half an hour was out of the question, so he decided to halt the boat. Tang Shui, give me the umbrella, I will hold it for you. He took the umbrella and crouched beside her. The umbrella they used by the seaside was not the typical kind with a metal frame, but rather an old-fashioned one made of bamboo, which was relatively safer on the water. As they sheltered under the umbrella from the rain, Yang Chuliu noticed Tang Shui shivering and offered her most of the umbrella. Concerned for him, she remarked, Yang Chuliu, move the umbrella toward your side. You must not take any chances with your wound. It's fine. The downpour won't last long. It will stop soon, he reassured her. That won't do, Tang Shui insisted, pushing the umbrella towards him. At that moment, they resembled two fledglings nestled in a nest, leaning against each other for warmth. The torrential rain arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly, leaving the sea surface tranquil once more, the air considerably fresher. Yang Chuliu folded the umbrella, his clothes nearly saturated. Tang Shui stood up from the cabin, her long hair half wet, yet her clothing remained relatively dry. As they stood on the boat, both resembling drenched chickens, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha! Tang Shui, with her naturally cheerful disposition, complimented Yang Chuliu's personality perfectly. Once their laughter subsided, she extended her slender hand and said earnestly, Yang Chuliu, we have weathered this together, so let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Tang Shui, and from now on, we shall be friends. Please take care of me. Yang Chuliu reciprocated the gesture, stating, hello, I am Yang Chuliu. Please take care of me as well. After their introductions, he maintained a serious demeanor, which made Tang Shui unable to suppress her laughter. Yang Chuliu, somewhat puzzled by her reaction, recalled the saying, as long as one does not feel awkward, it is often the others who feel the embarrassment. The sudden downpour had drawn them closer together. As the rain ceased and they became better acquainted, they failed to notice that their boat had drifted from its original position. As Yang Chuliu prepared to start the boat, he realized that the waves had carried them off course, and even Qingdao was no longer in sight. Tang Shui, have you noticed something amiss? He inquired. Tang Shui shook her head. What's wrong? Look closely. It seems we have lost our way. Ah, no way. Upon hearing this, she raised her gaze and exclaimed, oh, it really is true. Qingdao is gone. This was Yang Chuliu's first experience with such an event, but given their proximity to shore, he believed they would be safe. He pulled out a compass hanging around his neck. Qingdao lay to the northeast, and as long as he could ascertain their position, navigating would be straightforward. Tang Shui, curious about the delicate compass in his hand, leaned in to observe, though she could not make sense of it. Yang Chuliu, you can use such an archaic device? Yang Chuliu smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He checked the compass and found himself facing northwest, directly opposite their original direction, grateful that he had not blindly proceeded. With their course established, he restarted the boat, adjusting their direction according to the compass. Watching him remain calm and composed, Tang Shui felt a sense of reassurance. If the sea were aware of her thoughts, it would surely curse the notion of this wretched security. Chapter 36, The Compass's Contribution. As Yang Chuliu navigated the boat, while keeping an eye on the compass, the needle fluctuated slightly with the movement of the vessel. This was his first time using a compass for navigation. Previously, it had only served to find fish. Meanwhile, Tang Shui busied herself on the boat. As the recent downpour had left a significant amount of water in the cabin, which she scooped out with a ladle. After some time sailing in the direction indicated by the compass, they still had not spotted Qingdao. Could it be that the compass was faulty? No. The compass should be accurate. Perhaps the boat had been blown too far by the waves. Yang Chuliu, look, there are fish jumping ahead. She exclaimed. Wow, there are some over there too. Yang Chuliu turned at her voice and indeed saw several fish leaping from the water not far away. These fish were not particularly large. The recent storm likely caused a temporary lack of oxygen in the upper layers of the sea, making it normal for fish to surface. Despite their lively jumps, catching them would prove difficult, as they vanished in the blink of an eye. Tang Shui, likely witnessing such a scene for the first time. Momentarily forgot her fear and cheered joyfully like a child. After nearly half an hour of sailing, young Chuliu finally spotted Qingdao, confirming that the compass had pointed them in the correct direction. Tang Shui, don't just watch the fish, look ahead, he urged. Tang Shui, engrossed in her enjoyment, glanced up and exclaimed, Qingdao, have we found the right direction? Indeed, we are back. Ah, I wish we could drift on the sea like this forever. Look how delightful those fish are. You've never been to sea. If you had to work for a day, you wouldn't feel the same way. Is that so? Tang Shui pondered, her eyes twinkling. Yang Chuliu, may I discuss something with you? Yang Chuliu, feeling elated now that they were back on course, eagerly replied, sure, go ahead. If you go out to sea again next weekend, could you take me along? I want to experience it. Take you along? He thought about how he was still learning the ropes himself. Bringing another person would only lead to confusion. Noticing his hesitation, Tang Shui feigned indifference, saying, never mind. I was just saying that. Well, once I buy a larger boat, I will take you along then. A small boat is too risky. Their conversation continued. And before they knew it, they had arrived at the dock of Qingdao. Yang Chuliu found a vacant spot to moor the boat, where Lu Jie stood on the wooden platform. Lu Jie, Tang Shui called out as she jumped off the boat to greet her, and the two began to chat softly. Yang Chuliu planned to return to fetch the car, as it was impractical to carry everything by hand. Tang Shui approached Lu Jie, saying, Yang Chuliu, Lu Jie has a car. She can help me take my things back to the dormitory. Oh, that works too. Lu Jie brought the car over, and Yang Chuliu assisted in loading the luggage. After thanking him, Tang Shui happily walked back to the dormitory with Lu Jie. Only 2 barrels of oil remained on the boat, and at that moment, Yang Chuliu noticed Ermingzi playing on the shore. He waved and shouted, Ermingzi, come here. Ermingzi paused, looked around, and upon spotting Yang Chuliu, ran over with a grin. Uncle Lulu, give me some candy. Yang Chuliu shot him a glare. Candy? Why are you so greedy? Who taught you such bad habits? Work first before you get candy. Work, then candy. Exactly. Help me carry these barrels home, and I will buy you candy. Ermingzi picked up 1 barrel in each hand and ran off, showing remarkable speed. Yang Chuliu was taken aback. Those barrels weighed 25 liters each, yet he handled them as if they were toys. Initially planning for each to carry 1, he never expected Ermingzi to possess such strength. If only he could harness that power for fishing. Ermingzi, slow down, don't fall. He called after him. But the more he shouted, the faster Ermingzi ran. Once they arrived home with the oil, Yang Chuliu was out of breath, while Ermingzi remained unfazed, his composure intact. Yang Chuliu grabbed a handful of candies from home and handed them to him, who joyfully turned and dashed away. This Ermingzi, as the saying goes. Fools often find fortune. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have elapsed. During this period, Yang Chuliu has continued his daily strolls through the mangroves, yet unlike the previous days where he gathered 4,000 to 5,000, he now only manages a few hundred at most in a single day. With just 1 day remaining before his boat's lease expires, he has decided against venturing out to sea again. After prolonged consecutive work, the traps and nets he purchased earlier have suffered varying degrees of wear and tear, necessitating some repairs. The crops on the island have matured, and many villagers have begun their bustling activities, signaling the onset of the harvest season. Although Yang Chuliu's family land is not particularly extensive, merely 5 acres, now that he has returned, he cannot allow it to remain fallow. It is only natural for farmers to cultivate the land and for fishermen to cast their nets. The residents of Qingdao differ from others. During this season, they transition from fishermen to farmers, embodying a versatile spirit. Having entrusted his fields to the village during his absence, he now must reclaim them and tend to them himself, as the village head had reminded him just days prior. At the break of dawn, as the sky began to lighten, the sounds of tractors resonated throughout the village. The noise jolted Yang Chuliu from his slumber, and he irritably raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Unable to return to sleep, he muttered a complaint and sat up in bed, realizing it was only 5 o'clock. It was mid-July, marking the official onset of the dog days of summer, with daily temperatures soaring to around 40 degrees Celsius, making work feasible only in the early morning or late evening. After freshening up, Yang Chuliu recalled that the village head and his team had already harvested the corn from his land yesterday, returning the field to him. Although this season's crops belonged to the village, to reap a good harvest next season, he would need to till the soil anew. Armed with a sickle, he ventured out to the fields, intending first to clear the weeds and corn stalks, after which he could easily use the tractor to loosen the soil. Liuzai, heading out to work? Yes, uncle, you two seem quite busy. Indeed, the crops are thriving this year. We must seize the good weather to harvest. Upon reaching the fields, he observed tractors bustling back and forth, laden with harvested grain, and the faces of everyone were illuminated with smiles of happiness and satisfaction. After several days of frantic harvesting, it was evident that the crops in the fields had been nearly collected, and preparations to plant anew were underway. The act of planting on Qingdao is of paramount importance. Mishaps in this endeavor can lead to dire consequences. The island's resources are not particularly abundant. The soil lacks the richness of the plains, and most critically, fresh water is scarce. Although surrounded by the sea, seawater is unsuitable for irrigation. As young Chuliu arrived at the fields, ready to commence his work, he heard loud shouts from the edge of the land. Disaster! The folks from Lujiakuo are stealing water. Everyone from Dangzwang, hurry over. Quickly! The people from Lujiakuo have released water illegally. Upon comprehending the shouts, Yang Chuliu wasted no time, dropping his sickle and racing towards the reservoir. Similarly, others, upon hearing the commotion, abandoned their tasks and converged from all directions toward the reservoir. This annual conflict over water often ignites fierce disputes. He recalled nearly witnessing a tragedy in his youth. The two villages had harbored unresolved grievances over water for many years, their animosity deeply rooted. Gasping for breath, Yang Chuliu reached the reservoir, where the area was already congested, with individuals wielding hoes and sickles, creating an atmosphere of chaos. The strong laborers from both villages had gathered, and if the situation escalated, the consequences could be severe. Voices clashed, each side unwilling to yield. This year's water is ours, Lujiakuo. Why do you block us, Dangzwang? Nonsense. We let you use it last year. Do you think you can bully us because we are fewer in number? Shut your mouth. You think you can intimidate us? Before Yang Chuliu could steady himself, the tension between the two villages intensified, with the threat of violence looming. Each person brandished farming tools, and should anyone be injured, the repercussions would be grave. What are you all doing? Have you lost your minds? Step aside. In that critical moment, the village head, Yang Chuanda, hurried over, panting, accompanied by accountant Zhang Yonghan. Seeing the village head, the villagers from Dangzwang parted to create a path. Yang Chuanda navigated through the crowd, surveyed the scene, and declared, Dangzwang villagers, take 2 steps back. It's scorching hot, and why are you crowding so closely? Stop this ruckus. Upon hearing the command to retreat, the villagers' morale visibly faltered, and dissent arose. Village head, we cannot step back. Indeed, we must not show them any leniency. Sensing their refusal to listen, the village head glared, what do you want? Are you rebelling? Zhang Yonghan chimed in, let us step back and heed the village head. When the village head grew angry, the villagers fell silent and reluctantly stepped back, though their eyes remained fiery with indignation. As the Lujiakuo villagers observed the retreat, they also withdrew, diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. Yang Chuanda approached the village head of Lujiakuo. Speaking earnestly, Old Lu, what you're doing is unacceptable. Didn't we agree beforehand that we would notify the village committees before releasing water? Old Lu felt a twinge of guilt. Last night, a few villagers mentioned the severe drought and inquired if they could secretly release water at night, to which he had noncommittally agreed. Guilt aside, he feigned innocence. Old Yang, I only just learned of this. I don't know who the troublemaker is. I apologize. Yang Chuanda observed Old Lu's feigned remorse with disdain, understanding that without his consent, no one would dare such an act, which was likely minor mischief at best. Both men, seasoned in their ways, were aware of each other's ulterior motives, yet they refrained from exposing the facade. It was a critical time for planting. Carelessness was not an option. Given that the release of water had already occurred, Lujiakuo bore the brunt of the blame. Yang Chuanda seized this opportunity to negotiate with Old Lu, proposing that Dangzwang be allowed to use water for a day starting tomorrow, followed by alternating usage between the two villages, one during the day and the other at night. Old Lu hesitated to agree, but acknowledging the current disadvantage, he relented. Although an agreement was reached, the implementation remained uncertain. The farce concluded, and the crowd dispersed. The village head instructed that all household heads gather at the village committee for a meeting at noon, and that someone be assigned to guard the reservoir around the clock. As Yang Chuliu returned to his field with the crowd, he resumed clearing the land. The morning passed swiftly, and upon returning home, he splashed his face with cold water, his clothes drenched in sweat. Engaging in farm work proved more arduous than fishing at sea. After wielding the sickle for half the morning, his wrist felt sore and numb. Attention, all households. A notice is being broadcast. All household heads are requested to gather at the village committee as soon as possible. As Yang Chuliu prepared to cook, the village's loudspeaker crackled to life. Great. It seemed his meal would be delayed. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and set off toward the village committee. On the way, he encountered Tang Shui, who was carrying a fishing gear bag, seemingly preparing to fish. Tang Shui, fishing in the middle of the day? Tang Shui smiled upon seeing him. Yes. A friend is coming over this afternoon. I'm planning to catch a few fish for her to taste. That sounds good, but be careful of the heat. Don't get heat stroke. I know. Upon arriving at the village committee, he found several people had already gathered, with the village heads silently seated, sipping tea. After a brief wait for most to arrive, The room was filled with murmurs. The village head set down his cup and tapped the table. "All right, everyone. Let us settle down. I have a few words to share." The room fell silent, awaiting his address. "Today, I summoned you all for a matter concerning water distribution. To be brief, our arrangement with Lu Jizue entails that we release water in the evening while they do so during the day. I will distribute the duty roster shortly, with each household taking turns to oversee the process." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Zhang Yonghan beside him produced a stack of papers, handing one to each person present. Yang Chuliu glanced at the roster, noting that 2 households were assigned to guard each night, and he was in the first group, which meant it was his turn tonight. There were no objections from anyone, as this was indeed a pressing matter for the village. Seeing the silence, the village chief wasted no time and dismissed the meeting with a wave of his hand. As Yang Chuliu prepared to head home, the village chief called him over for a brief admonition, emphasizing the importance of safety and vigilance, given the scarcity of young people in the village. One could not afford to be at a disadvantage in the event of a conflict. On his way home, Yang Chuliu stopped by a small shop to purchase 2 yuan worth of liangfen. After a tiring morning, he had no intention of cooking, as he still had to work in the fields that afternoon. His family lacked a tractor, so he would have to borrow one from a neighbor. With everyone needing a tractor these days, he could only borrow it during their afternoon rest. After dinner, he contemplated which neighbor to approach for the tractor. He had been away from home for the past 2 years and had always borrowed from Yang Dabiao's family in the past. Resolute, he decided to pay them a visit. He took 2 boxes of milk and some fruits from home. Yang Dabiao's house was not far away, and upon arriving, he noticed the front door was open. With Hu Tu chasing chickens in the yard, clutching several chicken feathers, the rooster's rear end quite bare. Sighing for the rooster for a fleeting moment, he called out, "Hu Tu, where's your dad?" The child, seeing him approach, released the forlorn rooster and pointed inside, saying, "Liug, they are in the house." As Yang Chuliu entered, Yang Dabiao greeted him warmly. "Ah, Liuzi, come in and sit." "Uncle Biao, I want to go in. I have a lot of work in the fields. I came to discuss something with you." Yang Dabiao chuckled. "No need to discuss. Just take it and use it. Your aunt bought a new tractor this year, and it will arrive tomorrow." "Uncle Biao, I hadn't even mentioned it yet. How did you know?" "You rascal, although you've been away for 2 years. You usually come around this time for no other reason." "Haha, thank you, Uncle Biao." He beckoned Hu Tu over and asked, "Do you want to drink some milk?" Hu Tu, eyeing the milk in his hands like a greedy cat, nodded eagerly. "Then you must promise not to bully the rooster again, all right?" "I didn't bully it. I just wanted to borrow some feathers for Arya to make a shuttlecock. Otherwise, she won't agree to be my girlfriend." Yang Chuliu chuckled at the child's innocent pursuit of romance. He brought the milk inside, but Yang Dabiao playfully refused it, insisting he wouldn't take it. Yang Chuliu set down the items, grabbed the tractor's lever, and departed. He intended to loosen the soil while the weather was favorable, making it easier for planting once he returned with water. After driving the tractor home, he attached the necessary tiller and wasted no time heading to the fields. Upon reaching the ridge, the sweltering heat enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. Cautiously, he maneuvered the tractor into the field, feeling somewhat rusty after years of inactivity. With a rev of the engine, a deafening roar erupted, and black smoke billowed from the exhaust. Yang Chuliu firmly gripped the clutch, skillfully shifting gears, and the tractor surged forward like an old water buffalo, the tiller churning up the soil. However, in a moment of distraction, he ended up with a mouthful of dirt. After moving forward several meters, he realized the tiller was a bit too light, failing to adequately loosen the soil because he had forgotten to add bags of dirt for weight. With both hands pressing down, he sat on the tiller, which improved the situation. After 2 to 3 hours, the first 2 acres were finally loosened. The scorching sun had nearly made him faint, and his shirt was drenched. As evening approached, the temperature became slightly more bearable, with occasional breezes wafting through, and others began to work in the surrounding fields. Yang Chuliu turned off the tractor, removed his straw hat, and sat on the ridge, panting heavily. This work was not for the faint-hearted. It exhausted him to the brink of collapse. Yet, gazing at the neatly tilled land before him, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. He decided to call it a day, planning to continue the remaining 5 acres over the next few days. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to finish. He still had to report for duty at the reservoir that evening. After resting for a while, he covered the tractor with a plastic sheet, tidied up, and headed home. Passing by the sandy beach, he noticed Tang Shui standing by the sea, accompanied by someone who resembled a fisherman. Initially intending to greet her, he reconsidered, as he had other matters to attend to. Upon returning home, he took a shower and realized that every inch of him was covered in dirt, with a thick layer of grass clippings in his hair. After bathing, he planned to prepare a meal for himself, as he still had plenty of the small octopuses he had caught earlier. Though they might not fetch a high price, they were perfect for his own consumption. Even more delightful than meat. He fetched an empty bowl and scooped out about a dozen from the fish tank, enough for a dish. The small octopuses had been thriving for several days, flailing their tentacles energetically in his hands. Yang Chuliu took a pair of scissors and began to process them, removing the skin, which had to be entirely peeled off to avoid a fishy taste. He also discarded the insides and teeth, which were dark and rather unappetizing. After spending a good 10 minutes on preparation, he chopped them into small pieces and added some celery and chili for flavor. With everything ready, he ignited the stove, planning to make stir-fried small octopus. As the pan heated up, he poured in some oil and tossed the prepared octopuses into the pan, stirring them. The moment the octopuses hit the pan, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Yang Chuliu's mouth water as he sampled a piece, only to find it still undercooked. When the octopuses were nearly done, he added the ingredients all at once, mixing them thoroughly. Finally, he plated a dish that was visually appealing and fragrant. Though he had to report for duty that night, he couldn't help but lament the missed opportunity of enjoying a cold beer with such a delicious meal. Just as he picked up his chopsticks to eat, he heard a knock at the door. "Is anyone home?" "Yes, come in." No sooner had he spoken than Tang Shui entered, carrying a plastic bucket. "Tang Shui, what brings you here?" Yang Chuliu asked, slightly surprised. "Oh, don't mention it." She sighed, frowning. "I spent half the day fishing and caught nothing." Yang Chuliu chuckled. "That's normal. The resources are quite scarce these days." As they chatted, he retrieved a slice of watermelon from the fridge and handed it to her, saying, "Here, have some. It's hot out." "I'm not hungry. I just wanted to see if you had any fish at home to buy, but the last 2 places I went to had sold out." "Fish? The only thing I have is small octopus, nothing else." "Oh, small octopus is fine," Tang Shui replied, her face brightening. "It's better than nothing. I can use it for grilling tonight." "All right then, take as much as you like." Tang Shui approached the tank and filled her bucket with 3 to 4 pounds of octopus. Yang Chuliu found a plastic bag to seal it, ensuring none would escape before she got home. As she pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her pocket, she said, "Here, take this." "No, keep it for yourself," he replied. "How can that be? If you don't want money, I'll just let it go." Yang Chuliu, unable to resist her, ultimately accepted a nominal price. Tang Shui, busy with her own matters, paid and departed. After the meal, Yang Chuliu gathered a flashlight, a bamboo mat, a wooden stick, and a bottle of floral water, preparing to head to the reservoir. This evening, he was to accompany Dahai, though he was uncertain who would be sent over, especially since tonight marked the first night. And anything could happen. Upon arriving at Dahai's doorstep, he encountered Dahai just as the door swung open. Dahai emerged, baseball bat in one hand and a dagger in the other, brimming with enthusiasm. After days of recuperation, his previous injuries had healed significantly, and he had transformed back into a spirited young man. Observing his demeanor, one might mistakenly believe he was preparing to confront wolves in the mountains. Exuding an air of bravado. Chapter 39, Duty at the Reservoir. Upon spotting Yang Chuliu, Dahai greeted, "You've arrived quite early. Let us go." "Are you on duty?" Yang Chuliu inquired. "Yes, I heard today that the folks from Castaway were causing quite a stir because I wasn't around. Otherwise, I would have taken care of them." Yang Chuliu scoffed. "Please, if you're on duty, it's not to act like a gangster. Save your energy. You're just timid. It's your choice whether to come or not," Dahai retorted, striding confidently towards the reservoir, not waiting for him. Yang Chuliu felt puzzled. How could his uncle's family allow him to go? He peered through the door's crack and saw the house was dark, likely deserted. It was barely past 7. They couldn't possibly be asleep this early. They were probably busy with something else. Without further thought, he followed Dahai towards the reservoir, located at the junction of 2 villages. As he reached the village's edge, he noticed the village chief standing by the roadside, smoking, and intercepted Dahai. "Dahai, what are you doing with that bat?" the village chief inquired. Dahai proudly waved his baseball bat. "I'm going to check the reservoir. Don't worry. If anyone dares to approach, I'll handle them." The village chief scowled. "Did your father send you?" "No, they aren't home," Dahai replied. At that moment, Yang Chuliu approached. The village chief, spotting him, said, "Liuzi, keep an eye on Dahai tonight. If anything happens, call me. Don't act rashly or let yourself be taken advantage of, understood?" "Yes, I got it. Don't worry," Yang Chuliu assured him. After a brief exchange, the two continued towards the reservoir. Soon, they reached the vicinity of the reservoir, where a light shone near the sluice gate. Dahai switched on his flashlight, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was present before sitting down on the cement platform and lighting a cigarette. Yang Chuliu also activated his flashlight, vigilant against anyone secretly releasing water. After surveying the quiet surroundings, he noted there was not a soul in sight, not even a dog. Clearly, the daytime discussions had proven effective. Typically, the villagers from both sides would not behave so obediently. After about 2 to 3 hours, Dahai, plagued by mosquitoes, became restless as slapping sounds ensued. "Damn it, I'll make you regret biting me. Why am I the only one getting bitten? There's another one over there," Dahai grumbled while swatting the mosquitoes. In contrast, Yang Chuliu remained tranquil, comfortably reclining on his mat. Eventually, Dahai could no longer endure the discomfort and leaned over to Yang Chuliu. Hey, can I borrow your floral water for a moment? Yang Chuliu pretended not to hear, keeping his eyes half closed in relaxation. Liuzi, you can't do this. My parents have treated you well since childhood. Leave me half. Without waiting for Dahai to finish, Yang Chuliu tossed the bottle over without lifting his eyelids. Dahai sprayed himself liberally with the floral water, sighing in relief. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped sharply, and the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Yang Chuliu, though fatigued, remained alert. Water was life. Meanwhile, Dahai had fallen asleep on the stone steps. Using the bat as a pillow, it seemed unlikely anything would happen tonight, and in a few hours, dawn would break. In a nearby cornfield, two shadowy figures crept stealthily towards the reservoir. Dabing, do you think we can release water at this hour? Godan, let me tell you. Now that we're here, don't be cowardly. We want to open it fully. Just a little will suffice for our families. All right, but I'm still a bit anxious. What are you worried about? This reservoir doesn't belong solely to De Yang Zhuang. Our village has contributed as well. But enough of your excuses, let us move. The two men cautiously navigated through the cornfield, stooping low to survey the area around the reservoir, relieved to find no one in sight. Indeed, no one was around. The people from De Yang Zhuang were clearly lacking in intellect. The man named Dabing thought to himself, regretting not having arrived earlier. Although the area was devoid of people, they moved with utmost care to avoid making any noise. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They finally reached the sluice gate but were daunted by the bright light above. Should anyone approach, they would become easy targets. Dabing nudged Godan. Didn't you bring a slingshot? Shoot out that bulb. Godan hesitated. No way. If that bulb breaks, they know someone is here. Who cares? Look at your cowardice. Dabing retrieved the slingshot from his pocket, picked up a small stone, and stepped back, pulling the elastic taut. With a swift release, the stone darted out of sight. Ow! Who the hell just hit me? Dahai, startled awake, sprang to his feet, clutching his head and cursing. He had been sound asleep when something suddenly struck him. The commotion caught Yang Chuliu's attention, prompting him to sit up and shine his flashlight around. At that moment, he discerned two figures near the sluice gate, though they were somewhat indistinct. The two men by the gate, noticing someone on the cement steps, quickly crouched down. Dabing. What's wrong? You missed from this close? Shoo, don't speak. It hit someone, didn't it? I didn't miss. Simultaneously, Yang Chuliu stood up, directing his flashlight toward the sluice gate, confirming the presence of two crouching figures. However, on a sudden impulse, he turned his flashlight away, feigning ignorance. Dahai continued to curse, his head still buzzing. He felt incredibly unlucky. Yang Chuliu approached, flashlight in hand, whispering, There are people by the sluice gate. Let us circle around. People. Dahai exclaimed, his face registering surprise as he prepared to wield his bat. Keep your voice down. Why are you shouting? Dahai realized his volume was too high and obediently silenced himself. Noticing Dahai's compliance, Yang Chuliu asked, So, is your head all right? I'm fine. I don't know which bastard did that. I'm going to deal with him now. Don't be rash. Let us split up. All right, got it. The two agreed on their plan. Yang Chuliu deliberately pointed his flashlight in another direction to draw attention, allowing Dahai to stealthily maneuver around behind. Once he saw Dahai successfully flank the area, he extinguished his flashlight and quietly advanced. On the other side, the two men by the sluice gate dared not make a sound, relieved to see the light extinguished. Chapter 40. Night Battle Against Water Thieves. Godan plopped down on the ground, patting his chest. At least we got through that without any major incidents. Dabing, maybe we should head back. Head back? After all this fuss, we have to collect some interest. Let us go. The two conspired and prepared to approach the sluice gate. At this moment, the vast sea had encroached nearby, and upon seeing two individuals below, he hastily picked up a clod of mud from the ground and unceremoniously hurled it down. Huh! I dare you to strike me. I shall crush you. With a resounding thud, the mud clod accurately plummeted into the reservoir, landing with an echoing splash. The two men below, startled by his sudden shout, were taken aback and hastily fled. Just then, Yang Chuliu appeared, gripping a wooden stick tightly in his hand. Halt! If you dare move a single step, I shall break your legs. The two men, trapped between Yang and the sea, in a fit of desperation, picked up mud clods from the ground and hurled them towards him. Sensing the impending danger, Yang instinctively sidestepped, the mud clod whizzing past his head, the sound of it slicing through the air distinctly audible. Having successfully evaded, he seized the moment to swing his wooden stick with vigor. At that instant, his mind was a blank slate. He acted purely on instinct. This was a genuine brawl, far removed from the dramatics portrayed on television, where fanciful moves were executed. Here, whatever was at hand was wielded with ferocity. His aim with the stick was precise, striking one of the assailants squarely. The two, their guilty consciences gnawing at them, dared not linger, and swiftly darted into the cornfield. Observing their escape, Chuliu picked up his stick and pursued them vigorously. In stark contrast, Dahai, who had been making a ruckus, stood frozen in place after throwing the mud clod. Chuliu sprinted several dozen meters before halting as the two vanished into the cornfield. The cornstalks towered over him, making it nearly impossible to locate anyone, not just him, even if he had company. His intent had merely been to scare them off, not to engage in a desperate struggle. Having learned his lesson, he felt assured that the night would be peaceful. Panting, he returned with the stick, while Dahai remained rooted, dazed. "Hey, what are you doing? Where are the people?" Dahai, regaining his senses, raised his baseball bat, scanning the surroundings. Chuliu rolled his eyes. "Enough of the theatrics. What were you doing just now?" I suddenly have a headache." "Fine, let it hurt. I'm off to sleep." Chuliu chose not to engage further. After the earlier commotion, his legs felt somewhat weak, a residual effect of the adrenaline rush. Upon seeing him leave, Dahai glanced around at the enveloping darkness and hurried after him. "Slow down. If you wander too far, I cannot guarantee your safety." The night passed in silence. At 4:30 the next morning, the village chief, accompanied by several members of the village committee and the chief from Lujiazue, arrived to assess the situation. Today marked the official commencement of water release, and per their prior agreement, both villages' committees needed to be present on site. Before opening the sluice, Chuliu recounted the events of the previous night to the village chief. The chief listened without displaying surprise and advised him to keep the matter discreet, noting that such incidents occurred almost annually, not only in Lujiazue, but also in Yangzhuang, where not all were virtuous. With his task complete, Chuliu gathered his belongings and returned home for some much-needed rest. Having been tormented by mosquitoes throughout the night, he bore several welts on his face. He collapsed onto his bed without even changing his clothes. He slept soundly until 9:30 the following morning, only awakening when the sunlight streamed through the window. Realizing he had slept in, he hurriedly got up to eat something before heading out to work. With the sluice opening today and the ridges in the fields yet to be built up, if the water could not be retained, the planting of seedlings would be out of the question. After washing up, he prepared a bowl of leftover stir-fried octopus mixed with noodles, which served as his lunch, and donned his straw hat before stepping outside. Upon arriving at the fields, he uncovered the plastic sheet from the tractor, which had become scorching hot due to the high temperatures. After 4 to 5 hours of water release, many fields had begun to moisten, including the section he had tilled the day before. Time was of the essence. Spitting a mouthful of saliva, Chuliu donned his gloves and started the tractor. The engine sputtered to life, and he resumed the monotonous task of tilling the soil. Working the land was no easy feat after 3 days of relentless labor. He had nearly completed the tasks in the fields, the water properly drained, leaving only the planting of seedlings. This year, having just reclaimed the land, he had missed the optimal time for planting. He could only purchase seedlings now. The village had surplus seedlings every year, and gathering from about 10 families should suffice. There were a few substantial households in the village, and Chuliu made rounds to secure the quantity he needed, budgeting around 1,000 yuan. The planting of seedlings was also contracted out, as he could not finish the task alone in 10 to 15 days. With the fieldwork nearly wrapped up, it was time to consider heading out to sea. Unbeknownst to him, after a week of bustling activity, he had spent a significant portion of his earnings pushing back the timeline for purchasing a boat. For his sea ventures, he could only continue renting. He called the previous boat owner and extended the rental for another 10 days. With the boat secured, Chuliu took out his tricycle to retrieve the cage and nets he had previously delivered, having forgotten to collect them when notified a few days ago. Passing by the small shop, he picked up 2 ice cream cones to take along. Upon arriving at Arya's home on the west side of the village, he was greeted by a pungent fishy odor wafting from the yard, a scent of the fishing nets. The yard was piled high with various nets and cages. Chuliu parked his vehicle and peeked into the house, where Arya was playfully wrestling with Hutu, while her mother sat alone mending nets. Life had not been easy for Arya's mother. Widowed at 30, she had lost her husband during her 7th month of pregnancy. The two had relied on one another, and for years, she had made ends meet by mending fishing nets, successfully raising her child. "Arya, come play." Chuliu greeted her as he entered. Upon seeing him, Arya paused momentarily before darting to her mother, exclaiming, "Mom, Lu Gu is here." Her mother, noticing his arrival, set down her work. "Luzi, come over." "Yes. I'm going out to sea tomorrow. I need to take the nets back first." "Perfect timing. I was about to send them to your home. Let me help you carry them." Chuliu handed one of the ice cream cones to Arya and shared another with Hutu. The 2 children gleefully accepted the cones, repeatedly thanking him in their innocent voices. Arya's mother, meticulous in her work, had cleaned and neatly packaged the mended nets and cages, unlike his usual haphazard arrangement. After loading the fishing nets onto the vehicle, the total labor cost amounted to 165 yuan, But Yang Chuliu handed over 170, knowing she would likely charge less. With everything prepared, they awaited the morrow's sea venture. Upon returning home, Yang Chuliu retrieved meat from the refrigerator and peeled some potatoes, intending to pre-cook the meal for their outing at sea the next day. During the previous week at sea, they had subsisted mainly on cold steamed buns. But with better provisions available now, it was time to enhance their meals. He planned to explore a new fishing spot this time, as word had spread about the bountiful catches he had previously made. Initially, it was fine in the village, with reports of him catching a cat shark weighing around 20 pounds. However, as the tale circulated, the weight of the cat shark had ballooned by several dozen pounds, and some even claimed he had caught cod or tuna. Now, the waters surrounding the mangroves were nearly besieged, with everyone eager to try their luck. Since the mangroves were no longer viable, as he prepared dinner, Yang Chuliu pondered where to venture the next day. While familiar with the vicinity of Qingdao, the only slightly better resources were near the mangroves. Elsewhere, it was merely a gamble. The deeper sea teemed with resources. Yet the iron boat he had rented was incapable of reaching those depths, and even if it could, returning would be impossible. Forget it, I won't overthink it. As the saying goes, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. I'll deal with it then. Yang Chuliu prepared a pot of stewed potatoes and meat, setting aside half in a lunchbox for later, leaving the rest for dinner. With plenty of time to spare after the meal, he decided to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. The evening air in Qingdao was quite pleasant, with a gentle sea breeze and a canopy of stars casting a serene glow. As he meandered along the path towards the shoreline, he encountered several elderly individuals and children who, after a day of confinement, were out to enjoy the fresh air. At the school's entrance, Tang Shui emerged from the yard clad in pajamas, her hair damp, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Upon spotting Yang Chuliu, she quickly approached him, playfully tapping his shoulder. Yang Chuliu, what are you up to? He replied with a smile, just taking a walk to the beach, feeling a bit bored. Perfect, let us go together, she suggested. All right then, let us go. As they walked side by side under the moonlight, their shadows intertwined. Yang Chuliu inhaled the delightful fragrance emanating from her, feeling a sense of refreshment that surpassed the scent of any floral cologne he used. Tang Shui remarked, I haven't seen you in days. You've gotten quite a bit tanner. Well, I've been out in the fields all day. It's only natural to get some color, he chuckled. True. During military training at school, I took months to recover my complexion after just half a month in the sun. Indeed, the sea breeze can be quite fierce. One must be mentally prepared for extended stays, she agreed. With a smile, Tang Shui gathered her hair into a bun using a scrunchie, giving her a more spirited appearance. Before long, they reached the coastline, where the tide was rising. The moonlight shimmered upon the rippling surface of the sea, creating a breathtaking tableau. Gazing at the vast ocean, Yang Chuliu pondered over his destination for the next day. Noticing his pensive expression, Tang Shui inquired, what is on your mind? I'm heading out to sea tomorrow. But I have yet to determine my target, he replied. Are you short on crew? She asked. Yes, I'm busy handling everything solo when a sizable catch comes. There is no one to help with the net. How about I give it a try? Tang Shui offered, having taken swimming lessons and gathered materials during the students' summer break. Seeing her earnestness, Yang Chuliu laughed. You get nervous on a boat, let alone working at sea. You underestimate me, she retorted, playfully rolling her eyes. In that case, tomorrow you can show me the ropes, but I expect a fee if I'm satisfied. All right, if you manage well, I'll share the catch with you. It's a deal. Let us seal it with a high five. With a resounding clap, they joined hands before lingering at the shore for a while longer. Tang Shui, feeling a bit chilly in her light attire, suggested returning home. Yang Chuliu, finding himself rather uninspired, opted to head home as well since he needed to rise early to retrieve the boat. At 4 in the morning, the rooster perched on the wall crowed loudly, rousing Yang Chuliu from his slumber, momentarily worrying he had overslept. Peering outside, he saw only darkness and felt relieved it was still early. As he was already awake, he decided against returning to bed. Quickly dressing, he prepared to collect the boat. Having arranged the boat with old Yang the day before, he knew he had to rise early to cross over to the other side, with the fare doubled in daylight. Arriving at the dock in the dim light, he found old Yang had just arrived. Morning, old Yang, he greeted. Can't sleep at my age, unlike you youngsters. Come aboard. Yang Chuliu jumped onto the boat, and without delay, old Yang set off. Shortly after, they reached the ferry terminal, and Yang Chuliu called the boat owner, who took a moment to answer as it was still early. The owner instructed him that the keys were in a black plastic bag under the engine cover. Following the directions, Yang Chuliu found the keys and was impressed by the owner's trust, leaving the boat unattended. Refilling the diesel, he started the boat and headed towards Qingdao. Half an hour later, he arrived at the dock, with the sky beginning to lighten. He hurried home to gather his belongings stored in the tricycle, ready to set off. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Tang Shui waiting. Tang Shui, "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Didn't we agree to go out to sea together?" She smiled, surprised but not wanting to discourage her enthusiasm. He gathered his things, and they made their way to the dock, efficiently loading the boat with their gear. It was noticeable that Tang Shui had made significant progress since he last saw her. Once everything was stowed, he started the boat and set off in search of a direction opposite the mangroves. Starting later than usual, they encountered a nearly empty sea. Yang Chuliu gripped the controls, maximizing the speed. Tang Shui sat quietly at the stern, playfully splashing the chilly morning seawater, which felt particularly refreshing. After sailing for over half an hour, they could hardly make out Qingdao's outline. Yang Chuliu took out his compass to begin his search. Noticing his actions, Tang Shui mistakenly thought they were lost and called out, "Yang Chuliu, are we going the wrong way?" "No, I'm just looking for fish," he replied. Although Tang Shui was unsure why he needed a compass for fishing, she refrained from questioning further. Yang Chuliu gradually reduced the speed of the boat, cautious not to miss any fish schools. After circling with the compass for about 20 minutes without any movement from the needle, he began to feel disheartened. Surely, the nearby resources couldn't be that sparse. He had prepared himself for the possibility of not catching anything, but it seemed improbable that they wouldn't encounter a single fish. The vast ocean made finding fish quite a challenge. Noticing the absence of other boats, particularly those working, Yang Chuliu refused to give up and continued to search diligently with the compass, determined not to overlook any potential spots. Meanwhile, Tang Shui, observing his aimless searching, sat quietly at the stern. After some time, the sun overhead grew increasingly intense, and Yang Chuliu felt the warmth radiating on his back. Tang Shui, well prepared, had applied sunscreen and was covered up, leaving only her eyes visible. Yang Chuliu donned his headgear, but suspected he might have chosen the wrong location as they had yet to yield any results. Tang Shui, feeling anxious, gazed around at the endless sea, understanding that even if fish were present, they would be beneath the surface. Of course, she was unaware of the compass's remarkable capabilities. "Yang Chuliu, how about we check over there?" she suggested, pointing to the left. Feeling a bit impatient himself, Yang Chuliu nodded in agreement. "Let us go take a look." He adjusted the boat's direction towards where she indicated. Soon, they reached the new location, but the outcome remained unchanged. Yang Chuliu, feeling the numbness in his hand from holding the compass, decided to stop the boat and take a break. Observing his lack of enthusiasm, Tang Shui intuitively understood they hadn't found anything. She handed him a bottle of water from the cabin, saying, "Here, have some water." "I'm sorry." Yang Chuliu accepted the water and waved his hand dismissively. "It's not your fault. Fishing is all about luck. If it were easy, everyone would be rich." "Indeed, it's not easy at all. Since we're just idling, may I borrow your fishing rod?" she asked. "Do you know how to fish?" he inquired. Tang Shui smiled shyly, saying, "I wouldn't say I'm skilled, but my father enjoys fishing, so I accompany him whenever I can. However, we usually catch freshwater fish. The only time I fished in the sea was a while back, and you know how that turned out." Speaking of that last fishing trip made Tang Shui feel somewhat embarrassed. As long as you know how to use the rod, it's all quite similar, whether in freshwater or saltwater. Yang Chuliu opened the tackle box, revealing 3 rods, 2 sea rods, and 1 lure rod. "Take a look and choose whichever you prefer." Tang Shui glanced down and ultimately decided on the lure rod, finding the weight with the sea rod too tedious. After spending a good part of the day sitting on the boat, she was eager to stretch her limbs. She picked up the rod and noticed it was equipped with a bait casting reel, which, while presenting a higher level of difficulty, offered greater precision. The primary issue with this type of reel is its tendency to backlash, making it ill-suited for novices. Fortunately, Tang Shui had previous experience, and while she wasn't an expert, she could manage the basic operations with ease. She tested the feel of the lure in her hand to familiarize herself before selecting a minnow from the bait box to attach. Prepared, Tang Shui aimed carefully and swiftly cast the minnow into the water, achieving a distance of at least 30 to 40 meters without much apparent effort. Yang Chuliu was surprised. Despite her initial fear of being on the boat, she handled the fishing rod quite adeptly. Tang Shui, impressive. Upon hearing the praise, she playfully responded with a heart gesture. The lure rod she held danced up and down, and the minnow bobbed along the surface of the water, exhibiting remarkable agility. It's often said that girls fishing are a sight to behold. Her slender waist swaying added a certain charm, truly making her the goddess of lure fishing. Although she was competent with the rod, Yang Chuliu held little hope for catching fish given the scarcity of resources in the area. For now, he let her enjoy herself, knowing they would need to search for fish elsewhere soon. If all else failed, they could head to the mangroves, even if it meant burning more fuel. It would certainly be better than staying here. "Wow, I've got a fish!" Tang Shui suddenly exclaimed with delight. "A fish? Where?" she asked excitedly as she began to reel in her line. "Over there, quick, look." Following the direction of her fishing rod, Yang Chuliu squinted against the bright sunlight. and though visibility was poor, the taut line clearly indicated a fish had taken the bait. Tang Shui gripped the rod firmly, pulling rhythmically without a hint of panic. Her movements indicated she was no novice. She lifted the rod and reeled in smoothly, a seamless motion. Yang Chuliu noticed she didn't seem to struggle much, suggesting the fish was likely not too large. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so relaxed. A few minutes later, having reeled in 50 to 60 meters of line, a fish surfaced, belly up. Without even using a net, Tang Shui boldly lifted it from the water. This fish looks somewhat familiar, she murmured to herself. Yang Chuliu, seeing her momentarily puzzled, explained, that's a rice fish. I caught a larger one not too long ago. Oh, now I remember, Tang Shui replied, enlightenment dawning upon her. Yang Chuliu helped her remove the fish from the hook, chuckling. Well, at least today is off to a good start. Tang Shui proudly puffed out her chest and proclaimed. So what do you think, boss? Are you satisfied with your new employee's trial performance? Yes, very much so. Hee, just a moment, I'll cast again. One successful catch boosted her confidence, prompting her to continue casting her rod. Yang Chuliu didn't stop her. Catching fish was a positive sign. And feeling a bit restless himself, he retrieved another rod from the bag, as there was nothing else to do. After preparing the sea rod with bait, he took out the compass to check its settings. The moment he loosened the brake screw, the needle in the compass began to spin rapidly, as if wound up. What is going on? He wondered, noticing scattered red dots reflected on the compass surface, which were increasing in number. Could it be a school of fish passing by? Yang Chuliu thought, a smile breaking across his face. Zing! I've got one. It's a big one. Tang Shui shouted from the rear of the boat, her voice even louder than before. Yang Chuliu saw her struggling to maintain her balance, quickly shoving the compass into his jacket and rushing over to take the rod from her. Let me handle this. Be careful with your footing. Okay, you be careful too. The boat was cramped, and as she stepped back, the line from the bait casting reel began to spool out at an astonishing speed. Taking advantage of the line's release, Yang Chuliu adjusted his stance. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 meters of line had unwound, with more than half already submerged. Yang Chuliu steadied his breathing, adopting a semi-squat position, and pulled the rod upwards with all his might, the rod creaking under the strain. Come on up, he shouted, veins bulging in his neck and his face flushed a deep red. After several vigorous pulls, he managed to stabilize the reel, but had only retrieved a few meters of line. Breathing heavily, he tried to regain his composure, knowing he couldn't allow the fish to dictate the pace. After catching his breath, he resumed the tug-of-war. Meanwhile, Tang Shui, feeling anxious but unable to assist physically, cheered him on from the side. Go, you can do it. Remarkably, her encouragement started to help. Yang Chuliu fell into a rhythm, and although the speed of his retrieval didn't increase significantly, he steadily pulled the line back in an orderly fashion. After nearly 20 minutes, he had reeled in a substantial portion of the line that had previously been cast out. His arms felt as heavy as lead, and his wrists ached painfully. Exhausted, he thought, I need a moment. Yang Chuliu prepared to insert the rod into the rod holder, but his legs felt uncontrollable, as if they might give way at any moment. Seeing him falter, Tang Shui suggested, Yang Chuliu, come steady the boat. I'll help pull it in. Are you sure you can manage? Of course. All right. Just be careful, don't push yourself too hard. I know. They switched places. And as Yang Chuliu sat down, he felt utterly drained. Still concerned for Tang Shui, he focused intently on her actions. Instead of yanking the rod continuously as he had, Tang Shui adopted a more methodical dragging technique. While slower, it was comparatively less exhausting. After several rounds of alternating efforts, the large fish began to rise to the surface. Yang Chuliu caught a glimpse of a dark shadow gliding through the water, still thrashing about, and estimated it to be at least over a meter long. Tang Shui, with sharper eyesight, spotted the fish as it surfaced, her excitement lighting up her face and revealing her adorable dimples. Yang Chuliu, what kind of fish is that? It's enormous. Forget about the fish for now. Grab the landing net quickly. Tang Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. It was her first time catching such a large fish, and it was only natural for anyone to feel overwhelmed. She held the landing net tightly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Yang Chuliu vigorously turned the handle twice, dragging the fish along the surface of the water. As they approached, Tang Shui decisively plunged the net into the water, aiming for the fish's head, and swiftly reached out. With a loud splash, the moment the net made contact with the large fish, it suddenly wriggled, its tail thrashing against the water. Both Yang Chuliu and Tang Shui were taken by surprise, drenched by the splashing seawater. They looked as if they had just emerged from a downpour. Tang Shui found herself leaning over the edge of the boat, yet she clung to the handle of the net with determination. The net was too small to contain the entire fish, leaving its tail exposed. Yang Chuliu inserted the fishing rod into the hole and, without hesitation, grasped the fish's tail with both hands. On three, Let us pull together, he instructed. Tang Shui nodded, her eyes nearly shut from the salt water. 1, 2, 3, go. They synchronized their efforts, and with a resounding thud, the fish was heaved into the boat. Yang Chuliu released his grip and slumped down at the edge, removing his sun hat with a sigh of exhaustion. That was exhausting, he remarked. Tang Shui, equally fatigued and panting, wiped the seawater from her face. Her expression one of distaste, primarily due to the overpowering scent. What kind of fish is this? She inquired. Yang Chuliu, having focused solely on bringing it aboard, had not closely examined it. The fish was estimated to be about 1.5 meters long, slender in shape, with a notably large lower jaw and an exceptionally pointed mouth, revealing long, fawn-like teeth that were somewhat intimidating. On either side of its back were 5 spines on one side, and a spine with 9 radiating lines on the other, with distinct horizontal stripes across its body. It's a sea wolf, Yang Chuliu confirmed after a careful inspection. Yes, indeed, it's a sea wolf fish. Tang Shui's eyes sparkled with recognition as she clapped her hands. Oh, I know. It's a type of pike, isn't it? They seem particularly fierce. She recalled having seen information about it a few days ago. Yang Chuliu nodded in agreement. Yes, it belongs to the pike family and is often found in rocky coastal areas. This fish must be quite valuable given its size, she speculated. I'm not entirely sure, but I can make a call to find out. We can split it later, he replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui waved her hand dismissively. I don't want any of it. I just came out for fun. Did you really think I was here to share the profits? That won't do. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to catch this fish today. To be precise, I was merely assisting you with the fishing rod. Let us forget about it. If you truly wish to pay me, save it for next time. I'm free every weekend. How about I come help you then? All right, that sounds good. Yang Chuliu replied without a second thought. Having an extra pair of hands would certainly ease his workload. As they pondered how to keep the sea wolf alive, they were faced with a dilemma. Fish typically suffer from expanded swim bladders when out of water, which can lead to their demise if not properly managed. Chapter 44. Discovering a small island at sea. The sea wolf is a mid to upper level fish and should ideally adapt quickly once out of the water. However, Yang Chuliu was concerned about their small boat lacking space. With so many items already aboard, accommodating the weight of the sea wolf, which weighed several dozen pounds, while also needing water for its survival, posed a significant challenge. Yang Chuliu, it seems to be motionless, Tang Shui observed, nudging it with her foot, noticing its stillness and the reddening of its eyes. Let me check. Yang Chuliu took the landing net and gently prodded the fish with the wooden handle, confirming its lack of movement. It hasn't died, has it? He lifted the fish's head, shaking it slightly. It stared back at him with wide eyes, its mouth agape, seemingly unaware of its predicament. It might be dead, having struggled for so long, he concluded, placing it back down with a tinge of regret, realizing how fragile life could be. The price difference between a live fish and a dead one was substantial, and this loss could mean a significant financial hit. Upon seeing that the fish was lifeless, Tang Shui crouched down to curiously touch it, having previously been too fearful to approach it while it was alive. In that case, we must process it right away, otherwise, it will spoil by the time we return home, she stated. They had brought along a large foam box and several bottles of frozen mineral water, anticipating the possibility of a fish dying to ensure proper preservation. Yang Chuliu retrieved 2 small knives from the toolbox at the front of the boat, their blades glinting under the sun's rays. Tang Shui, please retrieve the foam box. There are ice blocks inside. We need to add some water. Sure. After putting away the fishing rod, Yang Chuliu positioned a plastic bag under the fish to prevent any internal fluids from dirtying the boat. In the summer heat, failure to clean promptly could lead to unpleasant consequences. With the bag in place, Yang Chuliu made a precise incision along the fish's belly. Tang Shui watched in fascination but recoiled at the sight of the exposed innards, feeling a wave of discomfort. Having never killed even a chicken in her life, blood made her squeamish. Yang Chuliu, too, was cautious. It was his first time processing such a large fish, and he was careful not to accidentally rupture the fish's gallbladder. He recalled how the restaurant owner had the kitchen staff alternate fish preparation duties to save costs, resulting in many bitter experiences for customers, leading to financial penalties for the establishment. Carefully, he extracted the fish's organs, relieved that the gallbladder remained intact. The sheer volume of the internal organs was impressive, weighing several pounds. Tang Shui, seeing that he was almost finished, brought over a small bucket of water. After rinsing the fish clean, they faced another dilemma. The foam box was too small to accommodate it, and placing it directly in the boat would be unfeasible. Yang Chuliu, why don't you just cut it into a few pieces? If all else fails, you could sell it at the market, she suggested. That seems to be the only option, he agreed. As a trained chef, he was adept at fish preparation, and he quickly divided the fish into sections: head, midsection, belly, and tail, making it easier to sell at varying prices. Once processed, He placed each section into plastic bags and stored them in the ice-filled foam box. The fish filled the box to the brim, nearly preventing the lid from closing. After confirming everything was secure, he placed a wooden board over it. Given the high temperatures, the ice would melt rapidly, but it should last until evening. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. They had spent over an hour and a half with the fish. The temperature on the sea was rising, and even the breeze felt like a furnace. Concerned that Tang Shui might struggle with the heat on her first outing, he asked, "How are you holding up? Should we find a place to rest?" Tang Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I'm fine. It's still early. How about we fish a little longer and then rest on that island over there?" "What island?" he inquired. "Right there." She pointed, and indeed, a small, grassy mound with trees could be discerned in the distance. "All right, let us fish a bit longer." They each picked up their rods again, but the bait on Yang Chuliu's rig had been depleted. After reattaching the bait and setting up the fishing rod, he discarded the fish entrails he had just processed into the water. This method proved to be quite effective. Tang Shui observed him using the fish entrails to attract the fish, and a wave of nausea surged within her. To her, this was no different from using maggots. Yang Chuliu remained oblivious to her thoughts, and one could only wonder how she would react if she knew that the octopus she had consumed a few days prior was a result of this very technique. They fished for over an hour, adding more than 10 fish to the cabin, though none were particularly large, the heaviest barely exceeding 2 pounds. It seemed the fish had been frightened away by the recent wolf fish, as the initial red dots on the compass mirror had nearly vanished. By 11:30, the two could no longer endure the scorching sun on the boat, feeling as though their backs were about to shed skin. After some discussion, Tang Shui decided to pack up her rod, and Yang Chuliu steered the boat towards the nearby rocky area. He had visited this spot before, but had never noticed its potential. Soon, he docked the boat at the edge of the rocky zone, where he spotted 2 individuals in swimsuits, one male and one female. The slope of the rocky area was rather steep, preventing the boat from docking fully. At this distance, climbing up would surely result in wet shoes. Yang Chuliu opted to remove his shoes and prepared to tie the rope to a tree on the rocks. Seeing him wade barefoot into the water, Tang Shui expressed her concern, urging him to be cautious as the rocks might be slippery with seaweed. He reassured her that he was fine. He took 2 steps onto the rocks, which were heated by the sun. After securing the rope, he noticed Tang Shui still squatting at the bow of the boat, so he returned to fetch the food, suggesting he could carry her over as the water was quite warm. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Yang Chuliu hoisted her onto his back, and Tang Shui, perhaps feeling a bit anxious, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. "Yang Chuliu, be careful," she cautioned. They reached the rocks and found a shaded spot to sit. Yang Chuliu glanced around and noticed a considerable amount of litter on the rocks, indicating that many people frequented this area. Unintentionally, he spotted a used rubber product beneath a nearby tree and wondered who might have left it behind. The 2 individuals in swimsuits glanced at them as they arrived, smiled, and continued their own activities without further interaction. Yang Chuliu arranged the food container, which included steamed buns. The dishes inside had warmed up nicely under the sun, making them quite palatable. Chapter 45, Potato Stew That Never Seems to Be Enough. Yang Chuliu had prepared a box of potato stew the previous night, never expecting that Tang Shui would actually join him today. Since there was an extra person, they decided to share. However, they only had 1 pair of chopsticks. Yang Chuliu handed the chopsticks to Tang Shui, saying, "Here, I didn't know you would come, so I didn't prepare much. Let's make do." Tang Shui gazed at the potato stew, swallowing hard. After a morning of fishing, she was indeed hungry, having skipped breakfast. "You eat first. I'll just have a steamed bun." Yang Chuliu recognized her reluctance and promptly placed the chopsticks in her hand, urging her to eat. "Go ahead, it's not like they're isn't enough. What about you? You eat first, don't mind me." Tang Shui rolled her eyes and broke a chopstick in half, handing him 1/2, saying, "There, now it works." Yang Chuliu, holding the single chopstick, smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Teacher Tang, you're clever." They began to eat from the container using their respective chopsticks. The chopsticks were rather short, and Tang Shui found it difficult to maneuver the soft, mashed potatoes. "Look, like this, gently push it to the side. Then use the steamed bun to scoop it up, and at once fall apart," Yang Chuliu demonstrated. Tang Shui tried it, and found it effective. Their mealtime was quite entertaining. Tang Shui hardly touched the meat, focusing instead on the potatoes, while Yang Chuliu, being a meat lover, devoured most of the meat. Just as Yang Chuliu had eaten a couple of bites, he choked on the bun and began to gasp. "Slow down, drink some water." Tang Shui handed him a bottle of water, stifling a laugh. After drinking half the bottle, Yang Chuliu felt somewhat better. Perhaps he was truly hungry. For in no time, the entire container was emptied, and out of 4 steamed buns, Yang Chuliu had consumed 3. Satisfied and replete, Tang Shui eagerly began to clean up. Likely considering this one of the most unique meals she had ever enjoyed, remarking on its delightful taste. After their meal, young Chuliu checked the time. It was only noon, and they needed to rest for at least another hour before resuming their activities, as it was the hottest part of the day. After packing up, Tang Shui curiously watched the divers nearby. She often dreamed of wearing a swimsuit and diving to the ocean floor to closely observe marine life. Each visit to the aquarium left her envious of the staff working there. Yang Chulu noticed her rapt attention on the divers and asked, "Do you enjoy diving?" Tang Shui nodded vigorously. "Yes, but I don't know how. It's actually quite simple. Next time, I can take you diving. But it's best to go in designated areas. Free diving like this can be dangerous without experience." "I understand. You mean jellyfish and other unsafe factors, right?" "Exactly. Each year, many people die while diving, and free diving accounts for 90% of those incidents." After resting for half an hour, Yang Chulu felt restless. "Tang Shui, stay here a bit longer while I take the boat to explore the area. I'll return to fetch you." "I'll go with you. It's safer that way." "No need. The temperature is too high right now, and besides, I want to be fishing. I'll see if I can drop the cage." "All right then. Leave one fishing rod for me, and remember to be safe." "Okay." Yang Chulu, barefoot, hopped onto the boat, the metal deck burning his feet. Tang Shui couldn't help but laugh at his silly demeanor. Once the boat was started and the bow adjusted, he began to search the surroundings, feeling a sense of reluctance to return. After leaving the rocky area, he took out the compass to locate the fish. It couldn't be that there were no fish at all throughout the day. As soon as he took out the compass, the needle began to spin, and red dots appeared on the mirror, indicating the location was right. Could it be that fortune has turned in my favor? Yang Chulu shook the compass in his hand, and the small dots remained unchanged, confirming the location was accurate. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to drop the gill net first. Casting the net widely was always a sound strategy. Within a short period, he had deployed a 100-meter gill net from east to west. After securing the net, he noticed that there were quite a few red dots surrounding the mirror, although they were somewhat dispersed. After contemplating, he resolved to drop the cage as well. As the afternoon was brief, and if he searched again, it might be dark before he returned. Once he made up his mind, he stuffed the pre-prepared bait into the cage and lowered it according to the compass's indicated direction. After over an hour of busy work, he had set down dozens of crab traps and eel traps. Upon completing these tasks, Yang Chulu was drenched in sweat, feeling lightheaded. He opened a bottle of mineral water, drinking half and pouring the other half over his head. Ah, refreshing. After splashing his face, Yang Chulu felt much more awake, while he felt rejuvenated. The fish in the cabin hung their heads limply. One had even turned belly up. Checking the water temperature with his hand, he found it hot enough to bathe in. How careless of me. In focusing on setting the nets, Yang Chulu had forgotten to change the water. If he continued to let them bake in the sun, there wouldn't be a single living fish left within an hour. After replacing the water, the fish that had been barely alive moments ago suddenly became lively again, which was quite remarkable. With the live fish taken care of, he turned the boat around to fetch Tang Shui. Upon returning to the vicinity of the rocky area, he spotted Tang Shui standing there, her fishing rod in hand, repeatedly tugging at it. Had she caught another fish? As they approached the rocky area, Yang Chuliu lowered the boat's speed, gradually navigating closer to the reef. With a splash, a glimmering golden figure was pulled from the water by Tang Shui. Yang Chuliu caught sight of it just in time, and was astonished to discover it was a large yellow croaker, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Tang Shui, seeing him return, flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, while her hands remained busy. Yang Chuliu had forgotten to leave behind a bucket in his rush to disembark, so he quickly grabbed it and joined Tang Shui. Gazing at the sizable yellow croaker, weighing about a kilogram, he couldn't help but praise her. "Teacher Tang, you're quite impressive." "Is that so? Just take a look over there," she replied, pointing to a shaded area where 5 or 6 more fish were nestled among the rocky crevices. Yang Chuliu was taken aback. He had initially underestimated her skills, effectively slapping himself in the face with his own doubts. "Teacher Tang, you truly are remarkable, hiding your talents so well." He sincerely complimented her, filling the bucket with water before gently placing the fish inside. As Tang Shui unhooked the recently caught yellow croaker, she noted its lifelessness. These fish perish almost instantly once out of the water. Yang Chuliu stowed the fish in the cabin and learned that Tang Shui had started fishing as soon as he left. And had she not lost a few on the way, she would have caught even more. Once everything was tidied up, Yang Chuliu helped Tang Shui back onto the boat, and they departed the rocky region. Observing their departure, 2 divers commented enviously, "Look at how considerate he is, carrying his girlfriend on and off the boat. Just look at you." Chapter 46, Photography. Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu and Tang Shui arrived near the cages, where the boat came to a halt. Tang Shui glanced around and spotted a row of foam buoys floating nearby. "Yang Chuliu, those must be the cages from earlier, right?" "Yes, they were just placed, and we'll have to wait 2 more hours to retrieve them." Oh, could you do me a favor? Of course, what is it? Tang Shui pulled out her pink phone and handed it to young Chuliu. Could you take a few photos for me? This is my first time at sea, and it deserves to be commemorated. Young Chuliu accepted the phone with a smile. Why didn't we take a picture with the big fish we caught earlier? That would have been a memorable moment. Forget it, it was too ugly. If the sea wolf fish could hear her, it might have been offended. Young Chuliu, having some experience with photography from his school days, approached the task with confidence. To him, taking pictures was merely about striking a pose or making a peace sign. The essence remained unchanged. As Tang Shui sat at the bow of the boat, preparing to untie her shoelaces, young Chuliu hurriedly intervened. Tang Shui, you need professional gear for diving. You can't just jump in like that. It's dangerous. What are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to dive? Tang Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why would you untie your shoelaces if you're not diving? To take pictures. By then, she had already removed her shoes, revealing her delicate, exquisite feet. She turned and perched on the edge of the boat, dipping her feet into the sea, playfully splashing the water like a village girl. Young Chuliu found himself momentarily captivated, pondering whether such formality was truly necessary for a photo. Seeing him lost in thought, Tang Shui waved her hand in front of his face. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and take the picture. It's too hot to sit here long. Oh, right, let us take the picture. He quickly retrieved the phone, opened the camera, and prepared to press the shutter button. Noticing young Chuliu standing stiffly in place, Tang Shui began to regret her decision. It would have been easier to take a selfie. Young Chuliu, can you be a bit more professional? Could you find a better angle? Young Chuliu chuckled awkwardly, realizing his oversight. My apologies, let me adjust the angle. He stepped back 2 paces and leaned over the edge of the boat, angling the phone at a 45-degree tilt towards Tang Shui. In the video, she appeared tall and graceful, her skin glowing with a rosy hue, requiring no beauty filters. All right, hold that pose, and don't move. Okay, very good, hold it steady. With a flurry of clicks, young Chuliu captured over a dozen photos. Tang Shui was quite cooperative, striking a variety of poses. Unbeknownst to them, they spent nearly an hour in this playful exchange, accumulating at least several hundred photographs. Young Chuliu's wrist began to ache from the repetitive motion, and he gained newfound respect for wedding photographers. As Tang Shui reviewed the photos on her phone, her expression fluctuated between frowning and relaxing. Despite her long legs, the images made her appear as if she were only 5 feet tall. My face doesn't look right either. Why does it seem swollen? Did my chin double? The initial set of photos was almost unusable, with only the later ones showing some improvement. Noticing her engrossed in the photos, young Chuliu patiently waited. After a cursory glance, Tang Shui felt a mix of frustration and acceptance. It was ungracious to complain after he had helped her for so long. Young Chuliu, how about I take a few for you? Do I look like someone who can be photographed in this outfit? Young Chuliu's clothes were stained from handling the sea wolf fish, with scales still clinging to them. It's all right, I can apply a filter to hide it. Forget it. Even with a filter, it won't help. I have a fear of being photographed. All right then, young Chuliu insisted, and Tang Shui chose not to press further. They lingered on the boat for a while, setting up the fishing rods again, but without the luck they experienced in the morning. They failed to catch even a single large fish. At 4 in the afternoon, young Chuliu packed away the rods, preparing to retrieve the net before collecting the cages. As the boat drifted to the edge of the gill net, he donned gloves and readied to haul it in. Tang Shui also put on her gloves. Young Chuliu, what do you need me to do? Once I pull up the net, if there are any fish, could you help unhook them? Sure, no problem. Young Chuliu hoisted the net, and with a splash, water cascaded out. Are there any fish? Tang Shui eagerly inquired from behind. Young Chuliu inspected the net. Aside from a clump of seaweed, no fish were in sight. Not yet. The net is 100 meters long. We just started, so there's no need to rush. He continued pulling up the gill net, and after hauling in about 10 meters, he sensed an unusual weight in the net. There's something. Drawing on his experience, young Chuliu refrained from hastily lifting the net, instead carefully dragging it to the side of the boat before suddenly yanking it up, bringing both the net and fish into view. With a splash, the fish flailed energetically, desperate to break free. Tang Shui's eyes lit up at the sight. Wow, that is impressive. We caught 2 fish at once. Young Chuliu smirked. This is nothing. When luck is on your side, one net can catch hundreds, resembling clusters of grapes. Should we unhook them now? Yes. Be careful not to damage their scales. Okay, I'll give it a try. With their haul. Though the 2 black sea bream were not particularly valuable, it was a promising start. They worked in perfect harmony, one pulling the net while the other unhooked the fish. Wow, there are more fish. Tang Shui exclaimed, pointing. Quick, pull the net. I think there's something here too. I'll help you. Tang Shui, noticing the net stirring in the water, was even more excited than him, surprised by how enjoyable the process of fishing with the gill net turned out to be. Together, they hoisted the 100-meter net, and though the large catches were few, they were fortunate to reel in plenty of sardines, octopuses, and mackerel. The catch was estimated to weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds, validating their efforts. Initially, Tang Shui found enjoyment in unhooking one or two fish, but after a dozen, her pace noticeably slowed. It was no surprise. Unhooking fish was inherently tedious, and today as smaller catches truly tested their patience. As the net was retrieved, Yang Chuliu assisted in the process, explaining that they would need to wait a little longer to bring in the cage, as there was no rush. Tang Shui observed with curiosity how Yang Chuliu deftly filleted the fish at twice her speed, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can you be so quick?" With a laugh, Yang Chuliu tossed a freshly filleted sardine into the bucket and replied, "Practice makes perfect. First, you need to remove its head, and then just pull it apart." Chapter 47. A Dinner Invitation. After over half an hour, the two managed to fillet all the fish caught in the net. The sun was nearing its descent, and Yang Chuliu, eager to retrieve the cage, did not pause for rest. Tang Shui assisted in tidying up the boat, which was nearly filled with a pile of nets and fish. Upon reaching the cage area, Yang Chuliu effortlessly pulled up the nylon rope, finding it much simpler than the nets. "Wow, we're quite lucky. We've hit the jackpot with the first catch." Tang Shui leaned in to see two crabs fiercely brandishing their large claws. Such big blue crabs? They must be delicious. One of the crabs weighed at least a pound. Tang Shui had no particular hobbies, except for her love of seafood, with crabs being her favorite. Noticing her excitement, Yang Chuliu chuckled. "You really enjoy crabs, don't you?" "Yes," she affirmed. "All right, I'll cook you a couple when we get back," he offered. Tang Shui shook her head, joking that they should sell the hard-earned catch instead. Yang Chuliu merely smiled and continued hauling up the remaining cages. After a relentless effort, they managed to bring up dozens of cages, revealing around 20 to 30 crabs, 7 or 8 lobsters, and various small seafood like clams and octopuses. Oddly, not a single eel was caught today, likely due to the deeper waters in this area. After checking the haul, Yang Chuliu noted only one crab cage was missing, with no other losses. He gathered the shrimp and crabs together, and as the sun set, he started the boat for home. Sailing in the evening was the most pleasant time of day, returning with a bountiful catch while enjoying the cool sea breeze. Filling his heart with joy, Yang Chuliu chatted with Tang Shui, appreciating the company, which alleviated the previous tedium. Before long, they arrived near Qingdao, where the dock came into view. Slowing the boat, he maneuvered it into a vacant spot. As the busy farming season drew to a close, more boats began to set sail. Once docked, Tang Shui stepped off the boat, stretching her limbs after a long ride. Yang Chuliu followed and noted the bustling activity around the dock. "Liuzi, back from the sea," someone greeted. "Yes, uncle, are you heading out?" Yang Chuliu inquired. "Just finished the farm work, looking to earn some extra pocket money." "Hello, Ms. Tang," another villager chimed in. After exchanging pleasantries with the villagers, Yang Chuliu offered, "Tang Shui, you should head home first. You've had a long day." "No need. I'll help you. There's quite a bit to carry," she insisted. "Really, just go home, take a shower and rest. I'll treat you to a feast later. You don't need to worry about me. I have a lot to do. So I'll take my leave." "All right, take care," he replied. Once Tang Shui departed, Yang Chuliu surveyed the boat piled high with their catch and sighed, returning to work. He spent over an hour sorting the hull and cleaning the boat. After completing these tasks, he rushed home for a quick shower. Glancing at the clock to find it was nearly 7, he felt the need to express gratitude to Tang Shui for their day's hard work. Selecting 2 sizable crabs, a lobster, and some clams, he decided this would be their dinner. Despite having caught shrimp and crabs for quite some time, he had never tasted them himself, often reluctant to indulge. However, today he decided to break the habit and savor the seafood. After preparing the ingredients, Yang Chuliu called Tang Shui, inviting her over for dinner. Initially reluctant, she protested that it was too much trouble at night, but his persistent invitation made it hard for her to refuse. Once off the phone, he hurried to the kitchen with the seafood. He planned to cook the crabs in a spicy sauce, recalling how much Tang Shui enjoyed them at the welcome dinner, while the lobster would simply be steamed with garlic and vermicelli. With the main dishes planned, Yang Chuliu soaked the clams in water, adding a bit of oil to help them expel sand. Once prepared, he donned an apron and began to process the shrimp and crabs. As soon as the knife met the crab, its powerful claws clamped down fiercely, producing a shrill sound. Yang Chuliu lifted the knife, but the crab refused to let go. With deftness, he quickly disassembled the feisty creature. The quality of the freshly caught crabs was impressive, filled with succulent meat and rich crab roe. Having finished with the crabs, he moved on to the lobster, simply separating the head from the tail and removing the innards. With all preparations complete, Yang Chuliu habitually wiped his hands on his apron and was about to start the fire when he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he called out. The door creaked open, and Tang Shui walked in, her hands laden with goodies. Yang Chuliu rushed to greet her. "You're here. Please, step inside." After placing her things on a table, Tang Shui revealed she had only brought some fruit from the local shop. I invited you for dinner. Not for you to bring things, he said. It's nothing. Do you need help with anything? No. Please have a seat and rest. Dinner will be ready shortly. Yang Chuliu turned on the fan and busied himself moving chairs, as guests were rare in his home. You don't need to fuss. I can manage, Tang Shui said, feeling a bit shy as she watched him scurry about. After ensuring she was settled, Yang Chuliu dashed back to the kitchen, eager to finish preparing the meal. Tang Shui curiously surveyed the modest surroundings of his home. Is that a family portrait? She wondered aloud, noticing a large photograph hanging in the corner. Approaching, she realized it wasn't a family photo, but rather a commemorative picture titled honoring the special contributors of Qingdao. Each person in the photo wore a red flower on their chest, yet they appeared somewhat stiff, as if posing artificially. She recalled seeing similar photos at the village chief's house, and had always been curious about them. Just then, Yang Chuliu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming platter of stir-fried clams. Dinner is ready, he announced, placing the dish on the table. Noticing Tang Shui lost in thought while staring at the photograph, he asked, "What are you pondering?" Tang Shui pointed at the picture, inquiring, "Could you tell me what this photograph signifies? I've seen it at the village chief's house as well." Upon mentioning the photo, Yang Chuliu's expression darkened for a moment before he quickly composed himself. "Oh, that is a long story. I still have 2 dishes in the pot. Let me finish those and I'll explain." "Okay, let me help you," she offered. "No need. The kitchen is filled with oil and smoke. It will be ready shortly." Chapter 48, A Seafood Feast. Back in the kitchen, Yang Chuliu stood at the stove, momentarily lost in thought, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tang Shui approached quietly. "Chef, I'd like to learn your culinary skills." "Oh, sure," he replied, hastily wiping his eyes and forcing a smile. "Why are your eyes red?" she asked. "Oh, I accidentally touched my eyes while cutting chili peppers. It's nothing," he reassured her. "You should be careful," she cautioned. Tang Shui, upon hearing his explanation, did not dwell on it further, while Yang Chuliu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them busied themselves for a while, and soon the remaining 2 dishes were completed. As the fragrant and spicy crab was served, Tang Shui inhaled its aroma, her mouth watering, and could not resist tasting a crab leg. This is delicious." "Yang Chuliu, were you a professional chef before?" "All right. Let us wash our hands and eat," he replied. Yang Chuliu brought the dishes to the table and, realizing there were no drinks at home, thought it inappropriate to have such hearty dishes without beverages. Seizing the moment while Tang Shui washed her hands, he hurried to the convenience store and bought 2 bottles of drinks, 1 coconut milk and 1 orange juice. Upon returning home, he found Tang Shui still standing at the door. "Please, sit down. The food will get cold." Breathless, Yang Chuliu entered the house and placed the drinks on the table. Tang Shui sat down as well, and before indulging in the feast, she snapped a couple of photos for her social media. Yang Chuliu poured her a drink and urged, "Come on, let us eat." With an array of dishes before them, the two began to feast heartily. After a few bites, Yang Chuliu lifted his cup and said, "Thank you for today." Tang Shui raised her cup to clink with his, replying, "No need for thanks. We still have a seafood feast to enjoy. Cheers," they exclaimed, downing their drinks and then refilling their cups. After a while, Tang Shui put down her chopsticks and asked, "Can you tell me about the photos? I'm really curious." Yang Chuliu nodded gently, explaining, "There's nothing much to it. The people in the photos sacrificed themselves for the village's development. The village chief took a collective photograph so that future generations would not forget them. Oh, by the way, I've been here for a while, but I haven't seen your parents." Upon mentioning his parents, Yang Chuliu's voice wavered slightly. The word parents felt distant, and his memories of them had grown hazy. Tang Shui sensed his discomfort and realized she might have pried too deeply. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly. Yang Chuliu adjusted his emotions and replied, "The first 2 in the photo are them. 3 years ago, they tragically perished while transporting materials by boat to provide electricity to the island." After hearing the backstory, Tang Shui felt a mix of guilt and sorrow. Her lips parted in an attempt to offer comfort, but the words eluded her. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken feelings. After what seemed like an eternity, Yang Chuliu emerged from his sorrow and lifted his cup once more. "Let us not dwell on the past. Today is a day of joy. Look at all the bounty we've brought back. Let us eat." Tang Shui, noticing his smile, silently chastised herself for her earlier words but raised her cup in response. "Well then, I wish you a future filled with fruitful days." "Thank you." Following this brief interlude, laughter and joy filled the room once again. Tang Shui began sharing amusing anecdotes from the past to steer the conversation away from somber topics. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and after dining, Tang Shui helped him tidy up. Sated, Yang Chuliu escorted Tang Shui back to her school dormitory. On the way back, they encountered the village chief, who sat alone on a grinding stone, smoking and staring blankly at the village. Yang Chuliu slowed his pace and greeted him. Uncle, why are you still awake at this hour? The village chief turned at the sound. Ah, Liuzi, not yet. Did you go out to sea again today? Yes. Come. Sit and keep me company. All right. Yang Chuliu brushed off the dust from the grinding stone and hopped up to sit beside him. This grinding stone had been there for many years. He recalled standing on it as a child, competing with peers to see who could urinate the farthest. Now, reflecting on it, everything had changed. The village chief, noticing Yang Chuliu sitting down, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. Have one. Uncle, I don't smoke. You are just like your father in that regard. The village chief lit a cigarette for himself, savoring the smoke as he asked. Have you come to terms with what happened 3 years ago? Yang Chuliu nodded. Yes, each person has their own fate. With his head lowered, he absent-mindedly traced circles on the grinding stone. The village chief patted his head gently before gesturing towards the village. Liuzi, look at the village. I have watched you grow up. I know the loss of your parents weighs heavily on your heart, but do you really wish to spend your life fishing? Coming and going at such odd hours? Fishing is quite good. It's better than working a regular job. It's tiring. But I am free and do not have to endure frustrations. Nonsense. The village chief stood up from the stone, exuding disappointment. Is this how you honor your parents? They sacrificed themselves for Qingdao, and look at you now. Our generation worked hard, not just for ourselves. Yang Chuliu, now irate, stood up and shouted, they are them. And I am me. 3 years have passed. Look at what the world has become. And look at here, it's still dilapidated. What is the use of effort? The village chief trembled with anger, his hand raised but hesitating to strike. With a sigh, all his fury, resentment, and mixed emotions coalesced into a gentle exhale. In that moment, the village chief appeared aged, no longer the dapper figure in a Zhongshan suit, but rather a plain old man. Liuzi, I will soon retire. Your father was my most outstanding student, and his wish was to see the village prosper, to see the people of Qingdao thrive. As for you, I understand your perspective, and I cannot impose our burdens upon you. Just live your own life well. Yang Chuliu observed the village chief, who was nearing 50 yet still toiling, and felt a ripple of emotion within him. He too wished to contribute to the development of his hometown, but it was far from easy. Uncle, what can I do? After a long silence, he finally voiced his question. The village chief extinguished his cigarette, crushing it underfoot. Lead everyone to prosperity, help build a better Qingdao. Me. Yang Chuliu was taken aback, feeling ill-equipped for such a responsibility. He lacked both wealth and status, and was still grappling with his own identity, let alone leading the entire village to prosperity. Chapter 49. A conversation with the village chief. The village chief paid no heed to his doubts. His words seemed directed at Yang Chuliu, yet also resonated as a personal reflection. Qingdao is not just about you. Despite the poor conditions over the years, no family has moved away. Yang Chuliu could not deny this. He had not heard of anyone relocating from Qingdao. Over the years, the village chief had sought investments, explored tourism, and even attempted agritourism, but all efforts had ultimately faltered. After some time, their conversation drifted, but the village chief did not expect much from Yang Chuliu. He simply needed to express the frustrations that had long been pent up. His generation was aging, placing all their hopes on the younger generation. As night deepened, the village chief suggested Yang Chuliu return home. He did not linger, heading back in the darkness. Under the moonlight, the village chief's frail figure on the grinding stone struck a peculiar chord within him, evoking an indescribable feeling. Upon returning home, Yang Chuliu lay in bed, unable to sleep, deeply affected by the village chief's words. He lifted the worn, yellowing photo from under his pillow, revealing a family portrait of 3. Gazing at his parents' smiles, a genuine smile spread across Yang Chuliu's face. In that moment, he displayed no facade. Tears flowed unbidden from the corners of his eyes, silently expressing his inner grievances. As he looked at the photograph, he also pulled out a small red booklet. If anyone were nearby, they would recognize it as a savings book. Indeed, this is the compensation paid to Yang Chuliu upon the passing of his parents. Over the years, regardless of the hardships he faced, he has never once considered touching this money, not even a single cent. For others, it is merely currency. For him, it is a cherished memory. The words of the village head tonight awakened him to a profound realization. While venturing out to sea may earn him a modest income, it is still far from sufficient. Though he currently lacks the means to elevate his family to prosperity or transform Qingdao into his envisioned paradise overnight, he can strive to enrich himself first. Yang Chuliu now possesses a golden compass, a secret known only to him. Yet he is confident that embarking on a venture with it would guarantee success. After a period of trial, he has grown immensely assured in its capabilities. Instead of languishing away in a rusted boat, he decides to take a risk. Gazing at a photograph, he murmurs, "Father, Mother, if you were still here, you would surely support me." The only reply from the room is a gentle breeze, accompanied by the fluttering of the curtains. Having reached a resolution, He gently returns the photograph to its place and puts away the bankbook. On the following day, Chuliu rises early, determined not to sell his goods to Lao Yu today, but rather to set up a stall at the market. Yesterday, he caught a wolf fish. Selling just one frozen fish at the market would likely garner little attention, but pairing it with fresh fish and crabs may yield better results. After freshening up, he neglects breakfast and prepares his goods, taking the bankbook along as well. Upon arriving at the dock, Lao Yu notices him from afar and waves. Xiaoyang, what treasures do you have today? Let me see. Lao Yu, here's the situation, Chuliu explains. After collaborating for such a long time, he finds Lao Yu to be quite agreeable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sell the entire village's catch to him. Lao Yu understands his intentions and, far from being upset, hands him a business card, suggesting that if sales at the market do not go well, he can try his friend's restaurant instead. Chuliu expresses his gratitude, borrows an electronic scale, and loads his goods onto the boat, setting off for the market. Arriving early is crucial to secure a good spot, lest it be taken by the elderly vendors. As he nears the market, he calls the tricycle driver to come pick him up. After nearly 50 minutes of hurried travel, they finally reach the market, but the prime spots are nearly all occupied. Considering the volume of his goods and the relatively sparse crowd at this hour, the tricycle driver maneuvers the vehicle directly into the market. Make way, he honks. Upon entering the market, they find a spacious area to park. Brother, how's the service? Chuliu gives him a thumbs up, replying, no complaints, 5-star rating. Haha, don't butter me up. Remember, after selling the fish, you still need to ride back with me. Alright, help me unload the goods. They both work together to remove the basins filled with fish and crustaceans. Chuliu lacks experience in setting up a stall. He has only observed others. Truth be told, he feels uncertain and worries that no one will buy, resulting in a loss of travel expenses. He organizes the basins by type for easier accounting. The wolf fish is already filleted and placed directly in a basin. Due to the rush, he hasn't even brought a table. Seeing that he has a substantial amount of goods, other vendors begin to gather around. Young man, where did you get so much fish? I caught them myself. Doesn't seem likely. You must be a fishmonger. A few elderly onlookers, noticing the abundance of fish, stand nearby and begin to critique, some not mincing words. Chuliu chooses not to engage with them. As the saying goes, rivals are often fellow tradesmen, and there is no need for excessive contention. At this moment, a slender man dressed in a black t-shirt and carrying a small bag approaches, eyeing the crabs in the basin. Brother, these crabs look good. What will you sell them for? Chuliu replies, sure, what price do you have in mind? You've got a mix of sizes here, they won't sell well. I'll offer you 70 for the lot. Not selling. Without hesitation, Chuliu declines. He knows that at the dock, Lao Yu pays at least 100, and this offer is significantly lower, as if he were being taken for a fool. The man smirks but remains unperturbed, saying, you're quite direct, young man. How about I add $5 more? Pack them up. Before he finishes speaking, he bends down to grab some crabs, indicating he is seasoned in such dealings. Chuliu raises a hand to stop him. Sir, I'm afraid you should check elsewhere. The man, seeing the refusal, claps his hands and remarks, all right, kid, you've got some guts. He leaves with a chuckle, the meaning of which eludes Chuliu. Just as he departs, an elderly woman leans in and whispers, young man, you are still too inexperienced. Chuliu is taken aback. Auntie, what do you mean? Oh, so young. The old lady's words hang in the air, leaving him puzzled. Noticing that there is still ample time before the market fully opens, he decides to buy breakfast from a nearby stall. Upon returning, he finds 2 people gathered around his stall. He hurries over. Hello, how can I help you? Everything is freshly caught. Hello, please pay the stall fee. Chuliu is taken aback. He had no idea there was a fee for setting up a stall. How much do I owe? Given your amount of goods, it's 50. After speaking, the person scribbles on a receipt and tears it off, handing it to him. Hurry up, we're in a rush. Chuliu understands that fixed stalls require payment, but for a temporary setup, he didn't expect such a hefty sum, especially since he was unsure of his earnings for the morning. Yet, being on someone else's turf, he can only speak politely. I'm sorry. I just arrived and haven't made any sales yet. Please check elsewhere for now, and I'll pay you upon my return. The two exchange glances, giving him 10 minutes before returning for payment. Chuliu agrees, not intending to evade payment, but rather to gauge what others are paying. They approach a neighboring stall, and the elderly vendor hands them a 5 yuan note without waiting for them to speak. They accept the money without a word and continue to the next stall. Chuliu observes that the most he has seen others pay is 10 yuan, with most transactions being 5. When the elderly woman notices the two moving away, she calls out to him, young man, now you understand, right? The one who wanted to buy your crabs is the big brother of one of those two. Your stall won't be safe now. Realizing the situation, Chuliu comprehends the underlying complexities involved in merely setting up a stall. Before long, The two fee collectors return to demand payment. Hey, you're the last one. Yang Chuliu pulls out 10 yuan from his pocket and hands it over. Here's the stall fee. One of them, noticing the 10 yuan bill, scowls and responds harshly. Young man, are you illiterate, or is my handwriting unclear? Take a good look at the receipt. This is the stall fee. You can either pay it or not. Yang Chuliu is not one to be trifled with. There is a limit to how much one can be bullied. The two, seeing him stand his ground, drop the pretense and prepare to take his goods. Yang Chuliu grabs a knife used for cutting fish, glaring fiercely. Let us see who dares to touch anything today. One of the men, startled by the sight of the knife, steps back, saying, What do you think you're doing? Just as Yang Chuliu is about to speak, the sound of a honking horn interrupts him. Looking up, he sees Lao Yu approaching, with Air Mingzi squatting in the back of the truck. Air Mingzi spots Yang Chuliu and leaps from the vehicle before it has even stopped. Uncle Lulu. Air Mingzi, take it easy. Lao Yu shouts anxiously from the driver's seat, hurriedly parking the truck. Air Mingzi arrived and saw him holding a knife, grinning foolishly and saying, Lu Liuzi Shu. Are you going to cut watermelon? The person collecting fees snapped back to reality and abruptly pushed Air Mingzi away, exclaiming, What a fool, just go play. Upon hearing himself called a fool, Air Mingzi's eyes instantly turned red and his fists clenched tightly. Without any warning, he swung a punch at the man behind him, muttering, Air Mingzi is not a fool, you are the fool. The man behind him, taken by surprise, fell to the ground, and as he felt warmth in his nostrils, blood gushed out. Another person, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen in place. Air Mingzi, undeterred, prepared to continue his assault. Yang Chuliu rushed forward and embraced him, saying, Air Mingzi, it's all right, uncle will buy you watermelon. Hearing his voice, Air Mingzi gradually calmed down. At that moment, Lao Yu parked his vehicle and hurried over, feeling responsible since he had brought Air Mingzi out. Air Mingzi was strong and often helped him with heavy loads during busy times, even receiving treats in return. What on earth happened? Lao Yu, seeing the chaos, was somewhat perplexed. Oh, Laoli, are you all right? Why are you lying on the ground? Get up quickly. He approached the man on the ground and helped him up. After assisting him, Yang Chuliu recounted the events. After just a few sentences, Lao Yu understood that the issue did not originate from Yang Chuliu's side. Having spent many years in the market, he was well aware of its intricacies. Since they were all acquaintances and the assailant was a fool, this matter could only be left unresolved, chalking it up to bad luck. The chaotic situation surrounding booth fees could be a significant problem, and stirring up trouble with the market administration would be detrimental to them. They were merely employees earning a wage, not willing to risk their jobs over trivial matters. As a result, Yang Chuliu ended up paying only 5 yuan. As the crowd dispersed, Lao Yu advised, Xiaoyang, my shop is right inside. Call me if you need anything. All right, sounds good. Okay, then you go ahead. Lao Yu took Air Mingzi with him, only agreeing to buy him a watermelon before leaving. As he had no other choice, Yang Chuliu organized his belongings, and the market was beginning to buzz with activity. The elderly onlookers who had previously been gossiping now regarded him with different eyes, and no one murmured any longer. Shortly, a considerable crowd gathered in front of his stall. Boss, how much for the fish fillets? Hello, which part do you want? The fishtail, is it wild? Rest assured, if it's fake, I'll pay you tenfold. Yang Chuliu was busily juggling, weighing, and collecting money all by himself. Remarkably, the fish proved quite popular, and in no time, he sold a substantial amount, rendering his earlier worries unnecessary. Additionally, his prices were considerably lower than those at seafood restaurants. After more than an hour of hard work, the fish, shrimp, and crabs in several basins were all sold out, with even small octopuses being dealt with through combined selling and giveaways. Yang Chuliu glanced at the time, realizing it was only 10:05, earlier than he had anticipated. After tidying up, he counted his earnings, totaling 185 yuan, exceeding what he made with Lao Yu by a couple of hundred. After securing the money, he returned the scale to Lao Yu and left 2 basins for him, planning to take them directly to the island the next morning. With everything settled, he prepared to visit the shipyard to inquire about prices. The small town had numerous shipyards, both large and small, totaling over a dozen. Having been away for years, Yang Chuliu was unfamiliar with the shipyards and could only visit them one by one. As he drove, he chatted with the tricycle driver, who suggested that if he wanted to buy a larger boat, he should go to Yuanhang Shipbuilding, known for its quality and reputation. Following his advice, he drove nonstop to the entrance of Yuanhang Shipbuilding. Upon arrival, Yang Chuliu noticed several large vessels parked inside, accompanied by the sharp sound of welding, indicating work was in progress. The guard, seeing him at the entrance, approached and asked, Young man, are you looking for someone? I would like to see the boats. Is that possible? Sure. Come in. I'll call and notify them. After waiting for 2 minutes, the guard directed him to the sales center. Following the signs, he found the marketing center, where several saleswomen in uniforms were chatting, and the room was relatively empty. "Hello, is this the marketing center?" "Yes, yes, welcome." The saleswoman, noticing a customer, eagerly greeted him. "Come, handsome, have some tea." "Thank you." Their excessive enthusiasm made young Chuliu feel a bit uncomfortable. He sat down and inquired, "I would like to know if your factory sells offshore vessels for civilian use." "Certainly." The saleswoman handed him a tablet, saying, "This contains the boat models we have developed. You can take a look. This year's featured models include 2. "All right, let me see." Yang Chuliu took the tablet, noting that the accompanying facilities were quite satisfactory. The 3D models provided a clear view of the internal structure of the boats, complete with illustrations and descriptions. The large ferries looked imposing, especially the trawlers, which were visually captivating. Clicking on a trawler, he noted that even the standard configuration would cost around 6 to 700,000 yuan, not including additional equipment. Outfitting the entire vessel would easily exceed 1 million. For someone earning a few thousand a month, it was absurd to contemplate a 1 million yuan yacht. Yang Chulu glanced briefly and swiped past these options, as they were beyond his consideration. Boats at the 1 million yuan level were typically for either extremely wealthy tycoons or fishing and transportation companies. After perusing several boat models, each with unique features such as power, flexibility, and space, Yang Chulu felt somewhat overwhelmed, akin to Lu Lao Lao wandering into the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything. Having used metal boats for so long, he had no concept of such large operational fishing vessels. The saleswoman, observing his focused attention, stood patiently by without rushing him. After an undetermined amount of time, having browsed through all the types of boats, his mind was blank. The saleswoman gently asked, "Handsome, what do you think? Are there any models you like? If I said I like them all, would you believe me?" "Haha, you're quite humorous, but are you satisfied with me?" She giggled, her bosom catching the eye. Was she flirting with him? Yang Chulu chose not to engage further in banter and stated directly, "Do you have any boats around 20,000 that are cost-effective, specifically for private fishing?" 20,000. Please wait a moment. Let me check our inventory." The saleswoman resumed her professional demeanor, though her attire remained slightly distracting. Summer truly was a season of love and hate. After 2 minutes, the saleswoman presented him with 2 boat models, one with powerful engine capabilities and the other with ample space. Both models had the highest purchase records in the market and received favorable reviews. Yang Chulu examined the prices. One was around 250,000, and the other was around 280,000. Noticing his hesitation, the saleswoman advised, "If this is for personal use, I recommend the larger one. The second is more suitable for rental or company operations." "Yes, that makes sense." He agreed with her recommendation, as the larger model not only included a refrigeration chamber and a spacious live well, but also had a lounge and kitchen, with ample deck space for group fishing. However, the price of 280,000 was indeed a bit steep. Considering additional equipment, the total would easily reach 300,000. His savings amounted to only 200,000, leaving him short by 100,000. During this period, I managed to earn some money, but after planting a season's crops, most of it was spent on fertilizers and seeds. The salesperson appeared troubled, and years of experience told me that the client had reservations. "Handsome, if you are satisfied with the boat, we can negotiate the rest." Despite lacking funds, I maintained an imposing demeanor, stating, "The boat's design is quite good. Please quote your bottom price." Upon hearing this, the salesperson perked up, realizing that closing this deal would yield a commission equivalent to a month's salary. "This boat has the best communication system available at this price point," and the salesperson continued to extol the boat's virtues. But I found myself growing weary of the overly enthusiastic pitch. After some time with a calculator, the final price was quoted at 268,000. Upon hearing the price, my expression turned sour. I could barely scrape together a few zeros and was still short by 60,000. "I would like to inquire if you offer installment plans." "Yes, but you must have a marriage certificate or collateral." "Oh, I see. Not only did I lack a marriage certificate, but I didn't even have a partner, let alone any assets to pledge. My family owns 3 stone houses on Qingdao, but without property deeds, they would not suffice as collateral." It seemed that purchasing a boat would have to be postponed. One cannot rush into things. With this thought, I stood to leave, intending to return once I had saved enough money. The salesperson, noticing my intent to depart, followed me to the door, suggesting we add each other as friends for future contact. "Sure, that sounds good. By the way, if you don't borrow too much, you can get a certificate from the village, and the credit union offers loans at low interest rates under current favorable national policies." I had never encountered such matters before and was quite unfamiliar with them. The salesperson assured me that it was indeed possible, and that there happened to be a boat available at the factory. I had initially thought this matter was over, but unexpectedly, there was a glimmer of hope. As I exited the factory, I hurried to the dock, eager to reach the village chief and obtain the necessary certificate. Arriving at the dock, I immediately boarded the boat and headed towards Qingdao, barely acknowledging old Yang's greeting. This child seemed as if he were being chased by a dog. The journey, which typically took half an hour, was completed in just 20 minutes. Upon arriving at Qingdao, I took out my phone and called the village chief, informing him that I needed to see him. The chief directed me to the village office, where I found the door ajar and rushed inside without knocking. The chief, startled by my sudden entrance, nearly spilled his tea. "What are you doing, barging in like that?" I sat down, breathless, greeted the accountant beside me, and asked, "Uncle, can I apply for a loan?" The chief nodded. "Sure, but you haven't gotten into trouble outside, have you? Speak clearly." "I'm not in trouble. Can I borrow 60,000 with just my ID card?" 60,000. What do you need that much money for? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if it's possible. The accountant, Zhang Yonghan, interjected. 60, your uncle may not know the details, but I handle the accounts, and I can tell you outright, you won't be able to borrow that much. Upon hearing that I couldn't secure the loan, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Then how much can I borrow? At most 20,000, interest-free. I felt disappointed. 20,000 was still far from half of what I needed, leaving me with a deficit of 40,000. Unless, just as my thoughts spiraled into gloom, Zhang Yonghan hesitated before uttering two words, unless. Unless what? Unless the village chief acts as your guarantor. Meaning your uncle and I will vouch for you. I pondered this. I was reluctant to ask them for a guarantee, as being a guarantor often led to misfortune. If the borrower defaulted, the guarantor would bear the brunt of the consequences. The chief, observing my anxious demeanor, inquired, 60, why do you need such a large sum? You should explain. At this point, there was no reason to conceal my intentions. I laid out my plan to purchase a boat, including the price. The chief remained silent. Sipping his tea thoughtfully, Zhang Yonghan felt I was being impulsive, while it was understandable for a young man to buy a car. My ambition to purchase a boat was a significant undertaking. Most villagers had relied on fishing for generations, and only the Liu family next door had managed to buy 2 boats costing several $100,000, which they reportedly lost money on in recent years. Zhang Yonghan cautioned, 60. It's admirable to be bold and adventurous, but be careful not to overreach. It could lead to failure. All right, I'll think of another way. I recognized that he meant well, but I could not reveal the significance of the compass in my plans. Wait a moment. The chief called out as I prepared to leave. 60. Have you truly thought this through? I nodded emphatically. Yes, I have. Very well. Tomorrow morning, come with me to the credit union, and I will be your guarantor. What? I was taken aback. Was there really a chance? Old Yang, why are you encouraging this child in his folly? Zhang Yonghan questioned, bewildered. The chief smiled. Old Zhang. If the boy wants to embark on a venture, why not support him? But what if? Don't always assume the worst. If he stumbles, he can get back up. Isn't that how one navigates through life? Zhang Yonghan was rendered speechless, turning his attention to the pen in his hand. I felt a warmth in my heart knowing that the chief was offering unconditional support without questioning my resolve, which only strengthened my determination to buy the boat. Uncle, thank you. I will prove myself. The chief pointed at me, chuckling. You rascal, you don't need to promise me anything. If you truly have the ability, show me that you can outperform the Liu family's boats. They've been riding high on their good fortune for too long. Exiting the village office, I took a deep breath, feeling a weight lifted off my shoulders. Closing my eyes, I could almost envision stacks of 100 yuan bills beckoning me. As I returned home, I was filled with joy. 60. What is you so cheerful? Nothing, nothing. 60. Have you found a girlfriend? Your smile is almost reaching your ears. Auntie, could you introduce me to your niece? You little rascal, always teasing. Meanwhile, in the village office, Zhang Yonghan took out a ledger. Old Yang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you know the current situation in our village better than I do. The credit union staff avoids us. The chief gazed out the window. No need to worry about that. I'll visit the credit union this afternoon. It's good for the youth to pursue their dreams. We need energetic young people like him. Sigh, I can't make you see reason. Old Zhang, aren't you coming with me to the credit union? Sister Li has mentioned you several times. Your presence would be more effective than mine. Forget it, I'm not going. All right, then I'll call Sister Li and invite her for tea. As the chief spoke, a subtle smile crept across his face as he reached for his phone. Old Yang, don't mess around. I'll go, okay? You really are something. Zhang Yonghan, seeing no other option, reluctantly agreed. Zhang Yonghan is a prominent figure in the village. After the passing of his wife during their youth, he single-handedly raised their daughter and chose not to remarry. Sister Li from the credit cooperative, who is of similar age, has taken a liking to him and is eager to embark on a late-in-life romance, hoping they could share their lives together. Although Zhang Yonghan harbors feelings for her, he is reluctant to lower his guard, feeling that at his age, engaging in such frivolities might invite ridicule. The village chief often teases him about this situation, and the mere mention of Sister Li gives him a headache. The next morning, young Chuliu, having been unable to sleep due to excitement the previous night, promptly made his way to the village office. Upon arrival, he found the gate tightly locked, leading him to pass the time at a nearby park where many elderly folks were already exercising. After some time, the village chief, with his briefcase in hand and hair slicked back, arrived with Zhang Yonghan. Yang Chuliu rushed over to them, exclaiming, "Uncle, did you have your hair done?" The village chief, touching his hair, responded, "Is it that obvious? Haha, it's fine. Let us hurry. If we're late, we'll have to wait in line." The trio made their way to the dock, where old Yang was already seated at the bow of the boat, smoking and clutching a water bottle. The village chief approached him and remarked, "Old Yang, starting early today, are we?" Old Yang set down his bottle and replied, "Just passing the time. Drink less. Take us across," the village chief urged. "Sure thing." Old Yang stood up, brushing off his wrinkled pants, and staggered toward the stern. Noticing his unsteady gait, Yang Chuliu stepped forward, saying, "Uncle, take a break. Let me help you." "You sure? All right, I'll rest then." Once the village chief and the others were seated, he started the boat toward the opposite dock. Before long, they arrived at the credit cooperative, only to find it still closed at 8 o'clock. Yang Chuliu, aware of the need for discretion when requesting assistance, took the village chief to a nearby breakfast shop to eat. After their meal, the cooperative opened its doors. As they entered, Zhang Yonghan appeared somewhat uneasy and withdrawn. "Zhang, let us go," Yang Chuliu urged. "You go ahead. I feel a bit uncomfortable from eating too much." "Really? You only had a bowl of porridge, and you didn't even touch the buns. Perhaps it's just my stomach acting up, an old ailment." The village chief, overhearing their exchange, chuckled and said, "All right, Liuzi, let him be. We have business to attend to." Chapter 53, Loan. Yang Chuliu sensed something was off with Zhang Yonghan, but chose not to dwell on it. Just then, Sister Li entered. Immediately noticing Zhang Yonghan's hunched posture and concern etched across her face. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Yonghan straightened up, forcing a smile. "Good morning, Shaoli." This was Yang Chuliu's first encounter with Sister Li. She was dressed in professional attire, slightly plump, with a short haircut that gave her a sharp appearance. The village chief greeted her with a smile, acknowledging her presence. After a brief exchange, Sister Li led them upstairs. The village chief had already visited the day before and clarified the purpose of the loan, so they simply needed to follow through with the process. Yang Chuliu had expected a convoluted procedure, but filling out 2 forms completed the task. Once the contract was finalized, Sister Li informed him that the funds would be available within 2 hours. With the loan secured, he seized the opportunity to withdraw all the money from his savings account, intending to pay it directly at the shipyard. Upon reaching the counter, he discovered that withdrawing a large sum required a reservation made a day in advance. Fortunately, the village chief had anticipated this and made prior arrangements. With the funds withdrawn, the considerable sum of 270,000 yuan lay before him, a sight that was both alarming and exhilarating. It was his first experience handling such a large amount of cash, and his heart raced uncontrollably. In his haste, he hadn't brought a proper bag, and the village chief's wallet was insufficient. Ultimately, he resorted to asking for 2 plastic bags from a nearby supermarket, stuffing the money inside. The village chief and accountant Zhang, seeing his careless handling of the cash, felt compelled to give him a lesson on caution. With the money prepared, they were set to visit the shipyard to finalize the payment. The village chief, feeling uneasy about Yang Chuliu's youthfulness and the potential for deception, decided to accompany him. Hoping to negotiate a better price, Yang Chuliu was more than willing to have the company, and together they headed to the shipyard. Before leaving, Sister Li insisted that accountant Zhang have lunch before departing, but before she could finish her sentence, he had already vanished, much to her chagrin. Arriving at the shipyard, Yang Chuliu, having been there the previous day, navigated the premises with ease and found the marketing center. Upon entering, the salesgirl, taken aback by the large bag of cash he carried, exclaimed, "Wow, what is this? I'm here to order a boat." "Oh, please, come in and sit down. That is quite impressive." The other sales staff looked at him with newfound interest, intrigued by his directness. When the village chief entered and saw a room full of young women, he requested to speak with the manager. The sales staff, fearing a complaint, hurriedly offered refreshments and inquired cautiously. Once they learned he was there to purchase a boat, they relaxed. However, finding the manager proved challenging as he was overseas, and they eventually brought in an assistant manager. The manager, familiar with the boat Yang Chuliu was interested in, quoted a price nearly identical to the previous days. The village chief exchanged glances with accountant Zhang, and they began to negotiate, each taking turns to inquire further. Yang Chuliu, while not directly involved, found it beneficial to listen and learn. Initially believing the village chief was only gathering information, he was surprised when the discussion extended over 3 hours. By then, he had consumed his 8th cup of tea and made 3 trips to the restroom, noticing the manager's growing fatigue. "Sir, I can offer a firm price of 260,000. That is truly my final offer," the manager stated. The village chief nodded. I'm not trying to be difficult. What about maintenance? All maintenance for the first year is complimentary. That is my bottom line. And what about gifts? Everything included. Plus we'll throw in 2 commemorative fishing rods valued at 5,000 yuan. Very well, let us proceed with the agreement. The village chief and accountant Zhang successfully negotiated every possible concession, ultimately reducing the price by an additional 8,000 yuan. Yang Chuliu was astounded by their adept bargaining skills and realized they were seasoned veterans in this arena. Once an agreement was reached, the manager instructed the sales staff to prepare 2 contracts for signing and payment. Although the boat was in stock, it wouldn't be ready for immediate use. Additional paperwork would be required. The manager informed him that this would involve multiple departments and could take 4 to 5 days to complete. If he preferred to avoid the hassle, he could hire a broker for a streamlined service for 2,000 yuan. After deliberating, Yang Chuliu chose to engage the broker, as he was unfamiliar with the process. With a few days available, he could take the opportunity to set sail. And given that his rented boat wouldn't be due for a few more days, he felt confident about recouping the broker's fees. Once the contracts were signed, he handed over the full amount of 270,000 yuan, leaving him with just 10,000 yuan, which represented all his savings. He had arrived with a bulging bag of cash, only to see it vanish almost instantly, causing him a pang of regret. With the major transaction completed, the manager asked him to name the boat, which would be printed on the hull upon completion, serving as a unique identifier. Yang Chuliu has never been adept at naming things since childhood. To be precise, it is an inherited trait from his family. His name, Yang Chuliu, often invites playful jests from others, who frequently ask why he isn't called Yang Chu, or Yang Chuki, or Chuba. He was born shortly after the New Year, precisely on the 6th day of the first lunar month. Hence he was simply named Yang Chuliu. There is an old saying in rural areas that a humble name ensures a prosperous life. As for his own naming endeavor, he pondered and ultimately decided on Jinshan Hao, symbolizing the invitation of wealth and prosperity. The manager assisted him in recording the name, and thereafter, there was little left to attend to, as he would be notified in advance when the paperwork was ready. The morning passed in a flurry of activity, and upon returning home, Yang Chuliu picked up 4 boxes of milk from the local shop, which he delivered to the village chief and accountant Zhang. On his way back, he fortuitously encountered Tang Shui at the dock, who was struggling under the weight of numerous packages. Tang Shui, why have you bought so many things? Allow me to assist you, Yang Chuliu offered, taking some of the burdens from her hands, which were rather heavy. Thank you. I'm exhausted, Tang Shui replied, shaking her sore arms, her face flushed with warmth. Have you been shopping? He inquired. Not at all. These are all gifts from my parents. They can be quite overwhelming at times, she lamented. They are merely concerned for you. By the way, there are many local specialties from my hometown here. Take some back with you to save me the trouble of delivering them later. I'll pass. You should keep them for yourself, he insisted. Chapter 54, The Trickster Village Chief. Yang Chuliu aided her in delivering the items to her dormitory, and Tang Shui found a bag to share a portion of everything with him, filling a substantial sack. Although he initially declined, her persistent insistence compelled him to accept. Exiting the dormitory, he had come to offer gifts, yet unexpectedly returned with quite a haul himself. Upon arriving home, Yang Chuliu casually prepared a bowl of noodles, as the sweltering heat diminished his appetite. After satisfying his hunger, he tidied up the cages in his yard, as the strong odor was affecting his trapping efficacy. Once his chores were complete, he reclined comfortably on the cool mat, enjoying the breeze from the fan while playing on his phone, feeling quite content with his life. After a while, feeling drowsy, Yang Chuliu was about to drift off to sleep when he heard footsteps at the door. Yang Chuliu, are you home? The voice, reminiscent of Dahai, interrupted his peace. Who is it disturbing my slumber in the middle of the day? He mumbled, recognizing the voice. Lazily, he called out. What do you want? Dahai, knocking urgently on the door, replied. Hurry, and open up. I need to talk to you. Yang Chuliu, unable to ignore him, got up and opened the door. Speak quickly. I have no time for idle chatter. Yang Chuliu, I just came from Tang Shui's place. Didn't she give you a bag of snacks? Dahai queried. Is there a problem with that? Yang Chuliu retorted. Of course there is. I want those snacks. Dahai attempted to push his way inside. Yang Chuliu blocked him with his hand, impatiently stating, Get lost. I want to sleep. If you give me the snacks, I want to take them for free. I have good news for you. Dahai insisted. I'm not interested, Yang Chuliu replied dismissively. The people from Lu Jiazue caught a tuna. Don't you want to know where? At the mention of tuna, Yang Chuliu's eyes sparkled with interest. Dahai, noticing his intrigue, continued, You probably don't know, but this morning the Lu Hongming brothers from Lu Jiazue's boat returned after a week at sea with a tuna weighing over 100 pounds. They sold it for several thousand yuan. Is that true? Yang Chuliu asked, intrigued. Of course. I was right there, and the whole of Qingdao knows about it. I wouldn't lie. People from the village are already renting boats to try their luck. My dad just left to join them. The allure of tuna is undeniably fatal for fishermen. Everyone wishes to catch one. If one can catch a tuna, they need not go to sea for months. A single successful trip can sustain them for years. Yang Chuliu felt a pang of envy, but he understood that catching such fish requires more than just skill. It also demands luck. Even if one finds the right spot, the fish won't wait. Well, I understand the situation now. You can go back the way you came, he said. Dahai, sensing his disinterest, grew anxious. Don't think I don't know. Did you buy a new small boat? I'm telling you, without coordinates. A boat is useless. Are you finished? Yang Chuliu interrupted. Dahai began, but Yang Chuliu abruptly shut the door, narrowly avoiding a collision with Dahai's nose. Feeling a mix of apprehension and annoyance, Dahai kicked the door and shouted, Yang Chuliu, just you wait. I'll see how long you can gloat before you need my help. While Dahai yelled outside, Yang Chuliu returned to his mat. However, the commotion had completely dispelled his drowsiness. Tuna, which he had previously only seen on social media, now seemed tangible as he heard of local captures. If only he could catch one himself, the burden of his several thousand yuan loan from the credit union would be alleviated. He was currently a debtor. Although he previously had little money, at least he wasn't in debt. Just wait. Once I have a boat, I'll venture out too. After a long nap, Yang Chuliu awoke in the late afternoon, stretching his limbs and noticing it was already 4:30. He stepped outside to wash his face and refresh himself before organizing the fishing nets in his yard, as he would need them for his upcoming outing. A week passed swiftly, with Yang Chuliu heading out to sea from 5 in the morning until 9 in the evening. After a week of hard work, he had earned 2,800 yuan. Lately, there had been scarcely any boats near the mangroves, as all had been drawn out to the deep sea by the previous tuna frenzy. Calculating the timeline, he figured the villagers who had joined the fishing expedition should have returned by now, as it had been a week. In recent days, there had been a flurry of good news from Lu Jiazue, transitioning from tuna to cod, with reports that every return was bountiful. Yang Chuliu had only heard these rumors and had never witnessed them firsthand. The veracity of the news remained uncertain, yet it had greatly vexed the village chief, whose lips had cracked from stress. Lu Jiazue's larger boats required many crew members, and when their own locals were employed elsewhere, they often hired workers from Dayang's. The village chief felt disheartened seeing his own villagers working for others, while old Lu frequently came by to taunt him with the news. At midday, while Yang Chuliu was busy preparing a meal, he heard a commotion outside. They're back. They're back. Quick, go to the dock to see the tuna. Our villagers who went out to sea are back. Those with family on the boats should hurry to fetch them. The whole village was in an uproar, with even the chickens at his doorstep startled into hiding. He extinguished the fire under the pot, deciding to check the situation for himself, as he would soon head out to sea and wanted to be informed. Soon, the entire village, young and old, rushed toward the dock. Dahai was particularly dramatic, driving his family's tractor to haul the catch. Those who knew the reason for the commotion joined in the excitement, while those unaware might have thought a brawl was about to break out. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted Tang Shui standing by the roadside, curiously observing. Seeing Yang Chuliu, she approached him and asked, "What is happening?" "The villagers who went out to sea have returned. Let us go see what they've caught." "There might be something extraordinary," he replied. "All right, let us go," she agreed. Together, they followed the crowd to the dock, squinting under the blazing sun as they spotted a large ship slowly approaching. The deep horn of the vessel echoed as it maneuvered into its berth. The village children, upon seeing the ship, erupted into joyous cheers and leaps of excitement. Yang Chuliu looked at the boat with envy, as this was the life of a fisherman. He estimated that his own boat would likely be ready in a day or two, and the anticipation had kept him from enjoying a good night's sleep. As the large ship docked and lowered its gangplank, the villagers began to disembark one by one, though they did not appear particularly cheerful. Make way, please step aside and do not block the path." Dahai was the first to rush forward. His family had invested significantly in this joint fishing venture, and he anticipated a more substantial share of the profits. As the crew disembarked, Dahai approached and said, "Dad, how's it going? I brought our tractor over. If this one isn't enough, there are several more behind." Chapter 55, Jin Chan Hao. His second uncle, seeing his exuberance, replied sternly, "What are you doing? Bringing it over 1T save on fuel, so hurry up and take it back. But without the tractor, who can move the tuna? Be quiet, don't embarrass yourself." His uncle, growing impatient, shot him a glare. Just then, the fishermen returned to the dock, and the village chief stepped out from the crowd, pulling one of them aside. "Lucy, how did it go? Did you lose money? Don't even mention it. We lost a fortune. Had I known, I would have never gone. Losing several thousand for nothing." "What? You lost that much?" "Indeed. While others made a profit, we ended up with barely 100 or 80 pounds of fish." Yang Chuliu, Overhearing their conversation, felt a chill. The resources in the deep sea were surprisingly poor. Upon hearing there were no fish, the onlookers scattered quickly, not wanting to endure the heat, leaving only the families of those who had gone out to sea. Dahai silently drove the tractor back, no longer making a fuss, even too embarrassed to lift his head. Young Chuliu was taken aback by the dire situation, realizing that their costs, including the boat rental, had led to a loss of nearly 20,000. This venture had turned into a heart-stopping gamble. The financial setback cast a pall over the villagers, and no one dared to mention tuna again. At this moment, a call came from the shipyard, informing Yang Chuliu that his vessel had passed inspection, and all documentation was in order. He could come to test the waters. He replied he would pick up the boat in the afternoon and hung up, feeling that the timing of the boat's arrival was rather unfortunate. Although he had not participated in this fishing expedition, the preliminary blow was indeed disheartening, and now all his hopes rested on the compass. In the afternoon, Yang Chuliu arrived at the shipyard, where the manager personally welcomed him. "Mr. Yang, let me take you to see the vessel. If everything is in order, we can arrange the water test." "All right." Yang Chuliu followed the manager through a maze of corridors until they reached a large workshop, where he immediately spotted a gleaming vessel at the center, its hull a striking black and red. The manager announced, "Mr. Yang, this is your customized Jinshan Hao. Let us go aboard." Under her guidance, he boarded the ship along with the staff. They first visited the control room, where the engineer explained the functions and operational processes. Yang Chuliu listened intently, knowing this knowledge would be essential later. They toured the control room, the lounge, the ice hold, and the freshwater tank, and before he knew it, over 2 hours had passed. Yang Chuliu had a rough understanding of the operational procedures, but during the initial voyages, the shipyard would send professional operators to accompany him to resolve any potential issues promptly. After confirming that all functions were operational, Yang Chuliu eagerly anticipated seeing the vessel in the water. After signing the acceptance form, the manager arranged for the water test. Launching the large ship was a complex task, requiring substantial filling materials, professional tracks, and a towing vehicle, creating quite a spectacle. Yang Chuliu remained on board, feeling the vessel inch closer to the water, an inexplicable tension building within him. Noticing his nervousness, the manager smiled and handed him a bottle of mineral water, remarking, "Mr. Yang, is this your first time?" "Yes, it is. No need to be anxious. It only lasts a few seconds. Quite thrilling." "I hope so." Before arriving, he had researched that the moment a ship enters the water, there is a sensation of weightlessness, akin to an aircraft lifting off. After an hour of towing, the vessel finally reached the water's edge. From the control room, Yang Chuliu could see the platform's considerable height, professionally constructed. Nearby, a crew member waved a small flag, and the walkie-talkie crackled with communication. "All set for the water test. Please give the signal." The operator glanced at Yang Chuliu, asking, "Are you ready, sir?" Yang Chuliu nodded, confirming he was prepared. "The water test can begin." As the operator's words faded, the crew sprang into action, and the towing vehicle was driven away. Yang Chuliu felt something pushing against the back of the ship, propelling it forward. He clasped his hands tightly, taking deep breaths. Suddenly, a loud splash erupted, and Yang Chuliu lurched forward, unable to react before the control room glass fogged over, and he lost his balance, swaying in place. The ship rocked violently for several minutes before settling. Standing at the control panel, Yang Chuliu felt a churn in his stomach, reminiscent of a theme park ride on a pirate ship. After a deep breath to calm himself, the manager approached, asking with concern, "Mr. Yang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Good. Then let us set sail for a performance test." The manager signaled to the operator, who activated all necessary functions at the control panel. A sharp horn sounded, and the vessel cut through the waves, gliding forward smoothly. The sensation aboard was unlike anything else. He barely felt any rocking or jolting, in stark contrast to a metal boat that would be drenched with every wave. The operator gradually increased the speed, and the spray from the ship's wake rose higher. Yang Chuliu glanced at the indicators on the control panel, noting no abnormalities, and suggested, "I'll go out on deck to take a look." The manager nodded and accompanied him outside. As they stepped out, a wave of heat washed over them, carrying a faint scent of fish. On deck, the wet surface exuded steam, and Yang Chuliu gazed out at the horizon, where the sunlit sea sparkled like a myriad of dazzling diamonds. After over half an hour of cruising, they circled Qingdao Island, as Yang Chuliu had requested. At the Qingdao dock, passers-by and beachgoers turned to gaze at the large ship. "Hey, look how that vessel of considerable tonnage has ventured close to shore. Indeed, it appears to be a new ship, but I haven't heard of any purchases. My goodness, a vessel this size must cost at least several 100,000. What a splurge." The chatter among the beachgoers grew lively, as a young child climbed onto a rock with binoculars, exclaiming, "Dad, I can see the name. It's Jinshan Hao. Let me see." An adult beside him took the binoculars, confirming the shimmering name emblazoned on the ship. Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu returned to the control room, feeling quite satisfied with the trial. On the return journey, Yang Chuliu piloted the ship alone. Initially unfamiliar with the controls, he managed the route without major issues. After completing the test procedure, the vessel returned to the shipyard. The manager handed him various documents and certificates, officially making Jin Chanhao his own. Chapter 56. Testing the new ship. Yang Chuliu carefully organized all the paperwork and reviewed the operational procedures with the operator. After some practice, he discovered that navigating such a large vessel was relatively straightforward. As long as he managed the spacing and draft correctly, there were minimal complications. Compared to manually operated metal boats, this was far easier to handle, with the main difference being the shift from manual to automatic operation, though the latter was slightly more complex. Sailing aboard a large ship was significantly more comfortable, sparing him from the sun and rain. After one round of practice, the operator assessed that Yang Chuliu could operate the vessel solo, so he decided not to accompany him. They exchanged contact information, ensuring he could reach out if any issues arose. The shipyard workers had all disembarked, and Yang Chuliu stood alone by the control panel, his hands resting on the helm, poised for departure. A long blast from the ship's horn echoed, and Yang Chuliu slowly maneuvered the vessel out of its berth. Without the operator beside him, Yang Chuliu found sailing to be even more effortless, steering the ship while marveling at its power. This was exhilarating. The propulsion was remarkable. The journey from the small-town shipyard to Qingdao typically required at least 50 minutes for a tin boat. Yet the Jin Chanhao had not yet reached full throttle and was nearing its destination. Glancing at the timetable on the control panel, he noted that it had been less than 20 minutes, even at sub-maximal speed. What a thrill! As he approached Qingdao, Yang Chuliu reduced the vessel's speed, noting that the radar indicated the area ahead was not suitable for docking due to insufficient depth, which could easily lead to grounding. He had to be cautious. This was a new ship, and if it were to run aground, the cost to extract it would be significant. Following the radar's guidance, he navigated the ship to the eastern side of the dock, where the water level was adequate. Once docked, he noticed the fuel gauge had turned red, indicating low fuel. This beast was indeed a fuel guzzler. A single voyage consumed enough fuel to last a tin boat for over half a year. Comfort came at a price. Yang Chuliu stepped out of the cabin and found a gathering of onlookers on the beach, likely drawn by the sight of the new vessel. Among them was Dahai, who had previously noticed the Jin Chanhao but was unaware of its ownership. Dahai approached the ship, and upon seeing Yang Chuliu standing aboard, he rolled his eyes. Yang Chuliu, have you found a new job? Yang Chuliu leaned over the ship's railing, looking down at Dahai, and replied with a smile, what do you think? The ship isn't bad, right? Huh. Whether it's good or not isn't up to you. Showing off while sailing for someone else. I wouldn't even consider the 5,000 a month Lu Hongming offered, Dahai retorted. The banter continued as more people from the beach gathered, including villagers who had heard about the large ship at the dock and were curious to take a look. As the crowd grew, the village chief and Tang Shui arrived. With little else to do, everyone was eager to join the commotion. Yang Chuliu, standing tall, spotted the village chief and lowered the gangway to welcome him aboard. Without the chief's assistance, he would not have been able to bring the ship in so smoothly or swiftly. Uncle, come aboard and take a look, he invited. After a lifetime of paddling small boats, I want to see some high-tech. The village chief was elated to see the ship, the first large operational fishing vessel from Daong village, and one belonging to a villager, which made it all the more significant. He could hardly wait to boast to old Lu. Tang Shui, gazing at the impressive vessel, inquired, Yang Chuliu, you didn't actually buy this ship, did you? Indeed I did, he affirmed. Dahai, overhearing the claim, burst into laughter. Yang Chuliu, have you no shame? Do you have any idea how much the ship costs? It's not something you can just flaunt. What nonsense are you spouting, Dahai? This ship isn't Lioz's, is it yours? The village chief interjected, raising an eyebrow. Uncle, how could you be fooled by him? A ship like this doesn't come cheap. It requires hundreds of thousands. You think it's just a rickety old boat that can be bought on a whim? I went with him. What do you say? Dahai was momentarily speechless. Yang Chuliu ignored him and led the village chief aboard, with Tang Shui following closely. The other villagers, upon learning the ship belonged to him, clamored to board. Regardless of age, concerned they might inadvertently damage something, Yang Chuliu restricted access to the control room. The village chief entered the cabin, bewildered by the colorful lights and multitude of switches on the control panel. Liuzi, do you understand all this? He asked. Yang Chuliu smiled. I have a general grasp. It's all explained in the manuals, quite simple really. He was careful, knowing that water and fire are unforgiving. One must always be vigilant. I understand, don't worry. The village chief reassured him before exploring the ship a bit more before descending. Tang Shui, however, was thoroughly fascinated, circling the control panel and eagerly asking questions. Her curiosity palpable. Meanwhile, Dahai below was now certain that Yang Chuliu was indeed the ship's owner, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. The young Chuliu he remembered was only capable of operating a tin boat for minor endeavors. Now, he had unexpectedly become someone to be looked up to, and he found it hard to reconcile. Upon seeing Dahai lost in thought, the village chief playfully slapped him on the back. "Aren't you going up to take a look? You're young. Learn from him instead of loafing around." "Uncle, there's no need to go on about it," Dahai replied, feeling frustrated and turning to leave. The village chief shook his head in resignation as he left with his hands clasped behind his back. Yang Chuliu was soon surrounded by villagers, some congratulating him on his ship purchase, while others warned him against being impulsive, with a flurry of comments filling the air. After over an hour of mingling, the crowd gradually dispersed as the sky darkened. He was left alone on the vessel. The news of his ship had indeed created a stir throughout the village and would likely spread across Qingdao by the next day. He found himself at a pivotal moment. Aware that there would be those who would stir trouble, and rumors were inevitable. Exhausted from the day, Yang Chuliu conducted a final inspection of the ship, confirming everything was in order before returning home. The ship was now at his residence, but he still needed to acquire some equipment. One couldn't set sail empty-handed. Venturing into deep waters was not akin to a trip to the mangroves, where one could simply take along some cages and provisions. A journey into the open sea could last a week, thus necessitating ample preparations, including daily necessities, ice, bait, and more. Tomorrow, he would gather everything needed. Having bought the ship, he could not allow it to sit idle. It needed to be put into operation to generate income. After returning home, he took a shower, finished a bowl of instant noodles, and went to bed, aware that there were many tasks awaiting him the next day. Every beginning is indeed fraught with challenges. Chapter 57. Dahai seeks employment. Meanwhile, Dahai sat at the table, absently chewing on the end of his chopsticks, lost in thought. Lu Demiran noticed her son seemed to have lost his spirit since returning home and waved her hand. "Dahai, you've been out of it since you got back. What is on your mind?" "Oh, it's nothing," Dahai replied, his thoughts pulled back to reality, stammering. "Mom, can I discuss something with you? Just say it. Don't dawdle. How much savings do you have? What are you planning?" Uncle slammed his chopsticks down, his tone turning serious. Dahai flinched at the sudden outburst. Forcing a smile, "Dad, please don't get angry. I'm not trying to usurp authority. I was thinking, if we have enough money, could we order a ship too? You see, I'm out at sea all day, and I'm not making much money. You want to buy a ship? I advise you to abandon that thought right now." "Mom, you see how Dad is." Seeing the two at odds, she admonished, "What are you two doing? Can't you speak civilly? But let me be clear, no more talk of buying a ship. The little savings we have is for your marriage. You want to convince me otherwise, no ship." Dahai, frustrated, stormed out without finishing his meal. "You rebellious child," Uncle fumed, ready to chase after him. "Enough." Lu Demiran swiftly intervened. He groaned. "Wanting to start something for himself is a good thing. Just look at you. What good is that? It's not buying a ship, it's acquiring a burden. Have you forgotten the losses we've faced? Fine. You're like a rock in a pit, stubborn and foul." A perfectly good dinner was disrupted by their quarrel, ending on a sour note. Tonight, the village is destined to be restless, with many similar situations as that of Dahai, all stemming from disagreements concerning the boats. The following morning, Yang Chuliu was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the urgent ringing of his phone. Without opening his eyes, he groped for the device and answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" "Greetings, may I inquire if you are Yang Chuliu?" "Yes, that's me. I am the owner of Jin Chung Cold Storage. As introduced by village chief Lao Yang. Do you require ice and bait? I can deliver them to your door at a favorable price." "Oh, indeed I do." Yang Chuliu sat up in bed, relieved as he had been pondering where to source his supplies. After a brief exchange, the call ended. It turned out the village chief had already facilitated this connection for him yesterday. The owner of Jin Chung Cold Storage was named Jin Chung, and his father had a good rapport with the village chief. Yang Chuliu grasped the situation and planned to explore the market further, understanding that familiarity does not equate to business acumen. Noticing the time was already 6:30, he decided to rise, as he had many items to procure today. After completing his morning routine, he contemplated the necessity of hiring an additional hand for his venture at sea, as one person alone would not suffice. There were numerous fishermen in the village, but aside from Dahai, the younger ones had all gone off to work. The older generation was reliable, but their stamina might not hold up for strenuous tasks. As he mentally reviewed the villagers, he concluded that Erming Zi had the best physical capability, though his intellect was somewhat lacking. Dahai, while suitable, was not an option due to their long-standing discord. He would never agree to work for him. "If worst comes to worst, I will resort to Erming Zi and offer him a wage," Yang Chuliu thought. After finishing breakfast, he hurriedly left his home. Upon arriving at the dock, he spotted Tang Shui waiting by the boat with her backpack. Tang Shui heading out? She smiled at him. "Yes, good morning. My best friends are coming over today, and I'm going to pick them up. Would you like me to give you a ride?" he offered. gesturing towards the Jinshan Hao. Yes, I'm on my way to the other side to pick up some supplies and fill up the fuel for my trip. All right then, I'll tag along, she replied cheerfully. As they boarded the boat, Tang Shui stood in the cockpit, marveling at the azure sea. What a beautiful view. Yang Chuliu, are you about to set sail again? While warming up the engine, he replied, yes, if all goes well today, I plan to depart tomorrow. What a pity that the journey to the deep sea takes so long. Otherwise, I would love to join you and experience it myself. She pouted slightly, feeling a tinge of regret at the thought of not being able to accompany him. Noticing her disappointment, Yang Chuliu reassured her, there will be opportunities in the future. Once the students are on their long break, I'll take you along. It's a promise, you must not deceive me. Rest assured. After ensuring the engine was warmed up and the steering was functioning properly, Yang Chuliu gradually increased the speed. The Jinshan Hao, powered by its engine, sliced through the waves, slowly departing from the shore. Meanwhile, Dahai, returning from the sea, noticed the Jinshan Hao setting off and thought he caught a glimpse of Tang Shui aboard. Yang Chuliu, what's with the show-off in that old boat? Just wait. He muttered angrily and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Hello, Lu Gu. Regarding the staffing issue you mentioned last time, have you found anyone yet? Oh, all right. I'm available to start anytime. Okay, I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. After hanging up, Dahai glared at the Jinshan Hao as it sailed further away. Before long, Yang Chuliu maneuvered the boat to the vicinity of the dock and found a suitable spot to anchor. As they disembarked, Tang Shui seemed reluctant to leave. Thank you. Yang Chuliu, no need for thanks. If you're not pressed for time later, I can give you a ride back. Sure, but I'm not sure when I'll be able to pick them up. I'll call you if the timing aligns. Sounds good. They exchanged farewells and went their separate ways, with Yang Chuliu heading to the cold storage at the dock. Earlier that morning, Jinsheng had informed him of the location, but he decided to explore other options first. He wandered leisurely towards the vicinity of the Qingdao Cold Storage Center, where several establishments thrived with bustling activity. Yang Chuliu chose a less crowded shop and, upon entering, encountered a middle-aged man engrossed in paperwork. Excuse me, what are your wholesale prices for frozen fish? The man looked up and inquired, what type are you seeking? We have a dozen varieties, the kind commonly used for offshore fishing. Please, have a seat. The man invited him, gesturing for him to sit while offering a cigarette. After some discussion, the proprietor presented him with a price list. Here are our products and their prices. Take a look. Thank you. Yang Chuliu examined the list, noting the extensive variety, which included bait such as sardines, basa fish, and sole. There were also many options for shrimp and crabs, though most were live and required prior reservation, thus commanding higher prices. After reviewing the initial shop, he proceeded to two more, finding minimal price variation, typically differing by only 3 to 5 yuan. This entire area seemed to be oriented towards wholesale, ensuring competitive pricing. Yang Chuliu realized his earlier concerns about pricing were unfounded, but the quality of the goods varied significantly among the shops. Just as he was about to call Jinsheng, he spotted a billboard in the distance boldly proclaiming Jinsheng Cold Storage Wholesale. Having located his target, he made his way there. Upon arrival, he found several workers in uniforms unloading goods from a truck piled high with bags of frozen fish. Peering inside, he noticed a man and woman counting money, thick stacks in their hands. The man looked up and asked, hello, how can I assist you? Is Jinsheng here? That's me. Who are you? The man assessed him as Yang Chuliu, introducing himself as the one who received the morning call. Come in, come in. Jinsheng welcomed him warmly. After sitting down, Yang Chuliu learned that the woman beside him was his wife and that the business was inherited from his father. The village chief's influence was not solely due to their familial bond, but also because he had once saved Jinsheng's life when he fell into the water as a child. Initially, Yang Chuliu was puzzled by the level of attention given to his relatively small order compared to those of larger fishing companies. However, the connection clarified the situation. Jinsheng assured him that while prices might be comparable to others, he would provide the best quality for the same price. With this assurance, Yang Chuliu felt comfortable proceeding with his order, though it was his first experience. Jinsheng arranged a week's worth of supplies for him, including 2 crates of sardines, 3 crates of sole, and some live squid. He also ordered ice blocks along with the bait. The total amount of 2,100 yuan made Yang Chuliu wince slightly. With the bait and ice secured, the last item on his agenda was fuel. He was not well versed in this area. Previously, he had used plastic barrels to buy fuel at the station for his small boat. But that would not suffice for the Jinshan Hao. Not knowing where to turn, he asked, Jinsheng, do you know where I can refuel the boat? Just a moment, I'll give you a number. Jinsheng took up a piece of paper and wrote down a series of numbers for him. This is for a friend of mine. Just mention my name when you call, and you will surely receive some discount. He expressed his gratitude. Yang Chuliu accepted the number, thinking that indeed, having acquaintances made things easier. After exchanging pleasantries with Jinsheng, he set off, determined to resolve the fuel situation first. His funds were dwindling. Out of 10,000 yuan, only 8,000 remained. He needed at least 5 to 6,000 for fuel, along with some miscellaneous items and daily necessities. Calculating it all, he realized he wouldn't even have enough left to hire help, leaving him with no choice but to gamble everything on this venture. It seemed that for the first trip, he would have to bear the burden alone, hoping to seek assistance later if things went well. Upon arriving at the dock, the fuel station owner informed him that he would not be able to come until the afternoon due to a crowd. Since he was in no rush to return, he decided to visit the fishing gear store in town to purchase some small items. A fishing rod was not necessary for the time being. The shipyard had gifted him 2 fine rods when he bought the boat, one of which was capable of catching tuna, with a reel as large as a basin. Upon reaching town, he first wandered into the fishing gear shop. The shopkeeper, delighted to see him, enthusiastically introduced the latest equipment that had just arrived. He had frequented the store, developing a friendly rapport with the owner. Xiaoyang, today is your lucky day. We just received the new rods, and they are excellent. They are made from carbon fiber. The reels are also impressive, available in dual-speed options of 30 and 50. All are top-notch. Yang Chuliu was captivated by the shopkeeper's exuberance. And the equipment indeed seemed exceptional, yet his pockets were empty. Could I buy on credit? The shopkeeper, who had been chattering away, abruptly halted as if he had slammed on the brakes of a speeding car upon hearing the words buy on credit. Ha! Xiaoyang, you are quite the joker. In a small business like mine, we do not extend credit. Yang Chuliu smirked, noting the sudden change in demeanor. I was just joking. Please get me a pair of binoculars, 2 sets of fishing lines, and some large iron hooks. Oh, also, add a few sinking minnows and some sandworms. All right, just a moment. The shopkeeper noted his requests and turned to rummage through the counter. Feeling a bit bored, Yang Chuliu looked around. Although he had no money, it did not hinder his appreciation of the offerings. The shopkeeper was quite efficient, gathering everything Yang needed in just a few minutes. Xiaoyang, have you found anything else you require? No, that's all. Yang Chuliu paid a total of over 1,200 yuan, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, mostly due to the high cost of the binoculars. With his gear acquired, he headed to the supermarket to stock up on a week's worth of provisions. He randomly selected a supermarket, and as he entered, he unexpectedly bumped into Tang Shui. What a coincidence! They both exclaimed simultaneously, followed by a shared smile. Tang Shui, weren't you supposed to be shopping? Yang Chuliu shook the bag in his hand, revealing that he had already finished his purchases. The cold storage is too busy. They said they can only deliver in the afternoon. Aren't you here to pick someone up? They won't arrive until the afternoon either. It's too hot out. So I came in to browse. I'm here to buy some supplies for the sea trip. Would you like to join me? Sure, let us go. They each pushed a small cart and walked side by side. As Tang Shui browsed, she reflected on how, since starting her teaching job here, even going to the supermarket had become a luxury. Back in the day, she would frequently visit the streets after work. But now her circumstances did not allow for such leisure. Noticing her silence, Yang Chuliu inquired, "Are you deep in thought?" Tang Shui nodded, gazing at the neatly arranged shelves. "Dreaming. I hope that one day the children on Qingdao can enjoy the same convenience we do. Being able to shop at a supermarket and have their own malls and amusement parks. That day will come," Yang Chuliu asserted with conviction, as if he could already envision the future. "Yes, it will," Tang Shui replied, glancing at him with unwavering belief in his words. As they strolled through the living area, Yang Chuliu filled his cart with an assortment of instant noodles, noting that he would be at sea for a week and needed to supplement his vitamin intake with fruits. As he prepared to grab some, he noticed Tang Shui's disapproving expression when she saw his choice of noodles. "Yang Chuliu, you aren't planning on eating that for an entire week on the sea, are you?" He nodded, "Pretty much. Eating that long-term isn't good for your health. You should cook some meals. Instant noodles are just for emergencies, in case you run out of time." As they continued shopping, Yang Chuliu's cart quickly filled up, while Tang Shui had not bought anything, merely enjoying the outing. Upon reaching the fruit section, Yang Chuliu began to pick some fruit, knowing he needed to replenish his vitamins for the long time at sea. Watching him indiscriminately toss fruit into his bag, Tang Shui rolled her eyes. "Yang Chuliu, let me help you choose." "Sure, they're all the same." "Not at all. Look at this one, it's a bit soft. It's been sitting out too long, especially in this heat." "Oh, really? In this pair, you should select the ones that are female, as they have smaller seeds and are sweeter and juicier." Yang Chuliu was bewildered. "Wait, pears have genders?" "Of course." Tang Shui picked one from the shelf, asking, "Can you tell if this is male or female?" He examined it closely, noticing only slight differences in size. "I can't tell. Is it male or female?" Seeing his confusion, Tang Shui turned the pear around, pointing to the bottom. "This one is male. See how the indentation isn't very deep and the hole is smaller." Yang Chuliu nodded. "Ah, I see." Tang Shui then compared it with another pear. "Now, look at this one. What is the difference?" He observed the second pear, noting its deeper indentation and smoother, larger hole. This one is the female pair. It has a better taste. Now it makes sense. After 20 years of life, he felt he had gained knowledge today, realizing that listening to her was more enlightening than years of study. Tang Shui, you really know your fruits. She smiled, revealing her dimples. There's no expertise. I just used to accompany my mom to the supermarket often, and over time, I learned a bit. Your mom is impressive. After their rounds, Tang Shui had helped him select many fruits, significantly better in quality than his haphazard choices. Exiting the supermarket, they realized over an hour had passed. Yang Chuliu carried 2 heavy bags, primarily due to the bulky instant noodles. Seeing him struggle, Tang Shui offered, let me help you. The Haven tea arrived yet? No need. It looks heavy, but it isn't too bad. I'll drop these off at the dock first. The fuel should be arriving soon. You can fetch the others when they come. All right. Yang Chuliu loaded his items into the car and, after a bumpy 30-minute ride, finally reached the dock. Just as he arrived at the boat, a small fuel truck pulled up. The window rolled down, revealing a young man with dark skin, appearing to be in his 20s. Excuse me, are you the owner of the Jinshan Hao? Yang Chuliu nodded. That's me. Yang Chuliu, right? Yes. The young man stepped out of the truck, handed him a cigarette, and cheerfully said, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Daniel. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Yang Chuliu politely declined. Daniel seemed to be quite amiable, as many business people are. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Daniel adjusted the fuel truck's position, gauging the distance for the fuel hose, while Yang Chuliu assisted in guiding him. Pour it in, turn the wheel fully. A bit more, good. Stop. Yang Chuliu gestured and directed him. The fuel tanker was parked, and Daniel emerged from the driver's cabin, skillfully taking the fuel nozzle from the vehicle. Brother, is this ship newly purchased? He inquired. Yes, it just hit the water yesterday, came the reply. Impressive. I'll send you 2 bottles of break-in oil later. It's essential to be cautious with a new vessel, otherwise, maintenance can become quite troublesome. As Daniel filled the tank, he shared some of his experiences. Yang Chuliu listened attentively, recognizing that these insights were not found in any manual. During the fuel filling, his gaze remained fixed on the meter, watching the numbers fluctuate, his heart aching at the sight. In about 10 minutes, 6,000 yuan worth of fuel was dispensed, a rather swift operation. Noticing the fuel was filled, Daniel glanced down at the tank and remarked, brother, for a new ship, the amount seems a bit low. It's best to fill it up completely on the first go. Yang Chuliu smiled wryly and replied, I just bought the ship, and funds are tight. Perhaps next time. Nonsense. You're meeting Daniel for the first time. You might not know me well yet, but don't worry about the money. I'll fill it up for you, and you can pay me back when you have it. That doesn't seem right, Yang Chuliu protested. Let us just settle it this way. Daniel, being straightforward, didn't dwell on it, and directly continued fueling. Yang Chuliu saw the nozzle had already been inserted and decided not to argue further. It was prudent to have extra fuel for his maiden voyage in case of unforeseen circumstances. Daniel added another 4,000 yuan, bringing the total to a neat 10,000. Once the fueling was complete, Yang Chuliu handed Daniel the 6,000 yuan. After counting the money, Daniel smiled and said, forget about the IOU. It's just a few thousand yuan. Consider it a gesture of friendship. This isn't how it works. We should keep things clear. Brother, let me tell you, it's good luck for your first sea outing. Don't complicate it with an IOU. I have a few more stops to make this afternoon, so I'll be off. All right, drive safely. Thank you. Daniel waved as he settled back into the driver's seat, accelerating away. Yang Chuliu watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, reflecting on Daniel's commendable character. He decided to source fuel from him in the future. Returning to the kitchen, he organized the items he had purchased from the supermarket. The kitchen felt empty, and he thought that if he earned some money from this trip, he would invest in proper equipment, at the very least a refrigerator. Hey, is anyone on the boat? As he was tidying up, he heard someone calling from outside. Could it be Tang Shui and the others arriving? He stepped outside to find a man in work attire seated on a forklift, loaded with various supplies. Seeing him, the man waved and called out. Delivery from Jinshan Cold Storage. You must be Boss Yang. Yes, just bring it up here, Yang Chuliu replied as he hurried over to set up the ramp. And the forklift began to move. As they were busy, Tang Shui approached, accompanied by a man and a woman. The girl, captivated by the array of boats docked nearby, lifted her phone to capture the scene. Sister Shui, is this where we get to ride the boat? She asked excitedly. Tang Shui smiled and gestured. Yes. This is the place. Isn't the scenery beautiful? It's all right, but I want to ride on that largest one. Is that possible? The largest? Which one? The girl pointed, zooming in with her phone. The Jinshan Hao, that's the one. All right, no problem. Nearby, a chubby young man nudged the girl, saying, don't make trouble for Sister Shui. She just got here, and that boat looks expensive. Mind your own business. The girl retorted playfully. The trio laughed as they approached the vessel. Tang Shui spotted Yang Chuliu busy on the ship and waved. Yang Chuliu, do you need help? Hearing her, he looked up and replied, No need. Just come aboard. I'll be done shortly. The girl, initially joking, was taken aback to find that Tang Shui truly knew him. Sister Shui, who is that? He is quite handsome. You must tell the truth. Is he your boyfriend? No, don't be ridiculous, Tang Shui responded, glancing at Yang Chuliu. Her fair complexion slightly flushed. The girl stuck out her tongue, clearly unconvinced. Tang Shui led them aboard, and the girl, being quite friendly, initiated a conversation with him. Hello. Tang Shui introduced them. This is my best friend, Wang Shanshan, and this is my college classmate, Hu Guowei. Hello, I'm Yang Chuliu. Wang Shanshan extended her hand with a bright smile. So you're Yang Chuliu. I've often heard Sister Shui mention you. Shanshan, do you need me to buy you a ticket? Tang Shui interrupted sharply, her eyes wide. No, I was just kidding. Wang Shanshan feigned innocence. Clinging to Tang Shui's arm playfully, Hu Guowei, a bit shy, offered Yang Chuliu a smile as a form of greeting. After they exchanged introductions, Tang Shui took them on a tour, while Yang Chuliu remained occupied. The workers spent over half an hour loading ice and bait onto the ship. After inspecting the delivery, Yang Chuliu signed the receipt, and the workers drove off with the forklift. He then entered the cabin, where Tang Shui and her friends were curiously exploring the navigation equipment. Tang Shui asked, "Are you done?" "Yes, we can head back to the island now." He approached the control panel and started the vessel's preheating process. Hu Guowei watched with rapt attention and exclaimed, "Brother Liu, this is the flagship model from the Yonghang company this year, right?" Yang Chuliu nodded. "Indeed, do you recognize it? I used to work at their shipyard, so I know a bit about it." "Oh," Wang Shanshan chimed in, "Hu Guowei, look at how close in age Lu Gu is to us, yet he has already bought a boat. You're just wandering around with your fishing pole, and it doesn't seem like you're making any money." Hu Guowei sheepishly replied, "I'm actively looking for a job, so please don't embarrass me. I'm not even going to engage with you. You went for an interview at the fishing company last week, and what is the result? You missed the opportunity, didn't you? If I missed it, I'll find another. Their loss if they don't hire me. I'll believe that when pigs fly. The class reunion is next week. Let us see what you have to brag about then." Wang Shanshan then turned to Tang Shui. "Sister Shui, can we have the reunion on Qin Island next week so they can experience the island's charm?" Tang Shui nodded. "Of course, you are all warmly welcomed." Unbeknownst to them, Yang Chuliu gleaned from their conversation that Hu Guowei was seeking a job at sea and was a local, which seemed fortuitous. With the vessel preheated, they set sail for home. Along the way, Yang Chuliu learned that Wang Shanshan taught at a school in the county and had previously been a college classmate of Tang Shui. Hu Guowei earned a living through casual fishing and occasionally delivered takeout, allowing him a bit of flexibility. Yang Chuliu subtly inquired about Hu Guowei's salary expectations, which started at 15,000 yuan, plus bonuses, causing him to hesitate to speak up. His own resources were insufficient for such lofty ambitions. As the ship approached Qin Island, Lu de Marin, holding a fan, sprang up from the shade of a tree, eagerly welcoming them. Yang Chuliu and his companions disembarked, sharing laughter and satisfaction from the experience. "Luzi, Luzi," Lu de Marin called out, her ample form bouncing as she hurried over, breathless. Yang Chuliu observed her urgency and asked, "What is the matter?" "Ernyang, Luzi, I need to discuss something with you." "Auntie," Tang Shui greeted. Lu de Marin, having just noticed Tang Shui, exclaimed, "Oh, Teacher Shui, you're here too." "Yes, you all continue. We'll head back first." "All right, take care." After Tang Shui and her group departed, Lu de Marin pulled Yang Chuliu aside and asked, "How have I treated you well? Usually?" "Yes," he nodded. "If you have something to say, just go ahead." "It so happens that I was clamoring at home to go to Li Jiju to assist in operating a boat. However, your second uncle resolutely opposed this, threatening to break his legs if he dared to go. Did you not just acquire a boat? Could you not take DHI along?" Li Dmin found herself in a dire situation, as the two of them were causing chaos at home. Li understood her good intentions, yet he deemed it rather unrealistic to have him come over, especially since he was short on funds and unable to afford wages. "Aaron, it's not that I don't want him. The fact is I am indeed out of money. The boat was purchased on credit, as you know." Aaron waved her hand dismissively, stating that wages could be temporarily disregarded, as long as that troublesome lad could settle down. "Do you agree?" Li displayed a conflicted expression but eventually nodded. "I have no issue on my end. You go home and consult DHI. I must leave by tomorrow morning." "All right, I shall go now." Upon seeing his agreement, Aaron turned and left without a second thought. Li followed her home, intending to tidy up the kitchenware. Upon arriving at DHI's door, he heard a cacophony of noise emanating from within. Were they fighting? Indeed, DHI burst out of the house, shouting, "You might as well give up on this notion. Unless I am dead, there is no way I will work for Li." Just as he finished speaking, he stormed out angrily and collided head-on with Li. "You think you're clever, playing tricks on me? We shall see." With that, Dhi indignantly shoved him aside and marched towards the village entrance. "You little rascal, just wait until I break your legs." At that moment, the second uncle emerged from the house with a belt in hand, trembling with rage. Li Dmin followed closely behind, pulling and dragging him along. Upon exiting, they found no sign of Dhi. Only Ying Chli standing there. The second uncle, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Li Zi, where did that rascal go?" Ying Chli gestured with his chin. "He ran away." Li Dmin, feeling embarrassed, explained, "I apologize, Li Zi, Dhi. Ying, it's fine. Do not let it trouble you. Anger harms the body. Alas, what sins have we committed in this life?" Frustrated, the second uncle turned and retreated inside, followed closely by Ying. Ying Chli, not one to relish in the commotion, opted to head home and discuss with Dming. Chapter 61. The first employee upon arriving home, Ying Chli retrieved the last remnants of food from the refrigerator, over a pound of pork belly, 2 tomatoes, and half a cauliflower. After contemplating, he made his way to Dming's residence. Dming lived at the end of the village, in a modest stone house with just 2 rooms. 2 years prior, the house was in disrepair and leaking, but the village had intervened and provided funds for repairs. Although the house was now decent, it could be said to be utterly bare. Ying Chli soon arrived at Dming's doorstep, where dim light flickered inside. While other homes were illuminated by bright energy-saving bulbs, his abode was lit by an old-fashioned gas lamp, costing just 1 yuan and barely illuminating the space. Upon entering, Ying Chli inquired, "Dming, where's your grandmother?" Dming, who was busy shelling edamame, quickly stood up upon seeing him, revealing a silly grin. "Li Zi, uncle, you have come." "Yes, but where is your grandmother?" "I haven't seen her at home." "Oh, there was no salt at home, so she went to buy some." "All right, let me help you with the shelling." Dming, seeing him crouch down, hurriedly moved his stool in front of him, insisting, "Li Zi, uncle, please sit." "You silly boy, you care for others so well. I am not tired, you sit." Dming refused to sit, insisting, "You sit." Just as Ying Chli was about to speak, the stubborn boy pulled him onto the stool with ease, as if he were lifting a small chick. Seeing him seated, Dming beamed with a foolish grin. Ying Chli adjusted his somewhat wrinkled clothing and joined him in laughter. Before they could settle, Dming's grandmother returned. Dming rushed to greet her, carefully assisting her. "Grandmother, Li Zi uncle is here." "Is that so?" Grandmother Ying, now over 70, embodied the old adage that reaching such an age is rare. At her advanced age, she still had to care for her simple-minded grandson, and they relied on each other for companionship. Despite Dming's lack of sharpness, he was particularly dutiful to his grandmother, always bringing her treats whenever he had something good. Ying Chli set down the edamame and stood up. "Grandmother Ying, how has your health been lately?" A kind smile spread across her face. "Thanks to the heavens, I am well." "That is wonderful. Surely you will live to 100. You sweet-talking child. Sit with Dming. I will go prepare a meal for you." Grandmother Ying was genuinely delighted to have a visitor. As the saying goes, in poverty, no one in the bustling city cares. In wealth, distant relatives come to visit. As a low-income household, they rarely received visitors, let alone someone dropping by. Upon hearing that she would cook, Ying Chli quickly intervened. "Grandmother Ying, I came today to treat Dming to a meal. I have prepared the vegetables at home." "Treating Xiaoming to a meal?" "Indeed, I also wish to discuss something with you and Dming. Speak freely. Xiaoming has not been a burden to you." Grandmother Ying set down the salt and found a seat, her age causing her legs to tire easily. "You see, I recently acquired a boat, and Dming happens to have strength. I was wondering if he could join me. I would pay him a salary." "Salary? Dming will receive a salary?" Just as he finished, Dming began to chatter excitedly. "Xiaoming, do not be disruptive." Grandmother Ying shot him a glare, causing him to retreat and cover his mouth, frightened into silence. "Li Zi, I have watched you grow up, and you have always treated Xiaoming well, but you know how he is. I am afraid he would cause you trouble." Seeing that they had no objections, Ying Chli responded calmly, "Grandmother Ying, there is no need for concern. If Dming accompanies me, you can rest assured. I will provide him with a daily salary of 200 yuan, along with meals and accommodation. After selling the fish, he will receive 10% of the profits as a bonus." Such wages and bonuses were not indicative of Ying Chli's benevolence. Rather, they were customary within the industry. Unlike some unscrupulous boat owners who offered meager salaries while expecting grueling labor, nearly 20 hours a day, Grandmother Ying, upon hearing the 200 yuan, thought she had misheard. "My goodness, Li Zi, did you just say how much per day?" 200 a day. Settled upon return from the sea, plus the bonus. No, Li Zi, you cannot be throwing money into the water like that." The The strong laborers in the village do not earn 200 a day. That is far too much. 200 a week is more reasonable. She only grasped the 200 yuan, completely disregarding the percentages. Li found it amusing. This was too straightforward. While others complained about low wages, here was someone lamenting about high wages. Such simplicity was refreshing. Although their lives were not affluent, their admirable qualities were beyond reproach. He refrained from further debate with the elderly lady and decisively made the arrangement. Ming was wholeheartedly agreeable. Thrilled at the prospect of setting out to sea on a grand boat, earning money to buy delicious food, there was no reason to refuse. With the matter settled, Li led Ming back home, ready to prepare for their upcoming venture. Upon returning home, Ming assisted in lighting the fire, while Li busied himself at the stove. It must be said, having an extra pair of hands significantly sped up the cooking process. The two worked in harmony, and soon, 2 dishes and a soup were ready. Braised cauliflower with pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a seafood shrimp soup. Ming gazed at the table, filled with delectable dishes, and his mouth watered. Seizing a moment when Li was distracted, he stealthily snatched a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Li Zsh, your culinary skills surpass even those of my grandmother. And Ming enjoys your dishes immensely. Li chuckled at his simple-mindedness, washed his hands, and returned to leave the food for you. The two washed their hands, but since they were to set sail the next day, they could only indulge in beverages. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Hearing the sound, Ming hurriedly hugged the beverage bottle in front of him, as if fearing it might be taken away. Who could it be at this late hour? Li murmured, rising to open the door. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal Su standing outside, clutching a black bag. Su, what brings you here? Come in. I hope I'm not interrupting. Su appeared somewhat shy, a blush spreading across her cheeks. No. Come on in. As she stepped inside, Su was greeted by a delightful aroma and was met with the sight of Ming sitting in the living room, staring intently at her. Oh, Ming is here too. Yes, I invited him for dinner. Though they had initially had a misunderstanding, Su had grown familiar with Ming as he often visited her school to play. However, seeing Su now made Ming a bit apprehensive, as he had always been intimidated by teachers. Noticing they were already dining, Su said, well, I should head back. You two enjoy your meal. Hey. Li instinctively grasped her arm but quickly released it, saying, speak your mind. There are no outsiders here. You can eat at any time. Chapter 62, Preparing Scallops. Su hesitated for a moment before opening the bag, revealing the dark contents within. I just picked these up from the beach. SHN and the others were clamoring for seafood, but her face reddened further as she mentioned cooking, an area where she felt lacking. She could manage simple vegetable dishes, but had little experience with seafood. Li glanced down at the contents, which, though covered in mud and sand, were clearly scallops of decent size. You're in luck. These scallops are quite sizable. Indeed, we went to the beach for fun and didn't expect such good fortune. Right, they are delicious, but preparing them can be a bit of a hassle. Then never mind. Su lifted the bag to leave, but Li quickly stopped her. If you're not in a hurry, I can help you prepare them, though it might take a bit of time. Or you could just tell me how to do it, and I can try at home. Ming is waiting. That works too. I'll help you with the initial preparation, and you can learn alongside me. It's quite simple. Li took the bag, found a plastic basin, and poured all the scallops into it. There were quite a few, around 20 or 30. You must have struck a scallop nest, Su chuckled while squatting beside him. Perhaps. This is the best luck I've had since I arrived. Li fetched 2 buckets of water from the well and began rinsing the muddy scallops. I'll help you. Su picked up a scallop and began scrubbing the mud off with her bare hands. Wait a moment. Li quickly stopped her, fetching a pair of gloves. When cleaning shellfish, it's essential to wear gloves for protection, otherwise, you might injure your hands. Oh, thank you. She accepted the gloves, and they continued scrubbing the scallops together. When cleaning scallops, one must not rush. They need to be thoroughly cleaned. Unlike children washing their faces with half-hearted attempts, or they will be gritty when eaten. After rinsing them 4 times, the water in the basin became clear and transparent. Once cleaned, Li added a bit of oil to the basin to help the scallops expel any remaining sand. Seeing him add oil, Su assumed they could start cooking. Why don't I take them home and make them? It seems simple enough. Li chuckled, are you sure? Teacher Ting, you're a big silly. The meat is hiding and hasn't been found yet. Ming teased, picking up a scallop and trying to pry it open. Ming, put that down. Don't be silly. Li snatched the scallop from him, finding the child's antics amusing. Su looked confused. Li, what does Ming mean? Do we need to remove the meat too? Yes, indeed. He got up, retrieved a small knife from the windowsill, and sat down. I'll do it, you can watch. Li took a scallop, inserted the knife into the seam, and gently pried it open, separating the shell into two halves. Then, using the tip of the knife, he scraped along the bottom edge of one half to detach the meat from the shell, revealing the tender white flesh within. After separating the shell and the meat, he carefully scraped away the dark, unsightly innards. He placed the meat into a clean basin, keeping the shells separate. The shells were not discarded immediately because different cooking methods might require them. Everyone has different tastes, and scallops are versatile seafood. Some might prefer them stir-fried without the shell, while others might need the shell for dishes like garlic vermicelli scallops, as it serves as an excellent vessel. All done. He handed the knife to Tycoon. How was that? Did you learn? Tycoon nodded, then shook her head, appearing uncertain. She had seen the technique, but was unsure if her hands would cooperate. Go ahead and give it a try. This technique for extracting the meat is somewhat similar to how we do it with river clams back home. Tycoon picked one up and attempted the technique he had just shown her. Though her movements were slightly clumsy, she successfully extracted the meat. Wow, I did it. Li gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Angzi, observing the scallop meat in her hands, stuttered, Teacher Tying, RRZ. Even the quilt can be taught. Angzi, you're going to make me laugh to death. They all burst into laughter, with Angzi joining in. Looking quite pleased with himself, Li questioned, Angzi, where did you learn that? You can even recite poetry now. I learned it at school. I just taught him yesterday, and he picked it up so quickly, Tycoon explained with a smile. Angzi is clever. He deserves a little red flower. All right, I'll give you one later. After the playful exchange, Tycoon took the remaining scallops home to prepare. Li, needing to set sail early the next day, didn't T want to disturb her. By the time Li and Angzi finished their meal, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. He accompanied Angzi home, reminding him to wake up early the following day. Upon returning home, Li tidied up the dishes, took a quick shower, and then climbed into bed to rest. Meanwhile, Tycoon and her companions had been busy for over an hour and finally managed to prepare their meal. The three gathered around a small table, where a large plate of dark garlic vermicelli scallops sat in the center. Tycoon frowned at the scallops. SHN. Didn't you say you could make garlic sauce? Is this it? SHN, feeling a bit embarrassed upon seeing the charred scallops, awkwardly smiled and defended herself. Well, I might not be used to the heat here. Let us just make do. HQWI. Stop dawdling and give it a taste. You all enjoy. I gazed at the charred scallops with little enthusiasm. Since his arrival, he had been bitten by countless mosquitoes, and the room felt stifling. His impression of the entire village was one of poverty and backwardness. The only redeeming qualities were the air and scenery, but those couldn't be consumed as food. Tycoon, I can't understand why you'd leave such a good job in the county to come to this desolate place. Feeling stifled in town, he couldn't fathom how one could endure living here. Tycoon, feeling a bit irate, replied, It's not as bad here as you say. The people are genuine, and the scenery is beautiful. Can any of that be converted into money? Look around. There isn't even a decent cement road in the village, and that dock can't accommodate larger boats. Enough. Wang Shanshan pounded the table, chastising Hu Guowei. Are you capable or not? I find this place quite satisfactory. Besides, aren't you just an unemployed drifter now, pretending to be a successful person? Chapter 63, Formulating the Plan. Wang Shanshan was inherently fiery, easily ignitable. Tang Shui quickly tugged at Wang Shanshan's sleeve, saying, Shanshan, you've made the effort to come here. Don't get angry. It's bad for your skin. Wang Shanshan turned her head away, visibly upset. All right. After calming Wang Shanshan, Tang Shui turned to Hu Guowei, saying, Let me tell you, as long as one is willing to work hard, there will be milk and bread to earn. Hu Guowei scoffed, neither acknowledging nor denying her statement. Wang Shanshan grasped Tang Shui's hand. Shuejia, I've already informed everyone about the class reunion next week. The venue is set here. Are there any farmhouse restaurants nearby? Tang Shui shook her head. No. I've heard they used to operate one. But due to low customer flow and fierce competition between the two villages, they closed down. However, since there are few of us, I can just inform the village chief. Yes, let us hold our gatherings here in the future. It can also help the village increase its revenue. Exactly. The village chief asked me to draft a proposal, and I'm almost finished. I plan to start with online purchases, self-production, and sales, and we can even process some items into semi-finished products. Aren't you a food blogger? You can recommend it then. Right. How did I not think of that? Young Chuliu has a large boat. Once he returns from the sea, we can start with his seafood and try online sales. The two discussed eagerly, while Hu Guowei rolled his eyes. Don't be overly optimistic. Ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. Huguowei, Tang Shui, and Wang Shanshan glared at him simultaneously, clearly on the verge of exploding. The air thick with tension. All right. Forget I said anything. Try the scallops. No eating, leave. Wang Shanshan saw him reaching out and firmly pushed his hand away, pointing to the door. Realizing she was genuinely angry, Huguowei forced a smile. If you're not eating, then fine, why get angry? It's not about the food. You can go wherever you please. Xuejia and I have matters to discuss, and it's inconvenient for outsiders. Fine. I see how it is. See you next week. With that, Huguowei turned and exited, eager to leave, thinking he would have departed long ago if not for the presence of the two beautiful women. Going home to enjoy the air conditioning, fish, and play games seemed far more appealing. After Huguowei left, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan did not try to keep him, continuing their conversation with a sarcastic tone, which was quite irritating. Inside, the two enjoyed their meal while discussing the proposal, excitedly embracing one another in joy at key points. If the village chief overheard their chatter, he would surely be unable to contain his laughter. At 4 in the morning, young Chuliu was abruptly awakened from his dreams. Sitting upright in bed. What time is it? He fumbled for his phone, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Having just dreamed of waking up late and losing a tuna to another boat. Thank goodness. It was just the right time. Shaken from the nightmare, he felt wide awake. He got dressed and prepared to head out to sea. Knock. Liuzi, are you home? Just as Yang Chuliu finished dressing, a series of knocks came from the door, sounding like Old Lady Yang. He opened the door to find Old Lady Yang and Mingzi standing there. Grandma Yang, why are you up so early? Don't mention it. I was worried about delaying you. This child, Xiao Ming, hardly slept all night, afraid you'd leave without him. Mingzi stood to the side, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Yang Chuliu found it amusing and hastily invited them in. Come in, let me brush my teeth. And we'll set off. Liuzi, I'm leaving Xiao Ming in your care. If he misbehaves, you need to admonish him. Here are some steamed buns I made for you to eat on the way back. Old Lady Yang handed him a plastic bag, feeling the warmth. Thank you, Grandma Yang. You can rest assured about Mingzi. Yes, don't worry. After Old Lady Yang left, Yang Chuliu quickly finished washing up and pushed the tricycle towards the pier. Mingzi energetically followed behind, the human-powered tricycle surprisingly matching the speed of an electric bike. Mingzi, be gentle with the push. The wheels are about to fall off. Hey, I hit a stone. The louder Yang Chuliu shouted, the harder Mingzi pushed, causing him to feel a slight cramp in his legs. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the pier in the dark. Mingzi, I'll go lower the ramp. You wait and move the things onto the boat, understood? Mingzi nodded vigorously, understood, move. After giving instructions, Yang Chuliu went to lower the ramp, then climbed aboard to start preheating the boat. It was his first time going far out to sea, and he felt quite anxious, primarily due to the uncertainty. This time, he planned to explore the coastal fringe first, as he wouldn't be back for a few days, so there was no rush. A couple of days prior, he had specifically asked those who went out to sea last time, and they mentioned a place called Shipwreck, known for having many active vessels. The Liu brothers from Lejiakan had also caught tuna there last time, and it was said to often yield a large catch. Yang Chuliu had only heard rumors, but regardless of the truth, he decided to head there according to the coordinates, hoping for some luck. After starting the boat and checking that all functions were normal, he prepared to load the items and set off. Liuzi, let us go? Just as he was about to head out, Mingzi rushed in. Didn't I ask you to move things? I've moved them all. Yang Chuliu was somewhat incredulous. It had only been a short time. Yet the tricycle was completely loaded. He stepped outside to take a look, finding the tricycle tipped over, with all the items still intact. What the heck, Mingzi? How did you flip the cart? Mingzi grinned. This way, the cart won't be stolen by bad people. I'm smart, right? Smart indeed. With quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Next time someone says you're slow-witted, I'll be the first to disagree. Yang Chuliu looked at the overturned cart, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, but it was indeed safer this way. With everything loaded onto the boat, he pulled up the anchor chain. Toot! The horn sounded as the Jinchanho sliced through the waves, setting sail. Mingzi, startled by the horn, covered his ears with both hands. Yet his face was filled with excitement, bouncing around joyfully. As the boat gradually left the shore, the sight of Danyang's Wang seemed increasingly minuscule. Departing early that day, they encountered hardly any other vessels on the sea, making for a smooth journey. The darkness made it difficult to see, and despite having lights, Yang Chuliu did not dare to increase the boat's speed too much. Navigating near the coast was akin to driving on a busy street. At any moment, another boat could emerge unexpectedly. After a while, the coastline became indistinguishable, and Yang Chuliu utilized the binoculars he had bought, keeping a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Chapter 64, Arrival at Shipwreck. After sailing for a while, the two took a moment to eat breakfast. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Chuliu suggested that Mingzi return to the lounge for a nap, as it was pointless for both to stay awake. The journey to Shipwreck would take over 6 hours, and at the fastest speed, they wouldn't arrive until midday. The sailing process was monotonous. Yang Chuliu found himself alone in the cockpit without anyone to converse with. Although he had set the boat to autopilot mode, he still had to maintain focus. Once they ventured beyond the coast, they encountered an increasing number of vessels, primarily large ships. They occasionally passed by cargo ships and sand dredgers, their tonnage quite formidable. While the Jinchanho appeared quite large near the coast, among these ships, it was merely a small fry, incomparable. As time passed, Yang Chuliu and Mingzi drew closer to their destination, and according to the radar navigation, they had now entered deep-sea waters. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, causing the temperature in the cabin to soar to intolerable heights. Mingzi was roused from his slumber in the lounge, drenched in sweat, and scrambled outside. Yang Chuliu glanced at the coordinates. They were now approaching their destination, or rather, had already arrived. He reduced the speed of the vessel after a grueling 6 to 7 hours of navigation left him exhausted. Letting out a yawn, he stood to stretch his limbs. Noting that it was already 12:30, it was far too late to commence any work. Not only was he fatigued, but the relentless sun overhead also forbade it. One must not value money over life. Observing the lack of nearby vessels, he decided to anchor the ship and prepare some food to replenish their energy before resuming work. Mingzi had been clamoring about his hunger. Having consumed 5 steamed buns and 2 buckets of instant noodles that morning, it was hardly sufficient for a few hours. Upon entering the kitchen, he found the pots and pans from breakfast still strewn across the floor in disarray. Mingzi, come here. Yang Chuliu called him over. And together they tidied up the mess, setting the pot up first. After some effort, they managed to prepare a meal. Given their fatigue, they opted for a hearty stew of cabbage, vermicelli, and beef, which would be ample for the two of them. Yang Chuliu took charge of cooking, while Mingzi was tasked with boiling rice. The latter could only manage 2 culinary feats, cooking rice and porridge. While Yang Chuliu prepared the meal, Mingzi neatly arranged the bowls and chopsticks, sitting at the table, salivating at the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Uncle Lu, is it ready? I'm starving. It will be ready shortly. After a few more minutes, a pot brimming with beef stew was completed, and Yang Chuliu poured it into an iron basin. Here we go, mealtime. Mingzi picked up his chopsticks, his eyes fixated on the basin, saliva escaping the corners of his mouth. Delicious, it smells so good. Yang Chuliu set down the basin with a grin. If it's that tasty, eat up. Make sure to reel in a tuna for me later. Mingzi nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll catch 10. Huh, if you manage to catch 10. We'll feast on beef every day. The two enjoyed their meal amidst laughter. Their hunger was evident, with Yang Chuliu devouring 2 bowls of rice, and Mingzi finishing the remainder. Once satisfied, Mingzi wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Uncle Lu, I'm off to catch some big fish. Hold on. Mingzi was quite eager. Having barely set down his chopsticks before thinking of work, Yang Chuliu stood up, saying, you tidy up the dishes, and I'll head out to find fish. I'll call you when I've got something. Okay, fishing it is. After giving clear instructions, Yang Chuliu returned to the helm, restarting the vessel and retrieving the compass from his pocket. It was said that the resources in the open sea were plentiful. Today he would put this to the test. As the Jinchanho set sail, Yang Chuliu placed the compass flat on the console, loosening the brake screw. The needle in the compass initially wobbled slightly before settling again. Yang Chuliu remained calm. Perhaps there were no schools of fish nearby. The vessel advanced at a steady pace. Having now reached the central coordinates, specifically the heart of Shipwreck, using his binoculars, he observed 2 vessels gradually approaching, one of which was less than a nautical mile away, with numerous figures bustling about on the deck. Adjusting the magnification of his binoculars, he saw a line of people on the deck, each holding a fishing rod, swiftly pulling fish from the water with every cast. What on earth is happening? Yang Chuliu marveled at their efficiency. They hardly needed to unhook the fish, as the bait was cast and pulled in effortlessly, the fish leaping out of the water as if they were dumplings. The sight was nothing short of spectacular, with fishing lines flying and fish soaring through the air. He noted the vessel's markings, identifying it as belonging to a fishing company, which explained their extravagance. A single ship employing a dozen individuals could never be matched by a private fishing boat. The fish they were catching were not particularly large, and though he could not discern the species, they seemed to be targeting a specific type. Yang Chuliu gazed at the scene with envy. In just a short time, they had pulled in dozens of fish, confirming the abundance of resources. As the 2 boats were close together and the workers were busy, he knew it would be inappropriate to intrude. He turned the helm, redirecting the Jinchanho. Once the course was set, they continued onward. After about 10 minutes of searching, the compass needle began to react, slowly turning to indicate a location. Yang Chuliu navigated according to the compass's direction, increasing the speed of the vessel as he now had a clear target. After sailing a distance, small red dots unexpectedly appeared on the reflective surface, indicating that they were nearing their destination. Gradually, the vessel slowed, and the red dots became clearer. At that moment, Mingzi entered, having finished tidying up the dishes. He spotted a small golden object on the console and curiously approached to pick it up. "Hey, what is this?" "Chocolate." Mingzi attempted to pop the golden compass into his mouth, mistaking its gold foil wrapping for chocolate. "Put that down. Quickly," Chuliu shouted, realizing the urgency of the situation as he reached to snatch it away. The golden compass was akin to his lifeline. Any mishap would not be a trivial matter. Startled by Chuliu's voice, Mingzi dropped the compass, which clattered to the floor. The reflective surface of the compass fortuitously struck a metal corner, and Chuliu hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, praying it had not been damaged, for the thought of its loss was unbearable. As he picked it up, the reflective surface was suddenly devoid of any indication. The needle remained still, yet the direction it pointed to had not changed. Chapter 65. The compass's new function. Could it truly be broken? Chuliu's hand trembled slightly as he anxiously wiped it with his sleeve. Mingzi stood frozen in place, intimidated into silence. His gaze fixed on the ground as he fidgeted with his fingers like a child caught in wrongdoing. Despite his efforts to clean the mirror, there was still no reaction. And even the brake screw had been dented. "I invested everything to buy this boat, banking on the compass to lead me to prosperity. Yet it has failed me this time." Chuliu trembled in anger, glaring at Mingzi, who had buried his head in shame. "You really are something." After a long pause, he managed to force out a few words. Although his tone was not harsh, Mingzi seemed to shrink even further. "Uncle Liu, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. What good is that? Can you make it work again?" Chuliu fumed, raising the compass. "Look at it. There is not a hint of life left." Just as he spoke, the reflective surface suddenly displayed an image akin to a film projection. Chuliu's voice faltered as he gazed at the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. What is happening? The prior red dots had vanished, and the image revealed what appeared to be the seafloor, with shadows of seaweed visible as he moved his hand. "Mingzi, take a look. Is that seaweed?" Chuliu asked, unsure, as he handed the compass to him. Mingzi glanced up, shaking his head. "Uncle Liu, there is nothing there." "Nothing? Look closely again." "There truly is nothing." "There is. Look here. A little octopus has appeared, and it's moving." Mingzi's expression turned to one of fear as he looked at Chuliu. "Uncle Liu, you're not going crazy, are you? Grandma says that madness can be contagious. I want to go home." Chuliu could discern from the gaze of Mingzi that he was not lying. Indeed, he had not seen anything. This was rather peculiar. He cradled the compass in his hands, observing how the reflection in the mirror altered with each movement, reminiscent of a surveillance camera. Noticing an anomaly in the mirror, Chuliu inspected the recessed brake screw and forcefully pulled it outward. With a click, the brake screw returned to its original position, and the image on the reflective surface transformed into a series of red dots. Was this a new feature? After repeated trials, Chuliu discovered that pressing the brake screw would yield real-time imagery, while pulling it out would revert it to the red dots. This fortuitous discovery meant that with real-time visuals, he could accurately locate fish in the water, and most importantly, identify the species. Thus, if faced with a shark, he could avert disaster. This was splendid news. Chuliu exclaimed in excitement, grasping Mingzi's shoulders and shaking him. "Mingzi, you are truly my lucky star. Speak. What reward do you desire?" Mingzi, bewildered by his erratic demeanor, timidly replied, "I want to eat chocolate." "That can be arranged. I will buy it for you when we return. Now, let us get to work." Chuliu had never anticipated that the golden compass possessed such a feature. He felt it was particularly mysterious when he first found it, and indeed, it proved to be so. The compass provided real-time imagery, although it appeared to have limitations. The farther the distance, the less clear the image became. He was uncertain of the precise range, but it seemed closely related to the detected red dots. The two made their way to the deck, where Chuliu instructed Mingzi to retrieve a basket of pangasius fish from the cold storage, preparing to chop them into bait. According to the compass, several fish were hiding among the seaweed directly beneath the vessel, though the details were not entirely discernible. Judging by the movement of the seaweed, they were likely not small. Regardless of the type of fish, they would deal with that once they were caught. Mingzi worked with remarkable speed, hacking at the frozen fish blocks with ease, as though slicing tofu. Chuliu felt a pang of regret for the knife, fearing it would dull within 2 days if used this way. "Mingzi, be gentle. We only brought one knife. If it breaks, we'll have to gnaw at our food." Mingzi flashed a silly grin but reduced his force slightly. In no time, the bait was prepared. Chuliu, following the compass's directions, took a piece of fish and cast it into the water. "Mingzi, throw half the fish pieces at the same spot where I just cast mine. Remember, The farther, the better. Understood. Mingzi hefted the fish piece, then leaned back, adopting a throwing stance, and with a powerful flick of his arm, the fish piece soared through the air. With a splash, it landed in the water, sent up a spray, and he estimated that it landed nearly twice the distance of his previous throw. Yang Chuliu inwardly marveled at his strength, thinking that his power rivaled that of a mythical beast. Well done, Mingzi. Encouraged by the praise, Mingzi threw with even greater vigor. In a short while, half the basket of fish pieces had been cast into the water, yet he still seemed eager for more. Yang Chuliu quickly stopped him, reminding him that this was not a game of throwing stones at home. Every piece cast was money spent. With the bait deployed, Yang Chuliu retrieved the fishing gear, preparing to set up 2 rods. Although Mingzi possessed great strength, he had never used such fishing rods before and could only serve as a backup when necessary. Based on the compass's readings, Yang Chuliu set up 2 different rods. One was a sea rod equipped with treble hooks, and the other, a complementary rod received with the boat, was fitted with a large reel designed for catching substantial fish. The baits on the 2 rods varied. The reel rod had a lively octopus attached, while the treble hook held a piece of fish. He grasped one of the rods, using the compass to gauge the approximate direction before forcefully casting it. The octopus flew through the air, its tentacles flailing, while the sizable reel spun rapidly, the fishing line peeling off at speed. Moments later, a splash erupted on the water's surface as the octopus plunged into the depths. Once both rods were set up, they were placed into different holes, and Yang Chuliu perched on a small stool, awaiting the catch. Mingzi's eyes were glued to the rods, anxious to pull them up at the first sign of a bite. Seeing Mingzi's restless pacing, Yang Chuliu advised, Mingzi, sit down and take a break. Your moment to shine will come. Oh, as they awaited a bite, he took out the compass to check again. The seaweed swayed vigorously beneath the surface, and the bait had sunk. Numerous fish were leaping out of the water, eager to snatch the bait. With no prior experience in bait deployment, the fish pieces were somewhat small, and before they could descend, many had already been consumed by the fish. With the compass now able to project imagery, waiting for a bite became less urgent. He could leisurely appreciate the underwater world, far more entertaining than spending 200 yuan at an aquarium. Chapter 66, A Big Catch. Yang Chuliu was engrossed in observing the compass, while Mingzi, with nothing to do, nearly dozed off. It was indeed a sweltering day, and he felt for him. Suddenly, one of the rods twitched. Yang Chuliu called out, Mingzi, quickly, something's happening. Startled, Mingzi awoke, exclaiming, is it time to eat? Eat? No, the fishing rod. Yang Chuliu found himself relying less on him and moved to the rod's side. The tip of the rod quivered slightly again, though not with considerable force. This kind of movement typically indicated that a fish was tentatively nibbling at the bait, but had not fully taken it. Patience was key. One could not rush. After waiting another 10 seconds, the trembling of the rod tip gradually subsided, becoming eerily still. Could it be that the bait had been consumed? Drawing upon his years of fishing experience, an unsettling intuition told him that the situation was not favorable. He gently lifted the rod, only to find the line slack. Yang Chuliu decided to reel in the line, and indeed, the piece of fish that had been attached was reduced to a mere remnant on the hook, with clear signs of having been nibbled away. They had encountered a crafty fish. He carefully selected another piece of fish and affixed it to the hook, pressing firmly. Just as he secured the bait, movement on the other rod caught his attention. The line was taut, and the reel began to spin. This one a catch, Mingzi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Fish. There's fish. I want to reel in a big one, Uncle Lu. Yang Chuliu ignored him, setting aside his task and swiftly positioning himself in front of the rod. Donning non-slip gloves, he extracted the rod from the hole while securing the safety line to his wrist. This was his first experience with such a large reel rod. Although the mechanics were similar, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The fishing line quickly unraveled nearly 50 meters, adding to the previous 100 meters released, totaling nearly 200 meters of line. Fortunately, the reel was substantial enough to hold 1,000 meters of line, allowing the fish ample room to swim. Yang Chuliu intended to check the compass to ascertain the type of fish, but found he could not spare a hand. It mattered not what it was. He would deal with it once it was caught. The large fish beneath the surface swam with unrelenting force, and the reel's drag provided Yang Chuliu with some respite. He steadied his breathing, gripping the rod with one hand, resting the tip against his abdomen, while his other hand clutched the reel handle firmly. Suddenly, the rod experienced a violent tug. The tip bent into a crescent shape, and the line tightened perilously, threatening to snap at any moment. Yang Chuliu leaned forward, and had he not reacted swiftly to brace himself against the side of the boat with his knee, he might have lost his balance. With all his strength, he temporarily managed to control the spinning reel. Although the line ceased to unwind further, it had not been reeled in either. One person and one fish found themselves in a stalemate, engaging in a tug-of-war that was evenly matched, the fishing rod creaking under the strain. Yang Chuliu gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the rod with unwavering determination, betraying not a hint of complacency. Upon closer inspection, one could see his arms trembling slightly. Is this the might of deep-sea fish? Truly formidable. He had exerted nearly all his strength in the initial moments, holding nothing back, yet even so, he could merely maintain the status quo. After a few minutes of this standoff, Yang Chuliu distinctly sensed a slight weakening in the force exerted by the fish, indicating he had narrowly triumphed in the first round. Seizing the opportunity while the fish rested, he forcefully lifted the rod, turning the handle of the reel clockwise 3 times, effectively reeling in 3 meters of line. As the line was drawn in, the fish, having settled momentarily, began to thrash again, straining to break free. Yang Chuliu understood that if this continued, he would inevitably tire. Thus he needed to conserve his strength and allocate it judiciously. Mingzi, come over and take my place. Oh, I'm coming. Mingzi had been fidgeting anxiously at the side. Even without being called, he could no longer contain himself. Yang Chuliu, seeing him in position, briefly explained the procedure, cautioning him to let go if danger arose and not to push himself. Deep-sea fishing for sizable catches was not as simple as angling from shore. Failure to cut the line in a timely manner could lead to severe consequences. After all, the rod had a safety strap, so losing it was not a concern. Mingzi listened attentively, nodding to indicate his understanding. Whether he truly comprehended or not was uncertain. Yet Yang Chuliu felt a twinge of worry as he handed over the rod. As Mingzi took the rod, his lack of preparation caused him to be yanked forward suddenly, colliding with the boat's railing. Are you all right? Be careful. Yang Chuliu reached out to steady him, checking for any significant injury. Mingzi, do not overexert yourself. If it becomes too much, just say so. Mingzi nodded, mimicking Yang Chuliu's earlier stance, and began to pull with all his might. Uncle Liuzi, it's moving too vigorously. Stay steady, don't panic. If you reel it in, there will be delicious rewards. Mingzi wants to eat something good. Upon hearing Yang Chuliu's words, excitement lit up Mingzi's face, his tongue licking his lips as the muscles in his arms visibly swelled. The rod in his hands bent increasingly, gradually taking shape. Yang Chuliu watched in awe, astonished by this remarkable display of strength. The rod's material was not akin to the inexpensive fishing rods, but rather robust and capable of withstanding such strain, something not easily achieved by an ordinary individual. Though Mingzi's efforts did not release any line, he was unaware of the need to adjust his rhythm or reel in the line. Mingzi, turn the handle in your hand. Uncle Liuzi, I don't know how. In his nervousness, he had forgotten everything he had just been taught. Yang Chuliu thought for a moment and devised a suggestion. You enjoy pedaling a bicycle at home, right? Just treat that handle as if it were a bicycle pedal. Oh, a pedal. Mingzi is riding a bicycle now. Mingzi grasped the concept and began to exert force on the handle, the reel turning smoothly without any effort. Within mere moments, he had reeled in 5 or 6 meters of line. With this large reel, every full rotation equated to 1 meter, allowing for swift retrieval. No matter how fiercely the fish struggled, Mingzi remained steadfast, the line drawing in faster, only heightening his excitement. Mingzi is riding a bicycle to get delicious food. La la la. He sang playfully while continuing to turn the reel. Below, the sizable fish must have been despairing, wondering what kind of prodigy it had encountered. Yang Chuliu observed Mingzi's fishing technique, which completely redefined his understanding. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, rhythm and breath were irrelevant. One could simply shut their eyes and pull, an utter domination. Truly, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Should individuals from the fishing industry catch sight of him, they would likely fight to claim him as their own. A single Mingzi was worth 3. Chapter 67. Cod. Mingzi continued to pull for over 10 minutes, reeling in approximately 20 meters of line, yet his expression remained unchanged. Yang Chuliu took a moment to catch his breath, regaining some of his strength, and approached, saying, Mingzi, you should go rest in the car for a bit. I'll take over. Uncle Liuzi. Mingzi wants to ride the bicycle. Don't steal my turn. Yang Chuliu had merely sought to switch places, unaware that Mingzi had become so engrossed. Since Mingzi was unwilling, Yang Chuliu could not insist. Observing him, it seemed he was determined to pull the fish up on his own. As time passed, Mingzi's speed in reeling in the line increased. The fish in the water likely had exhausted much of its strength, its struggles becoming less vigorous. Yang Chuliu noted that the line was nearly fully reeled in and retrieved the borrowed spear gun from the storage compartment. Originally, he had intended to purchase one, but funds were insufficient, and this one had been lent to him by old Yang, having seen better days. He secured the safety strap of the spear gun to the boat's railing. With a splash, a large spray of water erupted, and a white object leaped from the tranquil surface of the sea. The taut line slackened, and Mingzi, caught off guard, stumbled backward a couple of steps. Had he not been steady on his feet, he would have surely fallen. Yang Chuliu reacted quickly, stepping forward to steady him. Mingzi, are you alright? Mingzi shook his head, grinning sheepishly. I'm fine. I still want to ride the bicycle. Wait until later to ride. Stabilize the rod first. Oh, Mingzi complied. Ceasing to turn the handle, Yang Chuliu positioned himself at the edge of the boat. The splashes had subsided, revealing a fish approximately a meter long floating on the surface. The sunlight gleaming off it making it difficult to discern its species. It was quite a sizable catch, a promising start. He gripped the spear gun tightly, narrowing his eyes to aim. This was the first time he was using such a weapon, uncertain of his accuracy. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear gun forward, the sound of slicing air echoing. The spear gun resembled a javelin from his school days, albeit a bit shorter. As it sailed through the air, it traced an arc before plunging into the water. With a plop, the spear gun sank quickly, yet the fish bobbing on the surface remained unscathed, having missed its mark by nearly a meter. This was unexpected. Back in school, he had consistently ranked among the top 3 in javelin throwing. What had gone awry? Mingzi watched with eager anticipation for a long moment, failing to grasp what Yang Chuliu intended. Wow, Uncle Liuzi is so impressive. Uncle Liuzi. Mingzi wants to play in the water too. Yang Chuliu felt his face flush at Mingzi's adoration, feigning calmness. Don't be silly. I'm preparing to spear fish. Not to play in the water. But you clearly splashed in the water. I saw it. Then just pretend you didn't see it, alright? But I did see it. Grandma says one mustn't lie. Mingzi pouted, feeling somewhat wronged. Yang Chuliu was too fatigued to argue and felt disheartened by his earlier miss. He retrieved the spear gun, readjusted, and cast it once more. This time, the outcome was different. He accurately struck the fish on its back. I got it. I got it. Yang Chuliu laughed joyously, exhilarated by his first successful spear. The fish, feeling the pain, began to thrash violently. And Mingzi clutched the rod tightly while Yang Chuliu tugged on the safety line. The spear's tip was equipped with barbs, ensuring that once it pierced, it would not easily come loose. After a struggle, Yang Chuliu successfully pulled the fish alongside the boat. The fish was long and slender, with a relatively large head. Its small round eyes wide open, and its mouth notably large, accentuated by thick, luscious lips that exuded a certain allure. His head and dorsal side were a dark olive green, adorned with numerous irregular cloud-like spots, while the upper side was a purplish gray with dark spots. The lower side presented a yellow-brown hue, and the belly was a silvery white. Yang Chuliu recognized it immediately. It was a cod. Upon seeing the large fish, Mingzi's eyes darted, and he inquired, Uncle Liuzi, can it be eaten? Yang Chuliu nodded affirmatively, stating that they were indeed fortunate this time. Not only was it edible, but it also possessed medicinal properties, every part of it being a treasure. I want to eat it. Mingzi licked his lips, grateful that the fish remained in the water. Otherwise, he might have attempted to devour it raw, although cod can indeed be consumed raw. The flesh of cod is tender and considered a premium ingredient, often used in sashimi platters at fine dining establishments. Cod is not only rich in nutrients, but also has healing properties. One of the common components of insulin is derived from its body. Regular consumption of cod can help lower blood sugar levels and alleviate pain, making it particularly beneficial for those suffering from night blindness or cardiovascular diseases. Of course, Yang Chuliu had only learned about this from books and had never tasted cod himself. Observing the sizable fish, which weighed at least 50 to 60 pounds, he knew that relying solely on a fish spear would not suffice. Mingzi, insert the rod into the fishing hole and pass me the fish spear. I will fetch the rope. All right, Mingzi responded, demonstrating a certain efficiency in his work. With a little guidance and patience, he was no less capable than anyone else. Yang Chuliu freed his hands and quickly dashed to the storage room to retrieve a bundle of rope, preparing to secure the fish's tail for retrieval. The deck was equipped with an electric winch, yet for a single fish, such effort seemed unnecessary, especially with Mingzi's assistance. After acquiring the rope, he deftly tied a bowline knot, renowned for its security and the way it tightens under tension. Once the knot was secured, he tossed it towards the fish's tail. The cod was alongside the boat, making it relatively easy to ensnare in one swift motion. After securing the rope, Yang Chuliu tightened it, causing the cod to thrash about, splashing water high enough to soak them both. With the rope fastened, he and Mingzi dragged the fish along the side of the boat towards the fish entrance at the bow. Unlike metal-hulled fishing vessels, which have a higher deck, these boats feature a small door nearly level with the water's surface for convenient hauling. Once the fish was in position, he tossed the rope to Mingzi and descended to open the door. With a creak, the iron door swung open, and Yang Chuliu pulled the rope up, gesturing for Mingzi to come down. Uncle Liuzi, I'm here to help. Mingzi exclaimed, already eager to eat the fish. Be careful, the floor is slippery. Yang Chuliu cautioned as Mingzi took hold of the rope. Without waiting for a signal, he exerted both arms, lifting the cod from the water effortlessly. With a splash, water cascaded off the fish, drenching both of them. Mingzi's strength was once again astonishing. Yang Chuliu barely needed to assist. Standing by seemed superfluous. Chapter 68, Oil-Braised Prawns. After Mingzi hoisted the fish onto the deck, Yang Chuliu exhaled a sigh of relief. After half an hour of exertion under the sun, Mingzi was drenched in sweat. The cod lay on the deck, its body stained crimson with blood, appearing lethargic and on the verge of death. As a deep-sea fish, the cod's swim bladder would swell rapidly upon surfacing, often leading to its demise shortly thereafter. Yang Chuliu retrieved a knife, preparing to process the fish and store it in the ice compartment. Mingzi, go get a towel from over there and help me hold the fish's head down. All right. He gripped the towel tightly over the cod's head while Yang Chuliu held the spear to avoid being struck by its tail, using the knife to bleed the fish. A swift incision along the abdomen caused the cod to stiffen and cease movement. Mingzi, you can let go now. After the cod had bled out, Yang Chuliu reached into its abdomen to remove the entrails. Mingzi assisted by bringing 2 buckets of water to rinse away the blood. This delicate deep-sea fish required prompt cleaning. If the blood was not removed swiftly, it would seep into the flesh, rendering it unsellable if it turned red. With his culinary skills, Yang Chuliu managed the task with relative ease, taking half an hour to properly process the cod, the sun beating down on his back. Mingzi, come over and help lift it into the ice compartment. Mingzi, Yang Chuliu called repeatedly, but received no response. He turned to find the deck empty. Just moments ago, Mingzi had vanished. Uncle Liuzi, I brought the pot. Just as his confusion peaked, Mingzi reappeared, pot in one hand and spatula in the other. Yang Chuliu was momentarily taken aback. Mingzi, why are you bringing a pot? To cook the fish, he replied enthusiastically. Yang Chuliu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. It was clear Mingzi had been eagerly anticipating the meal. Put the pot down for now. We need to, he patiently explained that they should first take the fish back and trade it for something more delicious, successfully convincing him. After the cod was cleaned of its entrails, Mingzi easily dragged the fish head first into the ice compartment, as if he were carrying a small chick. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chuliu rinsed the blood off the deck, discarding the entrails into the sea, and hung 2 bait hooks nearby, hoping for good fortune in tonight's dinner. Checking the time, it was already 5:30 p.m. There was still time to fish a little longer. After placing the fish, Yang Chuliu instructed Mingzi to keep watch by the bait hooks, ready to set the rod if there was any movement, as octopuses and prawns might come along. After over an hour of fishing, they had caught several mackerel, yet nothing matched the size of the cod. Yang Chuliu, checking the compass, noted that there were no fish remaining near the bottom. The commotion caused by the cod had likely frightened them all away. Mingzi, on the other hand, had fared well, bringing up a dozen small octopuses and a good number of prawns, ensuring they would have enough to eat that evening. By 6:30 p.m., darkness enveloped the sky. Yang Chuliu decided to reel in the rod. Feeling content with the day's catch of a cod, it was time to enjoy a meal and rest. With plans to continue tomorrow, tonight's dinner was quite bountiful, with an abundance of seafood. After tidying up, Yang Chuliu took the bucket of prawns to the kitchen to rinse them clean. Fresh water was scarce at sea, so he needed to be frugal in washing and processing. He quickly cleaned the prawns, removing their digestive tracts. The prawns caught today were substantial, measuring nearly the length of a lighter from head to tail. Unlike freshwater crayfish, these seawater prawns could survive after being pulled from the water, provided oxygen was maintained. After preparing the prawns, he had a large bowl full, estimating it weighed at least 3 pounds. He selected 4 of the largest octopuses, saving the rest for fishing bait. As he purchased many, and they would be just right. With everything prepared, the last steps were simple. Heat the oil in a pot. In a good mood, he decided to try something different. He divided the prawns into 2 portions, cooking one in salted water to make salted prawns. The other half would be made into oil-braised prawns. Given the limited conditions on the boat, he had to adapt with whatever seasonings were available. After sauteing 2 cloves of garlic until golden, he added some Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili segments to release their fragrance. Achoo! Mingzi sneezed from the chili's pungency. Yet his eyes remained glued to the action. Once the base was fragrant, Yang Chuliu tossed in the prepared prawns and continued to stir-fry. When preparing oil-braised shrimp, it is best to use fresh shrimp for stir-frying, as it results in a more tender and flavorful meat. As the shrimp sizzles in the pan, an enticing aroma wafts through the air, causing Mingzi to gulp repeatedly beside him. Yang Chuliu adjusted the seasoning to perfection and then added a spoonful of water, letting it simmer for 5 minutes until the sauce thickened, ready to be savored. With the shrimp completed, only the octopus remained, which required a bit more effort in the initial preparation, but can be quickly stir-fried for a few minutes. After a busy while, the 3 dishes were finished. Yang Chuliu looked at the table laden with vibrant and aromatic dishes, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed his culinary skills had not dulled over time. Mingzi, sitting nearby, eagerly asked, "Uncle Lu, can we eat now? I'm starving." "Yes, let us dig in," Yang Chulu replied, receiving his approval. Mingzi wasted no time in picking up his chopsticks and starting to devour the food, having hardly paused throughout the afternoon, leaving him quite famished. Yang Chulu chuckled at the sight of him eating so ravenously. "Slow down. There's no one competing with you." "Delicious, absolutely delicious," Mingzi exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with shrimp, his lips glistening with oil. Yang Chulu also picked up his chopsticks to taste, finding the flavor indeed quite delightful. Meanwhile, in Dayang's far away on Qingdao, the atmosphere was equally harmonious. Every household was illuminated, and the sounds of lively chatter occasionally echoed from within. A group of village women huddled together, their faces alight with gossip. "Have you heard? Liuzi just bought a boat and took a fool with him to sea. What on earth is he thinking? Is he trying to save money to the point of madness?" One woman remarked. Another village woman interjected. "I heard from Grandma Yang that Liuzi gives his grandson 200 yuan a day, plus a commission." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, that much?" "Indeed. But I suspect he's just conning the fool. Our strong laborers don't earn that much in a day. How could he afford to pay the fool so much?" "Exactly. Who knows if there will even be fish to catch? Many in the village have failed to catch any. How could he succeed? Right, without fish. Where would the money for wages come from? Only a fool would fall for his trick." Laughter filled the air. The next morning, at 8:30, Tang Shui carried her laptop, accompanied by Wang Shanshan, as they made their way to the village office. She had no classes that morning, and the village chief had entrusted her with a task some time ago. After 2 days of thorough discussions with Wang Shanshan, they finally finalized their proposal. Upon their arrival at the village office, they found the village chief just arriving as well. "Village chief," Tang Shui called out, hurrying towards him. The chief turned at the sound. "Ah, Teacher Tang, what brings you here?" "Village chief, you asked me to draft a plan to improve the village conditions, and I have completed it." "Oh, splendid." His spirits lifted immediately upon hearing this. Come in, let us discuss it. See, this is why education is so valuable." The chief welcomed them inside, offering tea and arranging chairs without any pretense. Wang Shanshan, seeing the chief for the first time, had anticipated a stern figure, but was pleasantly surprised by his amiable demeanor. Once seated, Tang Shui opened her laptop and presented the proposal to the chief. "Village chief, this is the optimal plan I devised based on the actual situation of our village, considering all factors. If implemented well, we should see results in the short term." The chief listened attentively, eagerly putting on his reading glasses to scrutinize the computer screen. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan patiently waited without interrupting. After a considerable time, the chief diverted his gaze from the computer, took out a cigarette from his pocket, tapped it lightly, lit it, and took a puff, his brow furrowed. Seeing the chief silent, Tang Shui worried that there might be an issue with her proposal. "Village chief, if there's anything unreasonable, I can revise it." "Yes, village chief. This is our first attempt, and we lack experience," Wang Shanshan chimed in. The chief exhaled smoke with a broad smile. "Very good. As the younger generation would say." The new waves of the Yangtze River pushed the old waves aside, leaving us old fellows stranded on the shore. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan felt relieved to know their proposal was acceptable. Wang Shanshan sighed. "Village chief, you were teasing us earlier, weren't you? You certainly gave us a scare. Haha, what is this girl's name?" Tang Shui, having been engrossed in the proposal, realized she hadn't introduced Wang Shanshan. "Village chief, this is my college classmate, Wang Shanshan. She's an impressive food blogger, and we'll need her assistance for our plan to succeed." "Ah, Wang, welcome to Qingdao." The village chief, always one to appreciate talent, became even more enthusiastic upon learning she was a university student. Wang Shanshan, naturally unreserved, responded graciously, "Thank you. But mere words of welcome won't suffice. Of course, tonight, let Teacher Tang take you home for a treat. My wife will prepare a feast of fresh seafood specialties." "Just kidding." After chatting for a while, the village chief expressed his optimism about their online sales proposal, noting it required minimal investment and would yield substantial profits if they could achieve self-production and self-marketing. In the face of the challenges posed by e-commerce, the traditional economy was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. This trend was undeniable. Although Qingdao was currently somewhat impoverished, its unique resources and scenic beauty could foster economic development if they could raise its profile. The village chief grew more excited about the proposal, recalling that Yang Chuliu had previously mentioned a similar idea, albeit without clarity. Given the daily seafood yield from the village, it was more than sufficient for e-commerce sales. The village chief reviewed the proposal once more and proposed, "Since this plan is your creation, I entrust its implementation to you. Should any difficulties arise, don't hesitate to seek my assistance." "Certainly, but we'll need to wait for Yang Chuliu to return, as some insights in the proposal are based on his input." and we'll start with his products. No problem. That kid has always been full of ideas. I trust you both to collaborate with him. With the proposal settled, the village chief sought ways to entice Wang Shanshan to stay, recognizing her potential. Wang Shanshan neither agreed nor declined. She was indeed interested in pursuing her passions, but wished to see how smoothly the plan would unfold. Meanwhile, on the boat, two figures moved about on the deck. Yang Chuliu held a fishing rod, rhythmically casting it, while Mingzi circled him with a net. Mingzi, stop fidgeting and be still for a moment. Uncle Lu, let us trade fish for good food. You'll have to wait until I catch something first. Stop causing a ruckus. Since yesterday, when he had promised Mingzi that fish could be exchanged for delicious food, he had heard noise outside even before dawn. Upon stepping out, he found Mingzi already fiddling with the fishing rod, prompting him to join. They decided to remain in their previous fishing spot for convenience, spending over 2 hours only to catch a few mackerels, with no large fish in sight. Suddenly, a 2-kilogram mackerel broke the surface of the water. It's coming up. It's coming up. Mingzi exclaimed excitedly, raising his net to scoop it up, but before he could dip it into the water, Yang Chuliu swiftly pulled the fish out himself. Uncle Lu is being unfair. Mingzi pouted, glaring at Yang Chuliu, his face a picture of grievance. All right, let us get the fish off the hook and into the icebox. I'll go prepare a meal, and after we eat, we'll change locations. With that, Yang Chuliu packed up the rods. After 2 hours of activity, he was already quite hungry. Today, he planned to find a spot to drop the crab traps and see if he could locate a better fishing point. Breakfast was simple, just boiling 2 pots of instant noodles to fill their stomachs. After the meal, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the temperature of the day was steadily climbing. Yang Chuliu headed to the helm, starting the boat in search of new fishing spots. As the vessel warmed up, I seized the opportunity to survey the surroundings through the telescope. To my dismay, there was not a single ship within a nautical mile. The fishing boats that had been working yesterday had all departed. It seemed this location was indeed somewhat unpopular. We should withdraw. Yang Chuliu retracted the anchor chain and placed the compass on the control panel, commencing his search in the vast ocean. Mingzi sat quietly beside him, munching on spicy strips, occasionally hissing from the heat. After yesterday's events, he dared not touch the compass again. Today, he intended to linger near Shipwreck, having heard that numerous boats frequented this area for catching tuna, yet upon arrival, he found the waters remarkably devoid of vessels. After sailing for over 20 minutes, the compass needle before Yang Chuliu began to move, spinning twice before indicating a direction to the front right. Something intriguing? Yang Chuliu reduced the speed of the boat and gradually turned the helm to align with the compass's direction. Once the course was set, small red dots appeared on the edge of the mirror's surface. 2 or 3, not too many. Chapter 70, The Pursuit of Benito. Observing these red dots, based on past experience, Yang Chuliu surmised that the fish were at least a nautical mile away from the boat. Slowing down, he pressed the brake screw on the compass, causing the little red dots to vanish, replaced by a vivid image. Yang Chuliu admired the clarity of the projection, marveling at its utility. After another 10 minutes of navigation, the compass revealed an increase in the seafloor's algae, with sporadic glimpses of rocks. Such locations typically boast richer resources, serving as ideal hiding spots from predators. As anticipated, Yang Chuliu spotted 2 crabs, each the size of a bowl, in a crevice between rocks, their pincers raised defiantly against one another. Truly, a battle-ready species. Always on the verge of conflict, the scene shifted to a patch of kelp where a school of fish was darting about, though they appeared rather small, resembling ornamental fish. The compass surveyed the area, revealing an abundance of shrimp and crabs, with some ribbonfish hanging in the crevices, appearing like loofahs. Yang Chuliu navigated the boat closer, ready to deploy the crab traps. As the boat came to a halt, he brought Mingzi to the deck, retrieving the 40 crab traps they had brought along. Mingzi, fetch the leftover half-basket of lonely fish from the cold storage. Oh, Mingzi returned with the lonely fish, which had been prepped the day before, and they simply placed the pieces into the traps. After about 10 minutes of diligent work, all the traps were filled with fish chunks. Yang Chuliu opened the door to the fish entrance and began to lower the baited traps into the water. Mingzi assisted from behind. After a day of collaboration, their teamwork had become notably more harmonious. Half an hour later, all the traps were successfully deployed. With the traps set, Yang Chuliu prepared to maneuver the boat for nearby operations, mindful of the rocky terrain that could easily snag their gear. Just as the boat began to move, the compass spun rapidly, and a fleeting light flashed across the mirror's surface at an astonishing speed. What was that? Yang Chuliu had initially brushed it off, but he was certain something had swum past. The spinning needle gradually slowed, confirming the direction. There was no time for a meticulous search with the compass. He hastened his pace, following the direction with increased speed. After approximately 500 meters, he believed he was in close proximity. Yang Chuliu stuffed the compass into his pocket and said, Demingzi, prepare the bait. Something's coming. Demingzi reluctantly set aside his spicy strips, licking the grease from his fingers as he hurried to follow. To save time, Yang Chulu opted not to use lonely fish, instead dragging a basket of sardines out. Being smaller, the sardines could be easily tossed into the water, though they incurred a bit more loss. Demingzi grabbed a knife and smashed the ice, while Yang Chulu pried them apart with a fish spear. After a flurry of activity, the basket of sardines was divided. Following the compass's guidance, they cast the bait into the water, tossing dozens of pounds of fish overboard. With the bait in the water, fish occasionally leaped, eagerly snatching at the offerings. Some of considerable size, reminiscent of bonito. Yang Chulu observed the bonito feeding, feeling a surge of excitement rather than frustration. Bonito are pelagic, agile fish known for their remarkable swimming speed, reportedly reaching up to 20 kilometers per hour as they chase schools of fish. Although they swim swiftly, they too have their predators. Yang Chuliu's bold decision to cast an entire basket of bait was a gamble, hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. As the fish swarmed the surface, he retrieved his casting rod, attaching the octopus he had caught the previous night as bait. This fresh bait was particularly enticing, likely to draw in more fish. With the octopus secured, he cast the line, setting up 2 rods in succession. The second rod barely touched the water before a fish struck. How vigorous! Yang Chulu rushed to reel in, swiftly cranking the line, and before long, a bonito surfaced. Before he could detach it, the other rod also showed signs of action. Double the fortune. Demingzi, help me unhook this fish, he instructed, then hurried back to the other rod. The 2 rods were utilized interchangeably, with virtually no pause in their efforts. Yang Chulu became increasingly flustered, reeling in fish after fish, feeling as though he were a machine performing the same task repeatedly. Time slipped away, and soon the rod before him began to tremble once more. Without much thought, he mechanically prepared to lift it. Just as he was about to pull, he sensed something amiss. The tip of the rod bent significantly. A big catch. Experience told him this was no ordinary fish. Yang Chulu, not daring to underestimate the situation, wiped the sweat from his palms and donned his grip gloves. He pulled the rod from the fishing hole, the line having run out 70 to 80 meters, moving with a speed rivaling that of yesterday's cod. In a moment of hesitation, the line shot out another 4 to 5 meters, its speed astonishing, indicating a formidable creature. Yang Chulu steadied himself, bracing his knees against the boat's railing, gripping the spinning reel handle with all his might. With a creak, the spinning reel halted, the rod tip bending even further. The line taut. Suddenly, it snapped. Ouch! Yang Chulu exclaimed, his hands slipping from the handle. The struggle of the large fish was too great to hold on to. And had he not released quickly, he might have injured his wrist. What kind of beast was this? Could it be a shark? Yang Chulu pondered anxiously. At that moment, Demingzi had finished unhooking another fish and approached, noticing Yang Chuliu's immobility. Uncle Yozi, do something, swap the fish for something tasty. I can't move, you try. Such matters cannot be forced, as prolonged struggle would surely result in a snapped line. Demingzi, unafraid of challenges, eagerly took the rod from Yang Chulu, buoyed by yesterday's practice, and found it easy to manage. Yang Chulu discovered his remarkable talent for fishing, learning exceptionally quickly. The outcome hinged on this singular moment. In Chapter 71, the bluefin tuna, Ermingzi took hold of the fishing rod but did not immediately commence fishing. Instead, he gazed at the tranquil sea surface and inquired, Uncle Liozi, are there really fish down there? Of course there are. If you manage to reel one in, you could exchange it for a room full of spicy snacks and delicacies. I will definitely reel one in, Ermingzi declared. Encouraged, he trembled with excitement, gripping the rod, ready to reel in. Observing the fishing line taut and at risk of snapping the rod, Yang Chulu quickly stepped in to adjust the drag. Once the drag was set, he stepped aside, allowing Ermingzi to take the lead. Seizing the opportune moment, Ermingzi clutched the rotating handle, lifting the rod upward. Ah! He shouted, his entire being seemingly possessed, face flushed and veins bulging in his neck. Trading cycling for candy, he muttered to himself while exerting force to lift the rod. The handle was firmly in his grip, slowly winding the line back, bending the rod into shape. Yang Chulu, watching in astonishment, felt as though he were witnessing a miracle. This was no ordinary feat, but rather a display of incredible power. It was no exaggeration to say that such explosive energy could easily propel a van. Feeling inadequate, Yang Chulu acknowledged that he could not hold the handle as firmly as Ermingzi, who effortlessly began reeling the line back without a pause. A feat that would be hard to believe unless witnessed firsthand. Though Ermingzi had managed to take control of the handle, he was not without his struggles. His body trembled from the exertion, and his eyes reddened. Concerned for his well-being, Yang Chulu urged, Ermingzi, take a break, let me take over. Ermingzi stubbornly shook his head. I'm not tired. I want to trade cycling for candy. All right, When we get home, I'll buy you some. First, take a break and drink some water. Oh, yielding to his persuasion, Mingzi reluctantly handed over the rod. Having stabilized the fish at the bottom, Yang Chuliu understood that the next phase would be a battle of endurance, requiring less frantic effort. He took the rod and methodically began to reel it in. Meanwhile, Mingzi, having taken a seat on the deck, gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his face like rain. Despite the considerable exertion, he uttered no complaints. Sipping water to regain his strength while fixating on the rod in Yang Chuliu's hands, evidently eager to resume the struggle. Yang Chuliu, though relieved to have stabilized the fish, felt the strain as it continued to resist. After reeling in several meters of line, he felt his throat burning, each swallow a challenge. The oppressive heat, soaring to 40 degrees, drained his energy even without vigorous activity. He gritted his teeth and persevered for nearly 20 minutes, reeling in about 40 meters of line. Feeling utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, Mingzi, come take over for a moment. Coming. After resting, Mingzi appeared revitalized, unlike Yang Chuliu, who now struggled to speak. They switched places, and Yang Chuliu leaned against the side of the boat, pouring cold water over his head. Ah, refreshing. After splashing his face, he drained the remaining half bottle, instantly feeling rejuvenated. He was grateful to have brought Mingzi along. Otherwise, he would have been left merely watching. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what lay beneath the surface. As the struggle far exceeded his expectations, his previous experiences had only seen him venture as far as the mangroves, where the largest fish he had encountered weighed merely 20 to 30 pounds. He recalled hearing from seasoned fishermen in the village that a single fish could drag an adult into the sea. At that moment, he understood their words were not exaggerated. After 3 exchanges of the rod, spanning nearly an hour and a half, they had reeled in most of the line, leaving only a few dozen meters remaining. With clearly defined rolls, Mingzi continued to lift the rod, while Yang Chuliu readied the spear to strike the fish. After a patient wait, the large fish gradually surfaced. Fish! There's a fish! Mingzi exclaimed with excitement upon spotting the fish floating on the surface. Yang Chuliu also took notice. Indeed, a shadow of a fish was visible, but contrary to expectations, it neither leaped nor thrashed about, remaining eerily still. How peculiar, Yang Chuliu mused. Just over an hour ago, it was a fierce fighter, and now it appears resigned to its fate. As the large fish drew nearer, the previously abundant skipjack tuna vanished, likely sensing an impending threat. When the fish was merely 7 or 8 meters away, Yang Chuliu signaled Mingzi to halt, reeling in, wary of it potentially diving beneath the boat. Now able to discern the fish's full form, he observed its spindle-shaped body, favored by anglers. It appeared to measure at least 2 meters in length, significantly larger than himself. With a robust build and an oval cross-section, the conical snout and sizable mouth led to a tail resembling an open pair of scissors, albeit slender at the base. Its physique was nearly perfect, devoid of any excess flesh, epitomizing the pinnacle of fish anatomy. As Yang Chuliu marveled at the fish's appearance, he leaned over the side of the boat, grinning foolishly, momentarily forgetting the spear in his hand. Uncle Yozi, I can't hold on much longer. Mingzi's voice jolted him back to reality, prompting him to lift the spear over his shoulder. Mingzi, you've done splendidly this time. Do you know what fish we've caught? It's a bluefin tuna, Yang Chuliu exclaimed, trembling with excitement. He had never anticipated catching such a prize on the second day at sea. His luck was truly extraordinary. Gripping the spear tightly, he aligned it with the fish's eye, focusing intently and holding his breath. With a swift motion, he released the spear, which struck true, penetrating the eye of the tuna with significant force. As he observed the spear hit its mark, a wave of relief washed over him. This was an exceptional performance. The tuna, valued for its flesh, would incur a substantial loss if the meat were compromised. After being struck, the bluefin tuna thrashed violently, its powerful tail splashing water onto the deck, resembling an oxygenator. The line attached to the boat creaked under pressure, pulled taut as if on the verge of snapping, even causing the boat to sway slightly. Yang Chuliu took the rod from Mingzi and inserted it into the fishing hole, realizing it was no longer necessary to exert additional effort. Mingzi, splashed and unable to open his eyes, continued to smile foolishly, seemingly enjoying the tumult. After a brief struggle, the bluefin tuna gradually quieted down, likely exhausted from the prolonged fight. Checking the time, Yang Chuliu noted that they had been battling the fish for over 2 hours. Even the most robust fish could not withstand such strain indefinitely. As it calmed, Yang Chuliu prepared to activate the winch. Relying solely on manual power would not only be arduous, but could also jeopardize the quality of the catch. Meanwhile, they remained unaware of a nearby fishing vessel approaching. Less than a nautical mile away, if Yang Chuliu had looked closely, he would have recognized that it was none other than Dahai from his own village aboard that vessel. Despite his family's vehement opposition, he stubbornly chose to assist the Liu brothers, Liu Hongming and Liu Honglin, in navigating the boat. Inside the cockpit, two men stood at the control panel. One tall and slender, the other short and stout, both in their 30s. The shorter, stockier figure with dark skin and a scar on his brow was the elder brother, Liu Hongming, while the taller, thinner, and slightly balding figure was the younger brother, Liu Honglin. Dahai stood beside the helm. The vessel having come to a halt after 2 exhausting hours of sailing, leaving him with aching muscles. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and distributed the rest to those present. "What are you looking at, Lugo?" Liu Hongming asked as he took a cigarette and pointed ahead. "I don't know whose vessel that is, but it seems to be loading something." "Really? Let me take a look," Dahai replied, curious as he picked up the binoculars from the control panel. After adjusting the magnification, he observed, "Oh, it appears that the crane is indeed in motion." Typically, in the open sea, the sight of a crane in operation on deck indicated that there was substantial cargo aboard. Otherwise, it would not warrant such effort. "Wait a moment," Dahai continued, feeling a sense of familiarity with the ship. He shifted the binoculars slightly and exclaimed, "What? Is that the Jinshan Hao? No wonder it looks familiar." Upon recognizing the ship's markings, Dahai's face lit up with astonishment. Beside him, Liu Honglin was startled by Dahai's sudden outburst, nearly burning himself with the cigarette. "What are you yelling about, you lunatic?" he retorted. "No, look at that fishing vessel over there," Dahai insisted, pointing. "Lugu, take a good look." Liu Honglin, skeptical, took the binoculars to inspect the vessel himself, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Dahai, no longer teasing, declared, "The Jinshan Hao, it's our village's ship. You know Yang Chuliu, right? It's his." Upon hearing this, the Liu brothers once again peered through the binoculars, and indeed, it was true. Liu Hongming, his expression darkening, cursed. What bad luck, running into someone from Daong village right after leaving. Dahai felt a pang of discomfort. What was wrong with Daong village? Yet, given their current situation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Liu Hongming's disdain was not directed at Yang Chuliu himself, but stemmed from an earlier failed match with a girl from Daong village who had persistently rejected him for a year, leaving him resentful. Yang Chuliu adjusted the crane, positioning its arm directly above the tuna, ready to secure the line. "Ermingzi, loop the rope around its tail," he instructed. Ermingzi nodded, skillfully swinging the rope, which landed perfectly in place. "Well done," Yang Chuliu praised, giving him a thumbs up. Once the rope was secured, the crane's arm began to rise slowly, tightening the slack. As it was Yang Chuliu's first time operating the crane, he proceeded cautiously, while Ermingzi below attempted to guide him with hand signals, though often lagging behind. "Uncle Liu, it's going to hit. A little to the left, a bit to the right." No, too clumsy. You're not as clever as Ermingzi." After some effort, they finally succeeded in hoisting the tuna, its rounded body swaying in the air, captivating Yang Chuliu's attention as his heart raced. The tuna appeared even larger out of the water, measuring over 2 meters in length. Ermingzi reached out to touch it, but when it moved, he quickly recoiled. "Be careful. Ermingzi, don't get hit." "Uncle Liu, can we exchange this big fellow for chocolate?" "Sure, when we get home, you can have as much as you want." Together, they carefully placed the tuna onto the deck, eager to process it promptly. Meanwhile, the 3 men aboard the Castaway house stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape like statues, staring ahead in disbelief. In the quiet cockpit, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed. Dahai swallowed hard, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, muttering, "Is that a bluefin tuna?" Liu Hongming, touching his scar, added, "Take a good look. Not only is it a tuna, but it's a bluefin tuna, no less. This is extraordinary. A fish this size must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. Considering the current market, it could sell for at least 200,000. Liu Honglin remarked, his face filled with envy. "That much money?" Dahai gasped at the price, astonished by the potential earnings, feeling more exhilarated than winning the lottery. "You don't understand. That's just my estimation. If the meat passes inspection and the fat content is adequate, it could fetch far more," Liu Hongming replied knowingly. Dahai, having never been to the open sea, was oblivious to such nuances, but the mention of the price stirred excitement within him. If Yang Chuliu could catch one, surely they could, too. "Lugu, we shouldn't dawdle. Let us get to work. If we could catch 2, we wouldn't have to work for a year," he urged. Liu Hongming looked at him incredulously. "Do you think catching a tuna is as simple as picking vegetables at the market?" "Well, how do we know unless we try?" Dahai challenged. "Fine, let us head to the ice hold and chop up the bait," Liu Hongming conceded. Dahai wore a disgruntled expression. Since coming aboard, he had done all the arduous tasks, having yet to touch a fishing rod in 2 days. "What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to?" Liu Hongming raised an eyebrow, glaring at him. No, I'm going right now," Dahai replied, donning his hat and exiting. Had it not been for the 10% commission, he would not have endured this indignity for a mere 100+ daily wage. As Dahai exited, The Liu brothers exchanged glances, with Liu Honglin commenting, "Brother, what kind of luck did that guy from Daong village stumble upon to catch such a prime specimen? Forget it. Let us hurry and cast the bait. Perhaps we can lure in the fish," Liu Hongming suggested. "Isn't that a bit unethical?" Liu Honglin questioned. "Unethical? The highest resources aren't his alone. Everyone must rely on their own skills to make a living," Liu Hongming replied with a smirk. Liu Honglin nodded in agreement, linking arms with him as they walked towards the deck. Meanwhile, Dahai was hard at work on the deck, chopping fish pieces with vigor while mumbling to himself. After preparing a basket of fish, the Daizue Hao moved forward another 500 to 600 meters, casting the bait overboard. Each of the three men held a fishing rod, patiently awaiting a bite. On the other side, Yang Chuliu was equally industrious. After placing the fish on the deck, he prepared to process it. Prior to setting sail, he had specifically studied the procedure for handling bluefin tuna. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. The bluefin tuna, having endured considerable stress, was nearly lifeless. Yang Chuliu covered its eyes with a towel and then struck it with a mallet to render it unconscious. After a few convulsions, the tuna lay still. Yang Chuliu took up a small knife and instructed, "Ermingzi, bring over 2 buckets of water." "Okay," Ermingzi replied, efficiently fetching the water. Yang Chuliu carefully made 2 cuts along the gill area of the tuna, followed by a cut at the tail. As he placed the knife down, vibrant blood flowed from the incision, a shocking sight that was more intense than slaughtering a chicken. After making the necessary cuts, he inserted a prepared wire into the fish's tail, repeatedly piercing to ensure all blood would drain out, preventing any bruising. Bluefin tuna are typically reserved for high-end restaurants serving sashimi. Excessive bruising would spoil the appearance of the meat, making it impossible to achieve that desirable rosy hue. The blood had nearly been expelled, and Ermingzi rinsed away the crimson water with fresh water. After some effort, the 2 men managed to haul the tuna into the ice hold for preservation. Once the fish was secured, Yang Chuliu sought water to cleanse his hands, as the stench of blood was particularly overwhelming. Just as he was about to fetch a bucket of water, he happened to notice a vessel anchored not far from them. Who could that be? Yang Chuliu wondered, aware that such proximity in the open sea was perilous. Did they not understand maritime etiquette? Typically, fishing vessels would steer clear if they observed another boat operating within a nautical mile. Collisions could lead to complications. He casually rinsed his hands and instructed Ermingzi to clean the deck thoroughly before returning to the cabin to address the situation. Upon entering the cabin, he activated the emergency broadcast and called out, "To the vessel across from us, you have encroached upon the safety distance. Please vacate the area." On the Dizue ship, the 3 men heard Yang Chuliu's announcement and remained unfazed, casually reclining with their legs crossed. Dahai smirked, amused by the audacity of the situation, remarking that with a change of attire, he could easily pass for a maritime police officer. The Liu brothers chuckled, with Liu Honglin teasing, "Ah, Dahai. They say fellow villagers shed tears upon meeting each other. Aren't you going to greet them?" "Bah. His arrogance irritates me," Dahai retorted. After waiting several minutes without a response, Yang Chuliu surmised the inevitable conclusion. The other party was intentionally provoking them. No matter where one went, there always seemed to be 1 or 2 individuals lacking common sense. Exiting the cabin, he recalled that they had previously cast plenty of bait at this fishing spot and had not been there long enough to change locations. Since the other vessel seemed intent on lingering, he decided to match their persistence, reassured that they had already secured a minimum catch for the day. As a competent tuna fisherman, one must possess a tenacious spirit. After all, there is an old saying, "The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden." Returning to the deck, Yang Chuliu found that Ermingzi had nearly finished tidying up. He set up 2 hooks for Ermingzi to monitor, hoping that luck would bless them with another splendid meal at noon. Grasping the compass, he first surveyed the seabed. After such a prolonged effort, he was uncertain whether the tuna schools had dispersed. As the compass opened, the mirrored surface revealed images of the ocean floor, where the sardines previously scattered had been nearly consumed, with scarcely a fish in sight. The barren seabed did, however, host a few crabs, huddled together to scavenge for leftover bait. The scene then shifted to the vicinity of the opposing fishing vessel, which boasted a far richer resource. Clusters of tuna swirled around the bait, with numerous fish gradually congregating. No wonder their side was desolate. It appeared all the fish had been lured to the other side. Yang Chuliu's expression darkened. This was akin to blatant robbery. To attract the fish from the opposing vessel, he would need to redeploy bait, which would inevitably escalate costs. The supply of bait he had brought was limited. Having already used 2 baskets from yesterday to today, he was unsure if the remaining would last 5 days. Yet, not deploying bait would be unacceptable. Caught in a dilemma, Yang Chuliu hesitated when suddenly the situation on the seabed shifted dramatically. The fish that had been feasting scattered as if in agreement. What was happening? He gently shifted the compass to change the view, and in an instant, the fish and shrimp vacated the area, leaving only a layer of bait behind. At that moment, the image on the compass became blurred. The sediment on the ocean floor stirred, and the water grew murky. Young Chuliu vaguely perceived a dark shadow gliding along the seabed, longer than any tuna he had seen before, albeit moving at a somewhat leisurely pace. The shadow resembled a bulldozer, consuming all the bait in its path with remarkable efficiency. This creature's appetite was astounding. At such a rate, the bait they had deployed would soon be entirely devoured. As its movement slowed, the murky water gradually cleared, and the image on the compass became sharper. To his astonishment, he realized it was a shark. Upon closer inspection, the creature bore a peculiar appearance. With two protrusions on its head, each featuring an eye and a nostril, approximately 1 meter apart. Such a distance between the eyes marked it as a hammerhead shark, a species young Chuliu recognized, albeit with limited knowledge of sharks. The hammerhead shark, aptly named for the shape of its head, was a ferocious predator, known for its carnivorous nature and occasional attacks on humans. As it feasted, an octopus swam nearby, and true to its predilection for live prey, the shark darted forward, its tail propelling it toward the unsuspecting cephalopod. Yang Chuliu observed keenly. One of the octopus's tentacles was ensnared by a hook, accompanied by a lead weight, unmistakably bait. With no hesitation, the hammerhead shark lunged forward, its enormous mouth wide open, swallowing the octopus whole. As an apex predator, it navigated the ocean with an air of dominance, its strength rendering it incapable of subtlety. Before it could savor its meal, the hammerhead shark vigorously thrashed its tail, its massive head swaying, as if it had something lodged in its teeth. Instantly, the once clear waters grew murky once more. Simultaneously, on the vessel, Lu Hongming's fishing rod began to tremble violently, the reel spinning slowly as the line released. "We've got a catch, Lu." Dahai reacted quickly, rising in excitement at the sight of the moving rod. "I'm not blind. Stop making a fuss," Lu Hongming retorted, pulling the rod from the fishing hole. Lu Honglin hurriedly reeled in his own line, wary of tangling. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Reel it in." "Oh, right on it." Dahai responded quickly, pulling back his line, as Lu Hongming's rod bent further. Releasing another 50 to 60 meters of line, the tension grew taut enough to pluck like a string. Concerned that the line might snap, he freed one hand to loosen the drag. Meanwhile, the other two quickly retrieved their rods, watching as the reel spun faster, their faces alight with exhilaration. They were no novices to fishing. The commotion indicated a significant catch. Dahai, feeling a surge of eagerness, rubbed his hands together and said, "Lu, why don't you take a break and let me give it a try?" To Dahai's surprise, Lu did not protest, but simply replied, "All right, just be careful. Opportunities like this for practice don't come often." "Of course, just watch me," Dahai said, confidently taking over the rod. "Lu, do you think this one might also be a bluefin tuna?" Lu Hongming fell silent, hopeful yet uncertain, without having seen the fish. Lu Honglin stared intently at the water's surface, asserting, "Based on my past experiences, this must be a tuna. As for the species, that's harder to determine." Seeing Lu Honglin's certainty bolstered Dahai's confidence that it was indeed a tuna. Calculating a potential profit of $2,000 from a $20,000 catch, he felt a rush of excitement. As the line extended nearly 300 to 400 meters, Dahai noted that the speed remained relentless. He adjusted his stance to prepare for reeling in. Gripping the handle with one hand and pulling the rod upward with the other, he shouted, "Come on up." With a forceful yell, the spinning reel ceased its motion. The Lu brothers nodded in approval at his display of strength. "So how about it, Lu? Is my technique commendable?" They both gave him a thumbs up in acknowledgement, expressing their admiration. The good times were short-lived. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed as Dhi's hand, gripping the crank, was flung back, and the line cup began to spin once more, its speed surpassing that of before. Frustrated, Dhi shook his sore hand and attempted to grasp the crank again, but no matter how hard he tried, he always fell just short of the necessary strength. Lu Hngming, sensing the situation was dire, donned his gloves and placed his hands on Dhi's shoulders, urging him to breathe steadily and exert force. Dhi nodded, gritted his teeth, and once more took hold of the crank. With an extra pair of hands, the exertion became significantly more manageable, and after much effort, they finally stabilized the fish. Dhi struggled for approximately 10 minutes, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "Li, I can't go on." Lu Hngl and rolled his eyes beside him, stating, "Look at you, so weak. Go buy 2 bottles of Li Wid Huing WN to replenish your strength." "Step aside." Dhi was replaced and collapsed onto the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The Lu brothers took over, their speed in reeling in the line far surpassing Dhi's. As their years of collaboration had fostered an unspoken understanding, the three took turns, employing a rotational strategy to exhaust the strength of the hammerhead shark. Yang Ch. Li sat in a chair, casually crossing his legs while holding a compass as if watching a film. Engzi, go fetch 2 pairs for us to enjoy in this heat. Sure, Engzi nodded, elated at the prospect of a tasty treat. Returning to the matter at hand, the 3 displayed considerable skill, managing to contend with an adult hammerhead shark, albeit with a touch of bad luck. With 2 working in tandem to reel in the line, after an arduous hour of struggle, they finally managed to draw it back in, the fishing rod creaking under the strain. Dhi, witnessing the fish nearing the surface, redoubled his efforts on the crank. Suddenly, a splash erupted as the hammerhead shark leapt from the water, charging toward the boat. Dhi, taken by surprise, stumbled backward, only to be steadied by Lu Hngming. Before he could regain his composure, a dark shadow hurtled towards them, crashing violently against the side of the boat. The resounding impact sent the vessel rocking, and the taut fishing line slackened. The trio was bewildered by the unfolding chaos as the hammerhead shark collided repeatedly with the boat. The hull sustained a significant dent, and the shark, bleeding from the impacts, became frenzied at the scent of its own blood. Lu Hngming, a seasoned fisherman, snapped back to reality after a brief moment of shock, gazing in disbelief at the reddened water. A shark, it's a shark. Dhi and Lu Hngl quickly grasped the situation, their faces paling as the realization hit them. After all their hard work, they were thwarted at a critical moment, an unpleasant feeling indeed. The hammerhead shark continued its relentless assault on the boat, and if this persisted, even without leaks, the subsequent repairs would be costly. Quick, bring the scissors to cut the line. Lu Hngming shouted decisively. Dhi, now too preoccupied to consider anything else, attempted to insert his fishing rod into the fishing hole, but in his nervousness, he couldn't manage to fit it in. Lu Hngl, can you stop pushing me? I'm not pushing you, Lu Hngl retorted irritably. Shut up. Hurry up and find the scissors. Lu Hngming barked, prompting both to fall silent. In the ensuing panic, unable to locate the scissors, Lu Hngl grabbed a cleaver and, without hesitation, aimed it at the fishing line. With a decisive chop, the line snapped, and the bent fishing rod returned to its original shape. The hammerhead shark, now devoid of its tether, ceased its violent assaults but continued to swim alongside the boat. The trio exhaled in relief upon severing the line, reflecting on the close call. Had the shark leapt onto the boat moments earlier, serious injuries would have been a distinct possibility. Yang Ch. Li, observing the drama unfold from the sidelines, discarded the core of his fruit into the sea and wiped the moisture from his lips, acknowledging that the pears selected by Tying Su were indeed sweet and juicy. In Chapter 75, Singing Duets, Engzi, seeing him rise, finished the last bite of his pear, letting out a satisfied burp. Uncle Li Zi, they are all fools, not realizing they could trade fish for delicious food. Yang Ch. Li chuckled at this, affirming, indeed, they are all fools. Only you, Engzi, are the clever one. Yes. Uncle Li Zi, I want more pears. Get them yourself. I will prepare dinner. Engzi bounced toward the house, chattering about how foolish everyone else was. Yang Ch. Li glanced at the bucket, noting a decent haul after more than an hour, over a pound of shrimp and several small fish. He selected the shrimp, releasing the small fish back into the water, knowing that Engzi would have scolded him had he learned of this. Today, they had caught a bluefin tuna, worthy of a proper celebration. Earlier, there had been 2 bonito that were less than visually appealing, but they were still edible. Yang Ch. Li quickly cleaned the bonito, removing the entrails and heads, retaining only the body. Generally, fish heads lack nutritional value, and it's best to avoid them, especially since they differ significantly from the delectable freshwater fish and may even harbor toxins. There are numerous ways to prepare bonito, but today he planned to braise one and make soup with the other. The broth from stewed bonito is particularly savory, perfect for soaking rice. Previously, while working part-time at a Japanese restaurant, he had often encountered bonito in the preparation of dashi, the traditional fish stock. Bonito is cooked using a special technique, carefully deboned and repeatedly smoked, resulting in a texture as hard as wood, hence its alternative names, moku or katsuobushi. Of these, katsuobushi is a common seasoning in Japanese cuisine. Although he had interacted with this fish before, he had never tasted it. At most, he had sipped the broth a couple of times, and today was an opportunity to indulge. If the Japanese chef knew he was braising a large bonito into chunks, he would surely faint from the audacity. Only someone with ample resources would dare to do such a thing. Dishes prepared in a braised style are quite simple, as they generally adhere to tried-and-true methods. Yang Ch. Li cut the bonito into uniformly sized pieces and dusted them with flour, forming a protective layer on the surface to prevent sticking and maximize moisture retention. He heated oil in a pan, frying the bonito pieces until golden brown on both sides. Then added aromatics, scallions, ginger, and garlic to saute until fragrant. Adding sufficient water to cover the fish, he adjusted the seasoning and proceeded to stew the dish. With both fish simmering, all that was left was to wait for dinner. On their side, the atmosphere was filled with the warmth of home-cooked meals. While on the opposite side aboard the Dizu 3 individuals sat in silence, one in front of a bowl of instant noodles. Liu Ngm wore a dark expression. Having toiled all morning without a catch, he was further vexed by the near disaster of having the boat breached. He had just inspected the damage from the shark's impacts, which covered an area the size of a bedsheet. The repair costs alone would amount to no less than 10,000, not to mention the bait that had been wasted, an undeniable loss. Previously, it had been manageable with just 2 people on the boat, but now with an extra person, they had to provide for his meals and lodging while also paying him a wage. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Had it not been for DHI's encouragement, he might not have even cast the bait. Liu Ngm lit a cigarette, squinting as he said, "Well, there's no need to dwell on today's events. We didn't earn any money and incurred quite a loss. Let us discuss how to split things. Brother, I take responsibility for today. I'll cover my share," Liu Ngm asserted, stepping up to accept the blame. "All right, DHI. Don't just focus on eating. It's your turn." DHI set down his fork, replying, "I'm just a worker, whether I earn more or less. I cannot claim any additional share. What does this have to do with me?" The Liu brothers exchanged glances, and the elder brother stated, "DHI. You can't say that. Wasn't it your idea to begin with?" "Yes, that is true. But, good, as long as you admit it. We'll chalk today's misfortunes up to experience. You won't have to pay us back, but we will deduct from your wages for the meals." "Why should I?" DHI protested, rising indignantly. "I worked tirelessly for half the day, and now you say I want to be compensated?" Liu Hongming slammed his hand on the table, the scar on his face appearing rather menacing. "Don't overstep your bounds. If you can handle it, do so. If not, get lost. Dahai, you should restrain your tongue. Losing money is uncomfortable for everyone, isn't it? Sit down, sit down." Liu Honglin noticed the escalating tension and hurried over to pull him back. Dahai, upon witnessing Liu Hongming's fury, felt a twinge of fear and, seizing the opportunity to defuse the situation, feigned indignation and sat down, resigned to his misfortune. The Liu brothers played their roles seamlessly, one the villain and the other the good cop, deftly bringing Dahai to heel. "Mingzi, it's time to eat." After simmering for over half an hour, the braised bonito was thick and fragrant. The bonito soup had transformed from a clear broth to a milky white, and Chuliu tossed in a few vegetable leaves and some chopped scallions, achieving perfection. The dishes were set on the table, yet Mingzi was nowhere to be found. Where had that boy run off to? Chuliu untied his apron, preparing to search for him. He couldn't have fallen asleep, could he? Normally, he would come running at the aroma of a well-cooked meal. Just as he was about to step out, Mingzi appeared, clutching his stomach and looking rather dispirited. "Mingzi, what's wrong with you?" "Uncle Liu, my stomach hurts." "Stomach ache? What did you eat?" Mingzi shook his head. "Nothing unusual. Just ate some pears and spicy strips." "How many pears did you eat?" "All of them." Mingzi, speaking with a hint of embarrassment, lowered his head. Chuliu rolled his eyes. "A bag of pears contained at least 10. You silly boy, if you eat so many, who will suffer the consequences? Go drink some hot soup to warm your stomach." Mingzi, like a child caught in mischief, shuffled back into the house, one hand clutching his stomach and the other his behind. Chuliu found his antics both amusing and exasperating. Those spicy strips were indeed troublesome, satisfaction at both ends. After a hearty meal, he returned to his room for a nap, while Mingzi made another trip to the restroom. By evening, Chuliu awoke from a 3-hour slumber, feeling as if his body were in disarray, aching all over. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 5 o'clock. It was time to retrieve the traps he had set earlier. Upon reaching the helm, he noticed the neighboring fishing boat had departed at some point, likely frightened away by sharks in the morning. Chuliu started the engine, hoisting the anchor chain as they navigated towards the crab traps. After about half an hour, he anchored beside the foam buoy, ready to retrieve the traps. At that moment, Mingzi had just awakened. The two grabbed iron hooks and a plastic bucket and approached the fishing hole. As they opened the door, Chuliu noticed the buoy on the water's surface was in disarray. With hopeful anticipation, he used the hook to pull up the first trap. With a splash, the crab trap emerged, accompanied by a rustling sound from within. There should be a good catch. Shaking off the water droplets from the trap, he saw approximately 5 or 6 crabs attacking a lobster, which was left with only half its tail. Chapter 76. Discovery of the ribbon fish. Chuliu could sense the lobster's distress even from outside the trap. Within mere minutes, the lobster was torn apart by the crabs, each feasting on the remains. The loss of the lobster tugged at Chuliu's heartstrings. He lamented the loss of $100 or $80. What a waste. As he hoisted the trap, Mingzi was tasked with emptying its contents for sorting later. Unfortunately, they had retrieved the traps a bit late, resulting in several dead catches. What a pity. In one trap, they found 2 or 3 ribbon fish, but all had been ravaged by the crabs and were either dead or injured. The most infuriating part was that these aggressive creatures fought not out of hunger, but simply to assert dominance over anything that came near. The two worked in perfect harmony, efficiently pulling up all the traps, and before they knew it, nearly an hour had passed. Chuliu saw that the plastic bucket was more than half full. Today's haul was quite substantial. They carried the bucket onto the deck, where Mingzi was responsible for sorting and cleaning the traps. Otherwise, the stench would be overwhelming for the next use. He retrieved a bundle of rope from the storage room, preparing to bind the crabs. For by the time they returned home, there would be little left unscathed. The crabs in the bucket were impressively large, a testament to the abundance of resources in the deep sea. Unfortunately, the variety of crabs available domestically paled in comparison to those found abroad. The prized king crab was absent. Otherwise, one could easily amass wealth through shrimp and crab fishing alone. Chuliu deftly bound the crabs. Handling such a large quantity was no challenge for him, as he had earned pocket money mastering this skill during his school days. After nearly an hour and a half of work, he finally bound all the crabs in the bucket. There were still some sea snails left, which could simply be placed in water for maintenance. The bucket also contained 7 or 8 small sea turtles, each about the size of a bowl and particularly adorable. But as they were protected species, they had to be released. Chuliu counted the crabs. There were 58 in total, with 16 live lobsters and 5 barely alive. The resources of the deep sea indeed surpassed those of the coastal waters by a significant margin, and the sizes were also notably larger. He placed the bound crabs into the live well for safekeeping, and by now, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Chuliu turned on the ship's lights, illuminating the pitch-black sea as if it were broad daylight. Not long after the lights were turned on, fish began to leap from the water around the vessel. Certain fish are attracted to light and would naturally approach. After a lengthy afternoon nap, he felt wide awake and decided to take out his fishing rod for a bit more angling. Mingzi had endured a long afternoon, and Chuliu had given him 2 inertia pills to help him recover from his fatigue. With the fishing rod set up, he noticed 2 or 3 other vessels nearby, their lights illuminating the evening. The distance between the boats was considerable, so there was no cause for concern. After securing the fishing rod, he took out the compass to assess the underwater conditions. Ever since acquiring it, fishing had become much more convenient. As soon as he opened the compass, the needle in the celestial pool moved slightly before pointing straight ahead, and a red dot appeared on the reflective surface, indicating the distance from their anchored position. Could it be so fortuitous? Chuliu pressed down on the brake screw, and the reflective surface transformed into a real-time image. Amidst the dense coral reefs, glimmers of light flickered, and swaying seaweed danced gently. Occasionally, fish darted through the foliage. How beautiful! Chuliu marveled at the scene before him. The night sea was even more splendid than during the day. However, he was not there merely to admire the scenery, beautiful as it was. His primary goal remained finding fish. The coral in this area was particularly dense, and visibility was not optimal. It required a measure of patience. Chuliu gently swayed the compass in his hand to adjust the view. In that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to a feng shui master. His gaze fixed intently on the compass, his brow furrowed at times and relaxed at others. Suddenly, while searching, a white shadow darted out from a crevice in the coral, moving with astonishing speed and startling him. Chuliu steadied his nerves. It was evident that one could not be too focused, lest they scare themselves into a heart attack. He used the compass to track the movement and soon spotted a ribbonfish approximately 80 centimeters long and 3 fingers wide, foraging along the ocean floor. Such a sizable ribbonfish was no small catch. In supermarkets, even a 2-finger-wide ribbonfish could fetch nearly 21 yuan, and this larger specimen would command a much higher price. It's a catch. Chuliu retrieved another fishing rod and attached a treble hook. When fishing for ribbonfish, using a treble hook was the most effective method. Ribbonfish are known for their schooling behavior, and a treble hook allows for multiple catches at once. Just as he grasped the rod, he noticed 2 or 3 more ribbonfish emerging from the coral crevices, engaged in cannibalistic behavior. Chuliu had heard of this phenomenon before, but witnessing it firsthand was truly astonishing. Previously, I watched a video of fishing for DI, belt fish, where one DI was caught while another bit its tail. Utilizing a string of hooks, it was possible to catch multiple DI at once. Since they are here, let us gather as many as we can. Ch Lee employed a Chi New York U hook, using a size 6 with a size 9 fish hook. The Chi New York U hook is notably robust, featuring a smooth base and a sharp tip, capable of withstanding the fierce appetite of the DI. As long as they are willing to bite, success is assured. The swimming posture of the DI is particularly intriguing. Unlike other fish that predominantly use their fins to navigate, they move vertically. This was the first time he witnessed it firsthand, although he had previously learned that the DEI possesses small, free-floating spines along its belly, allowing it to ascend by undulating its body rather than relying on fins. Yang Lee prepared the hook and noticed an abundance of small seafood, such as squid, that could be utilized. The DEI's diet is quite varied and insatiable, showing little selectiveness in their feeding, making them relatively easy to catch. He baited the hook with squid and cast it to the location indicated by the compass. The squid sank into the water, descending steadily until it landed precisely in front of the gathering DI. In a short span, a considerable number of DI had amassed, all of similar size, with none too small. It was likely that the smaller ones had been predated upon. Those without strength would not have survived to this point. As the squid reached the seabed, it desperately flailed its tentacles in an attempt to escape, but the weight of the lead was insurmountable, forcing it to burrow into the sand. At that moment, two DI swam toward the squid, just as the squid buried two of its tentacles into the sand. One of the DI opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. The line at the tip of the rod straightened, and the reel began to turn slowly. Chapter 77, A Bountiful Harvest. Yang Lee was surprised at how readily the DI took the bait. Without a hint of hesitation, they were indeed ferocious. He withdrew the rod from the fishing hole, gripping the handle as the clip on the reel sprang back. The line reeled in, and the hooked DI thrashed vigorously in a bid for freedom, but the more it struggled, the tighter it became entangled. Observing that one of its companions had consumed the bait and was now being pulled, it lost all reason and bit back in a fit of rage. This little display of temper was delightful to him. Seeing that he had hooked two DI simultaneously, Yang Lee smiled broadly, astonished by the success of his first cast. The line was drawn in swiftly. The weight was trivial for him. Within 5 minutes, the two DI were brought aboard. As they flopped on the deck, their movements soon ceased. RMNGZ, noticing the fish, squatted down curiously and touched them, exclaiming, "Lezish, they are dead." "Yes. Remove them and place them aside. We will send them to the ice cabin later." DI typically die almost instantly upon being pulled from the water, and they are sold in frozen form at the market. After RMNGZ removed the DI, he noted that the two weighed over 2 gene, classifying them as top quality. With many more still in the seabed, Yang Lee continued to cast the string of hooks. These DI were indeed quite lethargic. Typically, if a fish school senses significant disturbance, they scatter, yet these DI remained unfazed, continuing to feed. The bait was cast once more, and within 2 minutes, another DI was hooked. Yang Lee swiftly raised the rod, bringing in DI one after another, much to our MNGZ's delight. Lezish. So many fish. Wow. Here comes another. Take your time. Our MNGZ wants to play too. Yang Lee caught nearly 20 DI in succession, and with our MNGZ clamoring to join in, he handed the rod over to him. Our MNGZ, be careful. Just fish where I did, remember? Yes, I remember. Eagerly, our MNGZ took the rod, attaching 2 shrimp, as all the squid had been used. Once the bait was set, he cast it to the spot Yang Lee indicated. Despite his clumsiness, once he grasped the rod, he transformed into a skilled angler, unaffected by external distractions. In just 2 minutes, our MNGZ pulled up a half-meter-long DI. Lezish, look. Ha ha ha, I caught one. Yang Lee smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, our MNGZ is the best. Keep it up. Having discovered the joy of fishing, our MNGZ became increasingly dedicated, gripping the rod tightly, as if fearing someone would snatch it away. He was eager to play, and Yang Lee relished the respite, assisting with the fish. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, they had nearly cleared the DI from the seabed. Eventually, our MNGZ grew impatient, waiting for another bite, and returned the rod to Yang Lee, checking the vicinity with the compass. Yang Lee noted that while the DI had vacated, several could still be found among the coral crevices, albeit with greater difficulty in catching them. This might pose a challenge for others, but for him, it merely required some time. Yang Lee was determined not to let them escape. Wastefulness was not in his nature. He baited the hook and cast it carefully to the predetermined location, adjusting it with precision to avoid snagging the bottom. After a careful series of adjustments, the bait successfully nestled into the crevice, startling the resting DI. With no reason to refuse the food offered so conveniently, they opened their mouths and swallowed without a second thought. Yang Lee caught over 20 more, gathering every last one available in the vicinity. By 10 o'clock in the evening, after a thorough sweep, there were virtually no fish remaining in the nearby coral, only small fish and shrimp foraging along the seabed. Yang Lee yawned, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Beside him, our MNGZ also yawned repeatedly. Having not rested well in the afternoon, realizing it was getting late, he began to pack up his rod. RMNGZ. Let us sort the fish and send them to the ice cabin before we rest. Yes. The two found a plastic basket for bait and neatly arranged the DI, making it easier for sale later. With all the DI packed away, the basket was full, alongside a half basket of inferior specimens reserved for personal consumption. After processing the DI, Ch Lee checked the equipment aboard the vessel, ensuring everything was in order, leaving a light on, washing his feet, and then climbing into bed. So comfortable. Lying in bed, he gazed through the porthole at the starry sky, feeling a pang of longing for home. Unbeknownst to him, they had been at sea for 4 days, each feeling like 4 months. Lost in thought, his eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually drifted into slumber, the ship returning to its tranquil state. The following day, at 9:30 in the morning, Ch Lee stretched lazily in bed, feeling rejuvenated after a night of rest. He dressed and opened the door, instantly blinded by the bright light. It was another beautiful day. After adjusting to the brightness, he stepped outside to peek into our MNGZ's room, only to find the bed empty. Where had this rascal run off to? What impressed him most during their days at sea was our MNGZ's biological clock. Regardless of how late he stayed up, he always rose early the next day. Ch Lee first headed to the restroom to relieve himself, having been uncomfortable all night. Exiting the restroom and approaching the kitchen, he heard a slurping sound, reminiscent of a mouse pilfering food. He slowed his pace and entered, finding our MNGZ seated at the table, engrossed in devouring instant noodles, crumbs scattered around his mouth. Our MNGZ up so early? Seeing him enter, our MNGZ grinned and replied, Lee ZSH, the sun is already shining on our backs. It's hardly early. You little rascal, you can be quite cheeky. Is this what you're having for breakfast? Wasn't there porridge left in the pot from last night? Hee. The porridge is for Lee ZSH. Yang Chuliu felt a warmth in his heart as he patted his shoulder, saying, I will go wash up now and prepare something delicious for you later. Don't eat noodles anymore. Overindulgence may lead to constipation. Oh, Mingzi replied, setting aside the noodles. Uncle Liuzi, what is constipation? Let's discuss that after we finish our meal. Once Yang Chuliu finished washing up, he noticed there was still a considerable amount of rice left. Yesterday, some lobsters had to be discarded, but he had saved the shrimp, which could be used to make fried rice. Without hesitation, he began cooking. And soon the kitchen was filled with the sound of clattering pans. In no time, 2 bowls of steaming shrimp fried rice were ready. By the time the meal was prepared, it was already 10 o'clock. They would combine breakfast and lunch. Mingzi, drawn by the fragrant aroma, entered to help serve the bowls, and Yang Chuliu casually brought along some chili sauce. Chapter 78, Commercial Flattery. After finishing their meal, Mingzi tidied up the bowls and headed to wash them. Yang Chuliu returned to the helm and started the boat. Today he planned to change locations, steering in the direction of home. The bait on the boat was running low, and given the heavy usage of freshwater over the past couple of days, it would only last until tomorrow morning at most. They still had plenty of food left, but without water, they would be in trouble. In the sweltering heat, one could go without food, but not without water. If luck was on their side, they could return home tonight, arriving at Qingdao just in time tomorrow morning. Yang Chuliu pulled up the anchor chain and, using binoculars, observed that the surrounding boats had begun their operations. The vessel sliced through the waves, and he set the navigational coordinates. In the vast ocean, he could not discern his precise location and had to rely on the radar. Once Mingzi finished washing the dishes, he joined Yang Chuliu at the helm, holding a freshly washed apple. Uncle Liuzi here? Yang Chuliu noticed it was the only apple and gently pushed it away, saying, You eat it. Mingzi insisted, I won't eat it. It will hurt my stomach. Take it. He stubbornly shoved the apple into Yang Chuliu's hands, and then sat down, playing with the binoculars. Yang Chuliu looked at the apple, bemused. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the ropes for years. The speed of the Jinshan vessel gradually increased. The process of searching for fish was tedious. So he turned on the radio to listen to the nearby fishermen engaging in light banter. Old Wang, how's the catch this trip? Ah, don't mention it. I've been out for over a week and caught nothing but 4 or 5 tuna. Well, you're not doing too well. I've caught 7 or 8 tuna and a good number of grouper. Yang Chuliu was astounded by their conversation. Who were these people, treating tuna like common fare? He had felt a sense of pride when he caught just one. Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled through the radio, and for a moment, he couldn't recall who it was. Old Wang, Old Zhang, can you speak normally instead of like 3-year-olds? How much does the tuna weigh? Old Wang took a drag from his cigarette and grumbled, Delu, your mouth needs a good beating. I can't stand listening to you. Out of 5, only 1 made it past the catch line, weighing 20 pounds, the rest were released. Old Zhang sighed heavily. You're doing better than me. I finally found a school of tuna, but they were all small fry, not a single one over the line. And I wasted dozens of pounds of bait. By the way, Delu, how are you and your brother doing? There was a brief silence on the radio before a voice responded, "Don't mention it. We've caught only a few small fish and shrimp over these days. And yesterday we even encountered a shark that nearly capsized our boat. Ha ha, truly the Delu of Qingdao." Yang Chuliu realized that the fishermen competing for resources with him yesterday were also from Qingdao. It was obvious that only individuals from outside the village could afford large boats. After suffering a loss on a previous sea outing, no one from the village had ventured far again. This realization, combined with their calling him Delu, led Yang Chuliu to deduce that it must be the brothers Lu Hongming from Lijiakan. No wonder they had ignored him yesterday. He was somewhat aware of the tension between Lu Hongming and De Yangzhuang. He had been the first to buy a boat from Qingdao and often liked to watch others through the cracks of his door. After listening to their conversation, which had turned rather mundane and crude, Yang Chuliu switched off the radio. Almost 40 minutes had passed without him realizing it, and following the compass direction, he spotted a red dot on the reflector nearby. He stopped the boat and called out to Mingzi, "Drag out the remaining fish pieces." Okay. Mingzi set down his binoculars and promptly went outside. Yang Chuliu lowered the anchor chain, and the boat shuddered as the chain scraped against the hull. Once the boat was steadied, he donned his hat and headed to the deck. Mingzi dragged out the last basket of fish and, upon seeing Yang Chuliu approach, asked, "Uncle Liuzi, shall we chop them?" "Yes, I will help you." The two worked together. Yang Chuliu handled the separating of the fish, while Mingzi chopped. The process with the dragon carp was straightforward, and in just over 10 minutes, they had completed the task. Without delay, Yang Chuliu tossed the chopped fish pieces overboard. Once the bait was in the water, he set up 2 fishing rods along the side of the boat. While waiting for a bite, he habitually took out the compass to check the underwater conditions. Mingzi leaned over the edge, intently watching the fishing line with a goofy grin on his face. Holding the compass, Yang Chuliu peered through its mirror and observed that the seabed was devoid of coral reefs, and there was not an abundance of seaweed. However, there were numerous flower-like entities. Upon closer inspection, he realized these flower-like forms were actually sea anemones, although they resembled flowers. Sea anemones are not plants, but rather predatory animals equipped with specialized stinging cells that release toxins. They belong to the group of cnidarian invertebrates, characterized by their simple structure, lacking a central nervous system and even the most rudimentary brain. The seabed was rich with sea anemones, but regrettably, they couldn't be harvested, otherwise they would fetch a good price. Besides the anemones, there were also many starfish and various mollusks crawling about. As the bait sank, nearby crustaceans quickly gathered to feed. However, he did not spot any large fish in the vicinity. Where could the red dot indicated by the compass possibly be? Just as he pondered this, Mingzi's fishing rod suddenly began to move. "Uncle Liuzi, the rod, it's moving." Yang Chuliu snapped back to attention, stowing away the compass. The rod quivered slightly, and the fishing line grew taut. Just as he prepared to reel in, he noticed his own rod was also moving. Yang Chuliu picked up his fishing rod and turned to Mingzi. "Just like before, keep calm and steady." "Okay, I understand." Mingzi mirrored his actions, gripping the rod. As the fishing line tightened, the reel began to spin. The commotion on both sides was minor. However, to be safe, Yang Chuliu shifted his rod to the side to avoid tangling the lines. While he was letting out line, Mingzi had already started reeling in, displaying an impatient demeanor. Mingzi quickly cranked the handle, his movements somewhat clumsy, but his strength was evident. He didn't require any fancy techniques. Seeing that Mingzi was steady, Yang Chuliu felt assured and focused on his own line, which had been pulled out several dozen meters. He adjusted his breathing and began a tug-of-war with the fish. Mingzi, noticing Yang Chuliu lifting his rod, cheerfully encouraged him. "Uncle Liuzi, go for it." Yang Chuliu rolled his eyes in response. "Don't get complacent. Hurry up." "Oh, I'm on it," Mingzi said with a carefree expression, cranking the reel at double Yang Chuliu's speed. Chapter 79, Dongxing Grouper. Yang Chuliu felt disheartened by Mingzi's impressive reeling speed. It was truly disheartening to compete with him. Minutes later, Mingzi triumphantly pulled a fish from the water. Bouncing with joy, "Liuzi Shu, I have triumphed, while you have succumbed." At this moment, Yang Chuliu had no time for jesting. He scrutinized the fish gliding upon the water's surface, a grouper weighing approximately 5 to 6 gene. Yet, the exact species remained elusive to his discerning eye. Generally, the appearance of grouper in the ocean bears similarities, save for a few distinct varieties that are easily identifiable. Varieties such as Dongxing Ban or Lashubian are more vividly colored and thus more recognizable. The dark-hued fish caught by Mingzi was evidently not of such ilk. Mingzi, first, use the landing net to retrieve it. We must avoid losing the hook. Understood. After days of practice, he had memorized the entire procedure. Though he still tended to become flustered under pressure, Yang Chuliu made his final push, swiftly lifting the rod, his hand turning the reel with remarkable speed. The moment had arrived for a display of hand speed. With a splash, a fish leapt toward the light, reminiscent of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. As the fish broke the water's surface, he paused the reel, observing the fish that had re-entered the depths. It too was a grouper, its dorsal spines erect, presenting a fierce visage, almost as if it bore a sign reading no trespassing. This fish appeared slightly smaller than the one caught by Mingzi. Yet the species was likely the same. Once Mingzi brought his catch aboard, he retrieved the landing net to assist in bringing Yang Chuliu's fish aboard. The two grouper flopped energetically on the deck. Yang Chuliu set down his rod, tossing the grouper into a plastic bucket. The high temperatures could lead to dehydration if they lingered too long. Once inside, the grouper thrashed about, splashing water everywhere. Observing the fish's inky hue and the spots gracing its dorsal area, it bore a resemblance to a Qingshi ban, though certainty eluded him. Out in the open sea without internet access, he couldn't check on his phone. Uncertainty remained, yet as long as it was not a protected species, he would take it back and sort it out later. After tending to the two fish, Yang Chuliu glanced at the compass. The red dots had not diminished, but rather increased, likely due to the bait. Mingzi swiftly set up the rod again. There may be more treasures below. Mingzi nodded. Liu Zishu, what treasures? Are they delicious? The two resumed setting up their rods, and as soon as Yang Chuliu cast his bait, a fish bit. A basket of bait had attracted fish of various sizes nearby, yet many were competing for it. Before the lead sinker could descend, the bait was devoured. Yang Chuliu had lost bait 3 times in succession, while Mingzi's luck was notably better, having already pulled up 2 grouper. The two of them worked in unison as if in a competition, continually bringing fish to the surface. Liu Zishu, I've caught another, huh? This one is stunning. And it's red. Mingzi, do not gloat. Watch closely as I reel in a larger one. For over 40 minutes, they exchanged catches, and the plastic bucket was filling with fish. Although none were exceptionally large today, the haul was still commendable, with numerous grouper and a few turbot. Fortuitously, Mingzi even caught a Dongxing ban, albeit on the smaller side, weighing around 1 jin and 7 or 8 liang. As time wore on, Yang Chuliu began to feel fatigued. The relentless lifting of the rod had left his wrist numb, and he struggled to summon strength. After setting up the rod once more, he sat down to rest. Mingzi was also drenched in sweat. At least half of the fish in the plastic bucket had been caught by him, his speed surpassing Yang Chuliu's significantly. Splash! After pulling up another fish, Mingzi panted heavily. Yang Chuliu offered him a bottle of water, saying, Mingzi, rest a while before fishing again. There's no rush. He accepted the water, promptly plopping down onto the ground. The deck was scalding under the sun, prompting Mingzi to leap up, exclaiming, it's hot, it burns. Haha, let this be a lesson to you. They took turns resting, having fished from 1 in the afternoon until 5:30, a solid 4 hours. As evening approached, a gentle breeze swept across the sea's surface, and Yang Chuliu and Mingzi were engaged in transporting the fish from the plastic bucket to the live fish tank. After hours of labor, the number of fish caught was incalculable. Together they filled several buckets, amounting to hundreds of jin. After pouring the last bucket into the tank, Mingzi shook his head in exhaustion. Liu Zishu, shall we return home? Yang Chuliu wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, what is this? Do you miss home? Indeed, I miss my grandmother. Very well, let us tidy up and rest. We will depart in the middle of the night, and when you open your eyes, we shall be home. Splendid. Mingzi was revitalized at the prospect of returning home, bouncing eagerly to the deck. Yang Chuliu watched his retreating figure, envious of his carefree spirit. He bent down to close the cover of the live fish tank and joined in cleaning up. The deck was washed clean, and after a long day, they were too weary to prepare a proper meal, with precious little fresh water remaining. They each made a bucket of instant noodles to satiate their hunger, saving a proper meal for their return. After satisfying their hunger and completing the day's chores, Yang Chuliu retired early to rest, as the ship would still need to navigate for 7 or 8 hours. Ding ding ding. At midnight, Yang Chuliu was jolted awake by the urgent sound of the alarm. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noted that it was time to rise. Dragging his weary body from bed, he dressed and stepped outside, shivering as the cool breeze caressed him. The temperature difference at sea between day and night was quite significant. In the kitchen, he splashed some of the remaining water on his face to rouse himself. After washing his face, he felt much more alert. He proceeded to the control room to warm up the engine and retract the anchor chain. Mingzi remained in the lounge, snoring soundly, completely undisturbed by the noise, likely exhausted from the day's exertions. Once the engine was warmed, he turned on the searchlight, setting the coordinates and course. As the Jinshan Hao sliced through the waves toward Qingdao, navigating in the open sea was relatively comfortable, as there were few vessels around. He simply engaged autopilot mode, needing only to keep an eye on the journey. After some time, fatigue began to weigh down his eyelids. To stave off drowsiness, Yang Chuliu took out his phone and played music, attempting to distract himself. After days at sea, he had only charged his phone once, and it had hardly been used since. With no signal whatsoever at sea, carrying a phone felt redundant, serving only as a makeshift flashlight at times. Chapter 80. The First Victory of Jin Chan Hao. As the music played, his spirits lifted slightly. Typically, with Mingzi by his side to chat. The journey was more bearable, but sailing alone in the dead of night was indeed a test of endurance. Previously, he had heard colleagues recount tales of driving with their fathers, using their palms to slap their faces when fatigue set in. He had thought it exaggerated, but now it seemed plausible. 7 hours later, the Jin Chan Hao had reached the near sea, arriving at the vicinity of the mangroves. The sun hung high in the sky, its fierce rays refracting through the glass. Yang Chuliu yawned. After a night of sailing, they were finally nearing home. The area around the mangroves remained bustling, with small boats jostling for advantageous positions, and vessels occasionally entering and exiting the thicket. Creak. The door to the control room swung open, and a bleary-eyed Mingzi stumbled in. Liu Zishu, where are we now? We are almost home, just wait. Yang Chuliu focused intently on navigating. The near sea was teeming with boats, and a moment's inattention could lead to a collision, as these boaters were quite reckless. The mangroves were only an hour's journey from Qingdao, and they would arrive by 8 at the latest. Beep. At this moment, a series of resounding horn blasts echoed through the air. Yang Chuliu glanced ahead and noticed there were no vessels in sight. However, he quickly observed a large ship closely trailing behind, less than a nautical mile away. Raising his binoculars, he realized it was none other than the boat belonging to the Liu brothers. What a twist of fate. It was unclear who was at the helm, as the horn blared incessantly, causing a cacophony of curses from the smaller boats nearby. Had they lost their minds? Just as he had cast his nets, the fish were frightened away. Who was this inconsiderate soul? What an uncouth individual. As if the large ship were something magnificent. Why not come down and confront me? On the Dazue ship, Dahai stood at the helm, observing the flurry of activity from the smaller boats, grumbling. Haven't they any eyes? Can't they see a ship approaching? He muttered to himself, relishing the sight of their panic. Lu Hongming was roused from his slumber by the blaring horn. Hastily donned his clothes and stormed to the helm, wearing flip-flops. With a loud bang, he flung open the door to the helm, exclaiming, Dahai, have you lost your mind? What's the matter with you this early in the morning? Upon hearing Lu Hongming's reprimand, Dahai responded with a smirk, Big brother Lu. Just look at these people, utterly oblivious, honking as if they haven't a care in the world. I see you're itching for trouble. These folks may not recognize me, but if they get riled up, they'll dismantle my boat, and I'll have to do the same to you. You lot never focus on anything serious. I was wrong. Dahai mumbled, cowed by the scolding. Lu Hongming, uninterested in further banter, instructed him to dock the ship quickly. They needed to unload the catch and repair the boat, as this trip had been a tremendous loss. The two ships arrived at the dock, though they were still a distance apart. The dilapidated dock remained unchanged, with villagers coming to sell their goods, and Old Yang's boat was ferrying passengers. Yang Chuliu secured his vessel, and the beachgoers' attention shifted toward the ship. Look, isn't that Liuzi's boat over there? Indeed it is. Let's go take a look. Come on. Let's go together. I'll inform the village chief so he can come over. He has been saying to notify him the moment Liuzi returns. All right, you hurry. The villagers rushed toward the dock, and the village buzzed with excitement. Village chief, Liuzi has returned. A villager huffed and puffed as she reached the village chief's door, calling out before even entering. The village chief, preparing to head to the village office, stepped out upon hearing the commotion. What is all this noise early in the morning? Village chief, Liuzi is back. Liuzi is back. How did it go? Did he catch a lot? The villager patted her chest, gulped, and caught her breath, saying, I don't know. I just saw him and came over to tell you. Hurry and take a look. All right, I'm going now. Without missing a beat, the village chief turned and began to walk, but then seemed to remember something. He turned back and said, Annie, please go to the school and fetch Teacher Tang and Teacher Wang. They need to record some promotional video. I'll go right away. At the village primary school entrance, Tang Shui was dressed in casual attire, practicing her leg lifts, her fair face flushed. Wang Shanshan accompanied her. But she was on the phone. After hanging up, Wang Shanshan turned to her and said, Sister Shui, our old classmates have all confirmed they'll arrive tonight. But they want to have a bonfire barbecue by the beach and need us to help organize it. The contributions are all set. Tang Shui lowered her leg and wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel hanging around her neck. That sounds good, but what about the ingredients? Where will we get them? Why don't we check the dock? Each person can chip in 500, which should suffice. That works. But Yang Chuliu has been gone for almost a week now. Why hasn't he returned? Wang Shanshan placed her hand on Tang Shui's shoulder and smiled. Sister Shui, do you have feelings for Lugo? Don't talk nonsense. If you say another word, I'll make you sleep on the floor tonight. Tang Shui interrupted her, pretending to be angry as she threatened. All right, I was wrong. As they were joking around, the villager hurried over, breathless from exertion. Hearing her call, Tang Shui stepped forward and asked, Auntie, what's the matter? The villager pointed outside, saying, Liu Zi's boat has returned. The village chief asked me to inform you to go over. Liu Ge has returned? Wang Shanshan exclaimed with delight, prompting a follow-up question. Yes, you both should hurry. This guy has worn me out. Thank you. Auntie, Tang Shui expressed her gratitude, but before she could finish, Wang Shanshan pulled her away. Meanwhile, the dock was bustling with activity as people from Deyang village and Lu Jiazui had gathered, though they were divided into two factions, each looking down on the other. Yang Chuliu and Air Mingzi disembarked from their boat, and as they reached the gangplank, Dahai was making rude gestures at him. Dahai, envious of the bluefin tuna aboard Yang Chuliu's ship, felt an urge to bite him in jealousy. Both groups of crew members had disembarked and were surrounded by their respective villagers, each side determined to assert dominance. The village chief approached, asking, Liu Zi, how did it go? Yang Chuliu feigned a sullen expression, deliberately withholding his response. Seeing his silence, the village chief's heart sank, but he maintained a composed demeanor, reassuring him, well, as long as you return safely from your first outing, that's what matters. There will be more opportunities. Nearby, the village chief of Lu Jiazui, Old Lu, sensing the tension, shouted, Old Yang, do you want to come aboard my boat to take home a couple of fish? Huh, who would want that? Old Lu was unfazed and laughed heartily at Yang Chuliu's grim countenance. Observing the smug expression on Old Lu's face, Yang Chuliu realized he could no longer afford to be low-key. Otherwise, the village chief would soon faint from frustration. He approached with a smile, saying, Village chief, how could anyone not want fish? Eating more fish is good for your health. Look at Village Chief Lu. He knows how to take care of himself, right? Village Chief Lu? Old Lu beamed at the compliment, walking over and saying, I love hearing this kid speak. Old Yang, I'm not saying you need to be frugal. Just wait here, I'll get you some. No need, the village chief interjected, his tone curt. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have taken off his shoe and slapped Yang Chuliu for being such a clueless young man. Yang Chuliu chuckled, Village Chief Lu, what kind of fish do you usually eat? Old Lu, puzzled by the question but still wanting to maintain his dignity, replied, oh, just some grouper and bass. I guess, things like mackerel are not to my taste. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of incredulous murmurs arose around them. What a show-off, grouper. He probably doesn't even know what mackerel tastes like. What a blowhard. People whispered and exchanged glances, gossiping amongst themselves. Yang Chuliu replied earnestly, Village Chief Lu, it's not that I am siding against you, but even our village chief Wu Ti looked twice at those fish. That's not an exaggeration. Old Lu was taken aback for a moment. Then his smile faded, and his tone turned hostile. What do you mean by that? Are you saying our village chief wants to eat dragon meat? Not at all, but I can tell you, the minimum standard for fish is cod or tuna. Ha! You keep boasting. Have you ever even seen a tuna in your life? He retorted, turning to Lu Hongming and Lu Honglin. You two little rascals. Did you come back a day early because you hit the jackpot? Bring out a tuna to show the folks from Deyang village. Lu Hongming glanced at Yang Chuliu and forced a smile. It was all right, I suppose. Let us skip the tuna. Yes. My brother and I encountered some issues with the boat right after we left, so we didn't really catch much. Lu Honglin chimed in. What happened? Old Lu asked, his tone now tinged with concern. Lu Hongming realized that he could not conceal the truth any longer and confessed. It happened that a shark attacked us last night, causing a dent in the boat, but it's nothing serious. As long as it's nothing serious, that's good to hear. Quickly bring out the fish. No time to dawdle. The confidence of Old Lu stemmed from the fact that he had spoken with the two brothers just half an hour prior, who had reported catching a tuna. Lu Hongming felt compelled to comply with the urgency in his voice, especially with so many onlookers present, though he was reluctant, knowing that revealing the catch might lead to embarrassment. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Honglin, who understood the unspoken cue. Despite his own hesitation, Lu Honglin steeled himself and headed towards the boat. The crowd continued to swell, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a competitive theater performance between the two villages. At that moment, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan arrived, but due to the throng, they could only stand at the periphery. Tang Shui discreetly inquired of a bystander, Uncle, what is going on? Little Tang, just wait for the spectacle to unfold, the man teased, leaning in to catch a better view. After exchanging puzzled looks, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan simultaneously shrugged, both equally baffled. Meanwhile, Lu Honglin emerged from the cold storage with a tuna, which upon inspection appeared to weigh no more than 20 pounds, barely meeting the minimum catch standard. Old Lu was taken aback by the small size of the tuna, thinking to himself that it was quite a shame. However, outwardly he proclaimed, Look, this is a tuna. Yang Chuliu scoffed, this is merely a name. Would you care to know what kind of quality our village chief enjoys? Don't speak nonsense. If you have the ability, bring out a larger one. If you do, I shall bow my head in respect when I see your village chief. Lu Hongming retorted. How could I dare to? Village chief, what do you think about this? The village chief shot him a glare and urged, enough of this. Let us tidy up and head back. Where to? Old Lu frowned. Old Yang, are you backing down again? Get lost. There's no cowardice in Daong village. Yang Chuliu felt a surge of encouragement from the village chief's words and called out, anyone from Daong village who is free, help me lift the fish out. As soon as he finished speaking, several strong men rushed up the gangway and boarded the boat. Yang Chuliu followed suit. As retrieving the fish from the cold storage proved to be quite a task, they hustled within, first removing other fish from the cold storage. Initially, the onlookers assumed Yang Chuliu was merely putting on a show, especially the residents of Lu Jiazue, who wore expressions of disdain. However, as they witnessed fish being pulled out one after another from the hold, their expressions transformed dramatically. My goodness, look at that one. What kind of fish is that? It must weigh at least 180 pounds. Look over there, they're pulling out even more. And look at that basket being carried by 2 people. Good gracious, there are far too many fish. Lu Hongming watched in disbelief as more and more fish were brought out, his mouth agape. Initially, he believed Yang Chuliu was merely lucky to catch a single tuna, but it turned out he was hiding a veritable treasure. The crowd was left in awe, their jaws dropping at the sight of the haul. Old Lu, the village chief, could hardly believe his eyes, having accompanied fishing expeditions before. He knew that such a bountiful catch could not solely be attributed to luck. As astonishment swept through the crowd, Yang Chuliu activated the boat's crane, and the strong men from the cold storage began to emerge, chanting their slogans in unison. 1, 2, 1 heave. 1, 2, 1 heave. With great effort, they finally hoisted the tuna onto the deck, its frozen state making it feel as solid as iron, the coldness instantly seeping into their hands. At that moment, Yang Chuliu adjusted the crane's arm and cautioned, everyone, be gentle. This fish is precious, don't damage its skin. The men nodded with smiles as they securely tied the straps around the tuna's body and signaled to him. Okay, lift. Yang Chuliu slowly maneuvered the crane, raising the tuna a few feet off the ground. The onlookers below gasped at the sight of the tuna, which measured 2 to 3 meters in length. Their mouths agape in astonishment. Lu Honglin stood holding his 20-pound tuna, which now seemed like a mere child in comparison to the behemoth being hoisted above. Upon seeing the tuna, the village chief swallowed hard, feeling a flush of heat on his face, as if he had just been slapped. Moments ago, he had boasted that they had never seen a tuna. Now, he found his own words laughable. The crowd erupted in surprise as someone shouted, "It's a bluefin." A bluefin tuna. The commotion that followed was akin to a pot boiling over, with voices rising in excitement. The village chief beamed at the sight of the tuna on the deck, his face lighting up like a blooming chrysanthemum, the wrinkles making him appear almost endearing. After years of being overshadowed by Old Lu, he finally felt vindicated. Old Lu clapped him on the shoulder, suppressing laughter. Old Lu, I hear the children calling this a bluefin tuna. You are knowledgeable. Tell me, is this one more valuable than the one in Honglin's arms? Old Lu's face turned crimson, his lips moving without a sound. Concerned, the village chief inquired, Old Lu, are you feeling unwell? No. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Health is the foundation of revolution. I shall have Lu 6 bring you a couple of fish to cook and replenish your strength. Just as the village chief prepared to raise his hand, Old Lu stopped him, saying, enough. Today, I concede. With that, Old Lu turned away. His face darkened with shame as he longed to disappear into a crack in the ground. Old Lu, are you really not taking any fish? Keep some for yourself. The village chief called after him, but he did not stop. Finally, the residents of Lu Jiazue, their faces devoid of pride, began to disperse. Some wishing to linger but feeling too embarrassed to remain, returning home instead. In contrast, the people of Daong village were jubilant, celebrating their victory with cheers, some even whistling in delight. Lu Hongming pointed at Yang Chuliu, proclaiming, let us wait and see how this unfolds. Yang Chuliu shrugged, tilting his head, regarding him with a look of bemusement. Suddenly, Mingzi appeared before him, fists clenched and crackling with anger, declaring, don't point at my uncle Lu 6, or I'll turn you into a pig's head. Lu Hongming, already in a foul mood, felt his temper flare at the threat. But upon realizing it was Mingzi, he hesitated mid-sentence. In the whole of Qingdao, he feared no one, but Mingzi was a different story. He bore the scars of their past encounters. Once, after a few drinks, he had attempted to scale a wall to surprise a date, only to be dragged down by Mingzi, resulting in a bloody head injury from a shard of glass embedded in the wall. Since then, he had avoided Mingzi at all costs, knowing that foolishness was only dangerous when paired with strength. As Mingzi glared at him with raised fists, Lu Hongming feigned calmness, saying, Fine, I want to argue with you, you fool. With that, he turned and walked away. Mingzi watched him leave in a dejected manner and made a face at his back, sticking out his tongue before turning to run towards Yang Chuliu. Uncle Lu, is Mingzi impressive? The people around, including Yang Chuliu, were amused. Impressive? Mingzi is the most impressive. Hurry home to see Grandma. Once the fish are taken care of, I'll send money to your home for some delicious food. Yay, delicious food. Mingzi bounced home, and as he exited the crowd, he spotted Tang Shui, who appeared momentarily stunned, walking with a measured pace. This scene resembled a student caught sneaking snacks in class, only to find the homeroom teacher glaring at them from behind, a classic social embarrassment. Most of the people at the dock had dispersed, and the remaining villagers from Zhuang had been shooed away by the village chief, instructed to attend to their own affairs, as lingering there would yield no profit. The Hai had also been dragged home by Yang, and Bo was livid, his face turning a shade of green. The couple, upon seeing the bountiful catch on Yang Chuliu's boat, wished they could chastise their unambitious son with the soles of their shoes. Had they heeded their advice initially, such benefits would not have fallen into the hands of a fool, not to mention the daily salary of 200 yuan. Even a mere 10% share of the profits would amount to a considerable sum, equivalent to half a year's wages. The more Yang thought about it, the angrier she became, unconsciously tightening her grip, causing the Hai to grimace in pain. Yet he dared not protest, knowing his father's gaze was upon him. At the dock, only a handful of individuals remained. Once the crowd had dispersed, the village chief playfully kicked Yang Chuliu's behind. Naturally, he did not apply much force. It was merely for show. You little rascal, do you dare to fool even me now? Yang Chuliu, caught off guard by the kick, covered his backside with a grin. Uncle Yang, I was merely trying to surprise you. Why the anger? Surprise? Is that what you call it? I see it as a fright. No, it cannot be. Nearby, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan stifled their laughter at his predicament. It was then that Yang Chuliu noticed them, awkwardly greeting, Tang Shui, you're here? MHM. Tang Shui smiled lightly in response. Sixth brother, we've been here for quite a while. You ignore two stunning beauties standing right in front of you. That's excessive. My apologies, I was too busy to notice earlier. As he spoke, Yang Chuliu noticed that Wang Shanshan was holding several items for filming, resembling the equipment of a seaside vlogger. What are you doing? Sixth brother, I invited them to record a video, the village chief explained upon seeing his confusion. Recording a video? Yes. While you were out at sea, I collaborated with Teacher Tang to finalize a plan to develop online sales channels, promoting our ecological concept to invigorate the economy of Qingdao. Please cooperate. Online sales channels. Yang Chuliu was taken aback. Had he not suggested this idea earlier? Well, the rest of the recording will be left to you youngsters. I have a meeting to attend. Chapter 83, Food Blogger. After the village chief hurried off to the village office, Yang Chuliu wanted to say something, but the man had already walked far away. Tang Shui approached him, pulling out her phone to send him the proposal they had previously discussed. Yang Chuliu, I've sent the proposal to your phone. Please take a look. All right. Yang Chuliu retrieved his phone and opened the document to skim through it. A few minutes later, he put his phone down, frowning. The proposal is fine and aligns with my earlier thoughts, but you all know our village's situation. We simply lack the funds for promotion. Seeing his troubled expression, Tang Shui smiled and said, there's no need to worry about promotion. As long as we can ensure sufficient quantity, we'll be fine. You've resolved the promotion issue? Yes, indeed. She pulled Wang Shanshan over with a flourish. Let me introduce you. She is our image ambassador and promotion expert. Wang Shanshan puffed out her chest. Sixth brother. How do I look? Stop it. Aren't you a teacher? Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes. Can a teacher not have other interests? Well, yes, but for promotion, you need at least 1 million followers or be quite significant. Previously, he had heard the village chief mention trying to leverage connections to find a big name for assistance, only to be met with a request for tens of thousands in promotional fees after the gifts were exchanged and the meal was shared. Take a look. Does she ring any bells? Wang Shanshan presented her phone to him. Who is this? Yang Chuliu glanced at the screen, which displayed a blogger named AI Chiyu Mao, with over 500,000 followers and remarkably high engagement. He recognized the blogger. He had watched her videos in his spare time, which featured culinary delights and stood out among food bloggers. Seeing his silence, Wang Shanshan shook the phone. Sixth brother. You must remember her. I recall. How do you know her? Well, I know her, but from what I understand, she particularly loves seafood. If we want her to promote our products, seafood is not an issue. As long as I can invite her, I'll treat her to a meal. Yang Chuliu replied without hesitation. If we can establish an online sales channel, eliminating the middleman, prices will undoubtedly rise, benefiting the entire village. Tang Shui, unable to contain her amusement, tugged at Wang Shanshan. All right, stop teasing him. Yang Chuliu, the food blogger AI Chiyu Mao, is right in front of you. No need to invite her. Right in front of me. Yang Chuliu, momentarily bewildered, soon realized, his expression brightening. Are you saying that the food blogger is you? Puffed. Tang Shui was utterly charmed, unable to suppress her laughter. Wang Shanshan puffed up her cheeks in indignation, resembling an angry pufferfish. Sixth brother, am I so easily overlooked? Yang Chuliu, sensing their reactions, awkwardly chuckled, speculating. Could it be that the blogger is you? What do you think? Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes. She is undoubtedly the authentic food blogger, Ai Chiyu de Mao. With Tang Shui affirming her identity, Yang Chuliu hurriedly apologized to Wang Shanshan, realizing she was now a village treasure and not someone to offend. With the matter of the blogger clarified, Wang Shanshan began organizing the filming props in preparation for their shoot. He had initially intended to call Lao Yu to collect the fish, but that was no longer necessary. Although he was unfamiliar with filming, he grew concerned as he gazed at the tuna suspended in midair. Wang Shanshan, while you have many fans, can you really promote this? Wang Shanshan looked at the plump tuna and replied, it should be fine. Many of my followers are owners of hotels and private clubs. I'll host a live stream tonight. Only the best products capture attention and attract traffic. All right, I'll leave it to you. Yang Chuliu felt reassured by her words. As long as they could sell at a reasonable price, there was no need to engage in unscrupulous dealings. Wang Shanshan and Tang Shui arranged the props, planning to photograph the fish catches according to their different types and sizes to upload online. Potential buyers could place orders directly, and they would ship the products via express delivery. While Yang Chuliu was not adept at photography, he could provide professional insights and assist in arranging the fish for the shoot. The three of them busied themselves on the deck for most of the day, capturing images of the various fish and shrimp on the boat, while Tang Shui meticulously recorded everything. Once the photos were organized, Wang Shanshan promptly uploaded them, sending out a separate large image of the tuna. Yang Chuliu gazed at the photo of the tuna, its flesh plump and vibrant, igniting a desire to taste it. He couldn't help but admire the photography skills. Of course, the quality of his fish was genuinely superior, with no instances of subpar products being passed off as premium. After taking the photographs, Yang Chuliu returned the fish to their original habitat, as the current temperature was too high, which could adversely affect the quality of the flesh if they remained out for too long. Once the fish were safely placed back, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan disembarked from the boat, while Yang Chuliu pushed the plank up, removing some of the less presentable seafood. With the plank secured, he brushed off the dust from his hands. Tang Shui, ever considerate, handed him a tissue, saying, "Here, wipe your hands." "Thank you," he replied as he cleaned his hands. "What shall we do next?" At that moment, Wang Shanshan suddenly recalled something, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she softly said, "Six go. I've helped you for quite a while. May I discuss something with you?" Yang Chuliu nodded. "Yes, go ahead. In a few hours, a group of classmates will be arriving, and we wish to host a barbecue tonight. Would you be able to sell us some of your seafood?" "That is certainly feasible. No problem at all," he replied readily. Seeing his enthusiastic agreement, Wang Shanshan continued, "However, that is not the crux of the matter." "What is the crux then?" Yang Chuliu asked, intrigued by her hesitation. "Would it be possible to gift the seafood?" "Gift? Indeed, I will transfer 5,000 yuan to you. This will serve as our dinner funds." As she spoke, she took out her phone, preparing to complete the transaction. "Wait a moment," Yang Chuliu said, somewhat bewildered. "Isn't 5,000 a bit excessive?" "Not at all. The remainder can be considered as compensation for your efforts." "Understood. You mean to imply that I should act as the barbecue chef?" Wang Shanshan smiled shyly. "Hee 6 go. You are quite clever. Can you assist us?" "Xuejia and I are truly at our wits' end." Given her earnest plea, Yang Chuliu felt compelled to agree, especially since he would not be working for free. With the arrangements finalized, the three of them boarded the boat to the town. They intended to pick up their friends while Yang Chuliu planned to purchase some seasonings for the evening. Upon reaching the town, Yang Chuliu made a beeline for the supermarket. After spending several days at sea, his home supplies had nearly run out, making this an opportune moment to restock. He was uncertain when he would return to sell the fish, so he wanted to take advantage of the chance to relax at home. As he approached the supermarket entrance, he suddenly realized he had not changed his clothes. Even from a distance, the pungent smell of fish was detectable. "Oh well, it doesn't matter. I'm not on a date," he thought to himself as he swaggered into the store. As he passed the checkout counter, he noticed the cashier frowning, her gaze slightly disapproving. Having experienced life beyond the confines of school, Yang Chuliu had developed a thick skin. He remained unfazed and made his way to the spice aisle, where remnants of dried fish scales clung to the collar of his shirt. In the spice section, he leisurely browsed the shelves, captivated by the myriad of exotic condiments and the recipes labeled on them. His chef's instinct compelled him to explore the spice aisle whenever he entered a supermarket, and after a thorough examination, he selected 7 or 8 essential seasonings, primarily various chili sauces and pepper salt mixes. Once he had chosen his ingredients, he ventured to the fruit section to select a few pears, since Tang Shui had taught him how to pick the perfect ones. He found that the common pears were no longer appealing, lacking in juiciness, perhaps a psychological effect. After nearly an hour of shopping, his small cart was nearly overflowing. When he approached the checkout, he noticed the cashier hastily putting on her mask as he approached. Exiting the supermarket, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already noon. He needed to hurry to the dock. In the afternoon, Lao Yang's boat would be chartered for Tang Shui and her friends to pick up their classmates. Upon returning home, Yang Chuliu emptied the 2 baskets of seafood into a water bucket and began cleaning up. While he had yet to prepare a meal, he decided to deliver 2 grouper fish to the village chief, who had often been helpful in the past. After delivering the fish, he passed by Dahai's home and overheard a heated argument within. "You useless thing. If only you had listened, we could have recouped the losses from last time. You wasteful creature. You ruined a perfectly good opportunity." Hearing the exasperated voice of his uncle, Yang Chuliu tiptoed past the door, choosing to avoid getting involved in family disputes. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by the unmistakable scent of oil, a stark contrast to the rusted state of the pan, having been neglected for over a week. He opened the windows to let in some air and performed a quick cleanup. After a night of staying up late and a day filled with activities, he felt too exhausted to cook, opting instead to eat half a watermelon before collapsing into bed. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan awaited their friends at a small pavilion near the bus station, each enjoying a serving of iced jelly. As they savored their treat, Wang Shanshan's phone suddenly chimed, and upon checking, she jumped up in delight. "Wow, it worked." Tang Shui, startled by her exuberance, admonished Shanshan. "Could you please maintain the decorum expected of a teacher?" Wang Shanshan approached her, draping an arm over her shoulder. "Xuejia, look. Someone has placed an order." "Really?" Tang Shui took the phone to inspect the order, which included a 2-kilogram grouper and a 3-kilogram bonito. "That's fantastic." The response was so swift. Wang Shanshan, with a hint of pride, declared, "Of course. You should remember who I am. I embody both beauty and intelligence." Noticing the curious glances from passers-by, Tang Shui pulled her down into her seat. "All right, enjoy your iced jelly. By the way, should I inform 6 Good to expedite the order? After all, it's our first transaction, and service is paramount. Let us wait a bit. Perhaps more orders will come in. As long as we dispatch everything by 5, we should be fine since fresh goods move quickly." "All right then." As they continued eating, several more orders trickled in, much to their delight. After nearly 2.5 hours, Wang Shanshan received a call informing her that their friends were almost there. Tang Shui tallied the orders and noted that they had a total of 8 customers. She sent the addresses and phone numbers to Yang Chuliu, urging him to dispatch the orders before the day's shipping deadline. Just as Yang Chuliu woke up, he saw the messages on his phone and bolted upright in excitement. "Fantastic. It worked." He beamed at the recipients listed on his phone, thrilled that sales had come through so quickly. The online selling price was notably higher than what he offered to Lao Yu and others, about 3 to 5 yuan more per kilogram, which aligned with the market retail prices. Quickly, he made his way out the door and headed to the boat to gather the ordered goods, keen to ship them out promptly. This first batch of goods was crucial for establishing their reputation and service standards, so he approached it with utmost seriousness. He hurried to the dock, retrieving the fish from the boat, each tagged with a label indicating the exact quantity. Just as he finished loading, Lao Yang's boat signaled, indicating its readiness to head across. Timing was everything. Yang Chuliu dashed over, waving as he ran. Finally catching up, he boarded the boat, panting slightly, with a few other passengers already on board. "Sixy, why are you in such a hurry?" "Yeah, carrying so many fish, going to visit relatives?" After catching his breath, Yang Chuliu laughed. "No, these are orders placed online, and I'm sending them out." Upon hearing that the fish were sold online, the others expressed skepticism. "Sixy, be careful not to get scammed. Online transactions can be untrustworthy." "Exactly. Just the other day, I received a call asking me to pick up a package in town, only to find nothing there, complete fraud. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world." The passengers exchanged opinions, collectively doubting the feasibility of earning money online. Yang Chuliu did not provide them with extensive explanations. At their age, having toiled their entire lives with their faces to the dirt and backs to the sky, embracing new concepts is rather challenging. They must witness tangible benefits to be convinced. Currently, online sales are just beginning. Once he successfully establishes this pilot project, others will naturally come to believe in it when they see him profiting. Soon, Yang Chuliu arrived at the local courier collection point, where parcels were piled like small mountains. A myriad of packages. In recent years, with the rise of online shopping, the courier industry has flourished, and the owner of the local courier shop was beaming with delight. He entered the shop and informed the owner that he wished to send fresh seafood. The owner led him to a side area equipped with specialized foam packaging boxes, ice packs, and oxygen bags. Initially, Yang Chuliu was concerned that shipping live fish might be inconvenient, but that was an unnecessary worry. Fresh seafood commands a higher price than ordinary goods, and it is expedited. Within the province, it typically arrives within a day, while outside the province takes 2 days. The fish and crabs were freshly caught, lively, and in excellent condition, and with proper packaging, 2 days would pose no problem. After packaging about a dozen parcels, the shipping fee amounted to 120 yuan, which seemed rather steep. Yang Chuliu paid the fee and asked the owner if, for long-term cooperation with e-commerce, a discount could be considered. The courier owner nodded, confirming that discounts could certainly be provided for larger shipping volumes and e-commerce collaborations. The discount could be at least 30%, and for considerable amounts, they could even arrange for pickup at the door. Such substantial discounts? Indeed, service is paramount. If you do not offer it, someone else will, as competition is fierce. All right, I am in e-commerce. Here is my contact information, and I will reach out when I have goods. They exchanged contact details, and after leaving the courier station, Yang Chuliu called Tang Shui to inform her that the shipment had been dispatched. Tang Shui informed him that they had received it and were heading to the dock. After hanging up, Yang Chuliu prepared to return home, having napped for an afternoon and still needing to process plenty of seafood. Upon arriving at the dock, he saw a group of young men and women standing on the wooden platform, dressed in fashionable attire, chatting and laughing. These individuals, upon closer inspection, did not seem to be locals. Through the crowd, Yang Chuliu spotted Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan among them, indicating that these were her classmates. He approached, and at that moment, Tang Shui turned around and waved at him. Yang Chuliu, over here. He joined the group, and Tang Shui introduced him. This is the first person I met in Qingdao. His name is Yang Chuliu, and he is truly wonderful. Hello. Yang Chuliu smiled politely at them, acknowledging their presence, but feeling somewhat awkward as he did not know them well enough to engage in conversation. The classmates greeted him courteously in return. Among them, a fashionably dressed girl, adorned in designer labels and heavy makeup, scrutinized Yang Chuliu with a disdainful glance. Noticing his attire was from street stalls, Shuijia, you mentioned that the local customs were simple, but this is a bit too simple, isn't it? Tang Shui chuckled in response. Li, what's the matter? Oh, nothing. If I had known it was this shabby and windy, I would have preferred to book a hotel. Li remarked, casting a sideways glance at Yang Chuliu with a hint of contempt. Yang Chuliu sensed her unfriendly gaze, but brushed it off. It was common for individuals from larger cities to exhibit a slight sense of superiority. After a brief wait, old Yang arrived with the boat. Once the boat was docked, Tang Shui efficiently organized everyone onto it, though the vessel was quite small, necessitating a squeeze. Observing the group of youngsters, old Yang felt a twinge of concern and stood by to assist. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Don't touch my bag. Can you afford to replace it if you break it? Li scolded as old Yang inadvertently brushed against her bag, her tone unkind and her expression filled with disdain. All right, my apologies, old Yang replied, lowering his head in acknowledgement. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. This is a brand new dually brand. All right, Li, let us hurry up. The classmates, sensing the tension, urged her on. Yang Chuliu, observing this interaction, felt a sense of injustice. It was ungracious not to appreciate the elderly man's goodwill and to respond with such hostility. After this minor incident, everyone boarded the boat, and upon ensuring everyone was seated, old Yang started the vessel, setting sail for Qingdao. Most of the group hailed from flatlands, and it was their first time on a boat at sea, leaving them thoroughly excited. Just a few minutes into the journey, Li created another disturbance. Ugh, what is that awful smell? It's unbearable. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag and produced a bottle of perfume, spraying it liberally. Yang Chuliu felt somewhat uncomfortable. While it was normal for a boat that transported people and goods daily to have a bit of an odor, it was not as bad as she exaggerated. Certainly not comparable to a luxury yacht. However, as a guest, he refrained from commenting. To prevent dampening the group's spirits, Tang Shui diverted the conversation to introduce the scenic beauty of Qingdao. After approximately half an hour, the boat safely reached the Qingdao dock. Yang Chuliu was the first to leap off the boat and secure the mooring rope, calling out, "All right, everyone disembark." The classmates promptly followed, some struggling a bit, reminiscent of Tang Shui's initial experience. Once ashore, many classmates took out their phones to capture photos, while others curiously wandered towards the beach. Wow, what a beautiful view. It's stunning, and the sand is so soft. Look, there are shells. Oh, and there's a hermit crab inside. How adorable. They frolicked around with wonder, while Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan took on the role of tour guides. Li, upon disembarking, shed her previous disdain, taking in the surrounding sea view and breathing in the fresh air, which was far superior to the opulent hotels. Spotting a large ship in the distance, she thought how wonderful it would be to board it for photos. Shuijia, whose boat is that over there? Tang Shui approached as Li pointed, that big one. I can't believe someone in this remote area can afford such a large boat. That is Yang Chuliu's boat. What? Li was taken aback. incredulous that someone dressed in such humble attire could own a boat. She glanced at young Chuliu again, her expression awkward, subtly adjusting her designer bag, which, despite being a replica, would likely be recognized by the wealthy. Noticing her silence, Tang Shui asked, Li, did you call for me? Oh, it's nothing. After spending some time playing by the sea, Wang Shanshan took them on a tour of the school, while also arranging tables and benches. Tang Shui and Yang Chuliu returned home to prepare the ingredients needed for the evening meal, which was slightly laborious for one person alone. Back at home, Tang Shui looked at the bucket filled with seafood and asked, Yang Chuliu, is all of this for dinner tonight? Yes, I'll process what needs to be prepared first, and then we can grill it directly by the sea. All right, I'll handle the cleaning. This conch is enormous. Tang Shui gazed at the assortment of seafood in the bucket, many of which she did not recognize, realizing that if they were to eat these at a seafood restaurant, it would not be inexpensive. As they divided the tasks, one responsible for cleaning and the other for initial preparation, one might mistake them for a young couple sharing a life together. After a flurry of activity, they finally finished processing all the seafood, filling 3 large iron basins. Tang Shui surveyed the colorful array of seafood, swept her bangs aside, and smiled broadly, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. All of this had been cleaned by her alone. Previously, she wouldn't have dared to handle any of it. Although it was tiring, she had learned a great deal. The vast majority of the items remained unfamiliar to her, let alone how to process or clean them. Fortunately, Yang Chuliu was present, patiently explaining everything to her. Once all the items were processed, Tang Shui felt uneasy about her classmates and decided to return to check on them. Yang Chuliu had no objections, as he was merely there to assist. After exchanging a brief greeting, Tang Shui prepared to leave. But Yang Chuliu pulled out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. Tang Shui, while processing earlier, I calculated the goods roughly. The total cost amounts to only 4,000 yuan. Please take this extra 1,000 back to Wang Shanshan. She glanced at the money in her hand, ready to return it. But he insisted, no, you have worked tirelessly. How can we only account for the cost? Listen to me. Yang Chuliu pressed the money into her hand and continued. Wang Shanshan has helped me tremendously today. If I were to make a profit from this modest seafood, what would that make me? No, this is our collective contribution for the gathering. But I cannot accept it. They came here because of you. As long as you are here, you are part of Qingdao. If I take this money, the village chief would undoubtedly chase me around the village. Tang Shui chuckled at his words, and since the conversation had reached this point, there was no need for further pretense. She accepted the money with thanks and returned. After she left, Yang Chuliu grabbed several larger plastic bags to cover the basin, ensuring it did not gather dust. The seafood was processed, but the barbecue grill and bamboo charcoal were still unprepared. He needed to visit Accountant Zhang to find those tools. The village's storage held a set of grills, salvaged years ago from a sunken ship and later confiscated. He locked the door behind him and ambled toward the village office. Upon learning that visitors had arrived, most villagers rushed to join the excitement, leaving their homes eerily quiet. In recent years, it was rare for so many people to simultaneously visit Qingdao. Typically, aside from Lao Yu, one would hardly encounter strangers. As he passed by the small shop, the people sitting outside greeted him with cheerful smiles and friendly attitudes. Liuzi busy? Liuzi, why not come over to my place tonight if you're free? I'll have your aunt whip up a couple of her signature dishes, and we can share a drink. No need, but I will drop by when I can. Liuzi, we have 2 bottles of fine liquor at home. Come over for a couple of drinks. Thank you. Uncle, I will surely visit when I have time. Yang Chuliu politely responded to each of them. A journey that should have taken only a few minutes felt as though it spanned a century. Typically, they would merely exchange greetings, but today, they seemed eager to pull him home, making him feel quite sought after. Upon arriving at the village office, he peered through the crack of the door and saw Accountant Zhang engrossed in writing. Knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the knock, Zhang set down his pen. Yang Chuliu entered and greeted him. Busy, Accountant Zhang? Liuzi, how come you have time to come by? I heard that old Lu was quite upset with you today. Oh, I was just letting off some steam for the village chief. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Chuliu explained his purpose. Upon learning that Tang Shui and her friends needed the grill, Zhang immediately consented without hesitation. In normal circumstances, borrowing from him was no easy feat. He was known for being frugal, or rather, stingy. Once he acquired the items, he noted the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and he needed to hurry to ignite the charcoal. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough food for everyone. He loaded everything onto a tricycle, filling it to the brim with food and supplies. As he passed the school entrance, he glanced inside, finding it eerily quiet, indicating that perhaps no one was there. Upon reaching the seaside, he could hear laughter and splashing from a distance. Peering closer, he spotted 7 or 8 people playing in the water on the beach. Ignoring the men, he took note of the women, dressed in tight, short skirts that accentuated their long, shapely legs and tiny tank tops, their clothes clinging to them as they became wet, offering glimpses beneath. Youth is indeed a splendid thing, he mused, admiring them briefly before pushing the cart closer. Wang Shanshan, engrossed in her playful antics, spotted him and, with tousled hair, sprinted over. Lu Go, I'm here to help you. Panting, she approached, her cheeks flushed, and the outline of her figure was subtly visible, devoid of any excess. Young Chuliu, appreciating the summer warmth, shifted his gaze away and inquired, are they satisfied with their time here? Of course, look how much fun they're having. However, we must pay attention to safety. They shouldn't venture into the deep waters. It's too dangerous. I know. Wang Shanshan assisted him in pushing the cart to a flatter area, safe from the rising tide later that evening. They had somehow moved school desks over to form a long table, adorned with a floral tablecloth, presenting an air of sophistication. Wang Shanshan, where did you find such a large piece of cloth? It looks custom-made. Hee. Isn't it beautiful? It was crafted by my sister Shui, tailored from a new bedsheet. Doesn't it resemble something from a five-star hotel? Indeed, quite nice. Yang Chuliu unloaded the grill and arranged the bamboo charcoal, igniting it with alcohol blocks. Wang Shanshan pulled out her phone to take photos of the seafood in the cart. As a food blogger, today's catch was exceptional and warranted sharing. By the way, Lu Go, after we finish the barbecue, you must come aboard the boat with me. We'll go live. After I posted the fish video this afternoon, several people have already messaged me. Alright, but won't we have to share a cut with the platform if we take orders directly in the live stream? No need. I've already spoken with the platform. This is considered aiding farmers, which is different from regular sales. That's good. Yang Chulu's greatest concern was that half of the earnings might be taken by the platform, which would be a significant loss. It was better to sell directly to Lao Yu and keep the profits within the community. After chatting for a while, the bamboo charcoal began to glow red under the influence of the alcohol blocks, and soon they would be ready to grill. At that moment, Tang Shui approached. Shanshan, who Guowei just mentioned in the group that he is arriving soon. Let us go pick him up. Wang Shanshan grimaced. Pick him up? Is he dreaming? It's not like he can't find his way. Isn't Lily around? Let her go get him. Alright, I'll send him a location. I won't bother with it further. Chapter 87. The Fo Si King, Hu Guowei. Since their last encounter, they had formed a rather poor impression of him. They gathered around, assisting Yang Chuliu in arranging the items, as several other girls arrived, curious about the evening's meal. Surrounded by a group of girls, Yang Chuliu relished their lively chatter and inquiries. Lu Go, what is this? It's so thick and large. That is a giant octopus. And this? There is so much water inside. It feels so nice and soft. That is a baby cuttlefish. It contains rice-like grains and is particularly delicious. The girls continuously asked about the various seafood in the basin, and Yang Chuliu patiently explained, as these common seaside items appeared novel to their eyes. Lily, noticing the lively atmosphere, leaned in to observe. However, she was somewhat different from the others in her daring attire, revealing much more than necessary. With her face covered but seemingly unbothered by the heat, Yang Chuliu noticed her but refrained from asking any questions out of curiosity. Lily, observing the peculiar seafood in the basin, scrunched her face in distaste and remarked, can these things be eaten? They look so ugly and disgusting. The other students, who had been smiling, shifted their expressions at her comment. Wang Shanshan frowned. Lily, if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. But please be mindful of your words. LL clasped her hands across her chest, assuming an air of arrogance. Did I say something wrong? 500 kwai for this. I might as well get an injection of hyaluronic acid. What kind of talk is that? Have you had surgery, and now you're all self-satisfied? LL found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her chest's enhancements rising and falling. Tang Su sensed the atmosphere had shifted awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Come on, everyone, let us set up the tent. It will be dark soon. Upon hearing this, the group busied themselves. LL shot a glare at WNSHN and stormed off in a huff. TCH. People from the shanty town pretending to be rich kids. WNSHN muttered impatiently. YNCH Lee later learned that LI was a sales assistant at a counter, spending all her earnings on her appearance. After toiling for a while, the grill had reached an optimal temperature, radiating heat even from a distance. With the temperature just right, he placed some easily grilled items on the grill: squid, snail meat, and scallops. The grill, over 2 meters long, cooked quickly, filling half a basin with food. Once arranged, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, embodying the essence of earthly delights. YNCH Lee donned his gloves and used a small knife to score some seafood that needed cutting, ensuring they would cook evenly and absorb flavor. As he was grilling, a figure approached from a distance, wearing sunglasses and a sharp suit, complemented by a striking red bow tie and flashy leather shoes. Is that HQWI? YNCH Lee squinted to recognize him. Upon arriving, HQWI ignored him entirely, not even offering a greeting, and headed towards their classmates. LL's eyes lit up upon seeing his attire. HQW, I looked splendid. And she wondered if he had become successful after all these years. Hello, long time no see, old classmates. HQW, I greeted as he removed his sunglasses. The classmates approached to exchange pleasantries. HZing, what have you been busy with lately? HLOBN, that suit looks sharp on you. HGO, have you hit it big? You didn't bring us along. HQW, I beamed under their flattery, momentarily forgetting his own modest standing, and humbly replied, oh, don't flatter me. I've just been dabbling in a small business with friends. He then raised his wrist to reveal an eye-catching Rolex. Upon hearing about his business ventures and seeing his attire, the classmates wore expressions of envy. LL initially intended to seize the opportunity to get closer to him, but upon noticing the quality of his clothing and watch, she lost interest. Those fake goods might fool some, but in her line of work, she could spot a counterfeit immediately. His clothing cost only a few hundred kwai, and the watch was under 1,000, truly a poser. After a round of boasting, the classmates returned to their tasks. HQWI, upon seeing LL, was taken aback. She had transformed from the least attractive in class to someone quite beautiful. LL, long time no see. Yes, long time no see, she replied dismissively. I heard you're doing well in MDO. When can we go out on your yacht? Sure, but I only ride on yachts. Don't try to trick me with a small boat. Don't worry, my company may be small, but we have a few yachts. LL, intrigued by his confidence, began to wonder if he, like Ying Ch Li, preferred to keep a low profile. Though HQW I maintained a calm exterior, he felt anxious inside. It was true he had a few yachts, but he was merely an employee. After a brief silence, LL stepped closer, her eyes sparkling enticingly. How about we head there now? I happen to have a swimsuit and would love to do a photo shoot. Would you be my photographer? HQWI. Inhaling her fragrance and admiring her curvaceous figure and long legs, felt a rush of heat at the thought of her posing in a swimsuit. WI go. What do you think? Oh well. HQWI stammered, caught off guard by her sultry tone. But he had not succumbed to impulse and hesitated to agree, fearing exposure. Seeing his indecision, LL stepped away. Reverting to her normal demeanor, her earlier flirtation had merely been a test, and now she had her answer. HQWI, next time you buy something, come to me. I can recommend a better option. Your craftsmanship is lacking. After saying this, she playfully tugged a thread from her clothing, waving it before him, then sashayed away without a second glance. The truth revealed, HQWI's face burned with embarrassment. He had spent nearly 2,000 kwai preparing this outfit. Time to eat. Ying Ch Li shouted from the grill, tossing a generous handful of spices over the grilled delicacies. As the spices hit the food, a cloud of pungent smoke rose. Achoo! Ying Ch Li sneezed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face from the chili powder. The smell of the barbecue lingered for at least 3 days after. Once the seasoning was applied, the mouth-watering aroma attracted everyone nearby. Wow, it smells amazing. That big squid looks delicious. I want some. Lugu, give me a skewer to try. Chapter 88. Holding hands? The grill became a gathering point. With eager appetites taking matters into their own hands, Tang Su divided the grilled skewers onto several plates and brought them to the table, ready to indulge. The table was laden with various snacks, beers, red wines, and soft drinks. LL, seeing them enjoy their meal, took a skewer of shrimp for herself. After one bite, her expression shifted. She thought to herself that the flavor was delightful, far better than what you'd find at a street stall. Although Ying Ch Li had prepared a substantial amount, the crowd of over 10 people quickly depleted it, prompting him to place another batch on the grill. After sharing a drink with them, Tang Su worried that he might be overwhelmed alone and joined him to help. Before leaving, she grabbed a skewer of shrimp. Ying Ch Li, try this. He was too busy to respond, smiling and shaking his head. You enjoy it. I'm not hungry. After working for a while, even if he wasn't hungry, he still tasted the food. With a royal air, Tang Su brought the shrimp to his mouth, and he couldn't refuse. You should try some too. I noticed you didn't eat. She ate another shrimp from the skewer, her love for seafood evident as she nodded in approval. Seeing her enjoyment, Ying Ch Li took another generous handful of shrimp to grill. Tang Su remarked on his perfectly grilled food. Ying Ch Li, did you learn how to barbecue? Your skills are good enough to open a shop. I haven't learned, but I used to work part-time at a barbecue place. After watching so much, I picked it up. Teach me, please. The scallops I made last time were burnt. Sure. Ying Ch Li made space for her. But when Tang Su stepped closer, she felt uncertain about how to proceed with the array of food on the grill. How do I do this? See. Try not to move the shrimp that just went on. Wait until they turn red before turning them over. He demonstrated with a skewer. This one can be turned now. We want it evenly cooked on both sides. Oh. Following his instructions, she exclaimed, ouch, as she instinctively dropped a skewer she had just picked up. Her finger marked with a red imprint from the heat. Are you okay? Yang Li hurriedly grabbed a bottle of water and held her hand under it. Tang Su chuckled at his concern. I'm fine. I'm not that delicate. No blisters. It should be all right. After their shower, the hands of the two remained intertwined. At that moment, Yang Chuliu noticed for the first time how beautiful Tang Shue's hand was, with slender fingers and exquisitely manicured nails. What are you two doing? Unbeknownst to them, Wang Shanshan had appeared in front of them, curiously inquiring about their hand-holding. The two were startled by her sudden presence, and Tang Shui shyly withdrew her hand from his, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yang Chuliu, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained, It's nothing. Tang Shue's hand got burned. So I was just taking a look. Wang Shanshan scrutinized him with a hint of mischief in her eyes and teasingly remarked, Oh, just looking? Did you discover anything? No. Nothing serious. Nothing at all. I feel like there's something going on. What do you think, Shuejia? Tang Shui shot her a glare. Wang Shanshan. Do you dare to believe that I would expose your glorious deeds in front of our old classmates? No. I'm sorry, Shuejia. I didn't see anything. Please continue. Upon hearing that her secrets might be revealed, Wang Shanshan quickly retreated with a smile. Once again, the barbecue grill was occupied solely by the two of them. What had initially felt casual now became somewhat awkward due to Wang Shanshan's interruption. They stood in silence, the atmosphere growing tense. What is burning? Shuejia. Is something getting charred over there? It smells terrible. A person at the table, noticing the burnt odor, called out. Yang Chuliu was jolted back to reality. He had carelessly left the shrimp on the grill, and it was on the verge of catching fire. He hurried over to flip them, only to find that at that very moment, Tang Shui instinctively reached for them as well, and their hands accidentally brushed against each other. Time seemed to freeze as they stood there, momentarily paralyzed. After a few seconds, they both instinctively withdrew their hands at the same time. You go. You go. They spoke in unison. Tang Shui's face turned crimson up to her neck, and she finally said, You should do it. All right. Yang Chuliu stepped forward to toss the burnt shrimp aside and continued to rearrange the remaining food. Tang Shui stood quietly beside him, though her mind seemed preoccupied with her own thoughts. After over an hour of grilling, they finally finished cooking all the seafood, and Yang Chuliu's gloves had transformed from white to black. Once the grilling concluded and he extinguished the coals with sand, Wang Shanshan dragged him to the table, insisting he join their classmates for a drink. The classmates greeted him warmly, raising their glasses in appreciation. Lu Gu, your skills are impressive. The food is delicious. Lu Gu, thank you for the seafood feast. I'll come back to visit when I have time. Lu Gu, here is a toast to you for your hard work. The classmates expressed their gratitude, and Yang Chuliu reciprocated each sentiment. Sitting nearby, Lily stood unsteadily with her glass of red wine and asked, Lu Gu, do you have a girlfriend? Yang Chuliu noticed her flushed face, clearly indicating she had indulged too much. Yet, as a guest, he responded truthfully, No. I've been too busy to find one. No. Then, do you think I'm suitable? Lily slurred her words, swaying towards him. Before Yang Chuliu could react, she leaned against him, and he felt the softness of her body through their clothing. Someone help her. How could she drink so much? He quickly set his glass down and helped her sit down. Observing her, Hu Guowei came over to lend a hand, taking the opportunity to lean her against his shoulder. Lily, are you all right? Lily shook her head, and just as she was about to speak, her stomach churned violently. Ugh! She vomited directly onto Hu Guowei, staining his suit from head to toe. Yang Chuliu barely managed to dodge the mess. Otherwise, he would have been the unfortunate recipient of it. Hu Guowei, staring at his soiled suit, felt his heart bleed. He had saved up for nights to afford it, and today was the first time he wore it. Initially hoping to gain something, he found himself at a great loss instead. The surrounding classmates discreetly moved away upon witnessing the incident. After a while of retching, Lily finally felt some relief as her stomach emptied. Tang Shui brought her a bottle of water to rinse her mouth, and two classmates helped her to the tent to rest. Chapter 89, the first live stream sale. After nearly 3 hours of barbecuing, most attendees were inebriated, swaying about, with only a few sipping on soft drinks. The sober ones organized the others into the tent for rest, marking a successful end to the barbecue party. The once raucous beach returned to tranquility as Yang Chuliu packed everything into the car. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan tidied up the area, planning to return the next day to finish cleaning. With another live stream scheduled for the evening, Wang Shanshan bid farewell to the other classmates and departed with Yang Chuliu. Concerned they might be overwhelmed, Tang Shui brought her laptop along to assist, as only she understood the links. Yang Chuliu pushed the tricycle back home, and the three of them headed towards the boat. Upon reaching the Jinshan Hao, he lowered the gangplank. Be careful coming up. Okay. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan boarded the boat, intending to stream live from the deck for a more authentic atmosphere. Yang Chuliu switched on all the lights aboard, illuminating the previously dark deck. They busied themselves setting up the necessary equipment for the live stream, and once everything was ready, they noted it was precisely 8 o'clock. Wang Shanshan logged in, and Tang Shui joined in to help manage the live stream while also organizing the links, prepared to swiftly remove any trolls. Yang Chuliu, feeling a bit anxious, observed the computer, anxiously hoping for a successful turnout. As Wang Shanshan began the stream with a familiar introduction, "Dear family, I am the cat who loves to eat fish," she engaged the audience enthusiastically. Yang Chuliu took out his phone to check the viewer count, and within merely 5 minutes, over 1,000 viewers had joined, with the number steadily climbing. His heart raced as he silently wished for a smooth experience. Wang Shanshan engaged the audience in conversation, taking her time before promoting the products, as it was her first time live streaming sales, and she felt a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Tang Shui was methodically entering the links on her computer, labeling the prices for various fish and their specifications. Half an hour passed, and the viewer count swelled to around 50,000. Once all the links were organized, Tang Shui gestured to Wang Shanshan, signaling that they could begin. Wang Shanshan nodded slightly. After more than half an hour of chatting, the atmosphere in the live stream was vibrant, with fans actively participating and messages flashing across the screen. "Sister Cat is finally selling. Helping farmers on the first try, so heartwarming, we support this. Sister Cat, quickly post the link. I love the video you recommended. Sister Cat, do you have my favorite big lobster, the one with plenty of meat?" The audience eagerly awaited the links, indicating high expectations for her offerings. Wang Shanshan decided to start with the smaller items to test the waters. The first product introduced was ribboned fish, which was plentiful and reasonably priced. Typically, 2 would suffice for a family meal, making it economical and practical. Yang Chuliu had caught over 200 pounds of ribboned fish, with about 170 pounds being top quality and the smaller ones around 50 pounds. Wang Shanshan signaled to Yang Chuliu to bring over a sample of the ribboned fish. Understanding her cue, he selected a larger specimen and presented it to her. Wang Shanshan took the hairtail fish and presented it before the camera, promptly disabling the filter to reveal its most authentic appearance. "Dear cat babies, it is now time for a test of speed. Do you see this hairtail fish in my hands? It has just been caught and is exceptionally fresh. A single bite delivers a wealth of protein. We do not have an abundance of it. There are various sizes available, but once it's gone, it's gone." As her words fell, Tang Shui seamlessly launched the links for products 1 and 2. After placing the links, Wang Shanshan continued to engage with the audience, discussing preparation methods and health benefits. Yang Chuliu focused intently on the back end of the system, noting that the price for the large hairtail fish was 2,499 per gene, while the smaller ones were priced at 1988 per gene. This price is not considered excessive. It aligns with supermarket rates, yet the quality far surpasses theirs. A minute had elapsed, yet the back end displayed only 2 orders. Yang Chuliu's palms grew clammy with anxiety as he prayed fervently for no mishaps. He often watched live stream sales during his free time, aware of the numerous internet celebrities who had faced failure. Such occurrences were not rare. Tang Shui, her hands clenched tightly, appeared even more anxious than he. Among the trio, though Wang Shanshan seemed the most at ease, she bore the greatest pressure, needing to maintain composure before the camera regardless of the circumstances. 3 minutes passed, and still only 2 orders had been placed. The viewer count had swelled to 80,000. Yet it seemed most were merely spectating. Wang Shanshan endeavored to promote the product vigorously, but the results remained unsatisfactory. 5 minutes in, the number of orders increased from 2 to 4, but this pace was slower than selling at a market stall, and it appeared they might face a downer. Tang Shui whispered, "Yang Chuliu, do you think these viewers simply do not favor hairtail fish?" Yang Chuliu frowned, uncertain. That should not be the case. Hairtail fish were quite popular in the market due to their minimal bones, making them particularly suitable for the elderly and children. What could be amiss? Perhaps the price was too high? Unlikely, as it was cheaper than at seafood shops. While they speculated, the order count on the page skyrocketed, rapidly increasing by over 50 orders in mere seconds. "Look," Tang Shui exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the computer screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yang Chuliu glanced at the screen, watching the numbers dance as the smaller hairtail fish vanished in an instant. Had they truly hit a sales surge? He struggled to believe his eyes. What on earth was happening? As they marveled, comments began to flood in from viewers lamenting their inability to secure the fish, with many requesting more stock. Wang Shanshan patiently explained to them, assuring them that even better items were forthcoming. "Sister Shui, Brother Liu, don't just stand there, remove the link and refresh it." "Oh, sorry." Tang Shui promptly reacted, hurriedly withdrawing the link for the hairtail fish. Yang Chuliu also regained his focus and swiftly handed over a bonito fish. He still felt as though he were dreaming. The speed of sales was astonishing. Just moments ago, he thought they were slower than market stalls. Yet now they were gone in an instant, truly remarkable. The large hairtail fish, weighing 170 gene, amounted to over 4,000 yuan, while the smaller ones approached 1,000 yuan. In just a few minutes, they had earned a profit of 700 yuan, a remarkable deal. If these hairtail fish were sold to Lao Yu, they would likely fetch only 4,000 yuan, as he would need to maintain a margin. Yang Chuliu's heart raced with excitement. The profits were too easy to come by. Had he known the demand was so great, he would have gathered all the hairtail fish in the vicinity. Chapter 90, Sales Surge. Wang Shanshan took the bonito fish and briefly introduced it before continuing with the link. The livestream's viewer count soared to 10, likely due to many fans supporting the first broadcast. As soon as the link for the bonito was posted, orders began to trickle in. This time, it did not face the same initial apathy as the hairtail fish, though it was not sold out immediately. Unlike the hairtail fish, whose heaviest specimens weighed only around 1 or 2 jin, the bonito could reach weights of over 10 jin, making it somewhat large for typical household consumption. After a few minutes online, the smaller ones were nearly all sold out, but the larger ones remained. To save time, the link for the bonito stayed active while they proceeded to the next item. This time, there were numerous varieties, with 8 or 9 types of fish alone, along with shrimp, crabs, clams, and more. After nearly 2 hours of continuous presentation, Wang Shanshan had introduced all the varieties, and her voice had grown a bit hoarse from the prolonged speaking. Yang Chuliu prepared water for them, feeling somewhat guilty for being unable to assist. Tang Shui managed the backend alone, juggling a plethora of links and orders, which was quite daunting. Currently, the backend indicated that the total sales had reached over 90,000. With most items nearly sold out, only 2 premium items remained, 1 cod and 1 tuna. The tuna was priced at 128,888 yuan for a total weight of 230 jin, yielding a unit price of 560 yuan per jin. The cod was marked at 25,900 yuan for 164 jin, resulting in a unit price of 158 yuan per jin. Several hotels and restaurants expressed interest in these expensive ingredients, sending messages but not placing immediate orders. Such costly ingredients would warrant an in-person inspection rather than a hasty online transaction. Wang Shanshan recorded every contact that messaged her, responding to them in the order they came in. The livestream lasted 3 hours and concluded precisely at 11 o'clock. Extended broadcasts could lead to visual fatigue. After shutting down the computer, Wang Shanshan rubbed her sore neck. "Oh, I'm exhausted. Brother Liu, how will you thank me? My voice is nearly gone." Yang Chuliu was grinning from ear to ear. He was the biggest beneficiary of the night. "Wang Shanshan, I cannot thank you enough. Here is my proposal. I'll give both you and Tang Shui a commission." Wang Shanshan shook her head, jokingly dismissing the idea. "Forget the commission. I just want my fans to enjoy fresh and affordable ingredients. Besides, they showered me with gifts tonight. You could just give Sister Shui something." Tang Shui, having processed the orders, overheard their conversation and interjected, "I don't want anything. I didn't contribute much. That 1 do. I can't let you work for nothing. I'll be counting on you both to sell in the future," Yang Chuliu insisted. Wang Shanshan remarked, "Brother Liu, selling doesn't require daily broadcasts. As long as we establish a good reputation initially, it's usually sufficient to keep the links up. How about this? I'll give each of you a 5% commission. What do you think?" Both Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan shook their heads in unison, unwilling to accept. Yang Chuliu, undeterred by their refusal, made a decisive call. He had calculated the figures. Even if he offered them a 10% commission, it would still be profitable. This approach would save time and effort, and most importantly, the price per jin could increase by several yuan to dozens of yuan depending on the type. For instance, a single tuna weighing over 200 jin could fetch around 500 yuan per jin if he sought a dealer at the market. Now, by bypassing middlemen and dealing directly with hotels, selling each jin at a 60 yuan premium meant that for a 200 jin tuna, he could earn over 10,000 yuan. Thus, he would not only avoid losses but also realize significant gains. The 3 confirmed all their orders, totaling several hundred. They planned to set sail to the nearby dock the next morning to package the goods on board. Once everything was settled, Tang Shui transferred the total amount of 95,236 yuan to him, representing the evening's transactions. It was getting late, so Yang Chuliu escorted them back to the beach where they would be camping for the night. The seaside nights during this season were quite pleasant for sleeping, aside from the large waves. Upon arriving at the campsite, the tents were aglow with lights, while those who had indulged in drink slept soundly, leaving the sober ones restless. Tang Shui and her companions arrived at their destination and immediately began reminiscing with old classmates, while Yang Chuliu turned back home. Upon returning, he contacted the owner of the delivery station to inquire about sending several hundred orders of fresh produce the following day. The owner, upon hearing the volume, readily agreed and inquired about Yang Chuliu's location. After providing the necessary information, Yang Chuliu ended the call. The next day, a series of knocks echoed at his door. Still enveloped in slumber, Yang Chuliu was roused by the sound. He glanced at the clock. It was 5 o'clock and dawn had just begun to break. Who could be visiting at such an early hour? He donned a shirt and slipped on his flip-flops, bleary-eyed, and opened the door. "Who is it? So early in the morning?" he mumbled. "Brother Yang, I apologize for disturbing your rest," greeted the delivery station owner with a smile upon seeing him. "Zhou boss, what brings you here?" Yang Chuliu was surprised by his unexpected presence. "I've come to collect the items and brought along 2 boxes of milk," Zhou boss replied. "Zhou boss, you really didn't need to bring anything. Please, come in." Yang Chuliu ushered him inside as Zhou boss placed the items down. Zhou Tycoon, the real name of Zhou boss, had originally come from another region but settled here after marrying a local woman. Once inside, Zhou Tycoon said, "I won't stay long. My boat is still waiting at the dock. I just came to familiarize myself with the place." "Why did you bring the boat?" Yang Chuliu asked. "Well, since you mentioned several hundred items last night, how could I transport them without the boat?" Zhou Tycoon explained. "Oh, I had planned to arrange for transportation later," Yang Chuliu replied. Zhou Tycoon waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. We can load it directly and take the water route. Qingdao is a crucial transit point." "Very well, let us set off now." Aware of the importance of the situation, Yang Chuliu felt the urgency of not delaying further. It was quite rare to handle such a large volume of goods, equivalent to several days' worth of shipments for a small town. Upon arriving at the dock, they spotted a small refrigerated transport vessel anchored nearby, with several workers in uniforms preparing for the day. As they approached, they noticed 2 or 3 more boats arriving, adding to the bustling scene. Upon inquiry, they learned that the newcomers had come to inspect the tuna, having inquired via private messages the previous night. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chuliu led them all aboard the Jinshan Hao. As dawn broke, the dock was alive with activity, prompting curiosity from those beachcombing nearby. "Isn't that Liu Zi's boat? What could they be doing?" one person wondered. "I'm not sure. They don't look like fishermen. Perhaps they are here to collect debts?" "I heard Liu Zi owes the bank quite a bit," another speculated. "Come on, they just returned with a full load of fish. How could they be worried about a trifling debt?" Someone else dismissed. "Let us go take a look," another suggested. Drawn by intrigue, the beachcombers made their way toward the Jinshan Hao. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan, who had camped out on the beach, were also waking up, or rather, being awakened by the noise. Among the 12 campers, only 4 were intoxicated, while the rest had barely slept. Tang Shui emerged from the tent, stretched, and inhaled the fresh air as a gentle breeze caressed her face, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort and relaxation. Her classmates followed suit, enchanted by the picturesque morning scene. The eastern sky was painted with hues of red, illuminating the entire expanse, while flocks of migratory birds flew gracefully across the shimmering sea. "How beautiful! I wish I could stay here forever," one exclaimed. "So stunning. I feel utterly uplifted. It's like a paradise," another added. "Oh no. What do we do if we don't want to go back?" lamented another. The newly awakened classmates voiced their sentiments, captivated by the beauty before them. Living in a bustling city with its fast-paced rhythm, they seldom took the time to savor nature's splendor, which inspired a wave of emotion. "Hey, what is happening over there? Why is everyone heading in that direction?" a voice called out from the crowd, drawing attention. Tang Shui noticed that the direction pointed to where the Jinshan Hao was docked. Could it be that the fish watchers have arrived? She pondered. Wang Shanshan had the same thought, recalling how her phone had been buzzing with inquiries about the fish since early morning. Recognizing the curiosity of their classmates, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan decided to lead them for a closer look. A throng of eager classmates made their way to the dock, while Hu Guowei, who had spent the night in the tent, remained sluggish, having washed his clothes in the sea while others slept, and they were still damp. On the Jinshan Hao, after Yang Chuliu had brought everyone aboard, Zhou Tycoon inspected the fish and the order list. He instructed the workers to bring over the packaging materials and hastily prepared to pack the goods while the morning was still cool. Zhou Tycoon worked efficiently as Yang Chuliu opened the cold storage door and let a few tuna buyers inside. The buyers approached the tuna, professionally using a small flashlight to assess the quality of the fat layer. Although tuna is quite expensive, the selection process is stringent and attention to detail is paramount. Yang Chuliu quietly waited outside, understanding the significant value of the goods being examined. The cold storage was frigid, and within minutes, he found himself shivering. As the buyers scrutinized the fish, they exchanged quiet remarks, revealing satisfaction on their faces moments later. "Indeed, this is excellent quality," one remarked. "Beautiful. With a full flesh and evenly distributed fat layer, top grade." While they whispered amongst themselves, Yang Chuliu could no longer endure the cold and stepped outside. Just then, he spotted Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan approaching, their hair tousled and dark circles under their eyes, indicating they had not rested well the previous night. "Good morning, Lu Gu." Wang Shanshan waved, smiling brightly. "Morning," Yang Chuliu replied with a slight smile. "What are you all doing?" asked Tang Shui. "Oh, they're here to package the deliveries. And a few others are acquaintances of Wang Shanshan. Here to view the tuna," he explained. "I see," Tang Shui responded. At that moment, the tuna buyers emerged from the cold storage, rubbing their hands to warm up. Young boss, we at Chuliu Cuisine would like to purchase this tuna. Shall we proceed with the payment? Yang Chuliu was about to agree when a man interjected, Hey, my friend, that is not fair. We agreed to split the catch earlier when we were inspecting the fish. Yes, we rushed here in the middle of the night. You can't just decide to buy it outright, a woman chimed in. The owner of Chuliu Cuisine, with a forced smile, replied, You run such a large hotel. One less fish shouldn't matter. How about I let you have the cod, and we'll sort it out later. Don't talk nonsense. We don't have time to waste. If we can't negotiate, we'll buy everything at Chuliu, the man retorted, seeing the potential for conflict. Yang Chuliu stepped in to mediate. Gentlemen, please, let me say a few words. We are grateful you traveled such a distance to be here. Since there are only so many fish available, it wouldn't make sense for anyone to leave empty-handed. How about we share the catch? Hearing Yang Chuliu's proposal, the two hotel owners, recognizing the wisdom in his words, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Having reached a consensus, Yang Chuliu instructed Tang Shui to remove the links to the tuna and cod, while also requesting Wang Shanshan to post a video clarification to prevent any unnecessary inquiries from others. The villagers gathered beneath the boat, upon inquiry, learned that these individuals were not there to solicit money, but rather to collect goods, which left a few feeling somewhat disappointed. They were astounded to discover that Yang Chuliu had sold all the fish overnight, expressing disbelief. Residents from Dangzwang and Lejiakan flocked to witness this novel method of selling fish online, thrusting him into the limelight. The students on the deck were taken aback to hear that Yang Chuliu had generated nearly 100,000 yuan in revenue in a single night. Their expressions filled with envy. Was fishing truly this lucrative? Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu brought out the tuna and cod from the cold storage. A fortunate turn of events, as there were many hands to assist. After transporting the two fish, their weights were verified on a scale. Although the weights had been clearly stated during the live stream, a confirmation was still necessary. After a busy session, the weights of the fish posed no issues. Yang Chuliu's fish were devoid of any deceitful pricing, unlike some unscrupulous market traders who inject water into their products to increase weight before freezing. He was confident that even after a full day, his fish would not fall short in weight. After weighing the fish, lacking professional cutting equipment, the two owners decided to handle the processing themselves. The owner of Chuliu exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, who then handed him a black bag from her shoulder. Chapter 92, Dividing the Earnings. The owner retrieved a stack of crisp 100 yuan bills from the bag, a sight that dazzled all onlookers on the deck, including the villagers. The owner of Chuliu addressed Yang Chuliu, stating that he had brought cash specifically, knowing the island's inconveniences, and inquired whether Yang preferred cash or a transfer. Yang Chuliu appreciated this thoughtful gesture, opting for cash as it provided a tangible sense of satisfaction. They settled the accounts, with the tuna priced at 128,888 yuan and the cod at 25,900 yuan. After confirming the amounts, the owner handed over a total of 154,800 yuan, indicating that no change was necessary for future transactions. Yang Chuliu's heart raced at the sight of the considerable sum before him, while the onlookers were filled with envy. Lily, gazing at the money, tugged at Tang Shui's sleeve and whispered, Sister Shui, he earned this much from just one outing at sea. Does he need several months to return? Tang Shui shook her head, replying that it would only take about 6 days. 6 days? Lily's lips parted in disbelief. 15,000 in 6 days? Is he even human? Correcting her, Tang Shui added, it's not merely 15,000. He sold nearly 90,000 during the live stream, approaching a total of 250,000. My goodness. He must be a diamond bachelor, exclaimed Lily, as the classmates around them were equally astonished, their perceptions shattered. While the crowd stood agape, Yang Chuliu continued to count the money meticulously, not daring to overlook even a single yuan. As time passed, more and more people gathered, including the village chief and Liu Demiran's family, all abuzz with discussions about the money before him. This time, Liuzi has struck it rich. What he earned in days equals my lifetime's worth. Goodness, I always knew this child would amount to something great. I've never seen so much money. I should have told my niece to pursue Liuzi. She's bound to thrive. Surrounding voices murmured, with envy palpable among some. Dahai and the Liu brothers stood together, their gazes flickering at the substantial pile of cash. Dahai remarked, are these people out of their minds, coming here to buy? I wonder what luck Yang Chuliu has stumbled upon to attract such foolishly wealthy buyers. Lu Honglin concurred, suggesting, do you think Yang Chuliu is running some kind of pyramid scheme, luring people online to force them to spend? Lu Hongming scoffed at their ignorance, asserting, you know nothing. Do you understand why Yang Chuliu could sell hundreds of thousands worth of goods in just a day? He has someone skilled helping him. Skilled? Dahai and Lu Honglin echoed in unison. Indeed, last night while watching the live stream, I happened upon a food blogger assisting in promoting agricultural products. I was curious and later realized she was helping Yang Chuliu sell. Dahai, puzzled, questioned, I haven't heard of Yang Chuliu knowing any food bloggers. And there are none in the village. Could it be those new university students? Dalaga, are you mistaken? Am I blind? It was the girl in the denim jacket standing next to him. She is truly charming. Following his finger, Dahai realized it was Wang Shanshan, Tang Shue's close friend. Why do these girls surround him instead of noticing a handsome guy like me? As they whispered amongst themselves, Yang Chuliu finished counting all the money, confirming no discrepancies. Setting the cash aside, he inquired of Zhang, do you have sufficient cash on hand? The owner of Chuliu nodded. Yes, there's still some left. If it's convenient for you, could you exchange another 90,000 for me? I'll transfer the amount. Sure, no problem. Transfers are generally more convenient. I initially withdrew cash for this purpose, but carrying it is cumbersome. After the cash was exchanged, Yang Chuliu summoned an electric tricycle to transport the fish onto the boat. The two owners exchanged pleasantries with Wang Shanshan, expressing gratitude for her recommendation of such excellent ingredients and assuring her they would contact her first for future collaborations. After the tuna was delivered, the onlookers remained, their curiosity piqued by the packaging and shipping process. Yang Chuliu spotted Air Mingzi and Yang Laodai within the gathering. Air Mingzi, come here. Upon hearing his name, Air Mingzi approached with a beaming smile. Uncle Liuzi, wait a moment. I will distribute some money to you for treats later. Thank you. Uncle Liuzi, Air Mingzi wants to buy treats for himself and Grandma. Yang Chuliu pulled Tang Shui closer, saying, Tang Shui, you're better with calculations. Assist me in determining 10% of the commission, and I'll send you the bill. Tang Shui nodded. No problem. This is straightforward. After considering the total sales of 236 yuan from last night, deducting shipping fees brought it down to 90,000. Adding the earlier amount of 154,800 resulted in a total of 244,800. With expenses for fuel, bait, and living costs totaling 20,000, the final balance amounted to 224,800. Calculating a 10% commission yielded 22,480. After verifying the figures twice, Tang Shui confidently handed the amount to Yang Chuliu. Here it is. This is the 10% commission, correct? Indeed. 23,680 yuan, along with an additional 1,200 as the base salary. He had added 1,200 to the original amount, which was the agreed-upon base salary for Air Mingzi, set at 200 yuan per day for a total of 6 days. Yang Chuliu, diligently calculating on the computer, arrived at the final figure of 23,680 yuan, representing Air Mingzi's total earnings from this venture. He withdrew 230,700 yuan notes and, taking Air Mingzi by the hand, approached Grandma Yang. Grandma Yang, this is your grandson's salary plus earnings, totaling 23,700 yuan. Please count it. In Chapter 93, Air Mingzi's rise to prominence. Grandma Yang was momentarily taken aback, straightened her stooped back, and shook her head repeatedly, pushing the money away. My goodness, I cannot accept this. It is far too much. The onlookers were equally astonished, unable to fathom how a simpleton could earn tens of thousands from a single trip. In contrast, a sturdy laborer on Qingdao would earn only 5,000 to 6,000 a month, with some making as little as 2,000 or 3,000, meaning this amount was enough for half a year's earnings. As the crowd witnessed the money being distributed, whispers of envy filled the air. Noticing Grandma Yang's fear, Yang Chuliu attempted to insist on giving her the money, but she steadfastly refused, stating that a few hundred would suffice. She would not accept it, nor would she allow Air Mingzi to take it. Perplexed by the situation, Yang Chuliu spotted the village chief in the crowd and sought his assistance. Upon arriving, the village chief took the money from Yang Chuliu's hands and said, Auntie, this is the hard-earned money that Air Mingzi rightfully deserves. There is no reason not to accept it. Trust me, take it. Hearing his words, Grandma Yang hesitated, staring at the money in silence. Oh dear, just accept it. The village chief pressed the money into her hands, his face beaming with pride for Air Mingzi. Holding the money, Grandma Yang trembled, her weathered face quivering as she shed silent tears. She bowed repeatedly, murmuring, Xiao Chong, Huar, you can finally rest in peace, knowing Xiao Ming can earn money now. He has become a man. Overcome with emotion, she could no longer contain her sobs. Seeing his grandmother weep, Air Mingzi pushed Yang Chuliu aside to support her. Grandma, please do not cry. Air Mingzi will be obedient and will no longer upset you. Yang Chuliu stumbled slightly, but Tang Shui was there to steady him. Are you all right? I am fine, thank you. Air Mingzi, possessing considerable strength, inadvertently pressed down with his grip. The two, grandmother and grandson, sat on the ground, tears flowing as the crowd remained silent, no longer gossiping. The village chief wiped his eyes, giving Yang Chuliu a thumbs up. Since the incident, Air Mingzi's family had relied on charity for sustenance. Grandma Yang had raised him alone, and during festivals, the village chief would bring rice and oil, acknowledging their plight. After releasing her pent-up emotions, Mingzi helped Grandma Yang to her feet. She approached Yang Chuliu, grasping his hand earnestly. Liuzi, you are such a good child. I cannot thank you enough. As she spoke, she attempted to bow in gratitude. Yang Chuliu, feeling unworthy of such reverence, quickly supported her. Grandma Yang, this money is all earned through Mingzi's hard work. You need not thank me. Mingzi, quickly thank your Uncle Liuzi. Grandma Yang insisted, pressing him forward. Thank you, Uncle Liuzi, he stammered. Yang Chuliu felt somewhat embarrassed, surrounded by so many witnesses, and urged, all right, just put the money away and focus on working hard. Uncle Liuzi, I will work hard, catch big fish in exchange for candy. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at Mingzi's innocent remark, breaking the emotional tension. Amidst the crowd, Dahai suddenly recalled that he had yet to receive his wages after returning from the sea. Brother Liu, it has been some time since we returned. Could you please calculate my salary? Look, others have already received theirs. Liu Hongming's expression shifted at the mention of money, and he slapped his thigh with a forced laugh. Oh dear, how could I forget? I was in such a hurry today that I left it behind. How about this, Honglin, you could lend Dahai the money, and I'll repay you later. Honglin shrugged, hands in his pockets. Unfortunately, I do not have a habit of carrying cash. What are you saying? Liu Hongming, feigning annoyance, replied with a smile, Dahai, it is not much money. I will bring it to you another day. Your brother Liu is not worried about such a small sum. As soon as he finished speaking, he concocted an excuse to slip away, leaving Dahai fuming. Meanwhile, Yang Chuliu distributed Mingzi's wages and then handed out 480 yuan to Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan, honoring their agreement of 5% commission for their assistance with online sales. After distributing the money, Yang Chuliu was left with 640 yuan. The unexpectedly high earnings from this first trip had exceeded his initial expectations. He had merely hoped to break even. Once the money was divided, most of the onlookers, seeing that there was no further excitement, began to disperse. Yang Chuliu needed to remain vigilant to oversee the delivery, as there were numerous packages to verify, ensuring no mistakes were made. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan stayed to assist, as one person could not manage alone. Zhou Taiyu was responsible for printing the order numbers, while the others packaged and labeled the parcels. A group of university students, feeling idle, sought Yang Chuliu's permission to tour the ship, as they had never been aboard such a large vessel. At that moment, Lili stood alone at the ship's railing, gazing intently at Yang Chuliu, lost in thought. Hu Guowei approached, his clothes still slightly damp. Noticing Lili alone, he moved closer. Lili, are you feeling better? Lili nodded thoughtfully. I am sorry about last night. I had too much to drink. No worries, this ship is truly impressive. Are you familiar with Yang Chuliu? Hu Guowei inquired. Not really, I've only met him once. Oh well, enjoy yourself. With that, Lili turned and swayed her hips toward Yang Chuliu, leaving Hu Guowei behind. He sighed, resigned to merely observing her graceful figure. Once Lili approached Yang Chuliu, she did not hesitate to engage him, occasionally probing with personal questions. After the previous night's events, Yang Chuliu felt a twinge of apprehension and sought to avoid her as much as possible. The group remained busy until 10:30 in the morning, finally completing the sorting of all parcels and loading them onto the delivery ship. After confirming all the orders with Zhou Taiyu, who hurriedly departed, Yang Chuliu knew that fresh and live goods could not afford any delays. After seeing them off, Qingdao returned to its usual tranquility. After a morning of play aboard the ship, the group of university students grew weary, and some suggested going out to sea for a bit of fun. In Chapter 94, Fame Brings Trouble, as the class leader, Tang Shui, and Wang Shanshan, the organizer of this gathering, felt compelled to consider the suggestion of their old classmates. The Jinshan Hao was the only suitable vessel in the entire village for such an excursion, and Tang Shui prepared to discuss it with Yang Chuliu. Yang Chuliu was currently in the cabin, dividing the money he had earned that morning into 3 portions. One portion was designated for repaying his outstanding loan. Another was set aside for refueling the boat, as he believed that funds should not be delayed, and the remaining amount would be deposited in the bank. After settling all his external debts, he calculated that he would still have 100,000 yuan left. From this amount, he planned to allocate 20,000 yuan as activity funds for his next sea venture, leaving him with a substantial 80,000 yuan, thus marking him as someone with savings. With a creak, Tang Shui entered the cabin, gently pushing open the half-closed door. Yang Chuliu, have you finished organizing the money? She inquired, seeing her enter. Yang Chuliu smiled and replied, I have organized it and was just about to find time to deposit it in the bank. Yes, such a large sum of money is best kept in the bank. If you're going, I'll accompany you. I can't sleep at night with so much cash around. Wait for me to call you to join, he said. By the way, thank you for your help this morning. It was nothing. I received money as well, Tang Shui replied, picking up a nearby pair of binoculars out of curiosity. Yang Chuliu secured the organized money in a storage cabinet and locked it. After a brief silence, she set the binoculars down and hesitantly asked, Yang Chuliu, could you do me a favor? Sure, go ahead. My classmates want to go out to sea for some fun, but they need to return early tomorrow morning. There are no other decent boats in the village. Could you help us? Of course, no problem, Yang Chuliu answered without hesitation, even before she finished speaking. Thank you. I can give you the fuel money right now, Tang Shui exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by his prompt agreement, as she bent down to retrieve her money. No need. He raised his hand to stop her. It's not a long trip, just a little joyride. 1 tea cost much. Then I'll treat you to dinner as thanks later, she offered. Sounds good, he agreed. With the arrangements made and dinner time approaching, venturing out to sea seemed impractical. Tang Shui and her friends had already ordered a meal in the village, so it was decided they would eat there and then gather afterwards. Yang Chuliu took the opportunity to return home for a quick meal alone. After Tang Shui and her group departed, Yang Chuliu secured the doors and windows, and before leaving, he greeted old Yang at the dock, asking him to keep an eye on the boat. With over 100,000 yuan in cash aboard, he could not afford to be careless. Upon returning home, he had just opened the door when Lu Demirin, clad in an apron, hurried towards him. Liuzi. Hearing her voice, he turned to look. Yang, what are you so busy with in the middle of the day? Liuzi, come to our house for a meal, she insisted, pulling on his arm. Yang, I can't go. I have things to do later, he replied. Whatever it is, you must eat. Your second uncle has been asking about you for days, and even bought a nice bottle of wine. Come on. Yang Chuliu pulled his arm away. Yang, I truly don't have time. I have to take Tang Shui and her classmates out to sea. They are leaving this afternoon. Oh, I see, Lu Demirin said, realizing he was genuinely occupied. Then how about you come for dinner tonight? I'll have everything ready, and we can discuss a few matters. After finally persuading Lu Demirin to leave, Yang Chuliu was about to enter when Aunt Yang approached him, inviting him to dinner as well. Liuzi, come eat at my house. Your uncle caught a big eel today, and it's delicious. You need to replenish your strength. Sorry, Aunt Yang, I have to head out to sea soon. Please thank Uncle for me, he replied. This child never rests. To be honest, my little niece Mingming is here too. You used to play together as children, and she has grown quite lovely. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuliu realized she was trying to arrange a matchmaker meeting. While he recalled Mingming, he knew she was not to his taste, despite his belief in looking beyond appearances. Aunt, the village chief insisted I take good care of those college students. I cannot afford to let him down. That stubborn old Yang. Well, I'll make sure to invite you another day. She'll be staying for several days. So we can discuss some matters then. Understood, he replied. Once she left, Yang Chuliu swiftly closed the door behind him. In the past, he would not have received such invitations, as people would avoid visiting due to his family's modest circumstances. Barely 2 minutes after entering, there was another knock at the door. Yang Chuliu did not bother to answer, fearing that if smoke were seen rising from the chimney, it would reveal that someone was home. Lunch felt like a luxury. He would have to settle for instant noodles. After eating, Yang Chuliu wasted no time and headed straight for the dock, anxious about the cash left aboard. The village was quiet, with most residents either eating lunch or taking a nap. Upon arriving at the dock, he found old Yang dozing against the bow of the boat, snoring loudly. He lowered the gangway and, taking advantage of the absence of Tang Shui and her group, started the boat to warm it up. After returning from the last sea trip, a third of the fuel remained, but he would need to refuel this time. After waiting about an hour, Tang Shui and her friends arrived in a lively group, dressed in new uniforms, looking much fresher and more youthful. Yang Chuliu found it quite amusing. He envied their camaraderie, lamenting only that he had not attended university himself. He had the grades to enroll in a decent second-tier university, but family circumstances had prevented him from doing so. As Tang Shui boarded the boat, she greeted him. Yang Chuliu, why did you come so early? Have you eaten? I've eaten. Have you decided where to go? Not really. We're not particularly knowledgeable. How about we visit the mangroves, or perhaps the rocky area where we went last time? All right. I'll take you all for a tour. Inshore, the scenery was not particularly stunning, with murky waters that lacked the vibrant colors of the open sea, where one could occasionally see schools of fish following the waves. Wang Shanshan helped everyone settle in, and Yang Chuliu set off. He instinctively sounded the horn, startling old Yang awake, causing him to tumble onto the deck. That little rascal doesn't he even announce when he is setting off. As the Jinshan house sliced through the waves, Tang Shui watched him navigate the boat. Yang Chuliu, I have good news for you, she exclaimed. Really? What is it? The road in your village is going to be repaired. Is that true? Yang Chuliu was taken aback, struggling to believe it. This was something he had heard rumors about since childhood, yet nothing had ever materialized over the years. Chapter 95, The Bet. Seeing his skepticism, Tang Shui pulled out her phone to show him a notice. Look, I just took this at the village office. As Yang Chuliu steered the boat, he glanced at the bottom corner of the document and saw the official seal. It appeared legitimate. Did the village chief tell you? Yes. He asked me to help him with some photocopying while I was there for lunch, she explained. Strange, why Haven Tea? I heard about such a significant event. Tang Shui smiled. That's not surprising. You Haven Tea been around lately. I heard the funds Haven Tea been approved yet, and the villagers will need to contribute some money. Contribute? Upon hearing about the fundraising, Yang Chuliu shook his head, sensing that this would be a challenging endeavor. He understood the villagers well. They were not well off, and any request for money would likely be met with resistance. He recalled the previous efforts to build a reservoir, where the village chief had spent nearly 3 months going door to door, ultimately contributing a significant amount himself. To this day, a plaque at the reservoir lists the names of those who donated, and his father was among them. After sailing for about half an hour, the Jinshan Hao reached the vicinity of the mangroves. The midday heat kept most boats at bay, with only a few small vessels working nearby. Yang Chuliu reduced the ship's speed, as the waters beneath were intricately complex. The heavy tonnage of a large vessel could not approach too closely, lest it run aground. Upon reaching their destination, Tang Shui stepped out to beckon everyone on deck for a commemorative photograph, as such gatherings were rare. A group of university students lined up on the deck, and Wang Shanshan pulled Yang Chuliu out to assist with the photography. He took the camera and captured their group shots, after which they began taking individual photos. Yang Chuliu intended to return to the control room, as they were all old classmates and he felt no need to linger. Li, don't rush off. Li, noticing his intent to leave, hurriedly called out to him. Dressed in her school uniform, she looked more pleasant, though her heavily made-up face felt somewhat off to him. Is there something you need? Yang Chuliu paused, responding with a hint of curiosity. Could we take a photo together? I admire tuna fishermen the most. Sorry, I'm not photogenic. Just one, please. Just one, Li pleaded, raising a finger and adopting a charmingly coy tone. Yang Chuliu felt goosebumps at her voice, unable to withstand such antics. Just then, he noticed Tang Shui approaching and quickly cast a glance towards her for assistance. Tang Shui understood his silent plea with a mere glance, but as she approached, she saw the two holding hands and rolled her eyes before walking past him, offering no help. That's not fair. I'm always accommodating, Yang Chuliu thought, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he couldn't recall having offended her in any way. Under Li's persistent coaxing, he reluctantly agreed to take a couple of photos. This initial engagement prompted other female classmates to approach him for their own photographs. The admiration for his youthfulness combined with the sight of his earnings earlier that morning only heightened their interest in him. While he enjoyed the attention, Hu Guowei and several male classmates glared at Yang Chuliu, wishing they could toss him overboard. After Wang Shanshan finished her photos and approached, she noticed Tang Shui standing alone and nudged her with her elbow. Why aren't you joining in for a photo? Humph, I don't want to. Oh dear, what has upset our class leader? Stop saying foolish things. I'm not upset. Noticing Tang Shui's distracted demeanor, Wang Shanshan leaned closer and whispered, Shuijia, are you jealous? Tang Shui hooked her arm around Wang Shanshan's shoulder and replied, if you continue speaking like that, I'll toss you into the water. Do you believe me? Uft. You wouldn't dare. If you don't go, I will. Luga looks quite photogenic. After Wang Shanshan walked away, Tang Shui puffed her cheeks in annoyance, stamped her foot, and felt her ears redden slightly. Meanwhile, Hu Guowei, seeing her alone, straightened his outfit and approached Tang Shui. How about a photo together? Sorry, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Tang Shui didn't even glance up, dismissing him as she headed toward the control room. The other male classmates chuckled at Hu Guowei's embarrassment, prompting him to point at them in frustration. Don't laugh at me. If you're so capable, you go. The group remained silent, not willing to make fools of themselves. After several minutes, Yang Chuliu finally extricated himself from the throng, his smile stretching so wide it felt tense. He now understood why the Pola's phones sold so well. Most were purchased by people eager to take photos, with everyone seemingly having one. Stealthily, he made his way to the control room, where he found Tang Shui seated at the console, alone. Tang Shui, why aren't you out enjoying yourself? I don't feel like it, she replied flatly. Yang Chuliu offered her a bottle of mineral water. Here, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, you should drink it. After exchanging a few idle words, Yang Chuliu noticed her disinterest and fell silent. Tang Shui, observing him sitting nearby, felt an inexplicable turmoil within her, unable to articulate her feelings. On the deck, Hu Guowei, eager to redeem himself in front of the female classmates, decided to showcase his fishing skills. He couldn't guarantee his prowess in other areas, but fishing was his forte. Without hesitation, he approached the control room and asked, Lu Gu, do you have a fishing rod I could borrow? Sure, just be careful. Yang Chuliu, knowing Hu Guowei was a fisherman, felt it would be rude to refuse. After grabbing the fishing gear, Hu Guowei added, Lu Gu, I heard our class leader say you're quite experienced at fishing. How about we have a little competition? I'll sit this one out, you all have fun. Tang Shui, hearing his refusal, unexpectedly prodded. What? Are you afraid to compete against him? Yang Chuliu was puzzled by her sudden challenge, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she hadn't acted this way before. Why would I be afraid? Then go and compete. Whoever wins, I'll treat to a meal. Upon hearing this, Hu Guowei became even more enthusiastic, proclaiming, I'll take that bet. I'll definitely win this meal. Yang Chuliu shrugged. Fine. A competition it is, but let us not make it too serious. What shall we wager? Just for fun, no need for stakes. Hu Guowei assumed Yang Chuliu was intimidated, feeling more confident in his ability to regain face and win the admiration of the female classmates. Let us make it interesting. The loser has to swim 3 laps around the boat in their birthday suit. Yang Chuliu realized Hu Guowei wasn't joking, and he couldn't back down either, nodding in agreement. Growing up by the sea, nearly everyone knew how to swim, and while the wager seemed simple, Hu Guowei intended to embarrass him. Upon hearing the new wager, Tang Shui felt a pang of concern, realizing the competition had taken a more dangerous turn. She thought the contest was just for fun and that the stakes didn't need to be so serious. Just as she was about to intervene, Hu Guowei had already stepped out with his fishing gear, and Yang Chuliu lowered the anchor chain. Tang Shui stood there feeling guilty, reflecting that if she hadn't incited him earlier, things might not have escalated to this point, her expression revealing her worry. Yang Chuliu, perhaps we shouldn't compete after all? Yang Chuliu shrugged off her concern. Since I've agreed, we'll proceed. If I lose, it's just an early shower. We all can swim. But enough, I know what I'm doing. With that, he turned and exited the control room. Tang Shui could only pray that nothing unfortunate would happen. On deck, Yang Chuliu found Hu Guowei already preparing the fishing rod, with classmates eagerly pulling out their phones to record videos. Hu Guowei skillfully rigged the rod, relishing the adoring gazes from the female classmates. Just then, he spotted Yang Chuliu approaching and waved. Lu Gu, come on over. All the classmates want to see how you swim. Several male classmates joined in the teasing. Having long felt overshadowed by Yang Chuliu since boarding the ship, Yang Chuliu approached calmly, unfazed by their taunts. By now, Hu Guowei had selected his fishing rod and proudly held up the best sea rod, pretending to appear disadvantaged. Lu Gu, I just grabbed one at random. You can choose yours. Yang Chuliu smirked at Hu Guowei's antics, realizing he had taken the best rod and was now feigning disadvantage. He casually picked up a lure rod, saying, it's just for fun, there's no need to be picky. Hu Guowei looked down on the lure rod Yang Chuliu held, thinking it foolish to use one near the mangroves, where tangled roots easily snagged lines. Tang Shui stood behind him, noticing his choice and frowning slightly, wishing to caution him, but then reconsidered. He surely knew what he was doing. HQW currently possesses a 90% certainty of victory, yet he fears that his opponent may swiftly change tactics. Hastily zipping up the fishing gear bag and setting it aside. Li Ji, shall we bait the spot or fish directly? I am amenable to either. Well then, let us fish directly. There is little usable bait left on the boat. Shall we declare the victor based on the total weight after 1 hour, disregarding the number of catches? That sounds agreeable. Li Ji, let us commence. As soon as HQWI's voice fell, he positioned himself at the edge of the boat by the fishing hole, affixing a sandworm to the hook before executing a powerful cast, causing the rod tip to quiver gently as the bait sailed through the air. His movements were fluid, garnering applause from the surrounding female classmates. HQWI. So impressive. HQWI, I crave seafood. Give it your all. HQWI beamed with delight at the compliments, playfully tossing his hair and confidently thumping his chest, assuring them of his prowess. In contrast, YNCH Li maintained a more composed demeanor, approaching the side of the boat with his rod, ready to tie on his hook, concerned that Yang might employ multiple hooks to catch fish. HQWI cast a cautious glance to ensure he wasn't. Today, Yang opted for a lead head hook, which would help minimize snagging the bottom. Choosing the right lead head hook is crucial. Today he selected a wobbling lead head hook, also known as a lure jig head. This type of hook is versatile, compatible with various baits, whether live or artificial. Since YNCH Li had not prepared live bait for this outing, he had to resort to using a soft plastic lure. Although the soft lure lacks the strong scent of live bait, its elasticity surpasses that of live bait, appearing vibrant and lively, effectively attracting fish. Attaching the lead head hook required careful adjustment to ensure the hook point was facing upward. Once secured, YNCH Li gently flicked his rod at the bow of the boat, casting the bait into the water. As the bait sank, he carefully turned the reel's handle, maintaining tension on the line to better sense any bites. With the line taut, he gradually slowed his winding motion, his arm trembling slightly, reminiscent of a Parkinsonian shake. After several seconds of this tremor, suddenly the handle became unmovable, and the line tightened further. A bite? YNCH Li vigorously shook the rod, yet it remained still. Alas, snagged on the bottom. In such situations, the outcome was clear from the feel alone. He needed no visual confirmation. Noticing the commotion, his classmates flocked to him. Eager to witness the action, Li Ji, do you have a fish? I knew it. Li Ji must be the more skilled angler. LL enthusiastically applauded. Li Ji, you're amazing. Keep it up. In contrast to their exuberance, I remained discerning. The reel was utterly still, the line taut. A mere glance revealed the truth. Li Ji, your luck seems to falter. You've snagged the bottom. Li, undeterred by I's taunts, simply nodded. Then with a determined shake of his rod, he dislodged the snagged hook. Fortunately, the snag was not severe, or he would have had to cut the line. As his classmates expressed their disappointment upon realizing he hadn't caught a fish, Li paid little heed to their opinions, aware that they knew nothing of fishing. Just as the mood began to wane, I's rod suddenly twitched, bending slightly at the tip. A bite. Huh, he exclaimed with excitement, casting a challenging glance at Li before reeling in his catch. His classmates, noticing his success, rushed over like leaves swaying in the wind. Observing the movement in the line, Li surmised it was not a large fish. Surrounded by female classmates, I reveled in their attention, inhaling their perfume with delight. Typically, such small fish would be reeled in within a minute, yet he took his time, posing and stepping back, as if he were reeling in a marlin. With a splash, he hoisted a black sea bream weighing over a pound from the water, triumphantly presenting it upon the deck. The university students, intrigued by the fish, eagerly snapped photographs. Some were unfamiliar with the species, prompting I to patiently explain. Among them was Su, whose gaze occasionally drifted towards Li. Meanwhile, Li remained unfazed, diligently working his lure rod along the edges. Chapter 97. Changing Rods. Fishing with lures is not as simple as just casting a well-baited rod. It requires constant movement. Although fishing in the mangroves carries certain risks, it also has its advantages. The fish in these waters are perpetually well-fed, making them somewhat less wary. Once they detect food, they are likely to bite. Suddenly, the tip of Li's lure rod bent sharply with a tug, the line tightening. A bite. A smile crept across his face as he swiftly turned the reel, lifting the rod upward. The pull was substantial, exhilarating. Lure fishing thrives on speed, as the rod's shorter length compared to a traditional rod makes reeling in particularly thrilling. Before onlookers could fully comprehend, Li deftly retrieved the line, dragging the fish from the water with a clean, seamless motion. Come on up, he called as a 2-pound bass emerged onto the deck. The fish flopped desperately, disoriented above water. Li observed the hook embedded firmly in its mouth, with the soft lure nearly swallowed whole. Upon witnessing his catch, Su's anxious expression melted away into a gentle smile. Just as she prepared to approach, LL sprinted ahead, exclaiming, "Wow, Li Ji, you're incredible. What kind of fish is this? It's so much prettier than I's." Before she finished speaking, others rushed over to join in the admiration. Li lifted the base, gently prying open its mouth along the lower lip. Typically, for fish caught in this manner, it is best to insert fingers along the lower lip to extract the hook, minimizing the fish's struggle. As he placed his finger inside the fish's mouth, he simultaneously struck the side of its mouth to dislodge the hook. LL, puzzled by his actions, asked, "Li Ji, this fish is already unfortunate enough. Why do you have to hit it?" Others echoed her confusion. Li clarified, "The lead head hook has barbs. If I don't strike, it becomes exceedingly difficult to remove the hook. Tugging too forcefully can tear the fish's mouth, diminishing its value." Upon hearing his explanation, they nodded in understanding, realizing the intricacies involved in a seemingly simple task. Meanwhile, I thought to himself that such trivial techniques were hardly worth mentioning. How juvenile. After Li successfully removed the hook, he cast his line once more. At this juncture, both competitors had caught one fish each. Yet Li held a slight advantage in weight. As time progressed, the superiority of Li's lure rod became increasingly evident, with him reeling in a fish nearly every 2 minutes. This success was not solely due to his skill. He had utilized a compass to explore the distribution of fish in the vicinity during idle moments. Initially, I suspected of cheating with high-tech devices. As various innovations like visual fish finders proliferated the market, he examined the compass closely, only to find it function normally, merely indicating direction without any extraordinary features. Li felt confident showing it to him, as he had previously demonstrated it to our MNGZ, whose reflection on the mirror was invisible to everyone else but him. Now, he has nearly 7 or 8 gene of fish caught, while Hu Guowei has only managed to reel in a single one previously. This situation is untenable, and Hu Guowei begins to entertain some crafty ideas. "Sixth brother, this sea rod isn't quite to my liking. I usually use a lure rod. How about we swap?" Yang Chuliu, who is currently searching for fish, nodded in agreement. "Sure. Let us exchange. After casting for over half an hour, his arm was beginning to feel sore, so a change would be refreshing. The two swapped rods, and young Chuliu settled down on a stool. Hu Guowei, filled with confidence, cast out the lure and began searching along the edges, imitating young Chuliu's technique. Barely 2 minutes passed after the bait was cast when the fishing rod began to tremble. Hee, I've got a bite. Hu Guowei nimbly began to lift the rod, his hands swiftly cranking the handle. Had he known it would be this easy to catch fish, he would have switched rods sooner, avoiding his previous predicament. Before long, a sizable bass emerged from the water. Wow, it's quite a catch, he remarked, casting a sideways glance at young Chuliu, who had been under pressure for over half an hour. At last, he could release some pin-up frustration. The surrounding classmates applauded and cheered for him. Watching one person catch fish repeatedly was becoming monotonous. For over 10 minutes, Hu Guowei seemed to be on a winning streak, hardly pausing as he effortlessly reeled in one fish after another, reveling in the thrill of it all. Sixth brother, you're not doing so well. Oh, here we go again. Old classmates, tonight I'll treat everyone to a seafood feast. In contrast, young Chuliu's side felt rather dismal. Ever since he switched rods, he and T caught a single fish. During this time, Wang Shanshan raised her adorable little fist to cheer him on. After another 10 minutes, the hour passed, and Hu Guowei had significantly surpassed him. If this continued, he might indeed have to jump into the water. Tang Shui had approached him at some point, handing him a bottle of water. Here. Yang Chuliu was somewhat taken aback. She had been cold towards him just moments before, yet he accepted the water gratefully, as he was indeed parched from fishing for so long. Thank you. After taking a sip, he felt much better. Noticing there was no one around, Tang Shui suggested, shall I talk to Hu Guowei and suggest we stop fishing and take the boat for a spin? No need. It's almost over. Stubborn as ever. Do as you wish. She pouted and walked away, ignoring Yang Chuliu. Just as Tang Shui turned, the fishing rod in the hole was suddenly yanked, causing the line reel to spin rapidly. Yang Chuliu, sensitive to the sounds, instinctively pulled the rod out. Holding the rod firmly, he felt the line reel spinning faster, tightening the fishing line like a taut string. He quickly loosened the drag. If the line snapped, it would be troublesome. After adjusting the drag, the reel spun even faster, and in the blink of an eye, the line had been released by dozens of meters. Yang Chuliu was astonished. The nearshore resources were typically poor, and it was uncommon to encounter a sizable fish. With his experience from deep-sea fishing, he knew that the fish beneath could not weigh less than 30 jin. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such force. There was no time to ponder further. He couldn't let it drag the line into the mangroves, or he would be left helpless. Yang Chuliu adjusted his stance, braced his arm against the rear of the rod, and began to reel in. With a creaking sound, as he grasped the handle, the rigid rod groaned under the strain, bending into a crescent shape. He struggled to brace his knee against the side of the boat, using his waist to lean back. Attempting to lift the rod, a tug-of-war began between him and the fish. Chapter 98. The pufferfish decides the outcome. Tang Shui, seeing him struggle, set aside her irritation and hurried over, placing a hand on his shoulder to assist him. Tang Shui, step aside, don't get in my way. I can handle this. Really? Yang Chuliu nodded, his face flushed with exertion. Seeing he was serious, she momentarily stepped back, though her gaze remained fixed on him. The commotion attracted the attention of their classmates, who gathered to watch, leaving Hu Guowei alone. Initially confident of victory, Hu Guowei felt his heart sink upon seeing Yang Chuliu battling a fish. How was this even possible? Yang Chuliu poured all his strength into the struggle, but the large fish was no easy opponent. They were locked in a stalemate for several minutes before he managed to stabilize it momentarily. Once the fish was steadied, he didn't rush to reel it in. Instead, he took deep breaths of fresh air, realizing he was slightly oxygen deprived from the exertion. If only Air Mingzi were here. With his assistance, this wouldn't be so taxing. After catching his breath, he resumed lifting the rod and reeling in. The fish below was no pushover. It fought fiercely whenever he attempted to retrieve the line. I refuse to be defeated by you. Yang Chuliu's stubbornness flared up with determination. He gritted his teeth and engaged in a fierce contest. The classmates watched with bated breath, hands tightly clenched, unable to assist. Sixth brother, you can do it, someone shouted. And several female classmates spontaneously formed a cheerleading squad. Sixth brother, go for it. Sixth brother, go for it. Yang Chuliu had been maintaining his composure well, but their cheers ignited a surge of heat within him, nearly causing him to drop the rod. After an intense struggle, he managed to reel back 2/3 of the 100-meter line, drenched in sweat, feeling exhilarated in a way that surpassed even a sauna. At this moment, his stamina was rapidly depleting. If he paused even for a moment, his legs trembled and his back ached, making it difficult to stand upright. Noticing the beads of sweat obscuring his vision, Tang Shui pulled out a tissue from her pocket and stepped forward to wipe his face. How are you holding up? Do you want me to help? Thank you, but no. It's good to challenge my limits. Li, witnessing the closeness between the two, felt her expression shift. The process of reeling in the fish was indeed exhausting, but the exhilarating sensation of sweating profusely was particularly enjoyable. The essence of fishing lay in this very experience. Meanwhile, Hu Guowei, observing Tang Shui wiping Yang Chuliu's sweat and showing concern, felt a surge of jealousy. He had no idea why his lure rod was now failing to catch anything since the big catch on the other side. He had hooked another fish. Minutes later, the calm surface of the water erupted in a splash as a dark shadow leapt high, charging towards the deck. Yang Chuliu had no time to think. Instinctively, he engaged the line reel's safety latch and pushed Tang Shui aside. Quick move. The others reacted swiftly, crouching down and covering their heads in a panic. With a swoosh, Yang Chuliu felt the dark shadow rush past him, droplets of water splashing onto his scalp. There was a loud thud as the deck shook from the impact. Following the dull thud, a cacophony of piercing screams filled the air. Yang Chuliu felt his eardrums ache. These people would surely be better off singing high notes elsewhere. It was no surprise. They were all from the plains, unaccustomed to such a spectacle. After a brief moment of chaos, Yang Chuliu regained his composure and stood up to observe the fish flopping on the deck. Its body was spindle-shaped, smooth-skinned, and it opened and closed its long mouth, its small eyes appearing helpless. A dolphin? Upon realizing what it was, Yang Chuliu felt a tinge of disappointment. After exerting so much effort, nearly exhausting himself, he had caught such a creature. Dolphins are mammals, agile and adept at jumping and diving, making them the swiftest mammals in the water. They are said to have a highly developed sonar system, primarily relying on echolocation, and possess excellent hearing both underwater and in the air. This was a small dolphin, measuring roughly a meter and weighing at least 50 to 60 gene. Unfortunately, it is a protected species and cannot be harmed or sold, which felt like a wasted effort. At this moment, the university students on the deck slowly emerged from their initial shock, gradually opening their eyes. Tang Shui removed her hands from her face and peered through her fingers at Yang Chuliu. Yang Chuliu, are you injured? I'm fine. Look over there, what is that? She turned her gaze to the other side, and upon seeing the dolphin, her eyes widened in delight, and she suddenly stood up, a look of joy illuminating her face. A dolphin? How adorable! Tang Shui exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement as she hurried towards the dolphin, which lay innocently on the deck. The others, noticing the dolphin, quickly gathered around, for its charming demeanor was far more appealing to the girls than any black sea bream or bass. The dolphin, initially bewildered by the attention, soon found itself being posed for photographs, undoubtedly the center of admiration. Wow, look how cute it is, one girl exclaimed. Its body is so smooth, it feels wonderful. Another added, oh look, its mouth is moving. Is it uncomfortable? Someone should take the hook out. It must hurt. A chorus of concerned voices erupted, each girl radiating maternal instincts and overflowing affection. Wang Shanshan, Lu Ge, could you come over and help remove the hook? It's in pain. I'm coming, Yang Chuliu replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. The dolphin was indeed suffering from the hook, yet moments ago, Hu Guowei had caught numerous fish and received applause. This was clearly a case of differential treatment. As he approached the dolphin, which had been rather irritable moments ago, it now remained still, relishing the gentle touches. Squatting down, Yang Chuliu examined the hook lodged deeply in the dolphin's flesh. I need someone to hold its head down. I'll do it, Tang Shui volunteered. Having adored dolphins since her visits to the aquarium, where she often approached to pet them while trainers played with them. Unlike other fish, dolphins were not aggressive and posed no threat to humans. They were known for their gentle nature and remarkable memory, capable of learning numerous tricks. Ranking among the most intelligent of animals, Tang Shui approached, gently stroking the dolphin's head, soothingly saying, be good, listen to me. It seemed as though the dolphin understood her words, playfully flicking its tail. Look, it seems to comprehend what I'm saying. In just a few minutes, Tang Shui had transformed into its devoted admirer. Yang Chuliu, slightly amused, held the dolphin's head with one hand, preparing to inspect the hook when, unexpectedly, a jet of water erupted. Caught off guard, he was splashed directly in the face. Ugh, he spat out the seawater, which tasted briny and strange. An indescribable mix of flavors. The dolphin, noticing his discomfort, shook its head in a self-satisfied manner, displaying an air of pride.